Chapter 1. A Sinister Plot. Ah, how delightful. Haoyu, a bit harder, please. In an elegantly adorned bedroom, a stunning woman clad in a sheer nightgown lay sprawled upon the bed, her face alight with pleasure. This woman, named Lu Yun, was the close friend of Zhou Haoyu's wife. At just 25, she possessed a maturity that far surpassed that of her peers. Her physique was nothing short of perfection, an exquisite harmony between her breathtaking beauty and flawless form, rendering her a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by a master artisan. Every movement exuded the unique sensuality and charm of a mature woman, radiating an ineffable allure that captivated all gazes. Yet, confronted with this enticing scene, Zhou Haoyu did not linger his eyes upon her. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because he was blind, unable to perceive anything at all. Haoyu, why not come to the bed and give me a massage? Lu Yun suggested, reaching out to pull Zhou Haoyu closer, her tone laced with seduction. Zhou Haoyu instinctively recoiled, stating, "It's inappropriate for men and women to engage in such intimacy. Please do not behave this way." Lu Yun's frustration ignited after enticing him for so long. Zhou Haoyu remained oblivious, rendering her efforts futile. She shed her pretense, tearing her nightgown and forcefully pulling Zhou Haoyu onto the bed, shouting, "Help! Is anyone there?" Panic surged through Zhou Haoyu as he struggled to break free. Just as he managed to rise, he heard a furious voice behind him. "Zhou Haoyu, what are you doing?" Recognizing the voice of his wife, Murong Bing, he quickly exclaimed, "Bing Bing, I haven't done anything." Before he could finish, Lu Yun interrupted, "Zhou Haoyu, you scoundrel. You intend to take advantage of me." "I did not. You clung to me of your own volition." Zhou Haoyu shouted in indignation. "Why are you slandering me? I have it all recorded. Do you still wish to deny it?" Murong Bing replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoyu grasped the gravity of the situation. This is your trap." I should have anticipated this. It is unsurprising that the Murong family would resort to such despicable schemes. But to think they could cast me aside without consequence? Not a chance. A year prior, Zhou Haoyu had lost his eyesight, and the Nanshan Pharmaceutical Company, owned by the Murong family, had lost its ability to develop new medications. As the stock prices plummeted and no cure for his blindness emerged, the true nature of the Murong family was finally unveiled. First, they deceived him into signing over shares and patent agreements, and then they attempted to coerce him into signing a divorce settlement. A divorce alone would be bearable, but the Murong family, driven by insatiable greed, sought to strip him of everything. It was crucial to note that 3 years ago, the Murong family was merely operating a failing pharmaceutical factory. It was Zhou Haoyu who had presented 2 ancient prescriptions that transformed the nearly bankrupt company into the billion-dollar Nanshan Pharmaceutical of today. Now, rendered blind and deemed devoid of value, the Murong family wished to discard him. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Murong Bing let out a cold huff, threatening, "Zhou Haoyu, do not wait for calamity to strike before you weep, or you shall find yourself imprisoned." Zhou Haoyu gradually calmed himself. "Go ahead and try. Even if I am imprisoned, your Murong family will not fare well. Do you truly believe that I possess no evidence of the sordid deeds your family has committed?" Murong Bing replied coolly, "Our family has always adhered to the principles of law and order, never engaging in any illegal activities. Even if you were to fabricate evidence and frame us, I firmly believe that justice will prevail and the law will grant us the fairness we deserve." Huh! Zhou Haoyu could not suppress a laugh, although he could not see. The hypocritical fraud of Murong Bing vividly materialized in his mind. "Zhou Haoyu, you are an intelligent man. I trust you will not act foolishly. By signing this divorce agreement, I can still preserve your dignity. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of marriage." As she spoke, Murong Bing tossed the divorce agreement onto the table. Zhou Haoyu let out a bitter laugh. Overwhelmed by despair, truly, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of options. Should he refuse to sign, Murong Bing would undoubtedly ensure his imprisonment. At that point, he might not even have the chance for revenge. "Murong Bing, I have one final question for you," Zhou Haoyu began, but before he could finish, Lu Yun interjected impatiently. "There was never love. To be frank, from the very beginning, Bing Bing never loved you. Her pursuit of you was solely for those ancient medicinal prescriptions." Enough of this nonsense, sign the document. If you refuse, they'll have you thrown into prison immediately. Zhou Haoyu trembled with rage. His teeth grinding audibly, he longed to eliminate these two wretches once and for all. Alas, being blind, he could not even see his foes, let alone eliminate them. His heart brimmed with hatred. How regretful it was that he, blinded in both sight and judgment, had wed such a woman. Yet, despite his fury and resentment, what could be done? He possessed no evidence, nor the capability for mutual destruction. Murong Bing, perceiving his hesitation, urged, "Just sign. Once you do, I will delete the video, and from that moment on, we shall have no further ties." Zhou Haoyu smiled sadly. "Very well, I shall sign." Murong Bing, today you have triumphed, but the future may not be so certain. A flicker of disdain crossed Murong Bing's eyes after years of marriage. She had long discerned the depths of Zhou Haoyu's character. Coupled with his blindness, he was rendered utterly powerless. What future could he possibly hold? Before the witness of the proxy lawyer, Zhou Haoyu signed the divorce agreement, and Murong Bing deleted the video. Henceforth, they were no longer husband and wife, but sworn enemies. After signing, Zhou Haoyu said nothing, leaning on his cane as he stumbled away. Born of humble origins, he had toiled tirelessly to achieve his current status, only to have it snatched away. His heart was filled with boundless regret and fury, but more than that, it was infused with a resolute desire for vengeance. Murong Bing, you will pay for this. One day, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Zhou Haoyu silently vowed, his determination unyielding. Lu Yun watched Zhou Haoyu's disheveled figure, her face illuminated with schadenfreude. At last, we have rid ourselves of this waste. From now on, if you marry Su Wendong, you will surely gain the favor of Huakong Group. At that time, Nanshan Pharmaceutical will undoubtedly experience a revival. Murong Bing replied softly. Su Wendong's words may not be entirely trustworthy. Oh, Bing Bing, you are overthinking it. Did Su Wendong not say that he is friends with the young lady of Huakong Group? With just a little bit of embellishment, we can present Nanshan Pharmaceutical as part of his family business, thereby securing our place in the alliance. Lu Yin was filled with excitement, as if she could already envision the day Murong Bing would wed Su Wendong. When that day arrived, Su Wendong would surely reward her richly for her instrumental role. Murong Bing remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the distant night sky. After a considerable pause, she finally whispered, "I hope that is indeed the case." Chapter 2. The allure of color. Zhou Haoyu emerged from the Murong family villa, lost in thought and wandering aimlessly. Hailing from a rural background, he had toiled for many years to secure a home and a vehicle in this city. However, now, all his efforts and accomplishments seemed to evaporate into thin air. He realized he had nowhere to turn, struggling even to find a temporary refuge. Memories of those arduous years flooded back, days of relentless striving for survival, stirring a profound sorrow within him. Yet, more than sorrow, a sense of indignation surged. He yearned for vengeance, to reclaim what was rightfully his. Nonetheless, faced with the formidable Murong family, Zhou Haoyu felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and helplessness. He was uncertain of his next steps, unsure of how to recover his losses, and utterly lost on how to enact his revenge. At that moment, a piercing honk shattered his reverie. Before he could react, an overwhelming force collided with him, sending him flying. His body tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling down the slope. Thud, 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 crack. He could hear the sickening sound of his bones fracturing upon impact. Blood gushed from multiple wounds, instantly staining his clothes crimson. It took several agonizing minutes for him to come to a halt at the bottom of the ravine. Zhou Haoyu's consciousness began to blur, and he sensed he was nearing death. As he tumbled down the slope, even the jade pendant he wore shattered, hinting at the severity of his injuries. Yet, in this life and death moment, the shattered jade pendant unexpectedly emitted two beams of light. One was a deep blue, bordering on black, while the other shimmered a rich golden hue. After swirling in the night sky, they pierced into his eyes. Simultaneously, a viscous red liquid oozed from the broken azure dragon-shaped jade pendant, seeping into the wound on his chest. An astonishing scene unfolded. The wounds on Zhou Haoyu's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, a woman in a flowing white gown crawled down the slope to the ravine. Upon seeing Zhou Haoyu, bloodied and unconscious, panic ensued. She reached for her phone to call for help, only to realize it was nowhere to be found. Seeing Zhou Haoyu on the brink of death, she hurriedly performed CPR and artificial respiration. However, as her hands touched his blood, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. At first, Jiang Mingwei did not notice, but as her body grew increasingly feverish and her breath quickened, she sensed something was amiss. Yet it was too late. As she attempted to rise, she collapsed onto Zhou Haoyu. In his unconscious state, Zhou Haoyu sensed an unfamiliar presence and instinctively embraced her, kissing her fervently. Though Jiang Mingwei felt weak, her rationality remained intact. She struggled to rise, desperate to escape the predicament. Yet she found herself entranced by the kiss. Gazing at the strikingly handsome and imposing young man before her, ultimately unable to suppress her desires and completely succumbing to the moment. Zhou Haoyu felt as though he were ensconced in a splendid dream, entwined with a beautiful woman time and again. Suddenly, he realized this was no dream. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was embracing a radiant beauty, entirely bare. This woman was breathtakingly exquisite, with delicate features, skin as smooth as cream, a slender figure, and an air of elegance reminiscent of a celestial being. Zhou Haoyu was left in a state of astonishment, pondering how such a stunning woman could exist in reality, especially since he was blind and could see nothing at all. But in the next moment, the beauty unexpectedly opened her eyes. Jiang Mingwei was taken aback for a few seconds before letting out a piercing scream and sitting upright. She glanced at herself and Zhou Haoyu, realizing they were both completely naked, and hurriedly grabbed their clothes from the floor. Attempting to put them on, she discovered her garments were torn and tattered, barely covering her essential areas. Zhou Haoyu stared in disbelief, feeling as if he were not dreaming at all. He closed his eyes and reopened them, still confronted by the unparalleled beauty before him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the lush greenery, sunlight filtering through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows. Everything felt so palpably real. Have my eyes been restored? Zhou Haoyu thought in disbelief, exhilarated as he stood up, rubbing his eyes and looking again to see the resplendent sunlight and the azure sky adorned with clouds. The heavens have granted me sight once more. He joyously danced around, only to eventually come to a stop, bewildered. What is happening? How have my eyes suddenly healed? As Zhou Haoyu pondered this, he suddenly noticed the beauty before him, mouth agape in shock as she stared at him. Lowering his gaze, he realized he was completely unclothed. Having merrily leapt about in such a state, Zhou Haoyu's face flushed crimson as he quickly turned away, frantically gathering his clothes from the ground. Jiang Mingwei, too, came to her senses, her cheeks burning as she turned away, mortified to have acted like a fool. However, this man was truly remarkable, such a rarity in the world. Most would be unable to endure such a situation. As Jiang Mingwei contemplated this, she suddenly became aware of her own predicament. Looking down, she felt tears welling up. She had indeed been. You beast! How could you? Jiang Mingwei was overwhelmed with a mix of anger and despair, unable to suppress her tears as she realized she had engaged in intimacy with a complete stranger. Zhou Haoyu, now understanding the gravity of the situation, spoke with a hint of guilt. I have no idea how this happened. It seems I was struck by a car last night, and then I lost all consciousness. Initially, Jiang Mingwei had intended to scold him, even to seek revenge, but upon hearing his words, she fell silent. She vividly recalled that while driving downhill the previous night, she had accidentally knocked him over. She had meant to help him, but who could have foreseen this? What on earth happened? Did I act on impulse? Jiang Mingwei felt as though she were spiraling into madness, lamenting the loss of her innocence in such an inexplicable manner. Zhou Haoyu, upon witnessing her distressing demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and sincerely remarked, I am truly sorry. I shall make amends. If you wish for me to take responsibility, that is not out of the question. Make amends? Take responsibility? Jiang Mingwei retorted, her expression dripping with disdain. What can you possibly offer me? What does responsibility mean to you? Will you marry me? You are but a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You ought to reflect upon your own worth. Initially burdened by guilt, Zhou Haoyu felt all remorse vanish in an instant upon hearing her words. The notion of responsibility was no longer a concern. It aligned perfectly with his desires. Observing his silence, Jiang Mingwei recalled that it was she who had collided with him and initiated their entanglement. She coldly stated, You would do well to forget this incident. Should you dare speak of it, do not blame me for my lack of civility. With that, she turned to leave. But as she took her first step, she stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, enduring a searing pain. She cast a glance at Zhou Haoyu before gritting her teeth and departing. Chapter 3. Breaking through 3 layers. Zhou Haoyu gazed at the retreating figure of the woman, a sense of displeasure swelling within him. The taste of being belittled was indeed unpleasant. Who was she, And how had they found themselves entwined? He rubbed his temples, feeling a foggy haze in his mind, as if it were filled with an overwhelming amount of information. What had transpired the previous night? He was certain he had been thrown aside forcefully and had sustained severe injuries. Yet now, his body felt intact, incongruous with the notion of having been harmed. However, the stains of blood on him were undeniable. Who had struck him? Was it the Murong family seeking to eradicate him completely? Or perhaps it was that very woman? And how had his vision returned to clarity? The more he pondered, the greater his headache grew. He forced himself to regain composure and began to sift through the thoughts swirling in his mind. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that what filled his mind were the teachings of two cultivation techniques, Chaos Divine Demon Eye and Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Could this truly be real? Zhou Haoyu found it difficult to believe, yet after a prolonged moment, he accepted this absurdity and began to delve into the study of these two techniques. The Chaos Divine Demon Eye was a form of ocular technique, a method for cultivating one's sight. This technique comprised 9 levels. Mastering the first level enabled one to perceive all things in the world. The second level could enchant the hearts of men, while reaching the 9th level could lead to the destruction of heaven and earth, rendering one omnipotent. Though Zhou Haoyu harbored some skepticism, he followed the prescribed method and attempted to cultivate. To his surprise, he succeeded effortlessly. By merely concentrating, he could see through the surface of the earth, revealing the stones beneath. How could this be? He had scarcely begun his cultivation, yet he had already attained the first level. Zhou Haoyu was astounded and tried several more times, confirming his ability to perceive all things. This was astonishing, clearer than light itself. Would this not make treating ailments a simple endeavor? Filled with excitement, he tried the second level's technique, but this time, he failed. It seemed he had only achieved the first level after all. Setting aside the Chaos Divine Demon Eye, he turned his attention to the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. This technique was aimed at harmonizing the dualities of yin and yang, leading directly to the path of enlightenment. According to the tome, once one has perfected their cultivation, they will not only possess the ability to summon the winds and command the rains, but also attain immortality and ascend to the realm of the divine. The more Zhou Haoyu read, the more exhilarated he became. Once he mastered his cultivation, avenging himself would be as effortless as a mere thought. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "Murong Bing, just you wait. I shall ensure that you find no escape, nor solace in death." As Zhou Haoyu delved deeper into his studies, he discovered that the yin-yang harmonization technique encompassed not only methods of cultivation but also encompassed medicine, formations, talismans, and a plethora of arcane arts. It intricately detailed the realms of cultivation, delineating the path of immortality into 9 distinct stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, among others. The qi refinement stage itself was subdivided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 orifices and 3 dantians of the human body, namely the lower, middle, and upper dantians, which serve as the fundamental reservoirs for storing spiritual energy and nurturing the body. Once one successfully opens the lower dantian, they embark on the journey of immortality, distinguishing themselves from the masses, becoming beings above the ordinary. Zhou Haoyu felt a surge of fervor in his heart, eagerly commencing his cultivation. He seated himself cross-legged, calming his mind, and began to breathe in accordance with the prescribed techniques. To his astonishment, a vibrant current of true energy surged within him, nimble and abundant, effortlessly coursing through his meridians, connecting with the celestial pathways. Zhou Haoyu was perplexed. Whence had this true energy come? And why was it so abundant? With a plentiful supply of true energy, he could indeed open his lower dantian. He braced himself, expecting a process fraught with difficulty and time. However, contrary to his expectations, success came with the utmost ease. Zhou Haoyu could hardly believe that his initial foray into cultivation had been so smooth. Could it be that he was a prodigy in the art of immortality? His confidence surged as he felt the abundant true energy within him, and he swiftly opened the middle and upper dantians, propelling himself into the 3rd level of qi refinement. So effortless was the process that Zhou Haoyu found it hard to accept, yet the true energy within him was palpably real. It seemed he was indeed a natural talent for cultivation. Elated, he rose, clenched his fists, feeling a newfound strength coursing through his body. Invigorated in a manner he had never experienced before, he felt as though he had been reborn, with exhilaration bubbling within him. Zhou Haoyu resolved to seek vengeance upon the Murong family at once. Even if he could not eliminate those 2 scoundrels, he would at least collect some interest. As he donned his garments, he noticed to his dismay that his jade pendant had shattered, leaving only the upper half still hanging around his neck, while the lower half was nowhere to be found. This jade pendant, shaped like a dragon, had been his cherished possession since childhood. After a brief search, he stumbled upon the lower half on a slope, but he was puzzled to discover that it was hollow inside. Could there be something concealed within? Zhou Haoyu scoured the area, yet found nothing. Puzzled, he reflected on the events of the previous night, which had been myriad and utterly inexplicable. Suddenly, a verse from a song his master often hummed came to mind. The sun appears without light, the azure dragon exhales the mysterious yellow, the moon hides brightly. The white tiger devours the vast wilderness. The sun appears without light. Did this not imply that he was blind and could see nothing? And as for the azure dragon exhaling the mysterious yellow, could it be that this dragon-shaped pendant had expelled something? Zhou Haoyu believed he had unraveled the mystery. The Qinglong jade pendant must have revealed something, granting him those two celestial cultivation techniques. However, what could the bright moon and the white tiger swallowing the primordial chaos signify? His first thought was of the white tiger ring his master had given him. This verse was undoubtedly linked to that ring. With this realization, he swiftly ascended the slope, racing towards the Murong residence. The ring lay forgotten in the drawer of his bedroom, and he needed to retrieve it without delay. As he traveled, Zhou Haoyu pondered deeply. Who exactly was his master? Could he also be a cultivator? Recalling the past, he remembered being taken under his master's wing at the age of 7, learning medicine and martial arts in the mountains. Yet, over the years, his master had never exhibited any extraordinary qualities. Was it possible that he was not a cultivator at all? Zhou Haoyu sensed that a secret lay hidden within this enigma. Regrettably, 5 years ago, his master had embarked on a journey across the seas, leaving no trace behind. Otherwise, he could have inquired directly. Before long, Zhou Haoyu arrived at the Murong residence. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating the two despicable women, but his thoughts shifted en route. To kill them outright would only invite trouble for himself and would be too lenient. What mattered most to them? Their family's wealth, power, and fame. He resolved to take from them that which they cherished most, allowing them to experience the agony of losing everything. Then, he would methodically torment them, ensuring they would suffer regret for their past choices. Excited by these thoughts, Zhou Haoyu decided to first retrieve the ring tonight, before meticulously plotting his revenge. Chapter 4. The Secret of Lu Yun. Zhou Haoyu evaded surveillance, stealthily entering the villa. To his surprise, upon entry, he was met with a peculiar sound. Following the noise, he discovered it emanated from the guest room. This villa had been purchased when the couple wed, and apart from them, it was usually occupied only by Murong Bing's close friends and sister. Typically, Lu Yun resided in this room. What could that sound be? Zhou Haoyu felt a surge of curiosity, yet the door was tightly shut, obscuring the scene within. Nevertheless, this posed no obstacle for him. He focused intently and peered inside. In the bedroom, Lu Yun was dressed in light attire, beseeching someone on her phone. After listening for a moment, Zhou Haoyu was astonished to discover that Lu Yun had embezzled public funds and was now pleading for mercy, having been caught by her superior. He could hardly believe her audacity. Yet, Lu Yun, though young, had risen to the position of bank president, and her family was quite wealthy. How could she engage in such misconduct? Intrigued, he shifted his angle and finally discerned the figure on the phone, a middle-aged man with a square face and a prominent forehead. He felt a sense of familiarity and, after a moment's reflection, recalled having seen this man at a large-scale summit 2 years prior. He must be a significant figure from a family in the provincial capital, for at that time, numerous CEOs had surrounded him, and he had not even dared to approach. No wonder Lu Yun was so fervent. If she could win this man's favor, her prospects for advancement would be boundless. Upon recalling how Lu Yun had betrayed him last night, along with the transgressions of her past, Zhou Haoyu felt an immediate urge to teach her a lesson. However, before that could transpire, he needed to locate the ring. He entered the master bedroom, only to find Murong being absent, and thus proceeded inside. Zhou Haoyu opened the drawer and swiftly discovered the white tiger ring bequeathed to him by his master. The ring, adorned with an ancient design, featured a fierce and imposing tiger head, intricately carved to exude a sense of wildness and strength, as if it were poised to roar and dominate the world. Despite examining it closely, he could discern no particular significance and decided to wear it. Zhou Haoyu resolved to find a secure location later on for a more thorough investigation. The drawer also contained a wallet and a mobile phone. Inside the wallet were merely a few hundred yuan, with the rest being bank cards and identification. The phone was an outdated model from the previous year. However, since his own device was shattered, it would serve as a suitable replacement. He tucked everything into his pockets and found the key to the guest room before returning to its door. At this moment, Lu Yun lay on the bed, adorned only in a gossamer nightgown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Zhou Haoyu felt an overwhelming urge to rush in, his thoughts betraying him as his hand instinctively grasped the doorknob. Just as he was about to turn it, he suddenly awakened to his own folly. What was happening to him? Why did he feel as if he had never encountered a woman before? He quickly redirected his gaze and exhaled deeply. Regaining a semblance of composure, he sensed a peculiar disquiet within himself, akin to that of a lovesick puppy. Could it be a side effect of practicing the yin-yang harmony technique? After all, it was a method of balancing both energies. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Nonetheless, one must remain steadfast in their humanity and not be swayed by external influences. Furthermore, Lu Yun, with her promiscuous nature and numerous conquests, was hardly worth his admiration, no matter her beauty. His intention was solely to reprimand her, not to take advantage of her. Steeling his resolve, he opened the door and entered the room. Lu Yun, upon seeing him, froze momentarily before her shock morphed into outrage, hastily grabbing her clothing to cover herself. "You bastard! How did you get in here?" she shouted, her confidence growing with each insult. "Do you dare return? I can have you killed." Zhou Haoyu smirked coldly. "You wish to kill me? What a coincidence. I have the same desire for you." With that, he lunged forward, seizing Lu Yun by the throat and lifting her effortlessly. Lu Yun's spirit fled in terror, for Zhou Haoyu's gaze was too fearsome, akin to a sharp blade radiating a chilling ferocity and deep-seated hatred. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face, leaving her bloodied. As she attempted to retort, he struck her again in a flurry of blows, venting his pent-up frustration. Just as he was about to interrogate her, the sound of the door opening interrupted him, followed by Murong Bing's voice. "Xiaoxua, how many times must I tell you? Why won't you believe me?" In the living room, Murong Bing pursued a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. "I don't believe it. Brother, how you isn't that kind of person. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. You and our parents have long sought to expel him." Murong Shui stormed into her room, hastily packing all her belongings into a leather suitcase. Murong Bing obstructed the doorway, declaring, "You may leave, but do not seek him out." "I shall seek him out," she retorted. "Do you think everyone is as ungrateful and shameless as you?" Locking the suitcase, Murong Shui pushed past her sibling, determined to depart. Murong Bing, trembling with fury, lost her usual composure. "Do you think I desire this? It is for your sake, for the sake of our family." Murong Shui scoffed, "To achieve your ends. Are you justified in harming others?" With that, she slammed the door behind her. Murong Bing hesitated for a moment before pursuing her. Zhou Haoyu listened intently, baffled by how such a virtuous individual as Murong Shui could emerge from the sordid Murong family. Wasting no time, he demanded, "Reveal everything I do not know, or I will ensure your demise." Lu Yun, nearly suffocated by his grip, finally gasped for fresh air, too frightened to defy him. She tearfully confessed, "The reason Bingbing is so eager to divorce you is because of Su Wendong." He claimed that if Bingbing married him, he could facilitate Nanshan Pharmaceuticals' alliance with the Huacan Group, thereby resurrecting the company. It became clear why Murong Bing was so anxious to end the marriage. Zhou Haoyu recognized Su Wendong, the heir of Jinwei Real Estate, who wielded his power with arrogance and tyranny, entangled in numerous illicit enterprises, embodying the very essence of moral depravity. "What else? Continue," he urged. I know nothing more," Lu Yun stammered, panic-stricken. "What is wrong with my eyes? I do not know. I truly do not." Regret washed over her. Why had she provoked such a mad ant? Zhou Haoyu pressed her for more information, confirming that Lu Yun genuinely had no further insights. A year prior, he had abruptly lost his vision, and despite all efforts, improvement remained elusive, with the cause shrouded in mystery. Zhou Haoyu knew this was the result of foul play. Yet the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. He gripped Lu Yun tightly, contemplating whether to end her life then and there. But a thought struck him. It might be prudent to reserve her fate for another time. Chapter 5. The Revenge Plan with Murong Bing absent. Zhou Haoyu made no delay in vacating the villa. As he departed, he glanced back. The same time, the same place, yet his emotions were entirely transformed. Last night, he had felt despondent and lost. Tonight, he brimmed with confidence and clarity of purpose. "Murong Bing, your comeuppance shall soon arrive." He hailed a cab to the city center, first purchasing a new outfit before seeking out a nearby hotel. After refreshing himself, he gazed into the mirror, noticing a newfound paleness and an indescribable aura. He looked even more handsome. Zhou Haoyu felt a surge of satisfaction as he concentrated, activating his Chaos Divine Demon Eye. In the mirror, he beheld 2 flickers of brilliance in his gaze. When he let his focus wane, the brilliance vanished, but when he concentrated once more, it returned. Indeed, I pondered how I had just glimpsed a glimmer in Lu Yun's eyes. It turned out that the use of the Chaos Divine Demon I caused one's eyes to emit light. After donning his attire, Zhou Haoyu first procured a pair of oversized, dark sunglasses, ensuring that others would not notice the peculiarity of his gaze. Subsequently, he checked the balance on his cards, only to discover that several of them were frozen. He found a few payment applications on his phone still containing tens of thousands of yuan. Zhou Haoyu felt a surge of frustration, despite having several million in his accounts. They were now inexplicably inaccessible, leaving him uncertain if he could retrieve them. His stomach growled audibly, reminding him that he had not eaten all day. He sought out a restaurant, contemplating revenge while awaiting his meal. He was well aware of Huaqing Group, the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in the Northwest, which ranked among the top 5 nationwide. However, in recent years, Huaqing had been at a disadvantage in its competition against the global pharmaceutical leader, Stankong, suffering continuous setbacks. It was likely due to this predicament that Huaqing had formed an alliance, aiming to counter Stankang's influence. Since Murong Bing wished to join this alliance, Zhou Haoyu resolved to thwart her aspirations. He decided to establish a new pharmaceutical company, developing innovative medications to rival Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, rendering their products unsellable. Indeed, he contemplated directly supplanting Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. As this thought crossed his mind, a smirk crept upon his lips. He eagerly anticipated that moment, curious about the expression Murong Bing would wear. For an ordinary person, founding a pharmaceutical company and developing groundbreaking drugs would be akin to scaling the heavens. Yet for Zhou Haoyu, it was a trivial endeavor. Within the yin-yang harmonization technique, there existed countless types of elixirs, each a treasure in its own right, certain to incite a frenzy upon their introduction to the market. However, these extraordinary elixirs were bound to attract unwarranted attention and complications. Thus, it was imperative to act judiciously prior to their market release. Zhou Haoyu resolved to select 1 or 2 elixirs, moderately diminishing their effects to ensure they would meet market demands without being overly ostentatious. After a moment of contemplation, he identified a particular elixir and noted the required ingredients on his phone: centenarian wild ginseng, 9-leaf golden thread orchid, heavy tower flower, and 5-lobed fruit. Zhou Haoyu murmured these names softly, his brow furrowing. Each ingredient was a rare gem. Some bore exorbitant prices, while others were virtually unheard of, making them elusive. Gathering these materials would prove to be no simple task. Zhou Haoyu glanced at the other prescriptions, finding them similarly challenging. It appeared that concocting elixirs would not be an easy feat. He sighed, realizing that he currently lacked even the funds to purchase the necessary ingredients, let alone to establish a company. At that moment, his meal arrived. As he dined, he pondered how to amass wealth. With his current abilities, acquiring money was effortless. But the pursuit of small sums seemed unnecessary. Yet, how could he secure a substantial fortune? While lost in thought, he suddenly noticed several luxury cars parked outside the Golden Radiance Hotel across the street. He spotted one individual and instantly devised a plan. The Golden Radiance Hotel, as its name implies, is a property of Golden Radiance Real Estate. Nestled in the bustling city center, it stands as the most renowned haven for indulgence in Gold City. Offering an array of services from dining to entertainment, one can engage in almost anything, provided they have the means. Zhou Haoyu quickly consumed a few bites, set down his utensils, and proceeded towards the entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, he was greeted by a tall and slender young man of refined demeanor. "Dr. Zhou, what a coincidence to encounter you here," he exclaimed. Zhou Haoyu smiled slightly and replied, "I came here specifically because I saw you." The young man, named Gaoyi, also hailed from a family engaged in real estate, albeit lacking the fame of Golden Radiance Real Estate, yet still possessing considerable strength. Zhou Haoyu had previously cured his father of a chronic ailment, thus establishing a modicum of rapport between them. Gaoyi, taken aback by Zhou Haoyu's words, inquired, "Oh, Dr. Zhou, do you have something in mind?" Zhou Haoyu candidly expressed his intention. "I would like you to accompany me to the basement level for some entertainment." The basement of the Golden Radiance Hotel housed a casino, accessible only with a golden card, hence his appeal to Gaoyi. Gaoyi hesitated momentarily before a short man beside them burst into laughter. "Ha! What business does a blind man have in the basement?" Zhou Haoyu glanced at him. This man was named Zhang Xiyuan, whose family was also involved in the pharmaceutical industry. As the adage goes, colleagues can be rivals. Following the rise of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, they had snatched away a significant portion of Zhang's family business, leading to frequent confrontations. Zhou Haoyu typically ignored him. But today he chose not to endure it any longer, retorting, "Just like you, to indulge in the second basement level." At this, Gao Yi and the others erupted in laughter, for Zhang Siyuan had some issues below, occasionally rendering him unable to perform, leaving him to merely indulge. Zhang Siyuan, furious, was about to retaliate but was restrained by a security guard nearby, who warned, "Young Master Zhang, brother who is here today." "Lu Hu, am I supposed to fear him?" Zhang Siyuan declared defiantly, yet he refrained from escalating the confrontation, opting instead to threaten, "You blind fool, you wish to gamble, do you? Dare you challenge me? If you don't lose everything, I'll take your surname." Zhou Haoyu chuckled. "I have no desire to bear a son like you. It would shorten my life." This remark elicited another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. Zhang Siyuan's father had passed away in his 50s, with many speculating that the Zhang family's sale of counterfeit medicines had contributed to his early demise. Such gossip was typically whispered behind closed doors. But Zhou Haoyu audaciously mocked him to his face, a true masterstroke. "You just wait." Zhang Siyuan was nearly apoplectic with rage. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that he could not best Zhou Haoyu in a verbal duel. He could only storm off in frustration into the lobby. Witnessing Zhang Siyuan's retreat, the others laughed even harder. While they had heard of Zhou Haoyu's medical prowess, they were unaware of his sharp wit. Indeed, remarkable individuals excel in every facet. Chapter 6, A Continuous Triumph. Gao Yi remarked, "Dr. Zhou. He is akin to a rabid dog, capable of anything. Why stoop to his level?" Zhou Haoyu replied, "Coincidentally, I have a penchant for dealing with dogs." Gao Yi paused slightly, sensing an unfamiliarity in Dr. Zhou that had not been present before. Where had the gentle and refined gentleman who once graced their company gone? "Dr. Zhou, are you truly heading to the basement level?" Zhou Haoyu nodded in affirmation. "Very well." Gao Yi guided Zhou Haoyu into the lobby, and after taking the elevator to the basement, they were escorted to the entrance of the casino by a staff member. Just as Zhou Haoyu was about to enter, he was halted by security. "Apologies, sir, but entry requires the removal of your sunglasses." Gao Yi explained, "My friend suffers from a visual impairment." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "What visual impairment? He is merely a blind man. Let him in at once." The speaker was Zhang Siyuan, who had deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of many, their faces adorned with curiosity. Some even laughed mockingly, shouting, "What is a blind man doing here?" Zhou Haoyu felt a surge of irritation. This short man was truly insufferable, and he vowed to ensure he lost everything, even his undergarments. Zhou Haoyu removed his sunglasses, rolled his eyes at the security, and then put them back on. "May I enter now?" After a moment of hesitation, security replied, "Please proceed." Zhou Haoyu stepped inside, only to be confronted by Zhang Siyuan, who jeered, "Blind fool, do you dare to gamble with me? What is there to fear, you wretched eunuch?" Zhou Haoyu shot back. Zhang Siyuan, infuriated by the insult, erupted, "Are you seeking death?" Zhou Haoyu, uninterested in further banter, turned to Gao Yi and said, "Lend me some chips." Gao Yi was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Dr. Zhou truly lacked funds. Though he entertained such thoughts, he nonetheless handed Zhou Haoyu a stack of recently exchanged chips. Zhou Haoyu was surprised by Gao Yi's generosity, estimating the stack to be worth several $100,000. Seeing this, Zhang Siyuan instantly mocked, "You even need to borrow chips? How shameful to step foot in here." When Zhou Haoyu ignored him, Zhang Siyuan turned to Gao Yi. "Gao Yi, I see your money is going to waste. You'd be better off giving it to the beggars on the street." Gao Yi also disregarded him, attempting to assist Zhou Haoyu into the private room. However, he soon realized that despite Zhou Haoyu's slow pace, he walked with remarkable steadiness, entirely unfitting of a blind person. He mused to himself that Dr. Zhou was indeed remarkable. Even blind, he surpassed the average visually impaired individual in prowess. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Siyuan resumed his taunts. "Gao Yi, I know you're frustrated from your recent losses, but if you wish to win, you must seek a true expert, not gamble with a blind man." Just as Gao Yi prepared to retort, Zhou Haoyu interjected, "Are you going to play or not? If not, kindly leave and stop wasting our time." "You." Zhang Siyuan slammed the table and stood up, filled with murderous intent towards the blind man. Yet, Zhou Haoyu, uninterested in further discourse, rose to leave. Observing his departure, someone attempted to diffuse the tension. All right, let us get started." In the bustling gambling scene of Jinzhou, the locals favored games of mahjong and doudiju. Zhou Haoyu, a native of the area, had been immersed in these games since childhood and was quite familiar with them. Today, they would play doudiju, dealing 3 cards to each player, where the one with the highest hand would emerge victorious. However, each player could only view their own cards, making it a psychological battle of wits. Zhou Haoyu, however, is different. He possesses the extraordinary ability to not only see his own cards, but also those of his opponents. For him, this translates into an assured victory. Indeed, as the game unfolded, Zhou Haoyu discarded smaller cards and raised the stakes with larger ones, maintaining unwavering confidence regardless of how others played. Before long, he amassed a considerable pile of chips, estimated to be at least 1 million. Zhang Xiyuan, drenched in sweat, had experienced a stroke of good fortune that day, yet found himself at a loss of several 100,000, which felt utterly bizarre. He glanced across the table at the seemingly blind Zhou Haoyu, pondering whether this individual was cheating. How else could he consistently win? Change the dealer. We need a new dealer. Even with a fresh croupier, Zhou Haoyu continued his winning streak. Occasionally, he would lose a few hands. But he mused that if he kept winning uncontested, Zhang Xiyuan, the unwitting fool, might cease to play altogether. In less than an hour, Zhou Haoyu had won several million. The chaotic divine eye proved to be remarkably effective. Previously, he had feared losses while playing cards, but now that concern was entirely absent. Zhou Haoyu felt a surge of exhilaration. If he ventured into a larger casino, could he not win several 100 million over the course of a month? Just then, Zhang Xiyuan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. You're cheating. Cheating? As soon as Zhang Xiyuan uttered those words, all eyes turned toward him. For such accusations are the gravest taboo in a casino. Zhou Haoyu, unfazed by the scrutiny, calmly acknowledged the suspicion. He indeed was cheating. But who possessed the evidence? You scoundrel. Zhang Xiyuan was on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet he recognized that further verbal sparring with Zhou Haoyu would only provide the latter with ammunition for relentless attacks. So he directly challenged. You refuse to admit it. Do you? Are you bold enough to play a couple of hands with Master Ma? What is there to fear? I'll take on anyone, Zhou Haoyu replied without hesitation, only to realize that a triumphant grin had spread across Zhang Xiyuan's face. Beside them, Gaoyi whispered in alarm, This is bad. You've fallen into his trap. Master Ma was a gambling virtuoso who commanded respect in this establishment. It was unlikely that Zhou Haoyu could triumph against him. Zhang Xiyuan, noticing Gao Yi's warning to Zhou Haoyu, was anxious that Zhou Haoyu might reconsider and hastily provoked. What's wrong? Are you intimidated by Master Ma's reputation? If you truly are, return the money and get out. Zhou Haoyu chuckled lightly. I'm not intimidated. I merely find small stakes uninteresting. How about we play with a base of 10,000, capping at 1 million? Zhang Xiyuan's smile widened to the point of near rupture. He had encountered stubborn individuals before, but Zhou Haoyu was unique in his audacity. To dare to gamble such sums against Master Ma? It was sheer folly. Very well, let us play as you suggested. Fearing that Gao Yi might offer further caution, Zhang Xiyuan promptly summoned Master Ma. Upon hearing that Master Ma would be participating, many gamblers flocked to witness this riveting spectacle. The timing was fortuitous. Zhou Haoyu had long heard tales of Master Ma's prowess, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Today, however, fate had conspired to present this opportunity. Master Ma was an international gambling kingpin, brought in at great expense, and many wondered who this audacious individual was to challenge him. I believe he is blind. Blind? A blind man dares to gamble against Master Ma? Surely, there is no way he can survive this encounter. Nature is a path to inevitable demise. I fear one might even lose their undergarments. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with nearly everyone convinced that Zhou Haoyu was destined for defeat. Beside him, Gaoyi expressed his concern in a hushed tone. Dr. Zhou, Master Ma is a renowned gambling expert, not someone an ordinary person can contend with. Perhaps you should concede in advance and return half of your chips. This way, you can still retain some of your profits. Zhou Haoyu smiled and shook his head, graciously declining Gaoyi's well-intentioned advice. With a sigh, Gaoyi felt that Dr. Zhou was too engrossed in the thrill of the gamble, ignoring all counsel. Chapter 7. The high-stakes bid. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit emerged, flanked by several young men. His appearance was that of an ordinary elder, yet his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance. Master Ma has arrived, someone whispered, quickly stepping aside. The atmosphere shifted to one of silence. Zhang Xiyuan eagerly approached, pointing at Zhou Haoyu and inciting tension. Master Ma, this is the fool who wishes to challenge you. Fool? Master Ma raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated a formidable opponent, only to find a youthful novice, and blind at that. Are you certain you wish to wager against me? Master Ma took a seat at the gambling table, facing Zhou Haoyu directly. The moment he settled in, an aura of authority emanated from him, reminiscent of an army advancing. In the eyes of a gambling master, the table is a battlefield. Once engaged, it is a matter of life or death. Zhang Xiyuan, seeing Master Ma's burgeoning dominance, couldn't suppress a smug grin. With Master Ma's assistance, he was confident that Zhou Haoyu would relinquish all his prior winnings. Enough chatter, let us begin. Zhou Haoyu, wearing sunglasses, sat there with an air of composure. Although his voice was low, it resonated with confidence. You inexperienced lad, Master Ma scoffed, signaling the dealer to commence. The game began swiftly, yet the anticipated thrilling duel failed to materialize. Each time Zhou Haoyu received his cards, he promptly folded, sending a steady stream of bets worth 10,000 towards Master Ma. Given that Zhou Haoyu had previously won several million, sending back 10,000 at a time could continue until dawn. Zhang Xiyuan, witnessing Zhou Haoyu's approach, grew increasingly agitated and shouted, Zhou Haoyu, are you too cowardly to play? Are you merely trying to waste time? If you lack the courage to play, leave your money and get lost. Zhou Haoyu paid no heed to Zhang Xiyuan's barking and discarded 2 more hands. When the next hand was dealt, he suddenly turned to Zhang Xiyuan and said, Aren't you eager for a significant wager? Let us settle it with this hand. Do you dare? After speaking, Zhou Haoyu shifted his cards aside and pushed all of his chips forward. This astonishing move left the entire room in shock. The pile of chips was at least 5 million. Betting everything at once? This was utterly audacious. Zhang Xiyuan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Master Ma. Master Ma, too, was momentarily stunned. He had intended to use his gambling skills to glimpse Zhou Haoyu's cards, but now that they were pushed aside, he could see nothing. What's the matter? Afraid? Very well, I shall grant you a concession. I won't look at my cards. You can inspect yours first and then decide whether to call. As Zhou Haoyu's words left his lips, even the nearby Gaoi could not contain himself. Dr. Zhou, could this be too reckless? Isn't this akin to throwing money away? Zhang Xiyuan, however, paid no heed to such concerns, bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Everyone heard that. If you lose, don't you dare play tricks. With that, he revealed his cards. The largest straight. Haha, I call, Zhang Xiyuan declared, pushing all his chips forward and slamming his 3 cards down on the table, exclaiming, I possess the largest straight. What do you have to counter this? The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Zhang Xiyuan's revealed hand. Such a formidable hand was undoubtedly a winning one. A pot of 5 million. This was akin to receiving money for nothing. Had I known, I would have joined in. Regret washed over some, while others gazed on with envy. At this moment, the chips on the table had surpassed 10 million. Although the majority present were affluent individuals, they still watched with eager eyes. What do I have to win? Zhou Haoyu chuckled lightly, turning to Gaoi beside him. Gaoi, do you think I can win? Gaoi glanced at the 3 revealed cards, his eyes widening in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? A flush, with hearts and 8s, elated in confirming his observation. He shouted, Dr. Zhou, you've won. You truly have won. You are golden. Zhou Haoyu maintained an expression of calm, sitting there with an air of nonchalance, as if the victory were not his own. While he remained composed, others were left in a state of shock, utterly astounded. What extraordinary luck. This blind fool called a bluff and struck gold? The crowd was filled with disbelief, convinced that Zhou Haoyu's fortune was truly remarkable. Many cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Xiyuan, recognizing the unfortunate fate that had befallen him. Zhang Xiyuan was on the verge of madness, unable to accept the reality before him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my largest straight be defeated by a flush? You must be cheating. Zhou Haoyu retorted coldly. If you can't handle the loss, then don't play. This is your venue, and you dealt the cards, with so many witnesses present. How can you accuse me of cheating? Zhang Xiyuan was left speechless. His eyes reddened as he struggled to accept the truth. He pounded the table, declaring, I refuse to accept this. If you have the guts, let's gamble again. Having lost over 1 million previously, and now another 5 million, even as a wealthy second-generation heir, he could not withstand such losses. Very well, I shall continue to bluff. Do you have the funds to match me? Zhou Haoyu pushed the freshly stacked chips from the dealer forward once more. The spectators around them felt as though they could scarcely breathe. Another blind all-in? This was a sum exceeding 10 million. Zhang Xiyuan beheld the massive pile of chips, his emotions a tumultuous mix, knowing that a substantial portion belonged to him. He yearned to reclaim this money, yet lacked sufficient capital. Who can lend me 10 million? Zhang Xiyuan implored, his eyes ablaze as he surveyed the onlookers. Recognizing his state, they understood that he had become utterly consumed by the game. Zhang Bowen. Do you have it? No, I do not have that much money. Lu Qi, lend me. I have none. Zhang Xiyuan inquired around but was unable to borrow any money, his anxiety escalating to the point of nearly lashing out. Suddenly, Zhou Haoyu interjected, Xiao Zhang, do not fret. If others will not lend to you, I shall. You will lend to me? Zhang Xiyuan, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu chuckled. Indeed. However, let us be clear about the terms. This loan necessitates collateral. Does it not? I see that your Lamborghini holds considerable value. Let that serve as your pledge. Zhang Xiyuan's Lamborghini was the pinnacle of its class. Acquired at the extravagant cost of over 10 million yuan, a true spectacle on the streets of Jinchu. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Zhang Xiyuan hesitated, feeling an unsettling sense that Zhou Haoyu's intentions were less than honorable. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the pile of 10 million in chips before him, he steeled himself and placed the car keys on the table. Very well, I shall wager my car against you. Let the cards be dealt. Seeing Zhang Xiyuan take the bait, Zhou Haoyu promptly instructed the dealer to commence. Zhang Xiyuan, observing Zhou Haoyu's confident demeanor, felt a pang of insecurity and called out, "Wait. Let Master Ma deal the cards." Gao Yi, unable to remain silent, exclaimed, "Who does not know Master Ma's card manipulation skills? Allowing him to deal means no one stands a chance of winning." The onlookers nodded in agreement. A master of Master Ma's caliber could manipulate the cards at will, rendering any game futile. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhou Haoyu remained unfazed. "I have no objections. If Master Ma is to deal, so be it. However, it is only reasonable that I select the deck first." Zhang Xiyuan, oblivious to the intricacies, turned to Master Ma. The dealer's expression shifted, for no matter how he dealt, the cards would always be divided into one strong hand and one weak hand. If Zhou Haoyu chose first, the outcome would remain uncertain, transforming the game into a mere game of chance, rendering Master Ma's skills useless. Master Ma contemplated and addressed Zhang Xiyuan. "I can ensure that he cannot tamper with the cards, but whether you win or lose will be left to fortune. Do you wish to proceed?" Such a gamble of pure luck was the most disheartening scenario for a master like Master Ma, as it bore no connection to skill. Zhou Haoyu smiled and said, "Zhang Xiyuan, I have presented you with an opportunity. If you are hesitant to gamble, merely say so. I refuse to believe your fortune is that favorable. I shall wager." Zhang Xiyuan roared his agreement, convinced of his impending victory. Zhou Haoyu nearly succumbed to laughter. All present believed he was merely tossing a coin to test luck. Yet he alone understood that the moment the rules were established, he had already triumphed. Master Ma swiftly dealt the cards. Zhou Haoyu selected a set and kept it hidden, leaving the other set for Zhang Xiyuan. Beads of sweat adorned Zhang Xiyuan's brow as he cautiously peeked at his cards, ultimately revealing a combination of 996 amidst the witness's gaze. "I have a pair of nines. What do you hold?" he declared, his confidence wavering despite the strength of his hand. Zhou Haoyu, playing the role of the cat to Zhang Xiyuan's mouse, delayed revealing his cards, instead posing the question, "Master Ma, do you believe I will win or lose?" Master Ma sighed, "You have one. You possess a pair." As Master Ma's words fell, Zhou Haoyu slowly revealed his whole cards, indeed a pair of nines. In truth, once Master Ma dealt the cards, he was already aware of the two sets of whole cards. The outcome depended solely on which set Zhou Haoyu would choose. Zhang Xiyuan, having discerned Zhou Haoyu's whole cards, was instantly struck with shock, his countenance paling as he weakly collapsed to the ground. After a brief moment, as if returning to his senses, he leapt up, shouting vehemently, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Everyone saw it. Zhou Haoyu cheated. He knew all the whole cards before making his choice. The situation was undeniably peculiar, and many felt that Zhou Haoyu's luck was excessively extraordinary, leading to a flurry of discussions. Zhou Haoyu neither argued nor raised his voice, merely directing his gaze towards Master Ma, the dealer. "Master Ma, you are an experienced hand. Please, speak the truth. Did I cheat?" At that moment, beads of sweat adorned Master Ma's forehead, leaving him at a loss for words. Zhang Xiyuan, noticing Master Ma's silence, pressed, "Master Ma, speak up. Isn't it evident that this scoundrel cheated?" Master Ma shook his head, appearing to age a decade in an instant. "I cannot say for certain." "Uncertain?" Zhang Xiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Master Ma, a veteran of the gambling scene for over 30 years, utter the words "not certain" at the gaming table? Master Ma was genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom how a blind man could win through sheer chance. Logically, it could only imply cheating. Yet, he had observed intently throughout and had noticed no signs of foul play from Zhou Haoyu. Could it be that this individual truly possessed the legendary skills of a gambling deity? Was his luck indeed unfathomable? Or perhaps he was not blind at all, and the sunglasses he wore concealed something else? Zhou Haoyu observed the reactions of those around him with clarity, unable to suppress a laugh. The Chaos Divine Eye proved to be an exceptionally powerful tool. Its application in gambling rendered him invincible, winning every time. He chuckled softly and tossed a 10,000 chip to the dealer. "Please, convert these chips into cash for me." As he spoke, He picked up the car keys that Zhang Xiyuan had slammed onto the table. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiyuan suddenly struck back. You dare cheat in Jin Hui's establishment? If Master Ma cannot see through your deceit, you shall not escape. Zhang Xiyuan, unwilling to concede, grabbed a chair and hurled it towards Zhou Haoyu. He held a deep connection with the heir of Jin Hui realty, and as long as he silenced Zhou Haoyu, none would dare to utter a word. Yet, Zhou Haoyu seemed to possess a prophetic ability, effortlessly sidestepping the attack and seizing the ashtray from the table to retaliate. Zhang Xiyuan was taken by surprise, sustaining a grievous injury to his head. With a pained cry, he did not hesitate to play the victim, inciting his companions. How dare he cause a ruckus in Jin Hui's domain? Brothers, let us deal with this scoundrel. Zhang Xiyuan, often seen trailing after the heir of Jin Hui realty, was considered a part of their circle. The enforcers in the casino charged towards Zhou Haoyu, witnessing a swarm of over 10 enforcers rushing in. The crowd panicked and hastily retreated. Even Gao Yi felt a rush of fear and contemplated hiding, but upon seeing Zhou Haoyu still standing there with an air of nonchalance, he urgently exclaimed, "Stop. Everyone, halt." The thugs were utterly unresponsive. Gao Yi initially intended to reach out to Zhou Haoyu, only to discover that one of the thugs had already approached him. This was disastrous. The esteemed Dr. Zhou might very well be in grave danger. This apprehension was not unique to Gao Yi. Others shared the same sentiment. Zhang Xiyuan, acutely aware of the stakes, attempted to exploit his connection to Jin Hui, fully intending to resort to violence without mercy. However, at that moment, Zhou Haoyu sprang into action. His movements were so swift they seemed to leave behind an afterimage, and he delivered a powerful kick with astonishing speed. Bang! The fastest thug was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Bang, bang, bang! A series of collisions erupted as the advancing thugs were sent flying. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, leaving the remaining thugs paralyzed with fear, too intimidated to advance. Zhang Xiyuan was similarly astounded. How could Zhou Haoyu, who was ostensibly blind, possess such formidable prowess? In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Grab your weapons and charge." The thugs, comprehending his command, hastily armed themselves with sticks and chairs and charged once more. Yet, as mere mortals, how could they stand against Zhou Haoyu? Though he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, his lifelong dedication to martial arts had endowed him with remarkable skills. Now, with the addition of true energy, each of his moves carried immense power, making him invincible. In the blink of an eye, the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The spectacle was reminiscent of a scene from a film. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it hard to believe. Zhang Xiyuan, equally dumbfounded, wore a look of disbelief. What kind of anomaly was Zhou Haoyu? However, he soon regained his composure. The injuries inflicted upon these men might serve a purpose. This was Jin Hui's territory, and Zhou Haoyu dared to harm individuals here, which would surely prompt Tiger Gu to intervene. You've sealed your fate, Zhou Haoyu. How dare you injure someone on Jin Hui's turf? I shall summon Tiger Gu to deal with you. Zhang Xiyuan sneered as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. This was troublesome. Gao Yi sensed impending danger upon hearing those words. Tiger Gu was a notorious figure in Jinzhou, known for maintaining order at the Jin Hui Hotel. Zhou Haoyu's actions were undoubtedly a direct affront to his authority. Dr. Zhou, forget about the money. It would be wise to leave at once. Leave? Not a chance. Zhang Xiyuan scoffed, instructing the approaching security personnel, lock the doors tightly, ensure he does not escape. Meanwhile, the call connected, and Zhang Xiyuan urgently exclaimed, Tiger Gu. There is a disturbance on the 1st floor. Chapter 9. The inability to lose on the 6th floor of the Jin Hui Hotel. Lu Hu was hosting a formidable expert invited by Su Wendong. Su had claimed that this expert was exceptionally skilled and could potentially become his right-hand man in the future. However, Lu Hu was acutely aware that the Su family was seeking to find someone to counterbalance his growing influence. Over the years, his reputation had soared, and his number of subordinates had increased, leading to an unspoken dominance. The Su family would not remain passive. They initially supported Zhao Shangang in the southern district, but Lu Hu had quelled that challenge, and now they had sought this new contender. Though Lu Hu was unafraid, he found their tactics increasingly irksome. Jinhui real estate has reached its current standing, not solely due to its own merits, but also through contributions made along the way. Engaging in such tactics now seems akin to burning bridges and abandoning allies. Consequently, Lu did not extend much hospitality to his counterpart. The atmosphere in the private room was subtly charged with an adversarial tension. Lu Hu sat on one side with his most trusted subordinates while Guo Chunlei, the provincial expert summoned by Su Wendong, occupied the opposite side with his crew. At that moment, a call from Zhang Xiyuan interrupted. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? Lu Hu was already in a foul mood, and Zhang Xiyuan's words only fueled his anger. Zhang Xiyuan exaggeratedly painted Zhou Haoyu as a deliberate provocateur. However, Lu Hu, possessing a keen and discerning nature, began to feel that something was amiss. You say Master Ma has taken action, yet still lost to him? Indeed, he was well prepared, and even Master Ma could not see through his cheating methods. Zhang Xiyuan began to elaborate, and Lu Hu found it rather amusing. Who is Master Ma? He is the unparalleled expert whom Lu Hu personally invited from the Australian islands. You fool! If Master Ma could not discern his tricks, does that not imply he was not cheating? Do not speak recklessly without evidence. After delivering his retort, Lu Hu abruptly ended the call. He understood Zhang Xiyuan's character. This rascal simply could not handle defeat. Zhang Xiyuan was taken aback. He did not anticipate that Tiger Brother would disregard the matter so easily. His underling had been assaulted. Zhou Haoyu, witnessing Zhang Xiyuan's woeful expression, could not help but chuckle again. He clearly heard Tiger Brother's words and thought to himself that this Tiger Brother was quite reasonable. Zhou Haoyu found no inclination to engage further and urged the dealer to exchange money. The dealer, feeling helpless, had no choice but to escort Zhou Haoyu to the casino's front desk. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyuan dialed Su Wendong's number once more. Are you seeking death, Zhang Xiyuan? Did we not agree that today would be free from disturbances? As soon as the call connected, Su Wendong expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhang Xiyuan did not dare offend him and immediately began to flatter, saying, Brother, I was assaulted. He embellished the situation further. Earlier, he had told Lu Hu how arrogant Zhou Haoyu was, and now he was claiming to Su Wendong how conceited Lu Hu had become. Brother, Lu Hu does not regard you highly at all. Zhang Xiyuan spoke as if it were the truth, incessantly sowing discord. He disregards your words. He only listens to uncle. Lu Hu has truly crossed the line. My father has already summoned Guo Chunlei, yet he remains unaware of the severity of the situation. Su Wendong, unaware of the full context, was infuriated. I will call Lu Hu and see if he is truly so formidable. Su Wendong ended the call, and Zhang Xiyuan, beaming with delight, cast a triumphant glance at Zhou Haoyu. Arrogant? I shall see how long you can maintain that bravado. Tiger Brother will be coming down shortly. You can just await your demise. On the 6th floor, Lu Hu's phone rang again. Upon seeing Su Wendong's name on the caller ID, his brows furrowed. Having just berated Zhang Xiyuan, it was evident that this little man had gone and complained. Lu Hu felt a surge of irritation, even at this juncture. He found himself subjected to further vexation. Were it not for Su Changxing's reputation, he would have relished the opportunity to tear Zhang Xiyuan apart. Lu Hu, unwilling to engage with the call, promptly switched off his phone. However, just as he did so, a high-ranking executive at the same table received a call. Lacking Lu Hu's fortitude, the executive hastily answered, Young Master Su, what can I do for you? Are you looking for Brother Hu? The executive paused momentarily, following Su Wendong's instruction to switch to speakerphone and place the device on the table. Immediately, Su Wendong's furious voice erupted. Have you lost your mind? Lu Hu, you dare to hang up on me? In front of so many people, Lu Hu could not confront Su Wendong directly and patiently explained, My phone ran out of battery. It switched off as soon as it rang. I had no idea it was you. Out of battery? Huh. You better hope that's true. Otherwise, I will inform the old man that you're plotting a rebellion. Lu Hu remained silent. A spoiled scion like Su Wendong was hardly a threat. However, his father was another matter entirely, someone whom even Lu Hu revered. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Lu Hu directly inquired, What is it that you need from me? Isn't it obvious? A reckless fool dared to cheat at our Jin Hui, swindling money, and even resorted to violence and theft. Go and eliminate him. Lu Hu's head throbbed at the absurdity. He recognized that this was Zhang Xiyuan's attempt to evade responsibility. If they truly killed someone, who would dare patronize Jin Hui in the future? Even Master Ma had stated he did not cheat. If they killed this man, how would they conduct business moving forward? I don't care. I say he cheated, and he did. I want him dead. He must die. Su Wendong's chilling voice emanated from the phone, sending a shiver down Lu Hu's spine. Just as Lu Hu was about to refuse, Guo Chunlei, who had been observing, seized the opportunity to interject. Young Master Su, this is Guo Chunlei. Since Brother Hu is reluctant to handle this matter, how about I take care of it instead? Today, I'll deal with this incident, and tomorrow, I can handle everything else. Guo Chunlei aimed to usurp authority, completely disregarding the unfortunate victim, who he deemed merely a weakling easily dealt with. Excellent. That is the spirit of an initiator. Go and resolve it. Guo Chunlei rose promptly, casting a taunting glance at Lu Hu. Brother Hu. This isn't a matter of my disrespecting the rules. Someone must attend to young Master Su's concerns, right? You. Lu Hu's subordinate could no longer contain himself and was about to overturn the table. Lu Hu restrained him with a hand, calmly stating, if you wish to go, then go. Guo Chunlei chuckled. In that case, Brother Hu, wait here a moment while I deal with that fool downstairs. And then I shall return to share some tea with you. Guo Chunlei brimmed with confidence. He was a 6-time champion of the underground fighting arena in the provincial capital. His martial prowess unparalleled. He had previously sent a Southeast Asian boxing champion back home in a battered state. Dealing with a petty scoundrel would be a trivial task for him. Then let us accompany Master Guo and broaden our horizons. Several executives from Jinhui promptly followed Guo Chunlei, knowing that young Master Su aimed to support him. Thus, forming a good rapport with Guo Chunlei would undoubtedly be advantageous. As the brothers of Lu Hu observed that the outsiders had departed, they could no longer contain their discontent. Brother Hu, the basement level is our hard-earned territory. One of them exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Hu, shall we simply stand by and watch Guo Chunlei usurp our position? Lu Hu's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Su Wenong, that debauched scoundrel, arrogant and unscrupulous, devoid of morals, will inevitably bring ruin to Jinhui under his command. Our withdrawal at this juncture may well be a blessing in disguise. Chapter 10. Overestimating one's abilities upon arriving at the basement level. Guo Chunlei was met with chaos. Amidst the wreckage sat a young man wearing sunglasses, confidently occupying his space, and it became immediately apparent that he was the instigator. Are you the one causing trouble? He bellowed. You are Brother Hu? Zhou Haoyu had heard much about the infamous Brother Hu, yet this was his first encounter with the man himself. Brother Hu? This is Master Guo, the 6-time champion of the underground fighting arena in the provincial capital, the invincible boxing king, boasted one of Guo Chunlei's disciples. What Master Guo? I have never heard of him, Zhou Haoyu retorted disdainfully, inciting fury in Guo Chunlei's disciple. Guo Chunlei himself let out a heavy, disdainful huff. He had never been so belittled in his illustrious career in the underground fighting scene. Ignorant fool. Guo Chunlei, intent on establishing his dominance, decided to make an example of this blind man who dared to defy him. With murderous intent, he unleashed a lethal strike. The black tiger pounces on the heart, aimed directly at Zhou Haoyu's vital area. Zhou Haoyu's expression shifted, not out of fear, but from indignation. He had shown restraint against those henchmen earlier, considering they were merely hired hands, not personal adversaries. However, this man was genuinely out for his life. I see who is truly ignorant of their own limits. Faced with someone intent on his demise, Zhou Haoyu did not hold back and retaliated with a powerful punch. Daring to exchange blows with Master Guo? Truly a fool. Guo Chunlei's disciples erupted in delight at the unfolding spectacle. In the underground fighting arena, who did not know that Guo Chunlei's fists were the hardest? The Southeast Asian boxing champion had met a similar fate when he faced Guo Chunlei, his arm shattered in the process. This blind man hardly appeared to be a formidable opponent, yet he had the audacity to engage in a fistfight with Master Guo? What unmitigated arrogance! They scoffed, already envisioning Zhou Haoyu suffering a broken arm. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the arena. Guo Chunlei's disciples, unmoved, sneered, truly unaware of his own limitations. He must now be crippled. Master Guo, indeed, was worthy of his title as 6-time champion, although one executive lacked knowledge of combat. Upon hearing the boastful claims of Guo Chunlei's disciple, he too offered a few flattering words. Wait, take a closer look. I believe it is Master Guo who is screaming, exclaimed another executive in shock. Laughter erupted among the others. Old Yen, is your eyesight failing you? Despite the jest, the speaker turned his gaze towards the arena. To their astonishment, they beheld Guo Chunlei indeed clutching his arm, writhing on the ground, his bones visibly protruding. What on earth is happening? The executives, well aware that Guo Chunlei had been hired at a hefty price by the Su family, were bewildered by his unexpected vulnerability. Guo Chunlei's disciples were left in utter disbelief. Why is our master rolling on the ground in agony? Even if one were to suffer a broken arm, should they not endure with grit and determination? What they were unaware of was that Zhou Haoyu had utilized his internal energy to shatter Guo Chunlei's meridians, resulting in excruciating pain. Guo Chunlei had indeed become a cripple, as prophesied by his own disciple. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, their gazes towards Zhou Haoyu shifting dramatically. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly harmless youth could be so ruthless, incapacitating a man with a single blow. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Zhou Haoyu observed the expressions of those around him, feeling a swell of pride within. In the past, he would have never dared nor had the capability. But now things were different. Even if he were to kill someone, it would still pose some complications. However, considering that the other party sought his life, rendering him a cripple was a mercy in comparison. Zhou Haoyu scanned the surroundings, noting that everyone had lowered their heads. He then turned to the staff member who had been hesitant, asking coolly, "Are you ready?" The staff member, pale as a ghost, stammered, "Sir, our casino does not have that much cash on hand. Would you consider a bank transfer? That is acceptable." Zhou Haoyu tossed out an old, empty card. At that moment, Zhang Xiyuan, nearly paralyzed with fear, regained his composure and stepped aside to redial Su Wendong's number. "Big brother, it's me." That Guo Chunlei was utterly pathetic. He was incapacitated with a single punch. What? Incapacitated with a single punch? Indeed, he boasted of being a 6-time champion, yet he crumbled without resistance. If brother who doesn't arrive soon, that scoundrel will escape. Once that happens, Zhang Xiyuan hesitated, inciting further discord intentionally. "Are you suggesting that our Su family cannot handle a mere card shark?" Su Wendong's voice was grim and icy. "Big brother, that was not my intention." Zhang Xiyuan hurriedly replied. "Enough." Su Wendong, fueled by righteous indignation, abruptly ended the call and reached out to Lu Hu. The situation had escalated beyond Zhang Xiyuan's loss of over 10 million. It had become a matter of the Su family's dignity, regardless of whether Zhou Haoyu had cheated. Now that Su Wendong had spoken, they could not allow him to leave the basement alive. "Lu Hu, I have no time for idle chatter. Now, immediately, eliminate the card shark." Lu Hu remained silent for a moment but ultimately proceeded to the basement. In the world of martial arts, one often finds themselves bound by circumstances. Upon arriving at the basement, he found Zhang Xiyuan waiting by the entrance. "Brother Hu, you finally made it." He exhaled deeply, pointing at Zhou Haoyu. "This is the blind man who, through some unknown means, swindled me out of several million and injured so many." Lu Hu glanced at his injured subordinates, who all hung their heads in shame. His temper flared, and just as he was about to erupt, he caught sight of Guo Chunlei wailing on the ground. His pupils constricted, and his anger subsided. He had investigated Guo Chunlei, a renowned expert in the provincial capital, yet here he lay in such a state. Lu Hu turned to Zhou Haoyu, observing that he appeared refined and scholarly, tall and slim, resembling a delicate scholar rather than someone practiced in martial arts. Yet the gazes of the onlookers were imbued with a profound reverence, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. The sight of the numerous injured individuals was sufficient to attest to his formidable prowess. As Lu Hu appraised Zhou Haoyu reciprocated the scrutiny. "Brother Hu?" The mere utterance of these words caused Lu Hu to feel an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weight of Mount Tai descending upon him. It was as though he faced not a mere mortal, but a ferocious tiger poised to devour its prey. Instinctively, Lu Hu took a step back, a reflex born of impending danger. Zhang Xiyuan noticed this subtle movement and inquired, "Brother Hu, what is the matter?" Lu Hu refrained from explaining to Zhang Xiyuan the reasons behind his unease. His ascension to his current stature was attributable not only to his formidable martial skills and audacity, but also to a remarkable intuition, an innate sense of danger. Often referred to as a sixth sense, he possessed the uncanny ability to sense peril before it manifested into a lethal threat. This talent had undoubtedly saved his life countless times, allowing him to survive until this day. Faced with the individual before him, the sensation was particularly acute. He yearned to turn and flee, to escape as far as possible. However, at that moment, Zhou Haoyu took a step forward, challenging, "What? Are you going to stop me?" Chapter 11. A debt repaid is not hard to borrow again. Bang. 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 Lu Hu felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. As if he were prey under the relentless gaze of a tiger, plunged into an icy abyss. Escape. Flee. This was the primal warning of his body. He inhaled deeply. Striving to maintain a faade of composure, "You may leave." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Hu's words, Zhang Xiyuan exclaimed in disbelief. The others mirrored his astonishment, questioning whether they had misheard. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet Brother Hu had unexpectedly permitted the individual to depart. "Brother Hu, how can you let him go? He cheated in Jin Hui's territory. This is a slap in your face." Zhang Xiyuan, frantic, attempted to incite anger, for if Zhou Haoyu departed, his financial losses would be irrevocable. "Silence. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions to play tricks." Lu Hu's piercing gaze exposed Zhang Xiyuan's ulterior motives, causing the latter's face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Anger ignited within Zhang Xiyuan. "Lu Hu, do you dare disregard young Master Su's words? Do not use others to pressure me." Lu Hu's hand struck with force, having long harbored disdain for this petty individual. The slap landed without restraint, sending Zhang Xiyuan crashing to the ground, several teeth knocked loose. The spectators were momentarily bewildered by this turn of events. Brother Hu had come without confronting Zhou Haoyu, instead unleashing his wrath upon Zhang Xiyuan. Was it possible that Zhou Haoyu had some connection to Brother Hu? Or had Brother Hu succumbed to fear of Zhou Haoyu? The crowd was left in a state of incredulity. Zhou Haoyu himself was taken aback, reassessing Lu Hu with a discerning gaze. Why didn't you stop me? What? Do you not wish to leave? Lu Hu, too, possessed a sense of pride. Though the urge to flee was strong, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Huh. I thought we were about to engage in combat, Zhou Haoyu chuckled, striding confidently towards the exit. Lu Hu's subordinates and the onlookers hastily made way. This individual was a harbinger of doom, one to be avoided at all costs. Gaoyi, witnessing the unfolding drama, swiftly followed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Zhou Haoyu arrived alone, choosing not to accompany anyone else, aware that complications might ensue. Upon exiting the hotel, Gaoyi finally exhaled in relief. He had been exceedingly anxious, fearing that Dr. Zhou might face dire consequences today, but to his surprise, Zhou emerged unscathed. In stark contrast, Zhou Haoyu exhibited no signs of tension. He glanced back, contemplating the remarkable nature of the place. In just a few hours, he had amassed over 10 million. The Chaos Divine Demon Eye was indeed exquisitely suited for gambling. Whenever funds ran low, a visit to various casinos would surely yield abundant riches. Zhou Haoyu relished the thought and turned to Gao Yi, inquiring, "What is your card number? I shall repay you." The principal amount had been borrowed from Gao Yi, and thus it was only right to return it. No need. It's merely a few 100,000. That's simply one T-do. Zhou Haoyu insisted on repaying him, and despite Gao Yi's reluctance, he ultimately retrieved a bank card. Zhou Haoyu initiated a transfer on his phone. He intended to send 2 million, but due to restrictions, he could only transfer 1 million. Thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Gaoyi observed the notification of the transaction with mixed emotions. He had assumed Zhou Haoyu was merely toying around and had no intention of reclaiming the funds lent. To his astonishment, Zhou had triumphed, winning over 10 million and repaying him 1 million. Even more unbelievable was Zhou's prowess. He effortlessly dispatched over a dozen thugs, incapacitating the so-called king of the fighting arena with a single punch, and had managed to make Tiger Brother retreat with just a few words. It was truly astonishing. Suddenly, Gaoyi recalled that at the Jin Hui Grand Hotel, Zhou Haoyu had mentioned coming over because he had seen him. Was he not blind? How could he possibly have seen him? Could it be that he was not blind at all, but rather feigning it? The more Gaoyi pondered, the more perplexed he became, realizing that Dr. Zhou was indeed shrouded in mystery, far from ordinary. He intended to articulate something, but the only word that escaped his lips was, "Good." Zhou Haoyu patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. On his way back to the hotel, he purchased a new phone and inserted his old SIM card. After powering it on, he noticed several missed calls, all from Murong Shui. After a moment's consideration, he chose not to respond. Murong Shui was a kind-hearted individual, and the Murong family was destined for his ruin. He wished to spare her from any dilemma and prevent her from becoming entangled in his affairs. Reclining on his bed, Zhou Haoyu began to investigate the White Tiger Ring. Eager to unravel its secrets, he first activated the Chaos Divine Demon Eye, yet it failed to penetrate the mystery of the ring. Though the eye could see through all things, it could not uncover the enigma of this ring, which spoke volumes about its uniqueness. He continued his research, attempting to use blood, fire, and water, exhausting all methods without any revelation. Ultimately, Zhou Haoyu resolved to shatter it. After all, it was the fragmented jade pendant that had granted him the legacy of cultivation. What might occur if the ring were to break? He was filled with anticipation. Yet after searching high and low, he found no suitable tools to smash the ring. In desperation, he resorted to a heavy ashtray and struck the ring with great force. Bang, bang, bang. The tiles beneath shattered, yet the ring remained unscathed. Left with no other options, Zhou Haoyu had no choice but to temporarily abandon his quest. He freshened up and began his cultivation. However, to Zhou Haoyu's surprise, after half a day of breathing exercises, his vital energy showed no sign of enhancement. He initially suspected he was practicing incorrectly, but after repeated attempts, he concluded that this realm was devoid of any spiritual energy. It appeared that the vital energy within him had been cultivated alongside that woman, rather than absorbed from the surrounding atmosphere. With a sigh, Zhou Haoyu pondered whether the only path to immortality lay in the harmony of yin and yang. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Zhou Haoyu furrowed his brow. He had called for any hotel service. Peering through the door, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A pure and graceful girl stood outside. Tall and striking. Her features were exquisite, her large, expressive eyes radiating intelligence and quick wit. Her fair skin exuded a lustrous glow, making her resemble a delicately crafted porcelain figure. Morong Shui, what brings her here? Zhou Haoyu opened the door and inquired, how did you find this place? With a triumphant smile, Morong Shui replied, so what if you don't answer my calls? As long as I wish to find you, I can locate you regardless of your whereabouts. Zhou Haoyu felt a headache coming on, uncertain of how to face Morong Shui. She glanced inside and noticed the room was painfully small, probably no more than a few dozen square meters. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Brother Haoyu, is this where you live? Zhou Haoyu nodded and let her enter the room. This environment is far too poor. You should come stay with me. Morong Shui had her own house and typically didn't live with her family. Zhou Haoyu shook his head. The hotel is fine. I prefer to stay here. Morong Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, understanding that Brother Haoyu had left with nothing, and all his money must have been frozen, leading him to reside in such a shabby hotel. Don't put on a brave face, Brother Haoyu. You still have me. In truth. Morong Shui's cheeks flushed as she hesitated, but after a moment, she gathered her courage and continued, Brother Haoyu, I have always liked you. But you were my brother-in-law before. Now, I can boldly pursue you. Chapter 12, A Lonely Man and Woman in a Room. Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. Morong Shui continued, Brother Haoyu, I know my sister has wronged you, and I apologize on her behalf. As she spoke, she bowed deeply, wearing a spaghetti strap top. The movement revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin. Zhou Haoyu was astonished to discover that Morong Shui possessed such an alluring figure. Having just completed his yin-yang harmony practice, his inner fire was now raging, and merely glancing at her sent his thoughts spiraling. Just then, Morong Shui sat on the bed and asked, Brother Haoyu, you don't hold a grudge against me, do you? Zhou Haoyu shook his head. You should leave. I do not wish to see you. Morong Shui was taken aback. Why? Zhou Haoyu replied coldly, I have yet to settle accounts with your Morong family. I do not wish to be entangled with you any further. Morong Shui's eyes turned red. So, you hate me as well? Seeing her on the verge of tears, Zhou Haoyu could only offer some comfort. I do not hate you. I only harbor resentment towards your sister and your Morong family. Why can't you accept me? Morong Shui, a goddess of beauty, is adored wherever she goes. She never expected that Zhou Haoyu would actually let her leave. I have stated that I wish to sever all ties with your family. Morong Shui burst into tears, believing that with her sister's divorce from Haoyu, she would finally have a chance. Yet, to her dismay, Haoyu rejected her. Zhou Haoyu, witnessing Morong Shui's tearful countenance, felt a pang of compassion. In the Morong family, only she had treated him with kindness, caring for him in daily life and defending him in critical moments. He recalled their early days of marriage when his parents visited. The Morong family had been indifferent, yet Morong Shui warmly welcomed them, accompanying the elderly to various attractions and even purchasing numerous gifts. All right, stop crying. I want to chase you away. Morong Shui ceased her sobbing. Then please don't dislike me. I do not dislike you. Hee. Only then did Morong Shui smile through her tears, embracing Zhou Haoyu. Haoyu, I knew you were the best. Although she was only 20. Morong Shui had already blossomed into a graceful beauty, her figure quite striking. As she hugged him, Zhou Haoyu was acutely aware of the softness of youth. He found it overwhelming and stood up. Perhaps you should return home. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui pouted. Are you trying to send me away again? It's not that I want to send you away. I simply need to rest. So you do want me to leave? She said, her eyes welling with tears once more. Zhou Haoyu was at a loss. Why was this child so prone to tears? With such a tendency, she could easily embark on a career in talent shows, for even without any skills, she would surely succeed. He shook his head, exasperated. Please, stop crying. If you don't leave, how can I rest? But if I stay, you can still rest. She responded, quite matter-of-factly. Yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Why don't you come stay with me? This hotel is rather shabby, Zhou Haoyu retorted, bemused. He had chosen this hotel for its proximity. And though it was luxurious, it certainly wasn't in disrepair. I'll be buying a house tomorrow. Morong Shui opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, refraining from exposing Haoyu's fib. She was well aware that he had left with nothing. How could he afford a house? Instead, she said, buying a house is such a hassle. Second-hand homes are undesirable, having been lived in. Buying a furnished house? Who knows what materials were used and whether they are safe? An empty house means starting from scratch with renovations, which is far too troublesome. Zhou Haoyu was again speechless. By her logic, no one should ever buy a home. Morong Shui, persistent and playful, implored, Haoyu, just stay at my place for a while. You can move out once you've purchased a house. Zhou Haoyu was at his wit's end, longing to rid himself of this girl, and finally relented. Fine, fine, I'll come to your home tomorrow. You should return now. Morong Shui smiled triumphantly. No, what if I can't find you tomorrow? I'll stay here tonight to keep an eye on you. Zhou Haoyu shot her a look. But there's only one bed. How are we supposed to sleep? Let us sleep together. Rest assured, I won't make any advances. Morong Shui giggled, appearing like a gentle and adorable little rabbit, yet her cunning smile resembled that of a sly vixen. Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhou Haoyu sighed, feeling unable to resist, thus conceding to Morong Shui's request. As she noticed Zhou Haoyu's lack of opposition, excitement mingled with a hint of nervousness coursed through her. Alone together in a room, her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding wildly in her chest. However, once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Gathering her courage, Morong Shui suggested, then I shall take a shower first? Upon receiving no response from Zhou Haoyu, she hesitated to ask further and promptly entered the bathroom. Once inside, she realized the bathroom was separated by frosted glass. Although the details were obscured, the general outline was discernible. Thankfully, Brother Haoyu couldn't see her, otherwise she would be utterly mortified. Remembering Zhou Haoyu's vision impairment, she breathed a sigh of relief, shedding her clothes and stepping into the shower. Zhou Haoyu, seeing her beginning to undress, turned away to avoid looking further. Yet, the sound of water seemed to possess a soulful artistry, painting vivid images of Morong Shui's alluring figure in his mind. I regard her as a sister. How could I entertain such beastly thoughts? Zhou Haoyu fought to suppress those enticing notions, but the harder he tried, the more they invaded his thoughts. In the midst of his internal conflict, a soft and melodious voice floated from the bathroom. Brother Haoyu, I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Zhou Haoyu's heart raced at the thought of Morong Shui emerging unclothed, fearing he might lose control. Fortunately, she did not take such liberties. Instead, she shyly asked, Brother Haoyu, could you lend me a shirt to wear? Sure, Zhou Haoyu replied without further ado, handing her a shirt, though he inadvertently stole a few more glances. The young lady was no longer a child. She should have been more cautious in her dealings. A moment later, Morong Shui emerged from the bathroom clad in the shirt. Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but glance her way, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. At that moment, Morong Shui resembled a lotus emerging from the water. Her face radiantly pure and sweet, her figure elegantly slender. The shirt barely concealed her upper body, leaving her long, delicate legs completely exposed. Such attire was a perilous temptation for any ordinary man. I need to take a cold shower, Zhou Haoyu muttered, unable to withstand the allure. He closed his eyes, pretending to be blind, and groped his way to the bathroom for a cooling rinse. When he emerged, Morong Shui had already fallen asleep on the bed. Her innocent demeanor irresistibly endearing, making it impossible for anyone to refrain from wanting to kiss her. Zhou Haoyu took a deep breath. Lying down with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, he closed his eyes, attempting to force himself to sleep, yet slumber eluded him. The faint, unique fragrance of a young girl lingered in the air, weaving an irresistible spell that enveloped his senses and penetrated his heart. Under the sway of this intoxicating aroma, vivid scenes began to flash through his mind, igniting the suppressed flames of desire that had previously been doused with cold water, now roaring back to life as if doused in gasoline. Since the moment Morong Bing decided to divorce him a few months ago, the two had not shared a bed again. Last night, in a haze of confusion, he hardly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Coupled with the fiery temptation ignited by his practice of the yin-yang harmony technique, he found it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of the young woman beside him. At that very moment, her soft form leaned closer. Zhou Haoyu could no longer contain himself and sat up abruptly. Was he to be mistaken for Lu Xiaohui? Chapter 13. The duality of Xian and Huak. As he was about to seize Morong Shui, he noticed her eyes were closed, resembling a cold little kitten, nestled against his back. It dawned on Zhou Haoyu that he had inadvertently rolled the quilt entirely to his side. Amused yet helpless, he gently covered Morong Shui with the blanket once more. Forget it, sleep is not an option. Zhou Haoyu rose directly, settling into a meditative position on the sofa to practice. He dared not continue the yin-yang harmony technique, instead opting to cultivate the chaotic divine demon eye. This technique seemed to require no earthly spiritual energy, for merely circulating the incantation enveloped his eyes with a peculiar aura. Zhou Haoyu recalled the writings on the technique, which stated that to cultivate the chaotic divine demon eye, One must gather the duality of Xian and Huang. Xian and Huang? Could it be that the Azure Dragon Xian Huang referred to the Azure Dragon Jade pendant emitting this very essence? Zhou Haoyu was convinced of this connection. With an ample supply of Xian and Huang, he would soon ascend to the second tier of his cultivation. The first tier of the chaotic divine demon eye granted him the ability of X-ray vision, allowing him to see through all things. The second tier bestowed upon him the power of illusion, capable of beguiling the hearts of others. In simpler terms, it was hypnosis. As his strength grew, the effects would become increasingly astonishing, allowing him to weave illusions and manipulate others with but a thought. Zhou Haoyu continued his practice until a slight ache formed in his eyes, prompting him to cease. By then, dawn had broken. He gently roused Murong Shui. I have matters to attend to today. I must check out early. Murong Shui replied sleepily, rubbing her eyes as she sat up, her disheveled appearance exuding an inexplicable charm. Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but steal a few glances, noticing that her shirt was somewhat untidy, revealing enticing glimpses. His desire flared once more, and he felt compelled to act quickly. He needed to find a beautiful woman to relieve his tension. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? I'll head out first. Upon hearing his words, Murong Shui immediately became alert. Wait, how you go? Just a moment. She hurriedly got out of bed to change. Seeing her in such a rush, Zhou Haoyu took the opportunity to wash his face in the bathroom. When he emerged, he found that Murong Shui had already prepared herself. Are you going to wash your face or brush your teeth? I'll do it when I get home. I want to sleep some more. Then let us go. Zhou Haoyu checked out of the hotel, intending to visit the herbal market. However, Murong Shui insisted, dragging him to her home instead. With no choice but to comply, Zhou Haoyu accompanied her to her spacious apartment. This residence had been purchased by her family during her high school years for the convenience of her education. Situated conveniently next to the school. How you go? I tidied up the room for you yesterday. Come and see if it meets your approval. Murong Shui said as she opened the door. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of a young girl clad in a delicate camisole nightdress, reclining gracefully on the sofa while engrossed in a television show. In her pursuit of comfort, she had draped her legs over the armrest, revealing an unobstructed view beneath her dress from the angle of the doorway. Ah, Xiaoxua, why have you brought a man home? She exclaimed upon noticing Zhou Haoyu, quickly adjusting her posture and clutching a nearby cushion to shield her modesty. The nightdress, crafted from silk, left little to the imagination. I never mentioned anything untoward. I suggested you stay at a hotel yesterday. Besides, Brother Haoyu has a visual impairment. He cannot see you, Murong Shui clarified. Blind? The girl suddenly realized that Zhou Haoyu was indeed wearing sunglasses indoors. Qinzihan, I warn you, do not refer to Brother Haoyu as blind. Murong Shui admonished, visibly annoyed. Oh, my dear Xiaoxua is upset. All right, I understand he is your long-desired former brother-in-law. I shall speak no more of it, Qinzihan replied with a playful grin. That's good to hear. You should leave now. It's not convenient here, Murong Shui conceded, leading Zhou Haoyu into the guest room. Qinzihan scrutinized Zhou Haoyu with discontent, perplexed as to why Murong Shui would harbor affection for someone like him, a man who had been cast aside, and moreover, one who was blind. She could not fathom how a grown man could shamelessly reside in his sister-in-law's home. Most troubling of all, why should she have to vacate simply because he had arrived? Qinzihan's irritation grew as she pondered ways to expel Zhou Haoyu, oblivious to her sentiments. Zhou Haoyu lingered briefly before heading to the herbal market in search of medicinal ingredients. Although wild ginseng and certain herbs were costly, they were relatively easy to procure. Yet, acquiring the other ingredients proved to be a more challenging endeavor. After visiting several pharmacies and encountering blank stares from many proprietors at the mere mention of the names, he spent the entire morning with little success. Contemplating his next move, Zhou Haoyu made his way to Jinju Park, where an old street boasted several traditional Chinese medicine clinics. He enjoyed a cordial relationship with the director of one such clinic, Gu Feng Yuan, and hoped to find the desired herbs there. Upon arriving, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Before he had even reached the inner hall, he overheard a young woman's voice. Old Wang, is there truly no other solution? Miss Jiang, I must admit, I could not even discern your ailment. Your pulse is erratic, and your internal organs are weakening. I fear your time may be limited, replied an elderly man. Nonsense. How could my esteemed young lady place her trust in you, only to find you incapable of diagnosing her condition? How dare you utter such a curse? A sharp, unfriendly voice interjected. Ding Ai, do not speak disrespectfully to old Wang. Miss, do not heed this quack's absurdities. I have already made an appointment for you with the renowned Li Baijiao in Jinju. Let us depart and not waste any more time here. Silence. Zhou Haoyu stood outside, the young woman's voice striking a chord of familiarity within him. As he entered the inner hall, he was indeed met with a familiar face, the woman with whom he had shared an intimate encounter 2 nights prior. The woman today donned a subtle makeup, resembling a pristine lotus emerging from the water. Her beauty, akin to that of a stunning fish or a graceful swan, appeared even more radiant under the gentle enhancement of her cosmetics, exuding a fresh and transcendent elegance. Her attire was meticulously chosen, accentuating her exquisite figure while reflecting her refined taste. Standing there, she was a breathtaking portrait, seemingly capable of captivating every gaze, enchanting onlookers to the point of enchantment. Zhou Haoyu was momentarily spellbound. This woman was even more alluring than that morning. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Jiang Mingwei turned around and immediately recognized Zhou Haoyu. Noticing him gazing at her in a daze, she recalled the events of that night and, filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment, exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Old Wang, upon seeing Zhou Haoyu, was filled with joy and quickly interjected, "Miss Jiang, you are saved. This Mr. Zhou is a true divine healer. He can surely cure your ailment." A divine healer? Jiang Mingwei regarded Zhou Haoyu with skepticism, as his age and demeanor hardly resembled that of a renowned healer. He was not so much a healer as someone with a basic understanding of medicine. Zhou Haoyu, having gleaned the situation from their previous remarks, focused his attention on Jiang Mingwei. Under the gaze of the chaotic divine demons, nothing remained concealed. Chapter 14. Even celestials cannot save. Zhou Haoyu's heart raced. The woman's figure was indeed captivating. However, it was inappropriate to linger on such thoughts. He concentrated and turned his gaze inward, within Jiang Mingwei's internal organs. He discerned strands of dark energy, indicative of a certain malevolent toxin that was gradually accumulating towards her heart. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Haoyu gestured for Jiang Mingwei to come closer. "Approach me. I shall take your pulse. You may be poisoned." Poisoned? Both Jiang Mingwei and Old Wang were taken aback. Aunt Ding, standing nearby, was equally astonished but quickly erupted in fury. "From such a distance, wearing sunglasses, you claim to know my young lady is poisoned? Nonsense. I suspect you are all in cahoots, attempting to deceive and swindle us." As she spoke, she attempted to pull Jiang Mingwei away. However, at that moment, a voice from outside interjected, "This gentleman is no charlatan. He is the famed divine healer Zhou. If your eyes are not deceived, he might indeed possess the skills to treat Miss Jiang." At the conclusion of this statement, a middle-aged man entered the room. Upon seeing him, Aunt Ding's face lit up. "Masterly, what brings you here?" "I was just about to take the young lady to see you." Evidently, this was the Li Baichao she had mentioned. Li Baichao's real name was Li Mo. He was affectionately referred to as Li Baichao, due to his establishment, the Baichao Hall. "I heard you were here, so I came to check on you." Li Mo smiled and greeted Old Wang. "Brother Wang, it has been a while." "Silence. You have been expelled from the sect by the master. Do not address me as brother, nor should you exploit the master's name to deceive." Old Wang retorted angrily upon seeing him. "Huh, that is merely because the master favored you. I have established my own practice," Li Mo countered with a cold sneer. "If the master were still alive and witnessed the long line outside my Baichao Hall, while your ancient prescription pavilion stands desolate, I wonder if he might regret his decision from years past. May all the world be free of illness. What care for the dust that gathers on the shelf of medicines? You recklessly prescribe medications for monetary gain, which is utterly unbecoming of a healer." Old Wang furrowed his brow and glared at his junior, feeling a deep disdain. "Huh, do not slander me," Li Mo retorted curtly. He then turned to Miss Jiang, saying, "Allow me to examine you." Jiang Mingwei hesitated, casting a glance at Aunt Ding. However, Aunt Ding promptly nudged her forward, signaling Li Mo to take her pulse. Moments later, Li Mo's brow furrowed in concern. Old Wang scoffed from the side, "If I cannot discern the issue, what can you possibly detect?" Li Mo's expression darkened, clearly stung by the remark. Yet, to preserve his dignity, he resolved to proceed regardless. He retrieved a needle pouch from his pocket, intending to administer acupuncture. Zhou Haoyu, taken aback by such a reckless practitioner, exclaimed, "You dare to needle her without understanding her ailment?" Though Li Mo maintained an outward calm, internally he was beset by uncertainty. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately refrained from proceeding with the needles, instead explaining, "Miss Jiang, I have encountered a case in a medical text that bears resemblance to your symptoms, but I cannot ascertain a definitive diagnosis at this moment. I shall investigate further tonight. And tomorrow morning, you may visit my Baikatang, where I will provide you with a precise treatment plan." Upon hearing this, Aunt Ding's spirit soared, proclaiming, "Masterly, your reputation precedes you. We shall certainly arrive on time tomorrow. Liu Mo smiled faintly, feigning profundity as he stroked his beard. Zhou Haoyu scoffed. You still cannot discern that she may not survive until morning? Before Liu Mo could respond, Ding retorted angrily, How dare you curse the young lady? Do you wish to suffer my wrath? Zhou Haoyu paid her no heed, continuing, If I am not mistaken, Miss Jiang is afflicted by a form of witchcraft poison, specifically a highly toxic fire poison. This venom has lingered within her for several days, converging upon her heart's pulse, and tonight it shall manifest. Aunt Ding dismissed him with a huff, declaring, Nonsense. My young lady has undergone a comprehensive examination. If she were poisoned, it would have been detected. The hospital diagnosed her with a chronic illness, which is why we sought traditional treatment. Zhou Haoyu, undeterred, addressed Jiang Mingyue. If left untreated, you will endure excruciating pain tonight. Should you lose consciousness, even divine intervention may be futile. Aunt Ding scoffed at his alarmist rhetoric. Isn't this merely a common trick of charlatans like you? I suppose you also have an expensive antidote to offer, costing tens or even hundreds of thousands. Jiang Mingyue nodded slightly, sharing Aunt Ding's skepticism. The notion of witchcraft poison was entirely foreign to her. Let us depart, miss. We shall visit Master Li's by Kaetang at dawn, Aunt Ding declared, grasping Jiang Mingyue's hand to leave. As Zhou Haoyu stood at the entrance, preparing to step aside, he observed the old woman barreling towards him. He smirked coldly, remaining motionless as she collided with him. Dingjin staggered back, pain etched on her face as she stared incredulously at Zhou Haoyu. Unable to fathom how her forceful charge had resulted in her own injury, Zhou Haoyu sneered, a mere buffoon. You. Dingjin seethed, ready to retaliate. But Jiang Mingyue restrained her, saying, Aunt Ding, do not stoop to his level, let us go. She spoke as she circumvented Zhou Haoyu and departed. Dingjin cast a fierce glare at Zhou Haoyu before leaving. Once inside her vehicle, she exclaimed, Miss, allow me to send someone to teach him a lesson. Jiang Mingyue shook her head, instructing, First, investigate Zhou Haoyu to ascertain whether he truly possesses the skills of a divine doctor. She recalled that Li Imo had mentioned Zhou Haoyu as a renowned healer. With his demeanor, how could he possibly be a divine doctor? Dingy retorted. Jiang Mingyue regarded her intently before replying, Indeed. Dingjin acted swiftly, acquiring Zhou Haoyu's information by evening. His name was Zhou Haoyu, and he had indeed been a celebrated divine doctor in Jianzhou, though he had inexplicably lost his sight a year prior and was expelled from the Murong family just yesterday, leaving with nothing. As Jiang Mingyue perused the documents while listening to Ding Zhan's incessant chatter, she felt a tinge of sympathy for Zhou Haoyu. The Murong family owed much of their current status to him, yet he had been discarded once his sight failed and he lost his utility. The Murong family's actions were both opportunistic and repugnant. Dingjin continued, Miss, I doubt he is a true divine doctor. He probably just happened upon a few remedies, treating a handful of perplexing ailments. The Murong family likely uncovered his deceit, which is why they cast him out. Jiang Mingyue remained silent, her expression suddenly darkening. Miss? Dingjin noticed her pallor and called out urgently. Jiang Mingyue furrowed her brow. Her complexion turned ashen, lips tinged with blue, hands clutching her chest. Unable to utter a word. Miss, what is wrong? Ding Zhan exclaimed in a panic, perspiration beading on her forehead. Fetch Zhou Haoyu. He was right all along. Jiang Mingyue fought against the searing pain, gritting her teeth to stave off unconsciousness, for she recalled Zhou Haoyu's warning. Once one faints, even the divine cannot save them. Chapter 15. Revitalizing hands. Zhou Haoyu had gathered all the necessary herbal materials at the Gufang Yuan and decided to visit Murong Shue's residence. He needed a tranquil environment for alchemy. He planned to purchase a house in a few days and move out. Upon returning, Zhou Haoyu commenced his alchemical endeavors. However, despite numerous attempts, he met with failure each time. Frustration mounted, for these herbs were already rare, and even at Gufang Yuan, the supply was limited. He had only procured 5 sets of herbs, and with 2 consecutive failures, he had lost nearly 2 million, though 2 million was not an insurmountable loss. The real concern was that once these 5 sets were exhausted, he would have no means of acquiring more. Moreover, the process of alchemy consumed vital energy, and with his current cultivation at the 3rd level, he could hardly attempt the process repeatedly. It seemed unlikely he would succeed in the near future. With a sigh, Zhou Haoyu began to meditate to restore his vital energy. However, the surrounding environment was nearly devoid of spiritual energy, making recovery through meditation almost impossible. Additionally, the excessive depletion of vital energy during alchemy had led to an imbalance within him, leaving his overall condition rather precarious. This situation was untenable. He needed to find a woman to cultivate with. As Zhou Haoyu contemplated potential partners for his cultivation, he noticed Murong Shui entering through the door. Brother Haoyu, what are you doing? Why does it smell so unpleasant? Upon her words, noticing a peculiar expression on Zhou Haoyu's face, she inquired, Brother Haoyu, why are you drenched in sweat? You're not unwell, are you? Zhou Haoyu shook his head, assuring her he was fine. However, Murong Shui remained unconvinced and reached out with the back of her hand to touch his forehead. Feeling the intense heat radiating from within Zhou Haoyu, she instinctively grasped his hand as she felt the coolness of her skin against him. Brother Haoyu, what is wrong? She asked, startled by his scorching temperature. At that moment, Zhou Haoyu had already pushed her onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. Murong Shui's face flushed crimson as she whispered, Brother Haoyu, Qin Zihan is still outside. Amidst the softness beneath him and the delicate fragrance of the young girl, Zhou Haoyu found himself utterly unable to resist. He reached for her garments, but just then, the shrill ring of his phone interrupted the moment. Awakened from his reverie, Zhou Haoyu stood up, astonished at how close he had come to crossing a line with Murong Shui. He dared not look at her again, taking out his phone and stepping outside. Murong Shui sat up on the bed, her heart racing, and felt a pang of disappointment as she watched him leave. Upon answering the call, he heard Ding Zhen's anxious voice. Dr. Zhou, please hurry. My lady has succumbed to her poison. Zhou Haoyu, unfazed, replied coolly, I'm busy. A brief silence followed before Ding Zhen pleaded, Dr. Zhou, I beg you, please save my lady. She is on the brink of death. Without further ado, Zhou Haoyu hung up, uninterested in continuing the conversation. No sooner had he set his phone down than it rang again. He promptly disconnected the call and powered off his phone. Zhou Haoyu chose not to return to the room. After all, Murong Shui was his former sister-in-law, and should anything transpire, it might not be entirely unwelcome. Yet, he refrained from acting on that impulse, wishing to avoid further entanglements with the Murong family. He resumed pondering his previous dilemma, whom to seek for training. In no time, he formulated a rough plan. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Ding Zhen standing there. This woman was truly relentless, somehow acquiring his phone number and now seeking him out in person. Dr. Zhou, I implore you, please save my lady. She is truly at death's door. Ding Zhen's desperation was palpable as she beseeched him. Suddenly, Zhou Haoyu remembered Jiang Mingwei, the perfect candidate for training, given her audacity in the wilderness. If you wish for my assistance in saving your lady, you must first kneel and bow before me 3 times, he proposed. Ding Zhen was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. Before she could finish, Zhou Haoyu shut the door, uninterested in further discourse. However, as he settled onto the sofa, he heard Ding Zhen exclaim, I will kneel. I will bow. Please. Save my lady. The sound of her pleading knocked reverberated through the door. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhou Haoyu's lips as he opened the door once more. Seeing his response, Ding Zhen immediately bowed several times. With silver needles in hand, Zhou Haoyu remarked coolly, let us proceed. Ding Zhen remained silent, trailing quietly behind Zhou Haoyu, her heart brimming with an overwhelming resentment. Should Zhou Haoyu fail to cure the young lady's ailment, she vowed to take his life. First, she would prepare a tub of ice water for Jiang Mingwei to soak in. Indeed, Ding Zhen hastily made a phone call to arrange it, urging the driver to hasten. And soon they arrived at the villa. Zhou Haoyu commanded, take me to see her. Yes, Ding Zhen complied, leading Zhou Haoyu to the door of a room where the young lady was undergoing an ice bath. Shall I bring her out? She asked. The poison within her is of the fire element. Without the ice water to suppress it, she will soon succumb to its fierce torment. I must utilize the chilling energy of the ice bath to treat her. With that, Zhou Haoyu pushed the door open and entered. Ding Zhen wished to follow, but Zhou Haoyu halted her. I cannot have anyone else present while I treat her. Will you leave, or shall I? Ding Zhen gritted her teeth in frustration but dared not utter another word, silently retreating. Only then did Zhou Haoyu step inside. Finding Jiang Mingwei with a flushed face and purplish-black lips lying in the bathtub. Despite being submerged in icy water, her complexion was flushed. Zhou Haoyu produced 8 silver needles. His hands deftly poised as he inserted the needles into 8 critical points on Jiang Mingwei's body. Jiang Mingwei cried out in pain, nearly submerging in the water. Zhou Haoyu had anticipated this and swiftly caught her. However, this action left her body exposed before him. Although Jiang Mingwei could not speak, her mind was relatively clear, filled with urgency and indignation. Zhou Haoyu was not entirely at ease either. The malevolent fire within him surged anew, and the soft skin he touched only intensified his turmoil. This was a treatment. Zhou Haoyu forcibly suppressed the raging fire within as he began to massage Jiang Mingyue, employing the 8-needle method to safeguard her heart pulse. He utilized a unique technique to expel the fiery poison. This was Zhou Haoyu's therapeutic strategy. Yet, as he commenced the massage, Jiang Mingyue could not restrain her sounds of discomfort. Each application of Zhou Haoyu's strength elicited a moan from Jiang Mingyue, further igniting the fire within him. Unable to hold back, he implored, "Could you please keep quiet?" I cannot control myself." Jiang Mingyue's face burned red. Whether from the poison or her own embarrassment, she could not tell. Zhou Haoyu felt a sense of helplessness. He understood the stimulating effects of his massage technique on the body, yet Jiang Mingyue's sounds only served to heighten his own agitation. Coupled with the sensation of her smooth skin, he found himself utterly unable to maintain control. However, confronted with a patient in such dire straits, he would naturally refrain from any impropriety. Enduring his inner turmoil, Zhou Haoyu continued the treatment. Fortunately, this torturous process did not last long. Jiang Mingyue soon felt considerably better. Zhou Haoyu exhaled in relief, withdrawing the silver needles from her body. "You may rise now. I will prescribe some medicine, and after 3 more treatments, the toxins within you will be entirely eradicated." "Ah, 3 more times?" she exclaimed. "Humph. If 3 treatments can cleanse the poison, that would be remarkable. The one who poisoned you is no ordinary person. Had you not encountered me, you would have perished long ago." As Zhou Haoyu turned away, he continued, "If not for our meeting, your fate would have been sealed." Jiang Mingyue hastily rose and donned her bathrobe. "Are you suggesting that someone has poisoned me?" Zhou Haoyu nodded, indicating that someone indeed wished her dead. "Was it you who collided with me that night?" Jiang Mingyue inquired, and Zhou Haoyu affirmed her suspicion. The brakes suddenly failed. She recounted, suddenly pondering how a perfectly functioning vehicle could experience such a malfunction. Could it be that someone truly intended to harm her? Although uncertainty gnawed at her, she refrained from voicing her concerns in Zhou Haoyu's presence. Instead, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. How would you like me to repay you?" A playful smirk graced Zhou Haoyu's lips. "What form of recompense do you have in mind?" Jiang Mingyue felt a twinge of annoyance at his demeanor. Yet recognizing his role as her savior, she tempered her irritation and replied, "Just tell me what you desire as a reward." Zhou Haoyu, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, retorted, "Is anything acceptable?" In an instant, Jiang Mingyue comprehended his insinuation and her ire flared. "You scoundrel. I was just expressing my gratitude, and yet you reveal yourself to be such a person." Chapter 16. Mutual assistance. Zhou Haoyu had assumed Jiang Mingyue was more casual, considering her earlier demeanor, but he was taken aback by her vehement reaction and chose not to press further. "Very well, I sought only your physical form. Since you are unwilling, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue raised an eyebrow. She had investigated Zhou Haoyu and was well aware of his current circumstances. It struck her as peculiar that he had not seized the opportunity to make a demand. "Are you not aware of the Jiang family?" A thought crossed her mind. Zhou Haoyu had indeed overlooked her identity. When Jiang Mingyue mentioned it, he inquired with curiosity, "Which Jiang family?" "The Jiang family of Kyoto," she replied nonchalantly. Although she held no affection for the family, a tinge of pride accompanied her words. To her surprise, Zhou Haoyu shook his head, indicating ignorance. "It is understandable. You have lived in this small city of Jinzhou." Jiang Mingyue paused and added, "Surely you must have heard of Huakong Group?" Zhou Haoyu nodded in recognition. "It is merely the tip of the iceberg of our family's vast industrial empire." Zhou Haoyu cast a surprised glance at Jiang Mingyue. He had not anticipated that Huakong Group belonged to her family and was merely one of their enterprises. How immense must the Jiang family's wealth be? Noticing Zhou Haoyu's expression, Jiang Mingyue felt a flicker of pride. "I am aware of your situation. You were just cast out by the Morong family. If you seek vengeance against them, I can assist you." The small Nanshan Pharmaceuticals posed no threat to her plans, and Jiang Mingyue deemed Zhou Haoyu a person of talent, wishing to extend her help. "No need. I have my own methods to deal with the Morong family," Zhou Haoyu declined. Jiang Mingyue scoffed, believing Zhou Haoyu was foolishly clinging to pride. "Let us set aside my offer to help you. How about we assist each other instead? I require someone to masquerade as my boyfriend for my grandmother's birthday celebration. In return, I will ensure Nanshan Pharmaceuticals is ousted from the coalition formed by Huaking. What do you say? Pretend to be your boyfriend?" Zhou Haoyu cast a glance at her and remarked, "Given your beauty, how is it that you remain single?" "That's none of your concern," Jiang Mingyue replied coolly. With a chuckle, Zhou Haoyu continued, "Would you consider incorporating my company into your Huaking alliance?" "Your company?" Jiang Mingwei paused slightly. What is its name? I haven't decided yet. Jiang Mingwei couldn't help but laugh. I could assist you in ousting Nanshan Pharmaceutical, but entry into the alliance requires genuine merit. Jiang Mingwei adhered to her own principles. While Nanshan Pharmaceutical might be inconsequential, she could not allow unreliable enterprises into the alliance. All right, Zhou Haoyu expressed no concern about his company's acceptance. Such confidence? Jiang Mingwei found it amusing and added, I have one final question. You aren't blind, are you? No. Zhou Haoyu acknowledged the futility of hiding the truth, especially after his antics before her that day. Then why pretend to be blind? I was indeed blind for a year and have only recently regained my sight. I simply prefer to keep it private for the time being. Zhou Haoyu added, sometimes, the blind can discern the human heart more clearly. Jiang Mingwei nodded slightly, finding truth in his words. However, recalling Zhou Haoyu's pretense of blindness while observing her, she felt a surge of anger. Very well, it's settled then. I'll pick you up this weekend. You may leave now. Zhou Haoyu was puzzled by Jiang Mingwei's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, he quickly recalled the earlier treatment session. Having claimed to be blind, it was understandable that she might be vexed upon discovering the truth. He smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on it, and exited the room. Is the young lady all right? Dingjin, who had been waiting outside, inquired as Zhou Haoyu emerged. Before he could respond, Jiang Mingwei interjected, I'm fine now, please see doctor. Zhou out. Of course, Dingjin promptly agreed, escorting Zhou Haoyu to the villa's entrance. She then produced a check for 100,000 yuan. This is a token of gratitude from the Jiang family for saving the young lady, she stated with a smile, but her expression quickly shifted to seriousness. However, I must ask Dr. Zhou to keep today's events confidential. Should any rumors tarnish the young lady's reputation, the Jiang family will not take it lightly. Zhou Haoyu chuckled coldly, noting her rapid change in demeanor. Kneel. Bow down. Dingjin was taken aback, unsure of where Zhou Haoyu's audacity stemmed from. Your lady's ailment is not fully cured, and only I can treat it. If you refuse to kneel, I shall not return. Dingjin was stunned, never having anticipated that the young lady was not completely healed. Will you kneel or not? If not, I shall take my leave, Zhou Haoyu stated. Dingjin's face turned pale, and as she hesitated, she witnessed Zhou Haoyu begin to walk away. With a thud, she knelt. I was wrong, esteemed Dr. Zhou. Please forgive my transgressions, and do not hold it against me. Zhou Haoyu turned with a smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging with someone of your ilk. In fact, you are beneath even that. You are merely a servant. Zhou Haoyu turned and left, bewildered by Jiang Mingwei's inexplicable behavior, allowing a mere servant to ride roughshod over her. If such a servant were in his employ, he would have delivered a few resounding slaps to restore order and quell her arrogance. On Saturday, Zhou Haoyu received a notification and descended the stairs, only to find a BYD parked at the curb, with none other than Jiang Mingwei behind the wheel. He was taken aback, astonished that the young lady from the Jiang family would drive such a vehicle. Furthermore, her attire today was peculiar. She was simply dressed yet adorned with heavy makeup, as if transformed into a different person. Perceiving Zhou Haoyu's confusion, Jiang Mingwei explained, I'll elaborate on the specifics during our drive. Please, get in the car. Just as Zhou Haoyu was about to enter, a mocking voice interjected, you blind fool, you truly possess a talent for living off others. Just divorced from me, and you've already found a new source of sustenance? Xiaoxua, see, this is the so-called good person you admire. Zhou Haoyu turned to see Murong Bing and Murong Shui approaching. Murong Shui, upon noticing Jiang Mingwei in the car, expressed her surprise and asked, How you good? Where are you headed? I have something to attend to, Zhou Haoyu explained. Murong Bing, pulling her sister behind her, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Haoyu and barked. Zhou Haoyu, I warned you to stay away from my sister. Don't push your luck. If you truly provoke me, don't blame me for ending you. For the Murong family, eliminating you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Murong Bing had come here today upon hearing that Zhou Haoyu had taken up residence in her sister's home. However, she never anticipated encountering him with another woman before even reaching the door. Although she had divorced Zhou Haoyu, she remained exceedingly displeased. Even if she deemed him refuse, she would not allow anyone else to salvage him. Zhou Haoyu, disinterested in her tirade, opened the car door and sat inside. Seeing this, Murong Bing's fury intensified, and she shouted, Zhou Haoyu, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You were expelled and now seek to use my sister to exact vengeance upon me? I warn you to keep your distance from her and vacate immediately. Otherwise, prepare for dire consequences. Murong Shui immediately countered, How you go isn't pursuing me? I invited him to stay. She added, moreover, it is our Murong family that owes him a debt. Our current situation is largely due to his contributions. Silence. Murong Bing shouted furiously. What do you know? If I catch you with this worthless man again, I will ensure our parents confine you. After issuing her threat, Murong Bing turned her attention to Jiang Mingwei. And as for you, young lady, I must caution you not to be foolishly deceived by this blind man. At the very least, conduct a background check on him before bringing such trash into your life. Chapter 17. Blind Massage. Jiang Mingyue smiled and replied. A capable individual can transform even mud into porcelain. Yet you, it seems, can turn fine porcelain into mere mud, as exemplified by your prideful Nanshan Pharmaceutical. At this, Murong Bing's expression shifted slightly. The decline of Nanshan Pharmaceutical, from its zenith to its current quagmire, was her most significant failure. Jiang Mingyue's retort left Murong Bing momentarily speechless. After delivering her words, Jiang Mingwei pressed the accelerator and drove away. She glanced at Zhou Haoyu and remarked, your ex-wife is indeed domineering, daring to insult me. However, would she regret it if she knew who I was? Jiang Mingwei chuckled as if recalling something amusing. If you were to tell her that you are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she would likely kneel before you. She is nothing more than a self-serving opportunist. Zhou Haoyu had seen through Murong Bing. From Zhou Haoyu's words, Jiang Mingwei detected a profound resentment. Rest assured, once you assist me, I shall also lend you my aid. Zhou Haoyu remained noncommittal and shifted the conversation, asking, tell me about your maternal family situation. Very well. Jiang Mingwei began to elaborate while driving. It turned out that she was raised by her grandmother and only brought back to the Jiang family in Kyoto after reaching adulthood. The reason she had Zhou Haoyu pretend to be her boyfriend was that her grandmother hoped she would settle down and find a dependable partner soon. Being part of the Jiang family, does your grandmother still worry that you lack support? My grandmother is unaware of the true circumstances of the Jiang family, and I do not wish for those in my hometown to find out. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. Should anything happen to the Jiang family that involves them, it could lead to complications. Moreover, my uncles. Jiang Mingwei hesitated, but Zhou Haoyu could guess part of it. If her true identity were to be revealed to those in her hometown, it could lead to considerable trouble. Zhou Haoyu understood this well. During the year he married, his hometown frequently sent people to take advantage of him, which was exceedingly bothersome. This was one of the reasons he had not returned home for several years. Be careful not to give yourself away, Zhou Haoyu advised, nodding in agreement. This is the situation. You merely need to play the role of a dutiful and considerate boyfriend, Jiang Mingwei assured him. Rest easy, Zhou Haoyu replied, feeling that this task posed no difficulty at all. As they conversed, the car had already entered the village road, and from a distance, they spotted a man in a suit standing by the roadside, waving to flag them down. Next to him was a Mercedes with a flat tire. Jiang Mingwei initially intended to ignore him, but he boldly stepped into the middle of the road. She had no choice but to stop and leaned out the window, exclaiming, "Are you insane? If your car is having issues, call for a tow truck instead of stopping us." Upon seeing Jiang Mingwei, the suited man's eyes brightened. "I apologize. Beautiful. I'm in a hurry to get to Ziding Town. Could you possibly give me a ride? You're from Ziding Town as well?" Jiang Mingwei furrowed her brow. "Indeed, I am from Ziding Town." Recognizing a shared origin, Jiang Mingwei decided not to refuse. "Then please get in." The suited man wasted no time, opening the door and climbing into the car. However, as soon as he settled into the back seat, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Ouch. What's wrong?" Jiang Mingwei asked, perplexed. "It's nothing. Just the seat is a bit hard and digs into my back." The man feigned nonchalance before adding, "This domestic car can't compare to the comfort of a Mercedes." Jiang Mingwei glanced at the rearview mirror but chose to remain silent. She had ridden in countless luxury vehicles and had never encountered someone so affected. Nevertheless, as he was merely a stranger, she was disinclined to engage in further conversation and continued driving forward. Noticing Jiang Mingwei's indifference, the suited man turned to Zhou Haoyu and added, "Sorry, brother. I didn't mean to imply that domestic cars are inferior. I just spoke without thinking. I appreciate you giving me a ride. Nevertheless, returning to the matter at hand. How could you, my friend, allow a woman to drive? It lacks a certain grace, does it not? I am blind. There is no way for me to operate a vehicle." Zhou Haoyu replied without turning his head. "What?" The man in the suit was taken aback. In this day and age, a blind man can attract such a beautiful woman? Perhaps they are not a couple. With this thought, he suddenly felt that an opportunity had presented itself. He produced 2 business cards and handed them over, stating casually, "May I inquire what line of work you two are in?" I am the head of internal medicine at the city center hospital. Here is my card. Head? Associate Professor Wu Yang? Jiang Mingwei glanced at the business card, visibly surprised. Zitting Town is quite a destitute place. Who would have thought it could produce such a young associate professor? Wu Yang, sensing Jiang Mingwei's astonishment, smiled with pride. In truth, being a head is not such a grand title. Although my annual salary is substantial, it comes with a great deal of hard work. However, I take great pleasure in my role as an associate professor, as it allows me to impart wisdom to the youth, which is immensely fulfilling. By the way, my friend, what do you do? Wu Yang deliberately shifted his gaze from Jiang Mingyue to Zhou Haoyu, eager to showcase his own accomplishments. Zhou Haoyu, fully aware of Wu Yang's intentions, replied with a smile, "What can a blind man do? I merely practice a bit of traditional Chinese medicine, tending to minor ailments." A blind man practices traditional Chinese medicine? Blind massage, perhaps? Wu Yang nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it, fearing that Jiang Mingwei might perceive him as frivolous. Zhou Haoyu had intended to tease him further when suddenly, a woman dashed out in front of them, crying and blocking the road. What kind of madwoman is this? Wu Yang was startled. Jiang Mingwei was equally taken aback. She slammed on the brakes and was about to scold the woman when she recognized her. "Zhang Jia, what's wrong? Why are you in such a rush?" "Jiang Mingwei? Oh, it's really you. Thank goodness. You must help me save Xiao Kuei. She was hit by a motorcycle. Please help me get her to the hospital." Zhang Jia exclaimed, clutching at her like a lifeline, overwhelmed with emotion. All right, Zhang Jia. Don't panic." Jiang Mingwei quickly got out of the car and followed Zhang Jia to the roadside. There, they found a little girl lying under a tree, her face contorted in pain. Jiang Mingwei hesitated, unsure of what to do, just as Wu Yang approached. Recognizing that he was also a doctor, she quickly asked, "Can we move her directly into the car?" Wu Yang's heart leapt with excitement, sensing that his moment had arrived. He promptly replied, "Let me examine her first. You need not worry. I am the head of internal medicine at the city center hospital. You are fortunate to have encountered me. This child will be just fine." As he spoke, he crouched down in front of the little girl and inquired, "Have you called for an ambulance?" "Yes, I have called, but it will take at least half an hour for it to arrive," Zhang Jia said, her voice breaking into sobs once more. Her daughter was gravely injured, and she feared whether she could hold on until the ambulance arrived. Just then, the little girl suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing her daughter bleeding, Zhang Jia was struck with terror, crying out, "Xiao Kuei, what's wrong? Please don't scare your mother." Chapter 18. Good people do not live long. Wu Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the child's condition to deteriorate so rapidly. "Dr. Wu, please take a look," Jiang Mingwei urged. "I will give it a try," Wu Yang replied, feeling somewhat guilty, yet unwilling to lose face in front of Jiang Mingwei. He steeled himself to examine the little girl. Although her external injuries appeared minor, the blood she was vomiting suggested possible internal harm. In accordance with internal medicine protocols, he instinctively sought to press on the girl's chest and abdomen to detect any abnormalities. At that moment, Zhou Haoyu had just alighted from his vehicle and, upon witnessing Wu Yang's actions, shouted, "Do not touch her." Unfortunately, it was too late, as Wu Yang had already gently pressed down. However, the little girl showed no reaction. Irritated, he turned to Zhou Haoyu and snapped, "What do you mean by that? How can I ascertain the issue without conducting an examination? Your meddling will only endanger her." Zhou Haoyu retorted, forcefully kicking him aside. Wu Yang was instantly enraged, and just as he attempted to rise, he noticed the girl emit a painful groan, continuously spitting blood. "Xiao Kuei." Both Jiang Mingwei and Sister Zhang exclaimed simultaneously. Life and death were at stake, and Zhou Haoyu had no time to spare. He crouched down and pressed his index finger twice on the girl's chest and abdomen. "Acupressure? This is sheer nonsense. Do you think you are some kind of martial arts master?" Wu Yang scoffed, followed by a derisive comment, "You blind fool, can you even perform first aid? Stop harming her here." Zhou Haoyu shot him a cold glare, declaring, "The one endangering her is you." At that moment, the little girl finally ceased vomiting blood, and after a few seconds, astonishingly regained consciousness. "Xiao Kuei," Sister Zhang exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, eager to embrace her daughter. "Do not move her." "Zhou Haoyu," admonished Sister Zhang. I won't. What is wrong with my daughter?" she implored. "Her spleen has ruptured, causing internal bleeding. I merely assisted in temporarily staunching the blood flow. If you disturb her, the pressure in her abdomen will cause her to vomit blood as she just did," Zhou Haoyu explained, referring to Wu Yang's reckless pressing. Sister Zhang and Jiang Mingyue glared at Wu Yang in fury. According to Zhou Haoyu's words, Wu Yong was not saving lives. He was clearly jeopardizing them. Realizing his mistake, Wu Yong felt a mix of urgency and anger. He glared resentfully at Zhou Haoyu, thinking that this fellow was truly despicable for causing him such humiliation. Sister Zhang shot Wu Yong a fierce look before gratefully addressing Zhou Haoyu. "Thank you. I cannot express my gratitude enough." As she spoke, she produced a business card. "Young man, you are my daughter's savior. Here's my card. Feel free to call me should you require anything." Zhou Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for formality. Yet, Sister Zhang insisted, directly slipping the card into his pocket. Upon glancing at it, he noted it bore only a single telephone number, suggesting that this woman held a significant status. After waiting by the roadside for a brief moment, the ambulance finally arrived. Once the little girl was safely placed inside, Jiang Mingyue departed with Zhou Haoyu, leaving Wu Yong, the incompetent doctor, abandoned at the side of the road. "Thank you for saving Xiao Kuei. Any doctor would have acted in such a situation. You are truly a good person." Upon hearing Jiang Mingyue's words, Zhou Haoyu displayed a faint smile tinged with bitterness, remarking, "It seems I must learn to embrace the role of a villain." Jiang Mingyue, puzzled, inquired, "Why would you want to be a villain?" Zhou Haoyu replied somberly, "There is a saying, good people do not live long, while calamities persist for a millennium. In this world, virtuous individuals often receive no rewards. Conversely, it is the ruthless and cold-hearted who seem to flourish." Jiang Mingyue laughed. "You could never become a villain." Zhou Haoyu countered, "That remains to be seen." As their conversation flowed, they soon arrived at Ziding Town, their relationship unexpectedly deepening, akin to that of true friends. "Shall we head to your grandmother's house first?" Zhou Haoyu suggested. "Let us find a hotel first," Jiang Mingyue replied, then paused to lower the car window, calling out, "Siki." A young girl by the roadside momentarily froze, then joyfully exclaimed, "Cousin." They engaged in an enthusiastic conversation, during which Jiang Mingyue learned that many younger relatives had returned to celebrate her grandmother's birthday. "Cousin, today Ming Xian is treating everyone to dinner. You should join us." "Sure," Jiang Mingyue responded, inviting Zhang Siki into the car as they headed directly to the gathering spot. Pinwei Xian. This restaurant, a 6-story building, was quite lavishly decorated, standing out in the small town. Upon entering the private room, they found that most guests had already arrived, young individuals clad in ostentatious attire, adorned with gold and silver, suggesting they hailed from affluent backgrounds. "Siki, you finally made it. Who are these two?" A tall young man rose, his gaze fixated on Jiang Mingyue the moment he laid eyes on her. Despite her simple attire and intentionally unflattering makeup, her innate elegance was undeniable. "This is our town's most stunning beauty, Jiang Mingyue. She is my cousin," Zhang Siki cheerfully introduced. "Cousin, this is my brother Zhang Mingxian. I don't believe you have met." Jiang Mingyue smiled at him. "Hello, brother." Zhang Mingxian appeared momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, his gaze lingering on her. Unfazed, Jiang Mingyue addressed the others. "Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Mingyue, and this is my boyfriend Zhou Haoyu." At this declaration, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. A beauty as captivating as Jiang Mingyue, coveted by countless admirers, was now seemingly claimed by an outsider, eliciting discontent among the guests. "Zhou Haoyu? That name sounds familiar." Zhang Mingxian furrowed his brow, retrieving his phone to search. "Good heavens, it's truly you. Aren't you the one who violated your wife's best friend and was cast out?" he exclaimed incredulously. "No way. Zhang Mingxian, let me see your phone." A guest took the phone, glanced at it, and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is Zhou Haoyu." At this revelation, the expressions of the attendees turned peculiar. In a place as small as Jinju, how could there be so many individuals with the same name? It was highly probable that this was the very person. Zhang Siki took the phone for a quick look and could not help but remark, "Cousin, have you been deceived? How could you choose someone like him?" Zhang Mingxian added with a chuckle, "Indeed, Mingyue, of all the people you could choose, why pick a blind man? Moreover, he left with nothing, likely without a single coin to his name." Others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, he even attempted to infringe upon his wife's best friend. Such a person is bound to find himself behind bars one day." "Exactly. How could someone like him ever be worthy of you?" Jiang Mingyue could no longer endure their remarks and coldly retorted, "If Zhou Haoyu truly committed any crimes, it would not be for you to discuss. The inspectors would have apprehended him long ago." "All right, everyone, let us not continue this," Zhang Siki interjected, sensing Jiang Mingyue's irritation. "Why shouldn't we speak up?" Zhang Mingxian adopted a serious demeanor. "Mingyue, I am only looking out for your best interests. You must not be deceived by him. I want to even touch upon other matters." Just consider that he is blind. How could he possibly support you? I do not require anyone's support, Jiang Mingwei replied. Her brows furrowed. That is not quite the point. Indeed, you do not need anyone to support you. However, one must have aspirations in life. Take this establishment, for instance. I wish to come here whenever I desire, and spending a few thousand is of no concern. But this fellow, if I weren't treating, he would never be able to afford such an experience, would he? Zhang Mingxian provocatively glanced at Zhou Haoyu. Chapter 19. Apologies. Zhou Haoyu, indifferent to the banter, casually took a seat. Although he possessed limited funds, acquiring this restaurant would be a trivial endeavor. With the dishes cooling before him and having not yet had breakfast, he began to eat without hesitation. Zhang Mingxian observed Zhou Haoyu's actions and immediately laughed. See, I told you he is a pauper. He truly cannot afford this. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Jiang Mingwei could not help but nudge Zhou Haoyu, urging him to speak. Just as he was about to respond, a waiter entered. I apologize, everyone, but we need to ask you to change to another private room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingxian erupted in anger. What is the meaning of this? We have only just begun our meal. Why must we switch rooms? Indeed, what kind of logic is that? The group expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing others rally to his side, Zhang Mingxian felt emboldened. Call your manager over. I want to understand what is happening. The waiter had no choice but to seek the manager. Someone speculated. Could it be that a VIP is arriving, prompting us to change rooms? Zhang Mingxian scoffed. What VIP? Even if the town mayor were to arrive, he wouldn't dare make us switch rooms. No sooner had he spoken than the private room door was kicked open. Well, you seem quite impressive, don't you? A towering bald man, accompanied by several unruly youths, strode in with an imposing presence. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback upon seeing him. Oh, it's you, Brother Wang. It turned out to be Wang Kai, a notorious figure in Ziding Town, who not only owned a sand yard and a brick factory but also commanded a construction team of dozens. With a mere call, he could summon nearly 100 men who would dare provoke him. Didn't he just say that even the town mayor wouldn't make you change rooms? Wang Kai cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian hurriedly exclaimed, if the town head arrives, I won't change. But if you come, I will certainly make way. How can the town head compare to you? He chuckled. Wang Kai, flattered by this praise, admonished, stop your rambling. Today, I am entertaining a brother from the city. So quickly vacate the private room for me. Of course. No problem. I'll clear it right away. Zhang Mingxian, relieved that there were no further inquiries, quickly urged everyone, come, let's all step out and make room for Brother Wang. The others promptly rose, eager not to lag behind. Jiang Mingwei felt somewhat displeased, but decided it wasn't worth her while to confront these ruffians, so she prepared to yield. However, Wang Kai impatiently retorted, why are you dawdling? Hurry up. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Jiang Mingwei. Yet, before his hand could touch her, it was caught firmly by Zhou Haoyu. Wang Kai was taken aback, and then immediately enraged. How dare you lay a hand on me? With that, he swung a punch. Zhou Haoyu raised an eyebrow and effortlessly seized him, then slammed him to the ground. Wang Kai let out a cry. Attempting to rise, but finding himself pinned down by Zhou Haoyu's foot, unable to move. Everyone stood in shock, incredulously witnessing the scene, doubting whether they were experiencing a hallucination. What just happened? How did he manage to pin Brother Wang down? It took a good 10 seconds for someone to regain their senses. Wang Kai's lackeys erupted in fury. How dare you hit our boss? Charge at him, brothers. Take this guy down. Several young men shouted as they rushed forward. Panic ensued in the private room. Some screamed while others hid beneath the table. Zhou Haoyu, however, remained unperturbed, pulling Jiang Mingwei behind him, and then swiftly delivering a few kicks, sending those assailants crashing to the floor, unable to rise. Silence. The private room fell into an eerie stillness. The crowd stared at Zhou Haoyu in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. They had expected Zhou Haoyu to be thoroughly beaten by these men, yet astonishingly, he emerged unscathed, having vanquished those attackers instead. It was utterly unfathomable. Amidst the astonishment, Zhang Mingxian helped Wang Kai to his feet and shouted at Zhou Haoyu, you fool. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. So what if you can fight? Can you take on 20? If Brother Wang gets angry, he can summon 200 men. No matter how formidable you are, how could you possibly contend against so many? Brother Wang, are you all right? We are not with him. Wang Kai shoved Zhang Mingxian aside, glaring fiercely at Zhou Haoyu. Although he seethed with resentment, he dared not utter another word. This fellow was too formidable. He knew he was no match. Just as he pondered what to do, he saw his own brother arrive, and his spirits lifted. Pointing at Zhou Haoyu, he exclaimed, Jungu, You've finally come. Quickly, help me deal with this bastard. However, to his dismay, Jungu remained motionless, his face etched with terror. As he pondered, he suddenly heard Jungu cautiously exclaim, "Mr. Zhou, is that you?" He recognized Zhou Haoyu, the legendary gambler who had won over 10 million at the Jin Hui Grand Hotel just 2 days prior, defeating dozens of opponents and sending Brother Hu into retreat. Wang Kai was oblivious to this revelation and urged, "Jungu, this bastard hit me. You must help me." "Be quiet. This Mr. Zhou is a distinguished figure even respected by Brother Hu. He is not someone you can offend." Jungu, fearful that Wang Kai was unaware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly clarified Zhou Haoyu's identity. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's mouth fell agape in astonishment. A figure esteemed by Brother Hu? What kind of stature does that entail? Not only was Wang Kai taken aback, but the others were equally stunned. They had initially thought that Zhou Haoyu, oblivious to the danger, would surely be beaten to a pulp for offending Wang Gu. Unexpectedly, Jungu interjected, "I apologize, Mr. Zhou. There must be some misunderstanding here. I kindly ask for your magnanimity to forgive my brother." As he spoke, he nudged Wang Kai. Wang Kai, having navigated the streets to this extent, was no fool. Although he was unaware of Zhou Haoyu's true significance, he followed suit in offering an apology. I'm sorry. We shall take our leave. Please continue your meal." He cast a cautious glance at Zhou Haoyu and added, "This meal is on me, as a token of my remorse." "That's unnecessary. You may leave," Zhou Haoyu replied, disinterested in quarreling with him. Jungu, uncertain whether the king of hell truly intended to let them go or was merely feigning, urged Wang Kai, "Produce that 100,000 yuan to express your apologies to Mr. Zhou." Though reluctant, Wang Kai, seeing Junji's insistence, retrieved a card and handed it over. "Mr. Zhou, this card contains 100,000 yuan, which we offer as our apology. Please accept it." Zhou Haoyu, growing impatient, reiterated, "I said, let you go," realizing that Zhou Haoyu genuinely wished for their departure. Jungu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly declared, "Indeed, we shall take our leave." He nudged Wang Kai. "Mr. Zhou is a gambling deity. Within an hour, he won over 10 million. How could he possibly covet your meager sum?" As they left in disgrace, they even thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Mr. Zhou won over 10 million in less than an hour? Who exactly is Zhou Haoyu? The crowd's gaze shifted towards him, filled with curiosity, astonishment, admiration, and reverence, a myriad of emotions intertwined. Chapter 20. Is it possible to devote oneself? Zhou Haoyu glanced at the overturned dishes and lost interest, stating, "Let us depart." "All right," Jiang Mingwei agreed, also eager to leave. Once the two had exited, the others finally dared to speak. "Goodness, what exactly does Zhou Haoyu do?" "Who knows? However, since Brother Wang's crew is so fearful of him, he must be exceptional. Haven't you heard? People call him the gambling deity. He won over 10 million in less than an hour. It's simply outrageous. Indeed, I can't believe it. I think it's quite plausible. Otherwise, why didn't he take that 100,000? Exactly. This person is undoubtedly very wealthy." Hearing these words, Zhang Mingxian felt a flush creep across his face. Just moments ago, he had mocked him as a pauper. Yet it turned out he was a wealthy magnate. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. How could someone of his stature be cast aside so easily? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sneered. "I see it now. He must be involved in illicit dealings. Otherwise, those individuals would not have recoiled from him, as if he were a specter. So that's it. No wonder he emanates such authority. Authority? Those who tread this path inevitably meet a grim fate. There is no promising outcome awaiting them. Indeed, one could even speculate that his cousin might be dragged into this turmoil. Siki, you must speak to Grandma and ensure that this blind fool does not bring calamity upon Mingwei." After Jiang Mingwei and Zhou Haoyu departed from the restaurant, they sought refuge in a hotel, booking 2 separate rooms. "Why 2 rooms?" Zhou Haoyu chuckled, then inquired, "Am I not your boyfriend? Wouldn't that raise suspicion? What other option do we have?" Jiang Mingwei shot him a glance. "Shall we share a room with a king-sized bed and sleep side by side? That could work." Zhou Haoyu replied with a grin. "You wish," Jiang Mingwei retorted, tossing a final remark over her shoulder as she collected her luggage and headed to her room. Zhou Haoyu, resigned, retreated to his own quarters, having anticipated a chance that never materialized. After a brief tidy-up, Zhou Haoyu followed Jiang Mingwei to her grandmother's house. Her grandmother, surnamed Lu, belonged to one of the more prominent families in the town, boasting not only a spacious house but also a generously sized courtyard. Zhou Haoyu played the part effortlessly during his visit, remaining until nightfall, only departing after dinner. Thank you. You performed quite well today, Jiang Mingwei remarked. How shall I be repaid? Would you consider offering yourself in return? Zhou Haoyu jested. Jiang Mingwei shot him a disapproving glance and slammed the door shut. Zhou Haoyu pouted. It seemed he would be spending another night in solitude. With nothing else to occupy his thoughts, he began to practice the chaotic divine demon eye technique. Feeling that with a bit more dedication, he could elevate his mastery to the second tier. The second tier was known as the illusory eye. He wondered if he could indeed mesmerize and manipulate others directly. If that were the case, it would be extraordinary. Zhou Haoyu eagerly anticipated this advancement, but regrettably, he lacked the time for prolonged practice. Otherwise, he would have considered burning the midnight oil. The following morning, Zhou Haoyu awoke early. Jiang Mingyue's grandmother's birthday celebration was set for noon. After finishing breakfast, he noticed that time was still on his side and that Jiang Mingwei had yet to rise. So he decided to explore the vicinity. Adjacent to the hotel was a bustling market, and as he wandered in, he spotted a man selling herbs from a large basket at the entrance of a pharmacy. Intrigued, he approached and overheard the proprietor evaluating a few items, selecting and saying, "This Scutularia and Chuanqiang are good. Along with these plantigo seeds, I'll give you 300 yuan. Ah, I have 15 or 16 jin of goods. It should be worth at least 500. The man protested. These are all fresh. How much do you think they'll yield when dried? If you don't want to sell, then so be it. The owner retorted assertively. Fine, fine. The man sighed in resignation, nodding in agreement. The proprietor accepted the herbs and produced 300 yuan in payment. The old man meticulously counted the bills, neatly folding them before stowing them away in his inner lining. After a moment's contemplation, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a plastic bag. I found this on the mountain. I'm not quite sure what it's called. Would you care to judge its worth? He said as he opened the bag to reveal a vibrant little red flower. The shopkeeper cast a disdainful glance and remarked, "What sort of shabby wildflower is this?" "No, thank you." However, Zhou Haoyu's eyes brightened at the sight. He stepped closer and inquired, "Sir, how much do you intend to sell this flower for?" The old man paused, caught off guard, yet the shopkeeper chuckled. "Young man, these wildflowers are abundant in the mountains. You could simply go and pick one yourself without spending any money." Zhou Haoyu disregarded the shopkeeper's remarks, insisting, "I want this flower. Please name your price." The old man, seeing Zhou Haoyu's genuine interest, tentatively suggested 200 yuan. He felt uncertain, having only dug it up because of its vivid color, having never encountered such a flower before. Zhou Haoyu hesitated for a moment, then replied, "All right, 200 it is." "Really?" the old man asked, somewhat incredulous. The shopkeeper was equally taken aback. "You truly want this flower? If you desire more, I can send someone to fetch them from the mountain." Zhou Haoyu dismissed him, handing over 200 yuan to the old man. This revitalizing flower was exceedingly rare, almost elusive. Where else could one find another? Observing this exchange, the shopkeeper grew anxious. "Young man, are you certain you want this thing?" "Yes, as many as you have," Zhou Haoyu casually responded, preparing to depart. Just then, an elderly gentleman entered the shop. "Li Lao, are you here to buy medicine?" The shopkeeper hurriedly approached him. "Yes, please prepare a set of my usual herbs," the elder replied, glancing at the red flower in Zhou Haoyu's hand. At first, he paid little mind, but upon a closer look, his expression transformed. "Young brother, are you selling that flower?" "Li Lao, do you have an interest in this wildflower as well?" "This Navi fellow just spent 200 yuan on it," the shopkeeper teased. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Li Lao realized Zhou Haoyu was a connoisseur. "Ah, young brother, I happen to require this flower. Would you be willing to part with it? I can offer you 100,000. "What? 100,000? The shopkeeper's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Li Lao was a well-known traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Ziding Town. He could not possibly be mistaken. Could this little red flower truly be a precious medicinal herb? Yet, despite years of running a pharmacy, he had never encountered such a material. "I refuse to sell," Zhou Haoyu replied decisively, striding out of the shop. Li Lao sighed. This revitalizing flower was rare, and he too would not part with it easily. The shopkeeper, witnessing Zhou Haoyu's departure, urgently asked, "Li Lao, what exactly is this revitalizing flower?" "This flower is exceedingly rare and remarkably effective for treating cardiovascular diseases. I have a patient who specifically needs it. If he were to learn of its existence, he might even offer 200,000. Alas, I arrived too late," Li Lao lamented with a sigh. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, was filled with regret. Had he known earlier, he would have bought it himself. If he had sold it to Li Lao, it would have been akin to effortlessly acquiring 100,000. He never anticipated that he would miss such a substantial fortune. As he contemplated this, a faint ache gripped his heart. Chapter 21. Self-inflicted humiliation. After acquiring the medicinal flower, Zhou Haoyu meandered through the marketplace but found no further treasures. However, securing the medicinal flower was akin to winning a small fortune. One must not be overly greedy. He inhaled the delicate fragrance of the flower, and although it served no immediate purpose, its dried form was indeed a feast for the eyes. Just as Zhou Haoyu was about to return to the hotel, he spotted Jiang Mingwei exiting the establishment. "Let us go to my grandmother's house," she suggested. "All right," he replied. Upon arriving at her grandmother's residence, they discovered a considerable number of guests had already gathered. A long table had been set up at the entrance, where several individuals stood to greet and receive gifts. Jiang Mingyue presented her offering, while one person recorded it, and another jubilantly announced, "Granddaughter Jiang Mingyue presents a jade bracelet." Zhou Haoyu was taken aback, not expecting such a custom in Ziding Town. Upon hearing the announcement, many guests turned their attention towards them. "Mingyue has returned. Who is that beside her? Looks like her boyfriend." Curiosity piqued, the guests whispered among themselves. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz rolled up, instantly captivating everyone's gaze, a rare sight in a rural town. The car came to a halt, and a sharply dressed young man stepped out. It was Wu Yong, who had evidently achieved success, having reportedly become a director. Impressive. A director at such a young age. Several individuals approached him, surrounding him like moths to a flame. Wu Yong basked in the attention, happily distributing cigars. Yet, upon spotting Jiang Mingyue and Zhou Haoyu, his expression shifted dramatically. "Brother, what's wrong?" A teenager, around 17 or 18, inquired. "Zhang Hui, who are these people, and why are they at Aunt's birthday celebration? Don't you know? That girl is Jiang Mingyue, the stunning beauty my father wanted to introduce you to. But I hear she brought her boyfriend, that blind fellow next to her, who seems to be a bit of a ruffian." "Truly, a beautiful flower planted in cow dung," Zhang Hui lamented. "Yesterday, that same cow dung left me on the roadside." Wu Yong recalled his previous humiliation and promptly made his way over, placing his prepared gift on the table. The person in charge of registration was taken aback upon seeing the gift and, after a few seconds, proclaimed, "Nephew Wu Yong presents a gold bracelet." The bracelet appeared to be of substantial weight, and the box contained a receipt indicating a price of over 21,000. Everyone was astounded, unable to believe Wu Yong's generosity. This guy has truly made it big. Indeed, even a biological son would hesitate to present such an extravagant gift. You all are unaware. Zhang Dagui is about to become the director. Wu Yong is merely currying favor with him. Wu Yong reveled in the attention, feeling quite pleased with himself. He adopted an air of sophistication and approached Jiang Mingyue, exclaiming, "What a coincidence that Miss Jiang is the granddaughter of my aunt." He then turned his gaze to Zhou Haoyu, adding, "But your boyfriend seems rather unimpressive, attending a visit to the female's family for the first time, especially for an elder's birthday, without even bringing a gift." As Wu Yong's words echoed through the room, a multitude of guests turned their attention towards him. Zhang Mingxian was the first to respond, exclaiming, "Indeed. Who arrives at the bride's family empty-handed for the first time?" Zhang Hui joined in the chorus, adding, "Exactly. Today is also Grandma's birthday. Is this not a display of disrespect?" Hearing these remarks, Jiang Mingyue's brow furrowed in discontent. "This jade bracelet was selected by Haoyu and me together. How can one claim he arrived empty-handed? Mingyue, I understand he is your boyfriend, and it is natural for you to defend him. However, you are not married yet. The gift you prepared is a reflection of your own sentiments. His lack of a gift suggests he does not hold you in high regard. As a distant relative, I have presented a gold bracelet worth over 20,000. As a prospective grandson-in-law, he should not arrive empty-handed," Wu Yong stated with smug satisfaction. The crowd, upon hearing his words, found his reasoning compelling. How could one visit the bride's family for the first time without a gift? Especially on the occasion of Jiang Mingyue's grandmother's 70th birthday, it seemed utterly unacceptable. Jiang Mingyue wished to clarify that she had brought numerous gifts yesterday, but Zhou Haoyu interjected loudly, "Who says I did not prepare a gift?" As he spoke, he produced a freshly bought flower. "This is my gift for Grandma." Wu Yong burst into laughter upon seeing the flower Zhou Haoyu had retrieved from his pocket. "You truly are a source of amusement. You picked a wildflower from the roadside as a congratulatory gift? I have encountered stingy individuals before, but none as shameless as you." The others joined in his laughter, and Jiang Mingyue's expression darkened further. Unfazed, Zhou Haoyu calmly explained, "This is a huishiyue flower. a highly valuable medicinal herb known for its remarkable efficacy in treating cardiovascular ailments, hypertension, and hyperlipidemia. Wu Yong scoffed derisively. You really dare to boast. Treating hypertension? Why not go for a Nobel Prize while you're at it? You might as well claim it's a miraculous elixir that grants immortality. Frog at the bottom of the well. This is recorded in the Huangdi Neijing. If you do not understand, do not speak nonsense, Zhou Haoyu retorted coolly. Keep on bragging. If that is a treasure, then this piece of wood beneath my feet is a millennium-old Ganoderma. Wu Yong continued to laugh uncontrollably. Many guests shook their heads in quiet disapproval. Perceiving Zhou Haoyu's attempt to elevate a wildflower to the status of a miraculous remedy as merely an unwillingness to spend on gifts, Jiang Mingyue, uncertain of the Huixue flower's true efficacy, tugged at Zhou Haoyu's sleeve, urging, let it go, do not argue with him. At that moment, someone spoke up. This young man is correct. The Huixue flower can indeed treat cardiovascular diseases. It is simply too rare, which is why many have not heard of it. Only? Many recognized Elderly, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from Ziding Town, whose words naturally carried weight. When assessing value, this flower was worth at least over 100,000 if a wealthy patient in dire need of this herb were to come along. It could fetch an even higher price. Elderly, as he explained, approached Zhou Haoyu and examined the flower closely. The more he observed, the more he felt that this Huixue flower was exceptional, and he could not resist the urge to purchase it for a patient. Young man, how about selling me a couple of petals? I can offer you 50,000. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback. Could 2 petals truly be valued at 50,000? This seemed utterly absurd. Zhou Haoyu shook his head. He had already gifted this flower to his grandmother, and its fate was hers to determine. As he spoke, he handed the revitalizing flower to the recipient of the gift. The onlookers were left speechless. A medicinal herb worth over 100,000 was simply given away? Just moments ago, they had considered Wu Yong's golden bracelet to be a grand gesture. Yet, when compared to such a miraculous remedy for healing, that material trinket paled in significance. Zhou Haoyu paid no heed to the visibly embarrassed Wu Yong, taking Jiang Mingyue's hand as they entered the living room. Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of joy. She had no idea when Zhou Haoyu had prepared such a generous gift. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I shall repay you later, she said. Their exchange was merely a performance, and Jiang Mingyue felt a twinge of guilt for receiving such a gift. No need, Zhou Haoyu replied, dismissing the matter entirely. Observing Zhou Haoyu's demeanor, Jiang Mingyue began to question the accuracy of Aunt Ding's information. Was he truly just a penniless wretch cast out by the Morong family? She increasingly sensed that Zhou Haoyu was far more complex than he appeared. But what kind of person was he, truly? Chapter 22. Displaying one's skill before the expert grandmother Lu sat in the living room, having heard the earlier conversation, feeling immensely proud. Come. Let me take a good look at my granddaughter's fiancé. Grandma, we are not yet married, Jiang Mingyue playfully protested, transforming into a different person before her grandmother, leaving Zhou Haoyu momentarily entranced. Perhaps she only revealed her childlike side in front of those closest to her. It's only a matter of time. Why be so bashful? Grandmother Lu chuckled, her satisfaction with Zhou Haoyu growing. Why do you always wear sunglasses? Jiang Mingyue had already prepared her excuse, explaining that he had recently undergone surgery for nearsightedness and could not be exposed to bright light. Oh, Grandmother Lu, upon hearing this, did not probe further, instead engaging Jiang Mingyue with a flurry of questions. Before long, Wu Yong and his entourage entered the living room. Leading the way was Jiang Mingyue's uncle, Zhang Degu, who announced, Mother, your nephew Wu Yong has arrived. You should know, this lad has quite the filial heart. Upon learning of your faith, he specifically invited Taoist Qingxin to bestow blessings and longevity upon you. Taoist Qingxin? Grandmother Lu exclaimed with delight. This renowned master was someone she had sought an audience with on several occasions without success. She could hardly believe he had been brought by Wu Yong. What a good child. You truly have a kind heart, she praised exuberantly. I merely wanted to express a small token of filial piety. Taoist Qingxin has already arrived and will soon begin the blessings, Wu Yong remarked, casting a glance at Zhou Haoyu, a fleeting smirk of satisfaction crossing his face, though his intentions remained unclear. Excellent. Grandmother Lu beamed, unable to contain her joy. She glanced between Wu Yong and Zhou Haoyu. Initially, she had intended to introduce Wu Yong to Jiang Mingyue, but was taken aback when Jiang Mingyue suddenly declared she already had a boyfriend. This left her in a quandary. Both young men were admirable, yet it ultimately depended on her granddaughter's wishes. Madame Lu sighed, dismissing the troubling thoughts, and suggested they welcome the Taoist priest. The group exited the living room, where they beheld a Taoist with an ethereal presence, directing several disciples in the arrangement of the ritual altar. Madame Lu approached him for a brief exchange of pleasantries before taking her seat at the head, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Taoist Qingxin accepted the peachwood sword from a disciple, leapt into the center of the altar, and began performing the ritual with an eclectic rhythm. Zhou Haoyu, having some knowledge of Taoism, furrowed his brow at the priest's ostentatious display. This individual was a complete novice, unable to even perform the Tiangang Beta steps correctly. Moreover, Taoism traditionally has specific longevity rituals, which typically involve chanting sutras, reciting incantations, and offering incense to beseech divine blessings for the longevity of the birthday celebrant. Where was the need for such theatricality, brandishing swords and performing as if exorcising spirits? Nevertheless, seeing Madame Lu's enjoyment, Zhou Haoyu refrained from voicing his concerns. Before long, Taoist Qingxin halted his performance. He produced a purification vessel, dipped a willow branch into some blessed water, and sprinkled it over Madame Lu's head. Bowing her head, she humbly accepted the blessing, silently praying for the safety of her household and the well-being of her descendants. At that moment, however, Taoist Qingxin ceased his actions, a frown creasing his brow. Taoist, what troubles you? Madame Lu inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Wu Yong also asked, is there a problem, Taoist? There is indeed a slight issue. Allow me a moment to divine the situation, Taoist Qingxin replied, fingers moving as he calculated, murmuring incantations under his breath. The divination was auspicious, indicating that the Zhang family's descendants would be free from worry. However, something peculiar caught his attention as he turned to Jiang Mingwei. Madame Lu, ever anxious for her granddaughter, quickly asked, Taoist, does this mean Mingwei will encounter some trouble? Indeed, he confirmed, the character I discern pertains to this young lady. Upon hearing the word widow, Madame Lu's expression turned ashen, memories of her daughter flooding back. Mingwei's mother, she stammered, please, have mercy on me and save my granddaughter. With trembling hands, Madame Lu attempted to bow deeply to Taoist Qingxin, who hastily supported her, saying, there is no need for such reverence, esteemed elder. Your concern for your granddaughter is palpable. Thus, I shall make an exception and divulge this information, which ordinarily should remain undisclosed. Miss Jiang is fated to a tragic outcome due to a mismatched marriage. Madame Lu, pale as a ghost, gasped, how could this be? My granddaughter is always kind-hearted. Wu Yong pressed on, Taoist, please reveal the identity of this ill-fated husband. All eyes turned to Zhou Haoyu, who appeared to be the very one Jiang Mingwei was to wed. The secrets of fate cannot be fully unveiled, Taoist Qingxin cautioned. But I can say that her husband has a quarrelsome nature and often stirs trouble, which will inevitably lead to misfortune for his wife and children. Stirring trouble and bringing misfortune? The crowd murmured, glancing at Zhou Haoyu, particularly the younger generation who had visited the restaurant the previous day. Aware that he was indeed a man of the Tao, fitting the description of a combative and troublesome character, Zhang Mingxian was the first to exclaim, Grandma, I told you he loves to fight, but you wouldn't believe me. Even the Taoist has foreseen it. Indeed, came the chorus of agreement. Yesterday, many of us witnessed how he managed to overpower several individuals while merely having a meal. The crowd buzzed with chatter, causing the elderly Lu to become thoroughly flustered. She hastily pulled Jiang Mingwei close. Mingwei, heed your grandmother's advice. Jiang Mingwei's expression mirrored her unease as her instinct led her to glance at Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu offered a slight nod, reassuring her, then turned his gaze towards the Taoist priest Qingxin, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. Initially, he had no intention of exposing the man's deceit, but unexpectedly, this foolhardy individual had sought him out for trouble. Do you dare to laugh? Wu Yong reprimanded loudly, declaring that the priest's words clearly pointed to Zhou Haoyu, accusing him of being combative and unruly, ultimately endangering his family. Zhou Haoyu merely shot him a glance. He bore no grudge against this charlatan, who had clearly been incited by Wu Yong to create discord. He resolved to make the man regret his actions. Zhou Haoyu regarded the Taoist priest, pondering how someone who could discern the fates of others could overlook his own impending doom. With a scoff, Qingxin retorted, do not spew your nonsense here. Zhou Haoyu replied with a smirk, have you been experiencing abdominal pain lately, only for it to subside after a brief spell? This is indicative of a long-standing alcoholism that has led to liver cancer. Given that the liver lacks pain receptors, the discomfort you feel signifies the metastasis of cancer cells, meaning your illness has progressed to an advanced stage. Preposterous, Qingxin exclaimed. As a practitioner of the Tao, how could he possibly be an alcoholic? Wu Yong immediately leapt to defend the priest. Aren't you the head of internal medicine? Can you not even recognize late-stage liver cancer? Zhou Haoyu countered. observing his confident demeanor. The crowd began to doubt. Could it be that the priest truly suffered from an ailment? Yet, how could a Taoist indulge in such vices? Moreover, if he could foresee the fortunes of others, how could he remain oblivious to his own terminal condition? If this were indeed the case, the priest must surely be a fraud. Chapter 23. Sabi noticing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Wu Yong felt a sense of foreboding and stepped forward. Priest, allow me to examine you. Upon finishing his statement, he reached out to palpate the priest's abdomen, unexpectedly encountering a hard mass. Wu Yong's countenance shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that Zhou Haoyu's assertions held truth. The Taoist priest, witnessing Wu Yong's expression, felt his very soul tremble, stammering, Have I truly contracted liver cancer? Despite his reluctance to concede, the undeniable evidence compelled Wu Yong to nod. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He truly has liver cancer. My heavens! Zhou Haoyu is astonishing. Could it be that this Qingxin priest was a mere impostor? The Taoist's face turned ashen, murmuring, How can this be? How can this be? As he muttered, he suddenly attempted to depart. However, Zhou Haoyu was not about to let him escape so easily. Why the haste to leave? You are in the late stages of liver cancer, with no cure in sight. It would be wiser to seek my assistance, perhaps, if I am in good spirits. I may grant you a few more years of life. The Taoist priest was momentarily taken aback, then cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Haoyu. Uncertain whether to believe his words, Wu Yong detected a flaw in Zhou Haoyu's words and immediately retorted, You speak nonsense. In the late stages of liver cancer, the cancer cells have metastasized throughout the body, making it utterly incurable. He might live for another 6 months at most. How could you possibly extend his life by several years? The Taoist priest Qingxin turned pale, yet still unwilling to accept the grim reality, inquired, Is there truly no hope? Of course, there is no hope. This rascal is deceiving you, Wu Yong asserted with conviction. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, I haven't even touched you. Yet I knew you had liver cancer. Do you think I lack the ability to save you? Qingxin Taoist reflected upon this and realized that Zhou Haoyu's insight into his condition might indeed indicate a genuine capability for healing. He hurriedly approached Zhou Haoyu, pleading, I beseech you, divine doctor, save me. Zhou Haoyu replied, I do possess a method to rescue you, but you must clarify who instigated this matter today. Upon hearing this, Qingxin Taoist felt as if he had grasped a lifeline while drowning, and without hesitation, he betrayed Wu Yong. It was him. Wu Yong compelled me to act this way. I am not even a genuine Qingxin Taoist. He made me impersonate him and instructed me to slander you. The crowd erupted in uproar at his declaration. Wu Yong, taken aback, grew furious and exclaimed, You are spouting nonsense. Someone, quickly, throw him out. I believe it is you who should be ejected. Old Lady Lu, incensed, slammed her cane on the ground and admonished. Zhang Dagawei's face turned ashen, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. You dared to deceive even my mother. He had intended to introduce Wu Yong to Jiang Mingwei, but now he found Wu Yong's foolishness appalling. Engaging in wrongdoing was one thing, but failing miserably at it was truly the height of idiocy. Get out. Leave at once. Wu Yong glared at Zhou Haoyu with resentment before reluctantly turning to depart. This time, not only did he fail to establish his presence, but he also suffered humiliation. Most importantly, he had offended Zhang Dagawei, making future advancement exceedingly difficult. Regret consumed Wu Yong. Had he known, he would not have harmed others, perhaps avoiding such a predicament. Zhou Haoyu observed his dismal expression, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. How dare he attempt to frame him, truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. At that moment, Zhang Dagawei noticed Zhou Haoyu's smug demeanor and could not help but snort derisively. It is all because of this fellow that a perfectly good birthday banquet has been turned into chaos. If it weren't for him, would my mother be so furious? Expel this fraudulent priest. Zhang Dagawei, filled with ire, ordered the removal of Qingxin Taoist. Qingxin Taoist, reluctant to leave, shouted to Zhou Haoyu, Divine Doctor, save me, please. Save me. Zhou Haoyu paid him no heed. He had no intention of aiding such a person. Haoyu, so you are a doctor? After dismissing the two, a relative could not contain their curiosity. Zhou Haoyu nodded. I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Is traditional medicine truly so formidable? You haven't even touched that false priest, yet you knew he had liver cancer? Haoyu, could you examine me for any ailments? A woman pushed her way through the crowd. Zhou Haoyu glanced at her and stated, You have mammary gland hyperplasia. The woman was initially taken aback, then exclaimed, Remarkable. You are truly remarkable. The hospital also diagnosed me with mammary gland hyperplasia and advised surgery. I simply do not wish to undergo surgery. Could you possibly prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine that could cure me? Is it truly that miraculous? The onlookers were astonished, and soon more people crowded around. Haoyu, quickly, check if I have any ailments. Mingwei, you have such discernment in choosing such a fine partner. Have him examine me. Mingwei, let him see me first. I am your dear aunt. Jiang Mingwei quickly retreated, urging them not to rush. After we finish our meal, I will have Haoyu properly check on all of you. Let us do it now. The multitude of relatives pressed around Zhou Haoyu, compelling him to take their pulses. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Mingwei felt both exasperated and elated. If he truly were her boyfriend, it would be quite wonderful. Regrettably, the Zhang family, observing Zhou Haoyu's popularity and the way he seemed to eclipse the spotlight, felt a sense of displeasure. Particularly, Zhang Hui could no longer contain himself and shouted, "He is merely a quack. What is so impressive about him? At the end of the day, he still serves patients, doing the dirty and laborious work." He shot a glare at Zhou Haoyu and continued, "Unlike my father, who is about to become the director of the health bureau, commanding all of you." An aunt, hearing this, immediately inquired, "Brother Dogwai, are you truly about to be promoted?" This question fell like a stone into a lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention, all eyes filled with anticipation for Zhang Dogwai. He neither confirmed nor denied the inquiry, merely offering a slight smile and saying, "Let us not discuss such matters." This ambiguous response led the Zhang family to believe he was indeed on the brink of advancement. "Oh dear, Brother Dogwai, you are truly destined for great wealth and prominence. Indeed, the younger generation of our Zhang family is counting on you to elevate them." The crowd that had previously gathered around Zhou Haoyu now surged towards Zhang Dogwei and his son Zhang Hui, showering them with flattery and praise as if it were free. Zhang Dogwai's expression brightened once more, while Zhang Hui radiated pride, his chin nearly reaching the heavens. He cast a scornful glance at Zhou Haoyu from a distance, filled with derision. What is he? Just a worthless traditional healer. What does it matter how skilled he is? In the face of power, he is nothing. Just then, the host's voice rang out, "Welcome, County Head Wang, to our gathering." Chapter 24. The Savior. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively turning towards the entrance. Zhang Dogwei hastily rose, jogging over to greet him. Zhang Hui, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Grandmother, it must be because father is to become the director that County Head Wang has come to celebrate your birthday." Old Lady Lu burst into hearty laughter, astonished that even the county head had arrived. It was indeed a matter of great prestige. "Let us go out to welcome the county head," she declared, attempting to rise. And others quickly assisted her. At that moment, a middle-aged couple had already been welcomed into the courtyard by Zhang Dogwai, and upon seeing Old Lady Lu, they smiled and said, "Old lady, happy birthday and may you enjoy good health. Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains." Thank you, thank you." Madame Lu was overwhelmed with gratitude, continuously expressing her thanks. "Dear lady, this is but a small token of goodwill from Xiaoyan and me," said the county chief as he presented an exquisite gift box. This gesture instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd. Whispers and speculations erupted. For regardless of the contents within the box, the honor of receiving a personal gift from the county chief was beyond monetary valuation. The consensus among the onlookers grew stronger. Zhang Dogwei was surely destined for promotion. Otherwise, why would the county chief personally attend the birthday celebration? The Zhang family was indeed blessed with immense fortune and continuous good luck. Zhang Mingxian felt a surge of pride and approached Jiang Mingwei, remarking, "Mingwei, observe how my uncle epitomizes true excellence among men, mingling with such distinguished figures as the county chief. Unlike certain ruffians who, upon acquiring a modicum of medical knowledge, become arrogant, only to ultimately associate with scoundrels and miscreants." Zhou Haoyu shot him a disdainful glance, finding his arrogance quite repugnant. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyan scanned the surroundings as if searching for someone. Soon, her gaze fell upon Zhou Haoyu, and she eagerly pulled the county chief towards him, exclaiming, "Benefactor." The crowd followed her gaze, astonished to discover she was calling out to Zhou Haoyu. As the county chief approached, he inquired, "Xiaoyan, is this the esteemed physician who saved Xiaokuei?" "Indeed, it is," she replied, bowing deeply before Zhou Haoyu. "Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Thank you for saving Xiaokuei." The county chief echoed her gratitude. "Dr. Zhou, we are truly grateful to you." The bystanders watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What was unfolding? Why are both of you being so polite? How is Xiaokuei faring now? Zhou Haoyu recognized Zhang Xiaoyan and responded with measured humility. "Xiaokuei has successfully undergone surgery and is recovering well," she quickly reassured him. The doctors said the timely intervention to stop the bleeding was crucial. Otherwise, Xiaohui would not have made it to the operating table. As she recounted the ordeal, a wave of fear washed over her. If we hadn't encountered you, Xiaohui. She trailed off, nearly on the verge of tears. The county chief gently patted her shoulder and addressed Zhou Haoyu. We left in such haste that we didn't get your contact information. We came today specifically to express our gratitude. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. They had assumed the county chief's visit was solely due to Zhang Dagui. Little did they know it was actually to honor Zhou Haoyu. Zhang Dagui and Zhang Hui exchanged glances, one with a grim expression and the other awkwardly fidgeting with his hands. Zhang Mingxian's face flushed crimson, struggling to accept the reality that he had just mocked Zhou Haoyu, deeming him fit only to associate with lowly thugs. Now, he found himself in the presence of someone who had become the county chief's benefactor. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he quietly retreated behind the crowd. Zhou Haoyu cast a glance at him, initially intending to confront him, but was surprised at how swiftly he had slinked away. There is no need for formality. It was merely a small effort on my part, he replied modestly. The county chief suggested, let us exchange contact information, should you ever need anything. Please do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's perception of Zhou Haoyu transformed utterly, filled with envy and admiration. With such an endorsement, he could navigate the county with newfound confidence. Zhou Haoyu graciously accepted, exchanging contact details with the county chief. County Chief Wang did not linger for long. After expressing his gratitude to Zhou Haoyu repeatedly, he hurriedly departed. By this time, it was already noon, and the banquet officially commenced. Zhou Haoyu was invited to the main table, where a multitude of relatives incessantly toasted, flattered, and sought to cultivate relationships with him. He responded with indifference, prompting the relatives to engage Jiang Mingwei in conversation. Mingwei, when do you plan to obtain your marriage certificate? Mingwei, hurry up and get the certificate. And have a few more children. Your grandmother would surely be delighted. Why are you still shy? You've already brought him home to meet the elders. I think you might as well share a room tonight. The aunts and cousins chimed in, causing Jiang Mingwei to feel quite embarrassed. Observing this, Zhou Haoyu chuckled. I can't wait to get the certificate. It all depends on Mingwei. Jiang Mingwei, annoyed, pinched Zhou Haoyu, realizing he was being deliberately provocative. Zhou Haoyu glanced at her with a smirk, subtly wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Jiang Mingwei struggled momentarily, but could not break free, resigning herself to his embrace. Zhou Haoyu, thinking there might be hope, attempted to enter her room upon returning to the hotel, only to be met with rejection at the door. Reluctantly, Zhou Haoyu accepted his disappointment and channeled it into diligent practice. Huakong Group Building. A group of impeccably dressed entrepreneurs emerged from the first floor with a composed demeanor. Their commanding presence and eloquence clearly marked them as distinguished figures, akin to CEOs and chairpersons. The plans of Huakong Group were indeed commendable. Joining the alliance would surely help reclaim market share. Indeed, as long as we can join the alliance, not only will we receive subsidies and support from Huakong, but we can also reduce costs, which will undoubtedly enable us to triumph over Sidon King. However, the conditions for entering the alliance are exceedingly stringent. You real estate developers have it easy. As long as you have the funds, you can gain entry. Is it really that simple? We have taken significant risks as well. Absolutely. This is a genuine monetary investment. Such a pity Miss Jiang is not present today. Otherwise, we could glean more details. She is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Kyoto. She hardly has time to participate in these preliminary meetings. As the crowd conversed while walking, someone noticed a beautiful woman standing at the entrance of the building. Isn't that Miss Jiang's secretary? Who is she waiting for? Miss Jiang's secretary held a significant position. It was rare for ordinary individuals to meet her. To their surprise, she was indeed waiting for someone. Just as the group was about to approach her, a BYD vehicle came to a stop in front of her. Well, look, what's going on? It's Miss Jiang. The driver is Miss Jiang. Indeed, it was Miss Jiang, accompanied by a man whose identity remained a mystery to them. Who is he? I don't know. Never seen him before. The crowd was filled with curiosity. Could he possibly be a notable figure from Kyoto? Surely, only someone of great stature would warrant Miss Jiang personally driving to pick him up. The onlookers took a few steps forward, eager to glimpse the individual in the passenger seat. Unfortunately, the window was only partially lowered, revealing a handsome young man wearing oversized sunglasses. Chapter 25. Quota of 100 million. Jiang Mingyuan noticed the onlookers, took the card handed to her by her secretary, and directly offered it to Zhou Haoyu. This is for you. She spoke while gently pressing the accelerator, swiftly departing from the scene. Zhou Haoyu gazed at the exquisite card and inquired, "What is this?" "This is the Bibo card of the Jiang family. With this card in your possession, you may indulge freely in all enterprises under the Jiang family's banner without incurring any expenses. You can also directly use it to access funds, albeit with a limit of 100 million. The card, resplendent in emerald green with gilded edges, exuded an air of both nobility and elegance. The front bore the engraved characters of the Jiang family, while the back displayed a wave pattern with a small boat drifting along. Zhou Haoyu did not anticipate Jiang Mingyue's generosity and teased, "Are you trying to keep me? That may not be out of the question. You performed quite well this time, and perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future." Jiang Mingyue's tone was steady, yet her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. "This is merely a small token. I have prepared a grand surprise for you." "Oh? What surprise?" Zhou Haoyu was exceedingly curious. If a mere trinket was worth billions, what could a grand surprise entail? "Since it is a surprise, I cannot divulge it directly," Jiang Mingyue teased. Zhou Haoyu did not press further and instead remarked, "You need not drive me home. You can head straight to your place." "What for?" Jiang Mingyue replied, slightly annoyed. "What do you think I'm going there for?" Zhou Haoyu nearly let slip the truth but quickly corrected himself. "I intend to give you a second treatment. Do not forget you still have toxins." "You are the one with toxins," Jiang Mingyue retorted, her irritation evident. She knew Zhou Haoyu was being deliberately mischievous. "Get out." Jiang Mingyue abruptly slammed on the brakes, unceremoniously depositing Zhou Haoyu at the roadside. This woman could be inexplicably irritable. After all they had shared, why could she not take a jest? Zhou Haoyu felt a twinge of frustration, realizing his chances were once again dashed. I cannot delay any longer. I must swiftly seek a woman to cultivate," he pondered. Resolved to visit a bar that evening. With his striking looks, he was confident of success. Yet, time was of the essence. He had not forgotten his plans to develop pharmaceuticals and establish a company to join the Huakeng Alliance. He hailed a taxi back to Murong residence. Murong was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and upon seeing him return, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Haoyu, you're back." Clad in a breezy yoga top, she bounced over to him. Zhou Haoyu diverted his gaze, steering the conversation. "What about your friend?" "You mean Qin Zihan? She went out to look for a job." Murong replied, then asked, "Haoyu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall I make you some noodles?" "Oh, that sounds delightful. I love the noodles you make." Zhou Haoyu responded, I'll head to my room to rest for a bit." He concocted an excuse and hurriedly retreated to his room. No matter what, he must find a woman at the bar tonight, and he needed to hasten the process of purchasing a house to move out. Otherwise, trouble was bound to ensue. Murong, though somewhat puzzled, paid it no mind, saying, "I'll call you when the noodles are ready." "All right." Zhou Haoyu responded with a slight nod and closed the door behind him. After a brief moment of calm, he began his alchemical pursuits, drawing from his previous failures. Zhou Haoyu's mindset had significantly improved. He did not rush to achieve immediate results. Instead, he meticulously studied and contemplated before finally engaging in the crafting process. Although he faced yet another setback, he grasped the essential principles. However, lacking sufficient vital energy, and with Murong having prepared a meal, Zhou Haoyu refrained from attempting another concoction. Upon exiting his room, he discovered that Qin Zihan had also returned. Murong inquired, "How did your job search go today?" Sighing, Qin Zihan replied, "I feel like my long legs are about to break from all the running, yet I still haven't found a job. Unlike some people who don't need to work at all, being supported by others." She cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Haoyu, her tone laced with sarcasm. Zhou Haoyu chose to ignore her, focusing instead on his meal. Qin Zihan, feeling somewhat foolish, continued, "Shui, please help me out and speak to your family about getting me a job at your company." Murong replied bluntly, "Don't entertain such notions. The current environment is unfavorable, and my company is laying off employees. Then why not hire me?" The two engaged in casual banter while Zhou Haoyu finished his meal and set down his chopsticks, stating, "I have a matter to attend to outside. I want to be back tonight." "Oh, all right." After Zhou Haoyu left, Qin Zihan scoffed, "Shui, I truly can't fathom what you see in him. You haven't fallen under some sort of spell, have you?" Murong shot her a disapproving look. "You shallow woman. Judging people solely by their wealth, how could you ever comprehend the merits of a truly remarkable man like Haoyu?" Qin Zihan dismissed her words with disdain. "Please. He's just a penniless fool, not a remarkable man at all." Once Zhou Haoyu descended the stairs, he made his way to the parking lot adjacent to the Golden Glory Hotel. The Lamborghini he had previously won from Zhang Siyuan was still parked there, and today it would finally serve its purpose. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the high-torque engine erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a beast awakening. As it surged down the street, passers-by were drawn in by the unexpected sound, stopping to watch in awe. The fiery red car gleamed with dazzling brilliance, resembling a blazing flame as it swiftly darted through the thoroughfare. In a fleeting moment, the vehicle became the focal point of the entire street, capturing the attention of all onlookers. Soon enough, Zhou Haoyu parked in front of a bar named Nightshade. He tossed the car keys and a small tip to the attendant before entering the establishment without a backward glance. Upon stepping inside, Zhou Haoyu felt as if he had transcended time and space, entering an entirely different realm. Brilliant lights cascaded from above like a rainbow waterfall, intertwining with the pulsating rhythm of the music, creating an enchanting and fervent atmosphere. The air was imbued not only with a faint scent of alcohol but also filled with the alluring fragrance of women as perfumes, invigorating his senses. Women elegantly perched at the bar or gracefully danced in the midst of the crowd, showcasing their alluring forms as if they were partaking in a feast for the eyes and ears. "Hey handsome, would you buy me a drink?" A fashionable and audacious woman approached Zhou Haoyu. She extended her arm and gently wrapped it around Zhou Haoyu's, her body pressed closely against his. Chapter 26. The Serenade of Love. Zhou Haoyu could distinctly feel her warmth and the softness of her curves. He turned his head to meet her alluring gaze. "Is it all right?" The woman inquired softly again, her voice laced with anticipation and seduction. "Of course," Zhou Haoyu replied with a slight smile, lightly tapping the bar. "2 glasses of wild breath, please." "Wow, such strong liquor?" the woman remarked, slightly taken aback. Wild breath was a luxurious concoction at the night bar, priced at 800 per glass. "Only such a fine drink can do justice to your beauty." Zhou Haoyu gazed at her with deep affection, directly wrapping his arm around her waist. The exquisite sensation of her delicate skin compelled him to give a gentle pinch. "Oh, you are truly insufferable," the woman feigned annoyance, pouting her lips. Yet she moved even closer to Zhou Haoyu, seemingly eager to drape herself entirely over him. Other initially reserved beauties nearby, witnessing this, also approached with intent. They had heard whispers that this young man arrived in a Lamborghini, and the advantages of captivating him would undoubtedly be plentiful. "Handsome, want you buy me a drink?" A sweet voice chimed in Zhou Haoyu's ear. "I would like a drink too," another seductive woman approached, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. These beautiful women, with their striking features and alluring figures, gathered around Zhou Haoyu. Some adjusted their clothing, exposing their delicate shoulders, their fair skin shimmering enticingly under the lights, leaving Zhou Haoyu dazzled and his blood racing. "Absolutely, no problem." Zhou Haoyu was unbothered by the cost of the drinks, generously inviting all the women to join him. The atmosphere of the booth ignited instantly. Surrounding male patrons looked on with envy and jealousy at the enchanting scene around Zhou Haoyu. As Zhou Haoyu contemplated whom to take to the hotel, he suddenly noticed a young man standing up and banging on the table, shouting, "Finish your drinks, or forget about the payment." The young man, dressed in a suit and sporting an expensive watch, exuded the air of a wealthy heir. Zhou Haoyu had initially paid little attention, but upon recognizing the woman in front of him, he realized it was his former subordinate, Qian Duo. After Qian Duo said something, the young man reached out toward her chest. Qian Duo quickly stood up, prompting Zhou Haoyu to perk up his ears and hear her say, "Li Xiao, please have some self-respect. We are here to discuss serious matters." However, Li Xiao leered in a sleazy manner, attempting to embrace Qian Duo while declaring, "Serious matters? Sure. Satisfy me first, and then we can talk." At that moment, Zhou Haoyu seized a bottle of liquor and hurled it forcefully, striking him squarely on the head. Li Xiao let out a cry, instinctively reaching up to touch his head, only to find it covered in blood, igniting his fury. He scanned the surroundings, roaring, "Who threw that? Are you looking for death?" Zhou Haoyu stood up, declaring, "I did." Qian Duo, upon seeing Zhou Haoyu, first felt joy, but then her demeanor turned tense. She was apprehensive that the situation would further deteriorate and that Zhou Haoyu would suffer. So she hurriedly grabbed a tissue to stem the bleeding for Li Xiao. "I am sorry, Li Xiao, it was all a misunderstanding. He was drunk and threw the bottle carelessly, accidentally hitting you," Qian Duo explained, picking up a bottle of liquor intending to drink as an apology. However, Zhou Haoyu swiftly stepped forward, snatching the bottle and forcefully smashing it over Li Xiao's head. Qian Duo was taken aback. She realized that whatever she did now would be too late, and she grabbed Zhou Haoyu, trying to flee. Li Ping, having taken 2 bottles to the head, was bleeding profusely and shouted furiously, "Stop that pair of dog lovers." His friends immediately rushed to his side upon hearing this. Seeing no way to escape, Qian Duo shielded Zhou Haoyu and brandished her phone, threatening, "Don't you dare act recklessly. I will call the police." Yet, Li Ping approached, clutching his head with a menacing expression. "Call the police? Before they arrive, I will break one of his legs." Panic-stricken, Qian Duo thought of the formidable background and connections Li Ping had, being the son of Li De from Huada Construction. If he truly intended to cripple Zhou Haoyu, his father would undoubtedly smooth things over. In desperation, Qian Duo bit her lip and shattered a bottle against her neck, declaring, "Li Ping, you wouldn't want to be implicated in a murder, would you?" Li Ping was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Go ahead. With so many witnesses, it will be your own doing. It has nothing to do with me." Zhou Haoyu swiftly seized the bottle from her, saying, Duo, it's all right. Let me handle this." Those words left Qian Duo in a state of shock, her gaze fixed on Zhou Haoyu, filled with confusion and concern. At that moment, Li Peng waved his hand, and his friends seized the opportunity to advance. Terrified, Qian Duo instinctively spread her arms to block them, buying Zhou Haoyu time to escape. However, Zhou Haoyu pulled her behind him. "Don't worry, I will be fine." He flashed a confident smile at Qian Duo before delivering several slaps. The assailants were caught off guard, collapsing to the ground. Li Ping, the instigator, received particular attention. Zhou Haoyu kicked him far away, causing him to crash against the bar, nearly breaking his back. Witnessing this scene, the once boisterous bar fell silent, all present in shock. It was utterly inconceivable. They had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Zhou Haoyu had easily taken down so many with just a few strikes. The beautiful women, who initially thought Zhou Haoyu was doomed, were astonished to see him triumph effortlessly against the odds, defying all expectations. Zhou Haoyu approached Li Ping, kicking a bottle of liquor towards him. "Don't you enjoy making people drink? Here, finish it." Li Ping had never suffered such humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "Drink your mother. You are dead meat. I will definitely kill you." The chilling tone of Li Peng brought everyone back to reality. While Zhou Haoyu's skills were impressive, Li Peng's connections were even more formidable. Who was this newcomer, daring to challenge Li Xiao? Did he not know the dangers of crossing Li Xiao? Coming to Nightshade Bar and not knowing Li Xiao, he was merely a small fish in a vast ocean. No matter how formidable one may be, the multitude of workers in Li Xiao's father's construction company could easily rend him to pieces. As he listened to the discussions around him, Li Peng became even more arrogant. "Come on, keep hitting me. Aren't you so impressive? Let us see if you dare to kill me." Zhou Haoyu stepped forward with a cold smirk, ready to indulge his wish. However, at that moment, the bar manager rushed over, aware of Li Peng's background. He knew that if anything happened to him here, it would spell disaster for himself. He hastily interjected, "Sir, Li Ping is the son of Li De from Huada Construction. You should let him go and apologize. There is still room for reconciliation." Zhou Haoyu glanced at the manager and asked indifferently, "Are you going to stand up for him?" The manager was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reiterated, "Haven't you heard of Huada Construction? You cannot afford to offend them." Chapter 27. All on their knees, Zhou Haoyu shot him a disdainful glance and coldly replied, "Get lost." The manager was infuriated, but considering Zhou Haoyu arrived in a Lamborghini, he hesitated, uncertain of Zhou Haoyu's background, and suppressed his anger. Nonetheless, he inwardly cursed, thinking, this fool really believes that having some money allows him to act recklessly? In Jinju, even Huada Construction is unknown. He is probably just a nouveau riche. He then stepped back a few paces, retreated to a shadowy corner, and pulled out his phone to make a call. "Mr. Li Ping has been assaulted at Nightshade Bar." "What? My son has been attacked?" Li De roared in fury upon hearing the news. "I'm on my way." He had been nearby getting a foot massage, and without even drying off, he rushed to the bar accompanied by several foremen. The bar was dimly lit, yet Li De immediately spotted his son slumped on the floor, covered in blood. "Dad!" Li Peng exclaimed in excitement upon seeing his savior. Li De hurried over to assess his son's condition. The foreman had already surrounded Zhou Haoyu, and one of them demanded, "Is it you, you bastard, who assaulted Li Xiao?" Before Zhou Haoyu could respond, Li Ping shouted, "Yes, Uncle Tan, Uncle Zhang. It's this bastard who did this to me. Go and kill him." Without hesitation, the foreman prepared to strike. They were all robust men of labor, brawny and strong, while Zhou Haoyu's tall and slender frame appeared strikingly frail in comparison. As the two factions were on the verge of clashing, Qian Duo, filled with anxiety, dared not even breathe, her heart racing. The other patrons in the bar held their breath, pondering whether Zhou Haoyu might be beaten to death by these foremen. However, in that critical moment, Lida suddenly shouted, "Stop. Everyone, halt." Despite the foreman's confusion, they immediately ceased their actions. "Boss, what is wrong?" Lida's face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat trickled down. He had recognized Zhou Haoyu as the young man who had been in Jiang Mingyue's car earlier that day. Fair-skinned and wearing oversized sunglasses, Lida was certain he had not mistaken his identity. This was a person of significant stature. Someone who could command the attention of the esteemed Jiang family's young lady in Kyoto. As this realization struck, Lida felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Such a person of this caliber could bring his company to ruin with just a single phone call. Lida acted decisively, delivering a resounding slap to his son, the sharp sound echoing in the air. "You wretched child, kneel and apologize to this gentleman immediately." The bar fell into an awestruck silence. Everyone looked on in disbelief at this shocking scene. Lida was notorious for his indulgence towards his son, and now he was publicly striking him, forcing his son to kneel before Zhou Haoyu? How could this be possible? Those who understood the identities of the Li father and son were utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Li Ping was also taken aback by his father's sudden aggression. "Dad, have you lost your mind?" Silence. Lida, resolute, struck Li Ping again. He feared that his son's reckless words could ruin their family. Approaching Zhou Haoyu, Lida offered a sincere and respectful apology. "I am deeply sorry, sir. It is my failure in raising my son that has led to this offense against you." With that, he kicked Li Ping sharply. Taken by surprise, Li Peng fell to his knees before Zhou Haoyu. He struggled to rise, but Lida coldly commanded, "Apologize to this gentleman, or I will sever our father-son relationship." "Dad." Li Peng gazed at Lida in disbelief, as if seeing his father for the first time. Lida's anger surged, and he recognized how spoiled his son had become. "Fine, you refuse to listen? Then you may no longer call me father. I have no son like you." Panic set in for Li Ping as he realized his father was not jesting. But to apologize, Zhou Haoyu watched the scene unfold, puzzled. Unable to decipher the dynamics between the father and son, Lida began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Li Peng, recognizing the coldness in his father's gaze and the gravity of having offended someone of great stature, hastily said, "I apologize. I was unaware that Qian Duo is under your patronage. Please forgive me." Although Li Ping's words were polite, Li Du was well aware of his son's true nature. He looked at Qian Duo standing beside Zhou Haoyu, his legs trembling in fright. Only then did he grasp the magnitude of the catastrophe his son had caused by offending a woman connected to a powerful figure in the capital. Enraged, Lida kicked Li Peng again, then knelt before Zhou Haoyu himself. "I apologize. It is my failure to manage my son. We leave his fate in your hands." Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were once again left in shock, their mouths agape, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Who was Lida? Once a farmer from a remote area, a laborer on construction sites, he had clawed his way to this position, with at least a dozen lives under his command. Yet, such a formidable figure was now kneeling before a young man. Who was this bespectacled youth? Could he possibly be the offspring of someone immensely powerful? Otherwise, why would Lida exhibit such fear? It was utterly inconceivable. The bar manager, terrified by the turn of events, wondered if he too should kneel. After a brief hesitation, he promptly dropped to his knees, not daring to lift his head. Qian Duo was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Why had he knelt down? She was well aware of who Zhou Haoyu was, a simple farmer from the mountains, now cast aside by the Morong family. The more she pondered, the less she understood why Li Du was so terrified of Zhou Haoyu. Confounded, Qian Duo could not decipher the dynamic at play. Zhou Haoyu, observing the expressions of those around him, deduced that Li Du must possess some degree of capability. Otherwise, such astonishment would not have been displayed. However, he appreciated Li Du's discretion and chose not to press him further. "I mentioned that your son enjoys drinking, did I not? Then let him down this bottle and be on his way." Upon hearing these words, Li Du was elated, not expecting Zhou Haoyu to grant him such leniency. He quickly exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you." As he spoke, he seized the bottle and began to pour it down Li Peng's throat. The strong liquor burned as it went down, causing Li Peng to cough uncontrollably, yet Lida showed no mercy. "You wretch. This is what you get for stirring trouble and being blind to the obvious. Thankfully, this esteemed individual is forgiving. Otherwise, I would have certainly dealt with you harshly." Li Peng could no longer contain himself, expelling the contents of his stomach, reduced to a pitiful state, entirely devoid of his previous bravado. Zhou Haoyu, having seen enough, took Qian Duo by the hand and departed. Only then did Li De breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, his previous tension dissipating. He had feared a disastrous outcome, a significant loss. Yet, to his astonishment, this influential figure exhibited remarkable magnanimity. The thought of offending such a person was too daunting to contemplate. Losing family wealth was but a trivial matter compared to the uncertainty of preserving one's life. Chapter 28. Rising to greatness. Zhou Haoyu led Qian Duo out of the bar, where she gazed at him, seemingly having discovered a new world. Zhou Haoyu, slightly annoyed, remarked, Qian Duo, have you finished staring? It's only our first day of acquaintance. Boss, how is it that your eyesight has suddenly improved, and your skills have become so formidable? Qian Duo circled Zhou Haoyu, her curiosity unabated. Have you traversed time or been reborn? Zhou Haoyu was at a loss for words. Have you indulged in too many novels? Humph. I don't read novels. They're all utterly dreadful now. None are worth reading. After her brief tirade, she continued, but tell me, why is Li De so intimidated by you? He is not an ordinary individual. How would I know? Zhou Haoyu genuinely had no insight into the matter. Qian Duo huffed. Fine, I shan't pry any further. Rest assured, I won't pursue it. Individuals like you, shrouded in mystery, possess your own secrets. If others were to discover them, it could lead to trouble, an undesirable outcome indeed. Zhou Haoyu found her logic amusing. You claim not to read novels, yet you seem almost bewitched by them. Qian Duo's greatest passion, aside from making money, was indeed reading novels, a habit that consumed her time since their first meeting. As they conversed, they entered the parking lot, where Zhou Haoyu pressed a button on his key fob, causing a Lamborghini to illuminate. Qian Duo was once more taken aback, glancing between the supercar and Zhou Haoyu, incredulously asking, Is this your car? Zhou Haoyu nodded, opening the door and taking a seat inside. Qian Duo swiftly joined him, her eyes gleaming with wonder at the car's luxurious interior. The legendary black lacquered piano finish, the top-tier handcrafted leather, as soft as clouds, the custom car audio system. Qian Duo, brimming with excitement, inquired, Boss, this must be the top configuration Lamborghini, worth at least 6 million or more. Who is so generous to lend it to you? This is my car. Your car? Qian Duo expressed disbelief. Did you not leave with nothing? How could you afford this? I didn't spend a dime. I won it playing poker. Nonsense. How can you win a supercar in poker? Zhou Haoyu chuckled wryly, realizing that in this day and age, honesty often goes untrusted. Qian Duo ceased her inquiries. The most pressing matter was that the boss had regained his single status, which she interpreted as an opportunity. I knew you would eventually rise. Qian Duo grinned mischievously, reaching out for Zhou Haoyu. How quick was Zhou Haoyu's reflexes? He would never let her catch him. Stop it. I'm driving, he admonished. What is there to fear? Qian Duo laughed. Zhou Haoyu shot her a disapproving glance. When will you outgrow this habit? What habit? Do you think I'm like this with everyone? It's just you. Zhou Haoyu smiled. Being around someone as amusing as Qian Duo lightened his spirits considerably. Seizing the moment, Qian Duo leaned closer and whispered softly in Zhou Haoyu's ear, Now that you're divorced, you won't still be as chaste as before, will you? Her breath tickled his ear, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. Chaste? Don't provoke me. You might just set fire to your own self. Oh, I'm not afraid of you. Do you dare to play for real? Qian Duo responded excitedly. Zhou Haoyu replied with a smile, If you dare, what do I have to fear? Then let's see. Qian Duo's eyes sparkled with challenge, her hands restless. Zhou Haoyu, not one to back down, parked the car directly in front of a hotel. Now you still have a chance to reconsider. No sooner had Zhou Haoyu spoken than Qian Duo had already grabbed her bag. Stepping out of the car and striding towards the hotel, Zhou Haoyu followed closely, thinking, This woman is quite bold. Tonight, I must teach her a lesson. After a while, they found themselves seated at a table. Qian Duo, with a beaming smile, remarked, I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Zhou Haoyu, filled with pride, replied, Of course, the success of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals' IPO was not solely due to luck. Qian Duo rolled her eyes. What are you pretending for? However, during your time, Nanshan Pharmaceutical was indeed formidable. I once thought that being with you would lead to great wealth. Yet, just 2 years later, the company has faltered, especially after your incident. The stock price plummeted, market share dwindled, and many were laid off. Those of us who followed you faced exclusion and oppression from your ex-wife as associates. Xiao Qian was forced to resign and sell houses, while Xiao Zhang was outright dismissed and now delivers takeout. As for Lao Tong and Lao Duan, without you, they couldn't develop any new medications, and the entire research team was disbanded. Fortunately, they managed to find positions in other pharmaceutical companies. Qian Duo rambled on, clearly nostalgic for the days when Zhou Haoyu was at the helm. Zhou Haoyu listened quietly until she paused, prompting him to ask, "So why haven't you switched jobs? With your abilities, you could easily secure a position as a marketing manager at any pharmaceutical company. I eagerly await your return. I have always believed you would come back and reclaim everything. When that time comes, our collaboration will undoubtedly yield greater success." Zhou Haoyu felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. "You are right. I will soon retrieve what rightfully belongs to me. You should leave Nanshan Pharmaceuticals and join me." "Absolutely." Chapter 29. The Secretary's duties. Qian Duo readily agreed, and then inquired, "What are your plans?" Zhou Haoyu comprehended her implication, stating, "I intend to establish a pharmaceutical company that will develop innovative medications to rival Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, leaving them with no avenue for escape. I have even conceived a name, Binshan Pharmaceuticals. What do you think?" "Excellent. Binshan Pharmaceuticals, toppling the Nanshan of the Murong family." Qian Duo chuckled. "Shall I serve as your secretary then?" Zhou Haoyu, somewhat perplexed, replied, "It would be a waste of your talents to be a secretary. I plan to appoint you as the general manager, with you overseeing all matters except for research and development." "No, I want to be the secretary." "Why?" "Being a secretary is wonderful. When there are tasks, the secretary is busy. When there are none, the secretary is free." Zhou Haoyu couldn't suppress his laughter. "Then, please resign tomorrow, will you?" "Of course, I will, but it depends on whether you can handle it." Qian Duo replied with a playful smile. "However, the development of new drugs is no simple feat. It requires substantial capital and the formation of a reliable research team. Are you certain you can manage?" Qian Duo, having previously held the position of vice president of operations at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, was acutely aware of the challenges involved in new drug development. The company's success in going public relied solely on the two initial drugs Zhou Haoyu developed. Over the years, Nanshan Pharmaceuticals has never ceased its research efforts. Yet no new drugs have emerged. Rest assured, when I say I can do it, I will deliver. You know of my prowess. Although my recent alchemical attempts have failed, I have grasped the critical elements. I am confident that the next endeavor will surely succeed. I truly do not know the extent of your capabilities. Would you permit me to witness them?" Qian Duo provocatively challenged. "Very well. I shall demonstrate the true depth of my abilities." After attending to essential matters, Zhou Haoyu resumed his daily practice. He circulated his vital energy and noticed that it had noticeably intensified. However, compared to his previous training, which had yielded a more abundant flow, this time it felt somewhat lacking. What could be the reason for this? Zhou Haoyu meticulously examined his techniques, gradually attaining clarity, which would enhance his future practices. He reflected for a moment and began to solidify his recent gains. The vital energy cultivated through the harmony of yin and yang was impure and chaotic. It required refinement and assimilation. Otherwise, it could hinder progress and potentially lead to disastrous consequences. Zhou Haoyu focused his mind, closed his eyes to meditate, and when he opened them again, he discovered that daylight had fully emerged. Whenever he immersed himself in concentrated practice, time seemed to accelerate, and before he knew it, hours had slipped away. No wonder those ancient sages could dream for a century. They were likely engrossed in their cultivation. At that moment, Qian Duo stepped out. Zhou Haoyu said, "I have ordered breakfast. Please eat before you leave." "All right." Zhou Haoyu then said, "This is my bank card. The password is my birthday. You may take it and use it for now." Qian Duo took the card and inquired, "How much is there?" Zhou Haoyu hesitated slightly, replying, "I can't remember precisely, but it's probably around 7 to 8 million. Just take it to establish the company, and if it's insufficient, you can ask me for more later." Qian Duo nodded. "All right. Is there anything else you need me to do?" "When there is a need, I will naturally seek you out," Zhou Haoyu responded with a slight smile. Qian Duo understood his implication, thinking, "You sly fellow." She felt that Zhou Haoyu had changed entirely since his divorce. Nevertheless, she found this version of him more appealing. After breakfast, Qian Duo hurriedly departed. Zhou Haoyu, having checked out, was about to leave when he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face approaching. "Brother who?" Zhou Haoyu wondered, puzzled as to why he was seeking him out. Lu Hu approached him directly and stated, "Su Wendong ordered me to kill you, but I declined. However, he surely won't let this matter rest, so be cautious." Chapter 30. A dog's eye sees no gentleman. Though Zhou Haoyu was unafraid, he replied, "Thank you for the warning." Lu Hu nodded and glanced at a subordinate beside him. The subordinate promptly handed over a business card. "If you find yourself in dire straits, you can come to me." I will ensure your safety. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, realizing that Lu Hu's visit was an attempt to recruit him as a subordinate. He accepted the card and dialed the number printed on it. If you ever find it difficult to get by, you can also seek me out. Lu Hu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. All right. However, despite his words, Lu Hu internally dismissed Zhou Haoyu as arrogant, thinking it was foolish of him to extend goodwill to such a person. After Zhou Haoyu walked away, Lu Hu's subordinate remarked, "Boss, isn't he just a dismissed son-in-law? Left with nothing? You hold him in high regard, and he is acting all high and mighty." Lu Hu laughed. This person possesses formidable skills, far from being ordinary. Be careful not to offend him when you encounter him in the future. On the contrary, you should assist him, as it may lead to a beneficial relationship. Upon exiting the hotel, Zhou Haoyu was about to head to his car when he suddenly noticed that the sales office of the Yunding family was directly across the street. Remarkably close. He walked over, intending to find Xiaoqian to purchase a property and subsequently enlist her assistance. Upon entering, he discovered that the spacious sales hall was sparsely populated with a few scattered customers. A group of tall saleswomen in black stockings enthusiastically promoted their offerings to these customers. A few saleswomen noticed Zhou Haoyu's entrance but chose to ignore him. Clearly, the young man in casual attire did not appear to them as a potential buyer. Zhou Haoyu surveyed the surroundings but did not see Xiaoqian, so he proceeded directly to the front desk. There sat a heavily made-up woman, her legs crossed, engrossed in a conversation on her phone with a friend. Isn't it ridiculous? That ride-hailing driver thinks he can pursue me. You should take a good look in the mirror. Truly, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. However, I did not refuse him, as that would mean I could enjoy free rides in the future. The saleswoman was engrossed in her conversation, completely oblivious to the fact that Zhou Haoyu had already approached her. Is Zhou Xiaoqian available? Upon entering, Zhou Haoyu caught the saleswoman's glance, leading her to assume he was not a prospective buyer, and thus she did not attend to him. Upon hearing his inquiry, she confirmed her suspicion and replied, "Xiaoqian is currently busy attending to a distinguished guest. Please return after her shift." With that, she resumed fiddling with her phone. Zhou Haoyu interjected, "Could you please call her? Just mention that Zhou Haoyu is looking for her." The saleswoman, with evident impatience, retorted, "If you intend to purchase a property, I will summon someone. If not, please do not linger here. Can't you see I am occupied?" Zhou Haoyu furrowed his brow, responding, "Who says I am not buying? I am indeed purchasing a property." The saleswoman cast a disdainful glance at him, mockingly stating, "Our properties are quite expensive, the cheapest starting from over 4 million. Can you afford that? How can you presume to judge my financial capacity?" Zhou Haoyu was taken aback by her audacity. Suddenly, the saleswoman's expression shifted dramatically. She sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and exclaimed, "You insolent wretch, how dare you insult me?" Zhou Haoyu was not one to tolerate such behavior, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound of the impact echoed, and although he did not exert full force, it left her nose askew. Furious, the saleswoman yelled, "You dare strike me?" Her face contorted in rage, the effects of her cosmetic enhancements now resembling a failed procedure. "Help! He has assaulted me. Call for assistance." As she shouted, several security guards rushed into the scene. "You dare to strike someone? Seeking your own demise? How dare you cause a ruckus here?" Without seeking clarification, the guards aggressively surrounded Zhou Haoyu. The other patrons in the lobby turned to observe the commotion. Just as the guards were about to take action, a striking figure appeared in the hall, Zhou Xiaoqian, Zhou Haoyu's former assistant. Recognizing him immediately and seeing him surrounded by security, she hurried over. "Boss, what brings you here?" Zhou Haoyu looked at Xiaoqian. After some time apart, she had not changed at all. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, with long legs, a slim waist, and a generous bosom, she was undeniably alluring. Compared to the other saleswomen, she was not only more beautiful but also exuded a superior grace. Zhou Haoyu found himself momentarily captivated by her presence. Xiaoqian, still unacquainted with romance, lingered in his thoughts, just as he was lost in his musings. Xiaoqian smiled and addressed the security guards. "It's all right, he is my friend, here to discuss purchasing a property. I will attend to him." The guards, now uncertain, stood frozen in place. However, the earlier saleswoman, still clutching her nose, shouted, "Buying a property? He couldn't possibly afford anything." Zhou Haoyu inquired, "Xiaoqian, what is the price of your most expensive property?" Xiaoqian hesitated briefly before replying, "The large flat costs over 8 million. Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such exorbitant prices in a third-tier city like Jianzhou, realizing that he truly could not afford it. However, having spoken, one cannot lose face. Thus, he retrieved the Baibo card bestowed upon him by Jiang Mingwei. The Baibo card. A gasp arose from the crowd as some recognized its significance. Yet, many remained utterly bewildered. What is a Baibo card? Gold cards, silver cards, and credit cards were familiar, but what on earth is a Baibo card? It is said to be exclusive to the Jiang family, with rumors suggesting that only members of the Jiang clan possess it. The majority of onlookers remained in a state of confusion, with only a select few visibly astonished. The Jiang family? Is that the illustrious Jiang family from the capital? Who would have thought this young man belonged to them? However, suspicions lingered. What would a member of the Jiang family be doing here? Could this card possibly be a forgery? Zhou Shaoqian cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Haoyu, subtly tugging at his sleeve, wishing to lead him away from this place of gossip. Yet, Zhou Haoyu remained motionless. I will buy it. Let us swipe the card now. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, not expecting him to truly make a purchase. Zhou Shaoqian panicked. She knew Zhou Haoyu had just been left with nothing and could not possibly afford such an expensive property. The injured saleswoman also expressed disbelief. Come on, bring the machine. If you truly have the means to buy a house, I shall kneel before you. Others, relishing the unfolding drama, hurriedly fetched the machine. Everyone craned their necks, eager to ascertain the authenticity of the Baibo card. With the sound of the card reader confirming the transaction, silence fell over the sales office, followed by an eruption of astonishment. My goodness, 8 million paid in full. This Baibo card can indeed dispense funds. Who on earth is this young man? This is beyond extravagant. Chapter 31. Work with me. The crowd was left in utter shock, and the saleswoman Lu Li stood agape, as if struck by lightning. She had never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming young man possessed such remarkable financial resources. Zhou Shaoqian was equally stunned, gazing at Zhou Haoyu with a look of disbelief. She knew he had been cast out with nothing to his name. Yet now, without batting an eye, he had swiped 8 million to purchase the most expensive house in the establishment. She was filled with astonishment and confusion, alongside a complex array of emotions that she found difficult to articulate. Zhou Haoyu maintained his composure, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He looked at Lu Li with a teasing expression and asked, "What did you just say?" Lu Li's face flickered between shades of green and red as she attempted to retort, "What did I say? Is having money such a big deal? Does wealth grant one the right to strike others at will?" Just then, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached, shouting, "Be quiet." Lu Li had intended to continue her defense, but upon seeing the man, she immediately shrank back. He was Lu Kaijiang, the chairman of their company. "Chairman, what brings you here?" someone asked in astonishment. Lu Kaijiang ignored the inquiry, scanning the room until his gaze landed on Zhou Haoyu. He had rushed over upon learning that someone had used a Baibo card. He initially believed that the esteemed young lady from the Jiang family had arrived, but to his surprise, it was a young man wielding the Baibo card. Nevertheless, the possession of the Baibo card indicated that this individual must hold a significant connection to the Jiang family. "What is the matter with you? How can you shout at a guest?" Lu Kaijiang, sensing the tension between the two parties, sternly inquired of Lu Li. Lu Li stammered, unable to utter a word. A manager, witnessing the scene, hurriedly relayed the circumstances to Lu Kaijiang. Upon hearing the account, Lu Kaijiang's fury erupted. He shot a glare at Lu Li, rebuking, "Is this how you treat our guests?" Quickly apologized to this esteemed guest. Under the chairman's pressure, Lu Li had no choice but to offer her apologies to Zhou Haoyu. "I am truly sorry. I should not have treated you in such a manner." Lu Kaijiang, observing Zhou Haoyu's continued stoic expression, declared, "Our company has no need for employees who do not respect our guests. You are dismissed. Leave at once." Lu Li's face turned ashen. Having dedicated 2.5 years to the company, she was on the brink of a promotion and a raise, only to find herself suddenly dismissed. A wave of regret surged within her, and as she yearned to plead her case, words failed her. Standing there, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, struggling to maintain her final vestige of dignity. The onlookers were moved by the scene, their feelings a mixture of sympathy and judgment. Some felt compassion for her plight, deeming Zhou Haoyu's reaction excessive, while others believed she deserved her fate, questioning how she could disrespect others and expect no repercussions. Yet, the majority of attention remained fixated on the chairman and Zhou Haoyu. Lu Kaijiang turned towards Zhou Haoyu, donning a congenial demeanor. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you have endured here. To rectify our mistake and express our contrition, our company is willing to offer you a series of preferential measures. We will provide you with an exclusive parking space and waive all your property fees. What do you think? Zhou Haoyu nodded. He was not overly perturbed by Lu Li's offense. Such trivial matters were hardly worthy of ire. Noticing Zhou Haoyu's impassive countenance, Lu Kaijiang added, "Additionally, your friend, Miss Zhou, is exceptionally talented. I am willing to promote her and provide her with better opportunities for advancement." He hoped this gesture would further assuage Zhou Haoyu's dissatisfaction. However, Zhou Haoyu replied coolly, "There is no need for a promotion. Just ensure her wages are settled. She will be working with me from now on." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shaoqian cast a bewildered glance at Zhou Haoyu. Lu Kaijiang was momentarily taken aback but quickly acquiesced. "Very well, no problem." Zhou Haoyu then turned to Zhou Shaoqian. "You will work with me in the future. Is that agreeable?" Although still somewhat dazed, she instinctively replied, "Of course." Her blind trust in Zhou Haoyu led her to agree without a second thought. Zhou Haoyu nodded. "Then, let us go and view the property." He held a sense of anticipation regarding the residence, particularly since he would be residing there for an extended period. He wished to behold the nature of this $8 million abode. "Very well. However, let us first finalize the purchase agreement," reminded Zhou Shaoqian. "Agreed," Zhou Haoyu responded, accompanying Zhou Shaoqian to the office. At that moment, Lu Kaijiang inquired, "Sir, may I ask your surname?" "My surname is Zhou," replied Zhou. "Mr. Zhou, might you be free for dinner this evening? I would be delighted to share a meal with you." "No, thank you," Zhou Haoyu declined outright. Lu Kaijiang, wishing to inquire further about his connection to the Jiang family, refrained from further questioning upon hearing this. "Shaoqian, please ensure that Mr. Zhou is well taken care of. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me." He handed a business card to Zhou Shaoqian. "Certainly," she replied, flabbergasted, accepting the card with both hands, not expecting the chairman to offer her his card. However, she understood that all of this was due to Zhou Haoyu. "I shall not intrude any longer. Shaoqian, please take Mr. Zhou to view the property," he concluded. "All right." Once the chairman departed, Zhou Shaoqian finally patted her chest, exclaiming, "That was frightening." Zhou Haoyu stole a glance. Despite her youth, Shaoqian possessed an admirable figure. "Let us go. Show me the house." "Yes." On their way to the property, Zhou Shaoqian could not contain her curiosity. "Boss, what is the story behind this? Why does our director treat you with such deference?" Zhou Haoyu replied candidly, "Perhaps it is due to this card. It was gifted to me by a friend. And your director likely assumes my friend is present, hence the respect." "I see." Zhou Shaoqian nodded in realization, then inquisitively asked, "Which friend? What makes them so impressive?" "You wouldn't know them," Zhou Haoyu said, playfully ruffling her hair. "Why all the questions? Quickly, introduce me to this property." "Oh, right." Zhou Shaoqian began. "This community is called Yunning, boasting an exceptionally advantageous location. Within a kilometer, there are 2 hospitals and 3 schools, one of which is Jianzhou College, renowned for its reputation. This year, they even added an arts program, attracting many talented art students. As they conversed, they entered the elevator and soon arrived at the 19th floor. Each building here features a one-lift, one-house design, ensuring privacy and a tranquil living environment for residents. She opened the door, revealing a spacious apartment of 286 square meters, comprising 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms with clearly defined functional areas, suitable for both large families and high-end business receptions. Recently renovated in a light European luxury style, she inquired, "What do you think, boss?" Zhou Haoyu nodded, acknowledging the quality of the property, affirming that one gets what one pays for. Zhou Shaoqian continued to guide him through the tour, highlighting the most striking feature, a 270-degree floor-to-ceiling glass window. From here, you can overlook a substantial portion of Jianzhou. Zhou Haoyu approached the window, gazing at the winding Jin River, feeling that the 8 million spent was indeed justified. Chapter 32. The Loneliness of Living Alone. Boss, are you satisfied with the property? Zhou Shaoqian, noticing Zhou Haoyu's prolonged silence, asked anxiously. "I am somewhat dissatisfied." "Huh?" Zhou Shaoqian was taken aback, her ample bosom quivering slightly. "What is it that you find unsatisfactory?" Zhou Haoyu felt a dryness in his throat, reminiscent of the action films he had watched in the past. A solitary man and woman, confined to a room, with a vast floor-to-ceiling window before them. The river view was enchanting, the scenery delightful. It seemed inappropriate to remain idle. This house was too spacious. Living alone felt overwhelmingly lonely. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shaoqian was momentarily stunned. Then she patted her full chest, exclaiming, "What did you think it was?" Zhou Haoyu, relishing the view, inquired, "Shaoqian, are you still renting alone?" Zhou Haoyu nodded, somewhat dazed. Then why not move in with me? Huh, move in together? Upon uttering those words, it seemed a thought struck her, and her fair complexion instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Radiant and alluring. Observing her bashful demeanor, Zhou Haoyu teased, "Are you afraid I might devour you?" Zhou Haoyu's gaze flitted away, her head bowed. Her voice barely above a whisper, "No, I trust my boss's character. I'm just afraid you'll eat me? No need to worry. I only resist under rare circumstances." Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but jest. "I wouldn't eat anyone," Zhou Haoyu murmured softly, her cheeks aflame. "That's all right. I can teach you when we have the time." Noticing that her head had dipped even lower, nearly burying itself in her bosom, Zhou Haoyu adopted a serious tone. "All right. I'll cease the jest. Please move in as soon as possible. It will be more convenient for you to assist me as my secretary." Zhou Haoyu nodded. "All right." Zhou Haoyu, noticing her compliance, remarked, "You trust me so readily? Not even inquiring about your salary?" With a smile, Zhou Haoyu replied, "I believe my boss won't let me suffer losses." Zhou Haoyu couldn't resist caressing her delicate face, but that's not a certainty. Zhou Haoyu's complexion, which had just returned to normal, flushed once more, spreading down to her neck. Zhou Haoyu, tall in stature, could easily gaze upon her. And the enticing view quickened his breath and heartbeat. He dared not look further, fearing he might succumb to temptation, and hastily changed the subject. "Come. Follow me to procure some items. In a couple of days, when Qian Duo needs assistance, you can help her." Zhou Haoyu was somewhat surprised. "Manager Qian? Isn't she still at Nanshan?" "That was yesterday," Zhou Haoyu clarified, then proceeded to share his plans for establishing a pharmaceutical company. Had it been anyone else claiming they would found a pharmaceutical enterprise and develop new medications to render the renowned Nanshan pharmaceutical company obsolete, Zhou Haoyu would have deemed them insane. Yet, with Zhou Haoyu's words, she harbored no doubts. After all, she had witnessed firsthand how, under Zhou Haoyu's leadership, Nanshan Pharmaceutical had achieved remarkable success over the years. The despicable Murong family, discarding a hen that lays golden eggs, will surely regret it. "Boss, I believe you will succeed." Observing the earnestness in Zhou Haoyu's demeanor as she waved her small fist, Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but chuckle. "By following me, you too shall find success." The two individuals did not linger in the house for long. They summoned a cleaning service to tidy up. Seizing the opportunity, they ventured to a nearby supermarket to procure the necessary household supplies. Upon their return, the dwelling was impeccably clean. Zhou Haoyu made the bed while Zhou Haoyu organized the various items, feeling an inexplicable sense of contentment. At last, they had a home again. After their flurry of activity, the pair proceeded to the largest mall in Jinzhou. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. And Zhou Haoyu was determined to avoid the previous humiliating encounters where he felt looked down upon. Thus, he took his assistant on a shopping spree through the prestigious luxury stores. Seville rose suits, John Lobb shoes, Patek Philippe watches. He disregarded the prices, purchasing everything that suited him, and even indulged his assistant with numerous gifts. This gesture not only fulfilled her innate desire as a woman to shop, but also deeply touched her. With glistening eyes, Zhou Haoyu exclaimed, "Boss, your kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Would offering myself be acceptable?" Zhou Haoyu jested in response. Yet, Zhou Haoyu took it to heart, though she felt too shy to voice her thoughts, silently contemplating. It's not entirely out of the question. After concluding their shopping, they enjoyed a meal together. Zhou Haoyu instructed Zhou Haoyu to return home first, as he drove to the Jinhui Grand Hotel. He had spent quite a sum today. Although his credit card limit was still substantial, it was not his own money. Both refining elixirs and challenging Nanshan pharmaceuticals would require considerable financial resources. Zhou Haoyu had no choice but to continue playing the role of a gambling deity. However, to his surprise, as soon as he parked, the hotel security approached him with utmost politeness, even tinged with a hint of reverence. Yet, their words left Zhou Haoyu feeling quite helpless. "I apologize, Mr. Zhou, but the basement level is under renovation and not open for business." "I'm not heading to the basement level," he replied. The guards visibly relaxed and said, "Then please, come in." Zhou Haoyu declined their invitation and drove off instead. It seemed he had been blacklisted by the casino. Hadn't the gambling deities in films faced similar predicaments? Shaking his head, he resolved to seek another casino. To his dismay, upon arrival, the security at this establishment also informed him of their closure. Zhou Haoyu was left speechless. He surmised that he had been collectively ostracized by all the casinos. It appeared he would need to devise alternative ways to generate income. However, What could yield millions in mere moments like gambling? After much contemplation, he remained at a loss. Just then, he caught sight of the sign for an antique street, sparking an idea. The antique street held considerable renown in Jinzhou. He had visited several times before, but only to browse. The depths of the market were notoriously treacherous, eluding the grasp of ordinary individuals. Yet, circumstances had changed. Equipped with the chaos divine eye, he possessed the ability to see through all, perhaps allowing him to uncover hidden treasures. Zhou Haoyu parked his car and made his way there. It was now dusk, and the sky had grown somewhat dim. Still donning his oversized dark sunglasses, he attracted a fair share of derisive laughter. Wearing sunglasses while shopping for antiques, was he truly that wary of being deceived? Your words are rather harsh. One might even wonder if the person is visually impaired. A blind person purchasing antiques? Surely they must be using their other senses. Ha ha ha. Zhou Haoyu paid no heed to such remarks, focusing intently on his quest for treasures. However, after inspecting every stall and visiting numerous lavishly decorated shops, he found himself empty-handed. The vast majority of antiques were counterfeit, with only a scant few genuine pieces available, and their prices were exorbitantly high. There was no chance of finding a bargain. Just as Zhou Haoyu's spirits began to wane, preparing to head home, a modest stall selling stones captured his attention. Chapter 33. One cut poor, one cut rich. This stall was tucked away in a corner, featuring a snakeskin bag overflowing with stones of varying shapes and colors. What was particularly intriguing was a sign beside the stall proclaiming old pit products. In Myanmar, jadeite mines are categorized into old pits and new pits, the distinction being determined by the chronological order of jadeite formation. In simpler terms, stones from old pits generally have a higher probability of yielding jadeite. Additionally, both the variety and hue of these stones tend to surpass those from new pits. Naturally, this also means the prices are steeper. The smallest stones, carelessly piled atop the snakeskin bag, commanded prices starting at $1,000, and even then, one might not necessarily uncover jadeite. Logically, even the wealthiest individuals would shy away from being taken advantage of. Yet, within the realm of stone gambling, there exists a saying, until one reveals jadeite, one remains oblivious to whether they have struck a fortune or suffered a loss. One cut can render one impoverished, while another can bestow untold riches. One cut could fill a house with gold and silver, while another could leave one cloaked in rags. Before Zhou Haoyu's unfortunate incident, he had acquaintances in business who had urged him to try his luck in stone gambling. He had indulged a few times, yet after each attempt, he found himself devoid of jadeite, or even the faintest glimmer of green light. Thus, he had previously steered clear of such ventures. However, circumstances had changed. Having cultivated the chaotic divine demon eye, his vision surpassed that of ordinary light. It is said that the world's most advanced scientific instruments cannot ascertain whether a raw stone contains jadeite. If technology falls short, then what about cultivation? A smile crept onto Zhou Haoyu's lips as he crouched down to casually pick up a stone, examining it closely. Perhaps you might consider removing your sunglasses, good sir? It would allow for a clearer view. The stall owner, a balding, rotund middle-aged man, had been idly scrolling through a live broadcast of beautiful women. But upon the arrival of a customer, he set aside his phone and welcomed Zhou Haoyu with enthusiasm. No need. I'm merely browsing, Zhou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, swapping out one stone for another. Within mere minutes, he had scrutinized every stone at the stall. Without uttering a word, he stood up, preparing to depart. This left the once hopeful owner cursing his misfortune internally. Yet, just as he reached for his phone again, ready to adjust his position and resume his enjoyment of the live broadcast, Zhou Haoyu turned back. Good sir, is that stone beneath you for sale? Huh? The portly owner was taken aback. Indeed, there lay a stone beneath him, roughly the size and shape of a grinding wheel. However, this stone was not excavated from the old quarry. Rather, he discovered it among a pile of neglected scraps in the storeroom. Initially, he intended to use it to intimidate others, but not only did it fail to frighten anyone, it instead drew ridicule from several peers. Frustrated, he decided to use the stone as a seat. Unexpectedly, while he aimed to deceive, he unwittingly attracted attention. The portly shopkeeper, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, exclaimed with exaggerated admiration, "Brother, you truly possess an eye for treasure. You have uncovered the gem of my stall. Is that so?" Zhou Haoyu replied noncommittally. How could it be otherwise? Why else would I sit on it if it weren't precious? The shopkeeper paused momentarily, then offered a cigarette. Upon Zhou Haoyu's refusal, he continued his flattery. As the old saying goes, beauty belongs with heroes. Treasures should be paired with discerning individuals like you. Let us make it simple. I want he asked for much. One flat price of 10,000 yuan. Zhou Haoyu gazed at the shopkeeper as if he were a fool. Unfortunately, his sunglasses concealed his expression. Sensing Zhou Haoyu's silence and fearing he might lose the sale, the shopkeeper nervously added, I sold a piece this size to someone else for 1,000. For this larger one, 10,000 is truly a bargain. He held up a stone the size of an egg for comparison with the substantial one beneath him. Indeed, when considering size alone, the price appeared reasonable. However, the pricing of gambling stones does not operate on such simple metrics. Zhou Haoyu was no fool and had no desire to be treated as one. He stated directly, 3,000. If you want he accept it, so be it. He feigned readiness to depart. All right, 3,000 it is. Who could resist such a handsome buyer? The shopkeeper exclaimed, eagerly placing the stone before Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu, disinterested in further haggling, promptly scanned his payment. As the shopkeeper received the funds, he struggled to suppress a laugh, feigning regret as he sighed. Ah, if it weren't for my urgent need for cash, I would never have parted with this treasure. You, my friend, have struck gold. Observing the shopkeeper's earnest struggle to contain his laughter, Zhou Haoyu found it amusing. Laughter is indeed contagious, and upon witnessing Zhou Haoyu's mirth, the shopkeeper could no longer restrain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Zhou Haoyu watched him laugh until tears streamed down his face, imagining how he might soon be weeping, which only made him laugh harder. In a moment of shared hilarity, both men drew the attention of onlookers, who regarded them as if they were mad. The shopkeeper, amidst his laughter, sensed something was amiss but could not articulate what it was, so he gradually quieted down. Our storeroom is over there, equipped with the latest cutting machines. Would you like to go and have it cut? The raw stone was dense. The traditional method involved using a bow saw with sand to slowly slice through the stone, which was woefully inefficient. Nowadays, most gambling stone venues possessed cutting machines with diamond-coated blades, allowing for precision and speed. Zhou Haoyu nodded, indicating his desire to cut it. Just as the two were about to proceed, Zhou Haoyu suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting, "Oh my, these days even the blind are trying their hand at stone gambling." Huh. A well-dressed individual approached, adorned in luxurious attire, with an expensive watch gracing his wrist and shoes polished to a brilliant shine. Had it not been for the swelling on his face, he might have exuded an air of charming charisma. Zhou Haoyu was taken aback by the serendipity of encountering Zhang Xiyuan, the scion of privilege, in this very place. However, he was even more surprised to find Gao Yi standing nearby. In contrast to the arrogant Zhang Xiyuan, Gao Yi today resembled a defeated rooster, lacking in vigor. Let me see, is this the stone you picked? Zhang Xiyuan exclaimed, spotting the stone in Zhou Haoyu's hand, erupting into laughter akin to the clang of a bell. His sycophants behind him joined in the mocking laughter. It was only then that Gao Yi noticed Zhou Haoyu, and, with astonishment, remarked, "Dr. Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Haoyu retorted with a question of his own. "What are you doing associating with him?" Gao Yi's expression darkened, and before he could respond, Zhang Xiyuan interjected angrily. "Blind fool, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Haoyu, unfazed by his bravado, replied with a cold smirk, "What's the matter? Is your face still sore?" Zhang Xiyuan's face flushed with rage, his complexion turning crimson. "You think you're tough? Why not challenge me to a stone gamble?" he shouted. "Last time at the casino, they didn't catch you cheating. I doubt you'll manage to cheat in stone betting." Ignoring him, Zhou Haoyu turned to Gao Yi and inquired, "How much have you lost?" "I've lost 5 million, not including the money spent on these worthless stones," Gao Yi admitted. Zhou Haoyu glanced at the stones carried by Gao Yi's underlings, each devoid of a hint of jadeite. To describe them as worthless stones was not an exaggeration. Yet, how had Gao Yi ended up gambling stones with Zhang Xiyuan? Had Zhang Xiyuan sought him out? If that were the case, it would be time for Zhou Haoyu to teach him a lesson. Chapter 34. Addiction to gambling. Don't blame the road for your inability. How did I manage to find such treasures? Zhang Xiyuan boasted. His lackeys, not to be outdone, flaunted the stones they held. Although the quality was mediocre and the hues far from exceptional, several pieces did indeed exhibit jadeite. Given that he had gambled solely against Gao Yi, it was no wonder he had amassed millions today. This newfound arrogance was hardly surprising. However, Zhou Haoyu remained puzzled. Even if Zhang Xiyuan had approached Gao Yi, how could this privileged youth be so confident of victory? What emboldened him to seek Zhou Haoyu out? "Blind fool, stop dawdling. Are you willing to bet or not? If you refuse, then keep your distance from me." Zhang Xiyuan sneered, "Your presence nauseates me." Zhou Haoyu cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man behind Zhang Xiyuan and replied, "Since you insist on throwing your money away, I shall not refuse. But if you wish to gamble, Let us begin with this stone. Zhang Siyuan dismissed Zhou Haoyu's stone with contempt. This piece? It's mere scrap. I wouldn't accept it even if it were free. Are you really proposing to gamble it? Even scraps can yield jadeite. So, will you take the bet, or not? Very well, I shall wager with you. 1 million. What do you say? Seeing the middle-aged man behind him silent, Zhang Siyuan confidently declared the figure. Upon hearing the wager of 1 million, the onlookers, including the rotund boss, were taken aback. However, the rotund boss felt more regret than surprise. Had he known Zhou Haoyu was so affluent, he should have called for a bet of 100,000 earlier. What a significant loss. Zhou Haoyu, however, dismissed the mere million, remarking, "Is that all you dare to wager? I expected something grander." Zhang Siyuan retorted, his expression darkening, "I feared you might lack the funds." "I may be short on cash, but I do possess a Lamborghini," Zhou Haoyu replied, producing the car keys. The crowd immediately displayed envy, though some were puzzled as to how a blind man could drive. Yet, consumed by rage, Zhang Siyuan had no time to ponder such matters. The sight of the car keys ignited a fury within him, akin to finding his beloved girlfriend eloping with another man. "That is my vehicle. The only top-tier sports car in the entire Gold City." Zhou Haoyu deliberately jingled the keys, grinning. "To be precise, it was once yours, but now it belongs to me. How about this? I'll wager this car, which is worth at least 10 million, against you." Zhang Siyuan clenched his teeth in anger. "Let us wager. Now that is more like the Zhang young master I know." Zhou Haoyu laughed heartily. "With so many spectators, you wouldn't dare to renege on the bet, would you? But even if you did, I am an old friend of your brother. As competitors in the pharmaceutical industry, Zhou Haoyu indeed knew Zhang Siyuan's brother. "Fine. Take this worthless stone and go ahead," Zhang Siyuan scoffed. "I refuse to believe that a blind man with a mere scrap can stir any significant waves." Despite his fury, Zhang Siyuan retained his composure, reassured by the presence of the middle-aged man behind him, who had not intervened. With such a prominent figure from the Provincial Stone Gambling Association present, he was confident he could reclaim his honor. Soon, the group arrived at the storage room, which resembled a factory but was distinguished by the abundance of raw stones and several cutting machines. The stones here were notably superior to those found at street stalls, albeit at a higher price. The individuals selecting raw stones in the storage room were all impeccably dressed wealthy patrons. Upon hearing of a wager involving a Lamborghini valued at 10 million, they all flocked to the scene. At the center of the gathering stood the composed Zhou Haoyu and the arrogant Zhang Siyuan. "I am aware of your wager, and due to the substantial amount, I have specifically assigned our master craftsman to handle the cutting," announced the storage room's owner, a portly man with a smile reminiscent of the Buddha. Beside him stood Master Qi, slender as a reed, seemingly fragile but possessing keen eyes and long hands that bespoke extraordinary skill. Master Qi's craftsmanship was renowned even in the provincial capital. The speaker was none other than the middle-aged man who had remained silent behind Zhang Siyuan. Upon hearing his words, not only did the storage room's owner exhibit excitement, but even Master Qi himself appeared taken aback. Master Qi shook his head, expressing a hint of melancholy as he remarked, "President Li, you flatter me. These old crafts of mine will soon be cast aside by the tides of time." At that moment, the gaze of everyone present converged upon the middle-aged man. After all, Master Qi was the emblematic figure of this storeroom, renowned for his lofty standards. The fact that he was so courteous to this middle-aged gentleman raised questions about his identity. Zhang Siyuan, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his delight. Grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "Blind fool, you finally know fear, don't you? Let me tell you the truth. This President Li is a towering figure in the provincial city's Stone Gambling Association. He has encountered more jade than you have ever laid eyes on." This declaration stunned the crowd. The title of a towering figure in the Provincial Stone Gambling Association was indeed resplendent. Gaoyi, standing nearby, suddenly understood why he had suffered such a crushing defeat today. It turned out Zhang Siyuan had summoned a master. However, Zhou Haoyu remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "Stone gambling does not hinge on seniority, and I have yet to see anything remarkable about him." His words rang true, as throughout his wager with Zhang Siyuan, this so-called expert had failed to discern any peculiarities about the stone. Realizing further discussion was futile, Zhou Haoyu decided to proceed with the cutting. Zhang Siyuan was eager to retort, but President Li behind him urged him to continue. His tone was neither angry nor pleased. Yet the darkness in his gaze was almost palpable. It was clear to all that this esteemed figure was displeased. Master Qi, feeling somewhat irked, directed his question at Zhou Haoyu. "How do you intend to proceed? Do you have a brush?" Zhou Haoyu inquired. The brush was used for marking lines on the raw stone, guiding the cutter to follow those lines precisely. Zhang Siyuan snickered. What a charade. His sycophants joined in the mockery. Undeterred by their taunts, Zhou Haoyu took the brush and meticulously began to outline the stone. He had already scrutinized the stone thoroughly, so he was well aware of how it should be cut. However, to maintain the appearance of deliberation, he took his time before placing the grinding wheel onto the cutting machine. Cut it just so, not a fraction more, nor an inch less. This is a treasure I purchased at a high price. Upon hearing this, the onlookers shook their heads in disdain. Particularly, the plump proprietor who had sold the stone to Zhou Haoyu could not stifle a laugh. After sitting on such a rickety stool for so long, how could it possibly be a treasure? Chapter 35, Exceptional Jade Crack. The sound of the blade slicing through the stone resonated throughout the storeroom. In stark contrast to the light-hearted jeering of the spectators, Gao Yi felt a sense of tension. He understood that if it were not for him, Zhou Haoyu would not have engaged in this gamble against Zhang Siyuan. Should he lose, it would be as if he had dragged his friend down with him. Beside him, a young lady appeared somewhat listless. While she had an interest in jade, the stone in question was clearly worthless. Moreover, that fellow named Zhou was reputed to be blind. Instead of focusing on giving massages, he was trying his hand at stone gambling and drawing lines. How could he possibly see to draw? What a waste of my time. The young beauty, increasingly irked, teased, Igu, is this fellow truly blind? Silence. Gao Yi's unrelenting reprimand rendered her utterly embarrassed, silencing her for good. Yet her resentment towards Zhou Haoyu deepened. Zhou Haoyu, meanwhile, had heard the exchange, but at that moment, his sole focus was on his precious gem. He was certain that the stone concealed something within, yet what would emerge could only be revealed once it was cut open. Soon, the cutting reached the area Zhou Haoyu had marked. Gao Yi, overwhelmed with tension, dared not even breathe, as if he were the one wagering everything in this high-stakes gamble. Truly, it seemed that the emperor was not as anxious as his eunuch. Gao Yi, this is the extent of your ambition. Zhang Siyuan sneered, turning his head, while his sycophants prepared to chime in. Just then, a dazzling green light erupted. Is it truly green? Some were skeptical, rubbing their eyes vigorously. Yet the green light continued to manifest in greater abundance. My heavens, it's an extensive display of green. The hue was striking. Even if it wasn't the coveted seedling green, it was undeniably impressive. The portly boss, who had initially lingered in the background to witness the spectacle, was now stunned by the crowd's murmurs. He could hardly believe his eyes as he pushed forward to discern the truth. Upon seeing the verdant expanse, regret washed over him like a flood. It truly is green. How could I have been so foolish? He sank to the ground, weeping and slapping himself in despair. Yet, no one paid him any mind, as the crowd surged forward, eager to behold the reality. The most exhilarated among them was Gao Yi. His face flushed crimson as his hands involuntarily began to clap. The applause lacked rhythm and volume, yet to Zhang Siyuan's ears, it was akin to slaps across his face. He gritted his teeth, his fists cracking with tension, his eyes bulging like saucers, radiating fury that rendered his sycophants utterly silent. The cutting continued, and the green light intensified, elevating the atmosphere within the storeroom to a fever pitch. Finally, the cutting ceased. The stone had vanished from the machine, replaced by a gemstone the size of a cantaloupe, an exquisite jadeite. In the world of stone gambling, there exists a saying, green signifies fei, while others denote chui. Hence, fei holds greater value than chui. To be deemed exquisite, it must at least be of oil green quality, with exceptional clarity. Master Qi, unable to restrain his gaze, murmured to himself, I have been in this profession for several decades. I have seen exquisite jadeite, and even superior grade pieces, yet this flawless, finely textured, and pristine specimen is a first for me. Pausing, he stifled his envy and remarked to the still composed Zhou Haoyu, Congratulations, young brother. Your discernment surpasses my own. Initially, he had looked down upon Zhou Haoyu, but now he was utterly convinced. With Master Qi's definitive proclamation, the crowd erupted in even greater fervor. Was it truly an exquisite piece? Is this fellow extraordinarily fortunate? My goodness, it's been years since such exquisite jade has been unearthed in our golden state. The hue is undeniably exceptional, but what kind of water quality does it possess? If you cannot discern such a blatant detail, what are you even gambling for? You might as well return home to your wife. It is evidently a type of furong jade, combined with an oil green tint. Its clarity is remarkable, with hardly any visible impurities. This piece of exquisite jade is undoubtedly the finest that Master Qi has discovered in recent years. Master Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Behind him, Boss Gao from the storeroom could no longer contain himself and approached Zhou Haoyu, saying, Boss, please sell me this jade. Rest assured, you will not suffer any loss. Before Zhou Haoyu could respond, another boss adorned with a large gold chain interjected. Sell it to me. You can set any price. I want it too. The price is not an issue. As several individuals began to compete for the jade, Zhou Haoyu chuckled. Everyone, please remain calm. I am indeed planning to sell this jade. However, there is an outstanding debt to settle first. Upon hearing this, the onlookers remembered that Zhou Haoyu had engaged in a wager, one that amounted to a staggering 10 million. Previously, they believed this young man was destined to lose. Yet now, feeling the gloating gazes of the crowd and observing Zhou Haoyu's playful smirk, Zhang Xiyuan felt as exposed as a maiden stripped of her garments. He stammered. What do you intend to do? Zhou Haoyu retorted disdainfully. I have no interest in men. Zhang Xiyuan was momentarily taken aback, and behind him, a woman resembling a flamboyant character quivered. Zhou Haoyu then exclaimed angrily, I am not interested in unattractive women either. He paused, fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiyuan. How do you plan to settle this 10 million? Zhang Xiyuan was on the verge of tears. Don't be so unreasonable. Last time at the casino, Zhou Haoyu interjected coldly, you proposed the wager, and you agreed to the amount. Now that you have lost, you wish to evade your obligation? Not to worry. I shall call your brother and have him bring the money to redeem you. At this, Zhang Xiyuan panicked. His brother was a traditionalist, and if summoned, he would surely inflict punishment upon him. But 10 million was an insurmountable sum for him. Cursed Zhou Haoyu, who had not only won his money, but also his car, and now demanded he sell his house? Why don't you just disappear? What? Unable to bear the loss, are you considering violence? Upon hearing Zhou Haoyu's words, Zhang Xiyuan shivered in fear. How could he dare confront Zhou Haoyu? Last time at the casino, even many others were no match for him. We are civilized individuals. Let us refrain from violence. Don't call my brother. It's just 10 million. I promise to have it for you in a few days. The last part was nearly a whimper. No, I want it now, Zhou Haoyu asserted, taking a step forward. I don't have that much money. Zhang Xiyuan retreated in fright. Give me 3 days. No, just 1 day. I will acquire it for you. Zhou Haoyu was not fooled, his demeanor menacing as he declared. You need to borrow it now. If you cannot borrow, then resort to loans. Jibei, Weili Dai, Wangshang Dai, Du Xiaoman, and even the assured lending within Douyin. All are available for your acquisition. In Chapter 36, the true character is unveiled on the cutting machine. Zhang Xiyuan was on the verge of tears. He had never encountered such a ruthless individual. If you cannot produce this 10 million, do not even think about leaving. Upon hearing these words, everyone felt that this young man was exceedingly arrogant and tyrannical. The most critical aspect was that he possessed the audacity to be so. Otherwise, how could Zhang Xiyuan, a prominent second-generation rich heir, be cornered in such a manner? Such a person, where did he emerge from? As the crowd pondered, President Li could no longer contain himself. Young man, one should show mercy when possible. He has already promised to return it within 3 days. Why must you push him so hard? What are you babbling about? If you have the ability, pay this 10 million for him. Zhou Haoyu retorted with a cold smile. President Li, visibly displeased, responded, What does your bet have to do with me? Zhou Haoyu scoffed. Now you realize it has nothing to do with you? Then why not hasten to silence yourself? Li was infuriated, witnessing Zhang Xiyuan in tears, and felt compelled to comfort him. This time it was my overconfidence. I did not observe carefully. Zhou Haoyu smirked, deriding him. You speak as if you scrutinize this treasure as if it were yours. Allow me to impart a saying. If one cannot manage, do not blame the road for its unevenness. President Li was enraged. How dare you insult me, you brat? Zhou Haoyu coldly replied. Speak plainly. Do not use flowery language. Li's complexion shifted dramatically from green to pale, then to a furious red. At last, he glared fiercely at Zhou Haoyu, growling. I initially had no intention of holding this against you. Yet, your repeated provocations leave me no choice but to act. Do you truly believe I am a mere bystander? Zhou Haoyu, with a mocking expression, asked, Oh, are you intending to petition the Jade Emperor for a one-on-one duel with me? Li dismissed him disdainfully, engaging in brawls and showing off as for the petty. Do you not look down upon me? Are you willing to wager? Zhou Haoyu, somewhat taken aback, responded, A wager on stone? I have just unveiled a piece of exquisite jade. Do you dare to bet against me? I have previously opened high-grade stones. Do you think I would shy away from you? Li, growing increasingly agitated, demanded, So, will you wager or not? Zhou Haoyu nonchalantly replied, I am open to wagering. But do you have the funds? Do not be like him, needing my guidance on online loans. You, being an elder, surely have limited credit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiyuan wept even more sorrowfully, wishing he could silence Zhou Haoyu with a single shot. President Li trembled with rage. Who was he? An esteemed figure in the provincial city's Stone Gambling Association, treated with respect in every gathering. Yet, unexpectedly, he faced such humiliation in Jinzhou. Nearby, boss Ku Fong, unable to bear it any longer, hurriedly introduced Zhou Haoyu in hushed tones. After listening, Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. Was he merely an honorary president of an association? Running a company and serving as an honorary consultant in other large enterprises? Was money in the provincial city so easily earned? Zhou Haoyu exclaimed in surprise. I did not realize you were such a significant player. Very well, if someone is eager to hand over money, I have no reason to refuse. Let us make it another 10 million. Li's expression darkened ominously. All right, as long as you can handle it, Zhou Haoyu nonchalantly remarked. Go ahead, how shall we wager? President Li's expression grew even colder. We shall each select a stone from these specimens. Whoever reveals the finest jade shall emerge victorious. Zhou inquired, what if you unveil nothing at all? President Li paid him no heed. With his esteemed status, how could he possibly reveal nothing? Observing that President Li had begun to select stones, the crowd's excitement surged once more, eager for the spectacle. After all, this was the president of the Provincial Stone Gambling Association. Witnessing his selection process might impart valuable insights. Shinisho, why do you not partake in the selection? Yaoi approached him, his suspicions about Zhou Haoyu's vision since their last casino encounter intensifying. He was now even more convinced that Zhou's sight had indeed improved. Let him go first. After all, I'm certain of my victory, Zhou Haoyu declared, his voice resonating for many to hear. President Li was no exception. Though he refrained from comment, his countenance darkening further. He was determined to select the finest specimen, eager to showcase it before Zhou. Gao Yi's concern grew at Zhou's words. But before he could voice it, Zhou inquired, by the way, how did you end up with Zhang Xiyuan today? Did he seek you out? Gao Yi replied, not exactly. It was Xiao Li who invited me to have a look around, and I happened to run into him. His loose tongue got the better of me. Zhou cast a glance at the petite beauty behind him, engrossed in her phone, and shook his head. That woman is trouble. It's best to steer clear of her. He had little faith in such coincidences and suspected she was acting on Zhang Xiyuan's instructions. After all, although he had caused Zhang significant losses previously, Gao Yi, in Zhang's eyes, was merely an accomplice. If he couldn't find Zhou, he would target Gao instead. Gao Yi seemed to grasp the implications when Xiao Li approached. Pressing closely against him with a playful smile, what did you discuss with him? Just a few casual remarks, he replied. Xiao Li pouted in discontent. He merely got lucky once, and look at how arrogant he's become. Gao Yi felt a twinge of irritation but ultimately chose silence. Meanwhile, President Li had selected a particularly large piece of raw stone, even larger than the one Zhou had previously chosen. Zhou glanced over and immediately chuckled. Ignorant fool. President Li, perceiving Zhou's reaction, let out a cold snort and declared to Boss Gao, I shall take this one. Boss Gao flattered. The raw stone personally selected by President Li must be extraordinary. President Li took up a brush and began to draw meticulously. Outlining was a delicate task. Even the slightest miscalculation could alter the final product. Once, a nouveau riche in the province, blessed with fortune, had selected a stone containing a fist-sized piece of exquisite jade, valued in the millions. However, uncertain of how to cut it, he carelessly sketched a pattern that ultimately ruined the precious jade. Although he managed to create some minor jade items, their value had undeniably diminished significantly. During the process of President Li's delineation, the entire warehouse was enveloped in an almost palpable silence. Everyone held their breath, only exhaling once President Li set down his brush. True to his stature as a prominent figure from the provincial capital, his skill in delineation was unparalleled, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, the true value of the treasures within remained a mystery. Zhang Xiyuan scoffed, it must surely surpass what that scoundrel has chosen. I may be a rogue, but I am one who is on the verge of winning another 10 million. Zhou Haoyu approached with a beaming smile, his mood exceedingly buoyant. Although he didn't make it to the casino, winning 20 million while shopping was far more exhilarating. President Li's expression darkened like coal. Do not swagger with empty words. Let us see how long your arrogance can last. Let the cutting machine reveal the truth. With that, Zhou Haoyu picked up the ink brush, casually made his marks, and then handed over the stone in his possession. Chapter 37. A direct hit now, Master Qi, responsible for the cutting, found himself in a quandary. Both stones were his to cut, but which one should he commence with? If he started with President Li's, that brash young man might cause an uproar. Yet, He could not afford to disregard President Li's reputation. Observing this, Zhou Haoyu chuckled. Let us start with his. I am known for my respect towards the elders and the young. President Li's countenance darkened further, resembling a figure from a classic tale of justice. He was barely over 50. How could he be considered old? No need. Let us cut his first. True treasures often reveal themselves at the final moment. The two adversaries' rivalry heightened the excitement among onlookers, who eagerly speculated on the outcome. Most favored President Li, after all, a person's reputation cast a long shadow. Moreover, President Li's earnestness during the delineation hinted that perhaps he truly harbored some rare gem. Could it be that tonight we would witness the emergence of a magnificent jade? Then let us proceed with mine, allowing certain pretentious old fellows a glimpse of reality. President Li nearly ground his teeth in frustration, yet he stifled his voice. Once the stone was cut, he would relish seeing this young man's arrogance diminished. Soon, Master Qi commenced the cutting process. This time, Zhou Haoyu did not fixate on the act. Bolstered by previous validations, he brimmed with confidence. Additionally, the stone he had selected, while containing jade, was far from exceptional, warranting little of his concern. However, as the saying goes, even if I play basketball like a novice, I can still outmaneuver a court diva like you in a minute. Thus, Zhou Haoyu felt at ease. Yet Gaoyi was visibly anxious. After all, this was a wager against President Li of the Provincial Stone Gambling Association, and the odds of losing were considerable. Even though Zhou Shini was no ordinary individual and possessed extraordinary luck, fortune alone does not suffice in stone gambling. Nearby, Zhang Xiyuan could not stand Zhou Haoyu's overconfident demeanor and remarked coldly, some individuals are utterly oblivious to their limitations, having stumbled upon good fortune once. They presume it to be their own skill. Just wait and see. There will be tears. Haven't you already wept? Zhou Haoyu retorted. Have you managed to repay your online loans? Once that old man's money arrives, and yours has yet to show up, do not blame me for being unkind. As Zhou Haoyu spoke, he clenched his fist, producing a series of crisp sounds. Zhang Xiyuan, momentarily at a loss for words, was just formulating a retort when that nightmarish voice echoed once more. My heavens! Another piece has turned green. Within a single day, both stones he selected had revealed jadeite. Such luck is truly extraordinary. Examining the hue, it appeared to be a type of green known as bean seed, which is regrettable. Regrettable, you say? Bean seed green is still jadeite, and the quality is commendable, albeit the size is somewhat small. Before long, the raw stone chosen by Zhou Haoyu shed its original form, transforming into a jadeite of fist-sized proportions. Its vibrant green radiated brilliantly, captivating the attention of all present. Boss Gao looked on with a tinge of envy, smiling at Zhou Haoyu. Boss, you must sell me this piece, no matter what. Of course, Zhou Haoyu waved his hand, turning to the astonished Zhang Xiyuan. How can this be? Your luck is inexplicable. Zhou Haoyu jested. Perhaps it's because I stepped on you a few times. That's why my fortune has improved. You. Zhang Xiyuan was so enraged he nearly spat blood, his eyes reddening with fury, his features contorting as though he might reveal his true nature at any moment. A small jadeite piece of the CUISI variety could fetch at most a few $100,000. What is there to celebrate? Chairman Li, though surprised, remained confident in the stone he had selected. Master Qi, please commence cutting mine. Master Qi promptly responded, understood. He placed the stone chosen by Chairman Li on the cutting machine, observing it for a prolonged moment before flipping the switch. As the sound of cutting echoed, Zhang Xiyuan could not help but exclaim, You nearly had me fooled. Soon you will realize how laughable luck is in the face of absolute skill. Then just wait and see. Zhou Haoyu shrugged off the remark nonchalantly, seemingly convinced of his victory, even taking out his phone to scroll through. The onlookers shook their heads. This young man was overly confident. If it were them, they wouldn't even glance at a beautiful woman, let alone use their phones in such a tense moment. A flash of resentment crossed Zhang Xiyuan's eyes. Let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. As a follower of Su Wendong, he was aware that Su was already scouting for reinforcements. Once the right people were in place, it would be this scoundrel's demise. Zhou Haoyu sensed something amiss and glanced at Zhang Xiyuan, thinking that this fellow must be plotting something sinister. However, he felt no fear, in the face of absolute prowess. Everything else seemed inconsequential. Just then, exclamations of astonishment erupted. Wow, what a vast expanse of green light. It must be a top-tier piece, undoubtedly exceptional. This is the finest emerald green, perhaps even royal-grade jadeite. Chairman Li is impressive, truly. A connoisseur can tell the quality at a glance. Zhang Xiyuan laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. We VE1, we VE1. Chairman Li, equally elated, looked at Zhou Haoyu with a smug expression, as if to say he was destined to lose. Zhou Haoyu remained unfazed. After all, the cutting was far from finished. Was it too early to celebrate? In the event that a 1,000-layer crack or dragon fruit emerges, do not even mention the exceptional quality. Even if it were of royal grade, it would still be worthless. Upon hearing Zhou Haoyu's words, the previously boisterous warehouse fell into an immediate hush. President Li's gaze turned fiercely menacing. Zhang Xiyuan erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Can you not speak? If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then silence yourself." The term 1,000-layer crack refers to jadeite that displays a multitude of minuscule fissures. Such jade, regardless of its superior texture or vibrant green hue, is deemed utterly worthless. Not even a small palm-sized jade pendant could be crafted from it, let alone any exquisite jade artifacts. The dragon fruit is even more egregious. It denotes jadeite with countless black specks resembling dragon fruit seeds scattered across its emerald surface. Such jade is not only unsuitable for crafting into jade items, but is also visually repugnant. Indeed, within the realm of stone gambling, there have been instances of misfortune where individuals have encountered 1,000-layer cracks and dragon fruit, and the odds of such occurrences are not insignificant. However, before the stones were fully cut, Zhou Haoyu's remarks were deemed disheartening by onlookers. Hence, the ire of President Li and Zhang Xiyuan was entirely understandable. "Of course I can speak, and I tend to be quite accurate," Zhou Haoyu retorted. As if to validate his assertion, the previously cacophonous cutting station fell abruptly silent. Master Chi's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming as his hands trembled. What was happening? Some, perplexed, craned their necks to observe. Upon doing so, they appeared as if enchanted, mouths agape, yet their bodies remained frozen in place. Others glanced over as well, and without exception, they too were rendered motionless. The once raucous warehouse was now enveloped in profound silence. As President Li too turned to gaze, he beheld the verdant jadeite now marred by a multitude of black specks akin to dragon fruit seeds. Dragon fruit. It was indeed dragon fruit. The thought consumed the minds of all present. President Li could hardly believe his own eyes. In a frenzy, he shoved Master Chi aside and took control of the machine to continue cutting. Yet, with every slice, the black specks multiplied. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he have spoken with such precision? It must be a deception. President Li shook his head in denial, ultimately leaning over the jadeite as if trying to see through it. But no matter how intently he looked, the harsh reality remained unchanged. "Ah!" President Li let out a piercing scream and forcefully hurled the jadeite to the ground. With a resounding thud, he fell backward. This cannot be blamed on him. If I were in his position, I too would have been rendered senseless with rage. Who could argue otherwise? An exquisite piece of jadeite of such magnitude could fetch a price of several million, yet this young man's words proved devastatingly prophetic. In a single night, he had unearthed 2 pieces of jadeite and spoken with such ominous accuracy. Was his fortune truly so extraordinary? In an instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Zhou Haoyu transformed, as if they were beholding a deity, fearing that he might utter another prophetic statement. "Dr. Zhou, you are truly remarkable. I am completely in awe of you. Henceforth, I shall heed your every word." Gaoyi gazed at Zhou Haoyu with deep admiration. "Is that so? Then wake this old man up for me. He still owes me 10 million. Zhou Haoyu pointed at the unconscious Chairman Li. Gaoyi felt a bit awkward. He was not one to seek fights, especially considering Chairman Li's esteemed position. Zhou Haoyu shook his head, asserting, "Allow me. My hands are feeling a tad restless." With that, he stretched his limbs and approached Chairman Li. Witnessing this scene, Boss Gao from the storeroom and Master Chi were utterly alarmed. After a series of pinches and applying medicinal oil, they finally managed to pull Chairman Li back from the brink of a physical confrontation. However, upon regaining consciousness and spotting the shattered jade pieces on the ground, Chairman Li could not contain his grief and began to weep uncontrollably. If no jade had been unearthed, it would have been one thing, but to discover jade only to have it shattered felt akin to preparing for an encounter with a stunning beauty, only to find that her endowment surpassed his own. How could Chairman Li bear such a blow? The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, deeming him exceedingly unfortunate. Yet Zhou Haoyu showed him no mercy, urging, "Old man, cease your lamentations. I am not swayed by your theatrics. Pay up promptly." Chairman Li, nearly spitting blood from indignation, suddenly recalled the wager, which only intensified his sorrow. It was as if, after realizing her superiority, she refused to let him leave, subjecting him to a week of discomfort. Zhou Haoyu's voice turned stern. "What do you mean by what? Hurry up with the payment. Aren't you the president of the Stone Gambling Association? Crying like that?" One might mistake you for that useless Zhang family member. Indeed, Chairman Li was far from the inept Zhang Xiyuan. Though his heart ached, with so many witnesses present, he could not afford to act dishonorably and reluctantly transferred 10 million to Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Now that's more like it. With money in hand, you can gamble with others. Don't make it necessary to resort to online loans." He pointedly addressed Zhang Xiyuan. "You, with your head down, did you manage to secure the funds?" Zhang Xiyuan, caught off guard despite his attempts at discretion, stammered, I. Zhou Haoyu interjected, "I'm giving you 10 more minutes. If the money isn't in place, my fist will find your stomach." Zhang Xiyuan immediately wilted and frantically pulled out his phone, seeking loans from every possible source, even resorting to high-interest lenders. 10 minutes later, he finally amassed the necessary funds and transferred them to Zhou Haoyu. What a wretched soul! Zhou Haoyu cursed, contemplating Zhang Xiyuan's audacity to attempt deceit before him. Zhang Xiyuan, stifled by his fury, led the still-dazed Chairman Li away, their spirits visibly dampened. As they departed, Zhou Haoyu beamed. "All right, esteemed colleagues, now we turn to matters amongst ourselves. Beyond the 2 million owed." Zhou Haoyu had also unearthed 2 pieces of jade that evening. While the second piece was modest and not of the highest quality, the first was undeniably a superior specimen, a true treasure coveted by all present. Consequently, upon hearing Zhou Haoyu's words, the attendees began to place their bids, each more generous than the last. They are well aware that Zhou Haoyu is no ordinary individual. Attempting to deceive him would be nearly impossible. Thus, the price remains quite reasonable. However, the proposal Zhou Haoyu presented exceeded their expectations. He astonishingly suggested an immediate auction, where the highest bidder would prevail. This lad is truly a money enthusiast. Even after earning 20 million, he remains insatiably greedy. It is no wonder he is so successful at such a young age, seemingly blessed with extraordinary luck. If only I possessed such fortune, who could disagree? Yet, we must remain united, lest we inflate the price excessively. Rest assured, we are like brothers from different mothers. Can I truly contend with you? Before long, these 2 brothers found themselves flushed and vociferously arguing. Shortly thereafter, the auction concluded. The 2 pieces of jade in Zhou Haoyu's possession were acquired by Boss Gao of the warehouse, who spent a staggering 9 million. This prompted many peers to cast him scornful glances as they departed. "Brother Zhou, my friend, you've truly bled financially tonight. However, to forge a friendship with someone like you makes the sacrifice worthwhile." Upon hearing Boss Gao's words, Zhou Haoyu recognized his desire to cultivate a connection. "Do not worry, Boss Gao. In the future, should I come across quality jade, I shall sell it to you." Boss Gao clasped his hands in gratitude. "Then I thank you in advance." Once the funds were secured, Zhou Haoyu wasted no time. He exchanged pleasantries with Gaoyi before driving home. Although this trip did not lead him to the casino, he managed to win nearly 30 million through stone gambling. One might say he has inadvertently nurtured a flower while unwittingly sowing a willow. However, while 30 million is a substantial sum, it still falls short for establishing a company and developing new pharmaceuticals. If the casino proves unprofitable, perhaps stone gambling is the way forward. Zhou Haoyu contemplated President Li's identity and resolved to venture into the provincial city's stone gambling circles for another opportunity. Upon arriving home, he found Zhou Shaoqian had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his return. "Why didn't you give me a call?" Noticing the food had grown somewhat cold, Zhou Haoyu pondered briefly before inquiring, "Have the belongings been moved in?" Zhou Shaoqian, her cheeks flushed, replied, "Yes, they are in the smallest bedroom. This house is for the 2 of us. You need not make yourself uncomfortable." She continued, "How about this? Since the boss is in a good mood tonight, I graciously invite you to share the master bedroom with me." Zhou Haoyu initially intended it as mere banter. Yet he was taken aback when Zhou Shaoqian seemed to take it seriously, nervously responding, "Ah? So soon?" Chapter 39. Buying a car. Zhou Haoyu adopted a serious demeanor. "What? Are you unwilling?" "No, not at all." Zhou Shaoqian abruptly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with affection, nearly transforming into a pool of autumn water. "So you were willing then?" Zhou Haoyu had not anticipated that this assistant might genuinely harbor feelings for him. It seems that being exceptionally talented comes with its own burdens, with countless admirers coveting his attention. However, Zhou Haoyu scrutinized Zhou Shaoqian. At home, she wore a somewhat conservative nightgown. Yet no matter how modest, a nightgown is still a nightgown. Zhou Shaoqian's face flushed under his gaze as she stammered, "Can we please eat first?" In truth, she had already mentally prepared herself for the prospect of living together with Zhou Haoyu. Previously, when she worked alongside Zhou Haoyu, She developed a profound fondness for this handsome and approachable boss. However, at that time, Zhou Haoyu's gaze was fixed solely on one person. In the presence of that elegant swan, how could she, a mere duck, attract his attention? Fortunately, that swan seemed to be blind, granting her a chance at last. Zhou Haoyu himself was astonished by how smoothly everything unfolded. He finished his meal in a few bites and headed for a shower. Within 3 minutes, he emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a pair of shorts. Upon seeing Zhou Haoyu, who was nearly bare, Zhou Shaoqian immediately lowered her head in bashfulness. What was there to be embarrassed about? Here he was, offering a free show. With that, Zhou Haoyu took her hand, causing her heart to race wildly as she felt the warmth of his palm and the lingering fragrance of his recent bath. She melted under his touch, her exposed skin blushing a tempting shade of red. The more Zhou Haoyu looked, the more alluring she became, and he leaned down to seal her anxious lips with his own. As the sun rose, casting shimmering reflections upon the river, Zhou Haoyu, seated before the floor-to-ceiling windows, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his handsome face radiating sheer joy. He had broken through. He had ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. This breakthrough was unlike any before. It came from absorbing a trace of the world's spiritual energy, combined with his previous accumulation, resulting in a hard-won advancement. It is essential to note that the first 3 levels of qi refinement were merely foundational. The 4th level was a different realm altogether. Not only could he now guide the true energy within his body to cleanse it, but he could also strengthen his physique through external training. It would not be long before his physical capabilities experienced a significant enhancement. At that point, even if he were not a Superman, he would be close to it. Zhou Haoyu stood up joyfully, and his body immediately emitted a series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of popping beans. I feel as though I've grown taller, he mused. Originally standing at 185 meters, he estimated he had now reached 188 meters. Looking into the mirror, he noticed not only his height but also subtle changes in his features. Though the alterations were minor, an indescribable aura made him appear even more distinguished. Brother Haoyu, you seem like a different person, Zhou Shaoqian remarked. Zhou Haoyu chuckled. Really? Would you like to verify it? Zhou Shaoqian hastily declined. Zhou Haoyu smiled again. I'm planning to buy a car. Would you care to join me? Buy a car? Don't you already have a Lamborghini? Zhou Shaoqian inquired. That sports car is too ostentatious. It doesn't align with my low-profile style, Zhou Haoyu replied, sensing her skepticism. All right, the truth is, the sports car is rather cramped and inconvenient. Zhou Shaoqian burst into laughter. I'll pass. I need to tidy up my home. Very well, I shall go alone then. After changing into a fresh outfit, Zhou Haoyu made his way to a nearby Mercedes dealership. Perhaps it was due to his designer attire or his remarkable demeanor. But this time, he encountered no disdainful looks. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly. Within half a day, even the license plates were affixed. The female manager, clad in a professional suit, lowered her head and sweetly inquired, Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with this license plate? Beneath her attire, she wore only a small tank top. The profound cleavage almost tantalizingly close to Zhou Haoyu's gaze. It's acceptable, he replied, diverting his attention from the array of 8s on the license plates. Grasping the keys, he promptly entered the vehicle and drove away, discarding the small note she had surreptitiously slipped him out of the window. While he certainly craved female company, he was not desperate enough to succumb to such advances. The technologically enhanced visage before him paled in comparison to the allure of his petite sweetheart at home, not to mention the captivating peach currently striving for him in the outside world, alongside the enchanting daffodil from the Jiang family. The thought of Jiang Mingwei stirred a sense of excitement within Zhou Haoyu. Calculating the time, he realized that the second treatment was imminent. Shaking his head, he banished the alluring thoughts from his mind and redirected his focus to his newly acquired vehicle. The latest model of the Mercedes-Benz, complete with top-tier specifications, boasted a formidable exterior and luxurious interior that filled Zhou Haoyu with satisfaction. This was the epitome of a man's vehicle. He pressed the accelerator, reveling in the freedom of the expansive, straight road. No man could resist the temptation of a new car, and if that car happened to be a Mercedes, the allure would be utterly irresistible. Zhou Haoyu relished the experience for over an hour, before reluctantly reaching for his phone to call Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Gong, was in his 20s. Although he hailed from the northern regions of Vietnam, his manner of speaking and lifestyle habits mirrored those of the Dragon Kingdom. Unbeknownst to those around him, few would suspect he was a foreigner. Zhou Haoyu had encountered him while he was working as a laborer at a pharmaceutical company. Recognizing his industrious nature, quiet demeanor, and driving skills, Zhou Haoyu had employed him as a driver. During those 2 years, Xiao Zhang had performed admirably in his role. Thus, Zhou Haoyu contemplated bringing him back for the same position. However, after several attempts to reach him, he was met with the message that the phone was switched off. Had he changed his number? Setting down his phone, Zhou Haoyu headed directly to Xiao Zhang's residence. Though it was merely early May, the weather had already turned warm. Today, the sun blazed intensely, leaving one drenched in sweat. Yet, despite the heat, the streets were bustling with figures striving for a living. Arriving at the rental area where Xiao Zhang resided, Zhou Haoyu was drawn to a commotion ahead. A crowd had gathered in the middle of the road, and faint shouts of anger echoed, suggesting a traffic incident had transpired. Initially reluctant to intervene, he was taken aback by a familiar voice. "Hurry up and compensate. You filthy delivery driver. Just after acquiring this new car, and you say it's been damaged. What a stroke of bad luck." A well-dressed young man, sporting glasses, stood in front of a BMW, vehemently berating the delivery driver sprawled on the ground. The vehicle, indeed new, bore a significant dent on the door, clearly inflicted by an electric bike. The electric vehicle was on the verge of disintegration, and the delivery worker lay on the ground, clutching his left leg in silence, with bloodstains adorning his gray trousers. "It appears this young man is injured. Perhaps we should escort him to the hospital?" Someone in the crowd suggested compassionately. "Take him to the hospital? And who will compensate for my vehicle?" retorted a brash youth. "I'm not one to mince words, old man. Buried halfway in the earth, do you have the means to pay?" The young man's arrogance was palpable, yet the onlookers dared not voice their objections. "Stop lying there and feigning weakness to elicit sympathy. You caused the accident, so you owe compensation. Otherwise, we will alert the authorities." Beside the young man stood a tall, leggy beauty wielding a sunshade. Upon hearing this, the previously silent delivery worker finally spoke up. "He collided with me. I was traveling straight and on the designated bike lane while he recklessly attempted to turn. I did my utmost to avoid him. I collided with you. Do you think you deserve to cross paths with me?" The young man, infuriated, sneered, and before the delivery worker could utter another word, he kicked out violently. This initial kick was merely the prelude. He continued to unleash a barrage of kicks. Ultimately, he aimed a kick directly at the delivery worker's head. The delivery worker hastily dodged, and the kick struck the concrete curb instead. "Ah, how dare you evade my kick? You must truly be tired of living." The young man exploded with rage, rushing to his vehicle to retrieve a baseball bat, which he swung menacingly at the delivery worker. The crowd gasped in horror as the delivery worker, despite his injury, struggled to rise and escape. However, his injured leg rendered him incapable of outrunning the young man. Just as the bat was about to descend upon him, a large hand grasped it with force. The young man was taken aback, unable to comprehend that someone would dare intervene. He attempted to withdraw the bat but found it immovable. "Let go of me. You've caused an accident without compensation and now you twist the narrative? Is it this dilapidated vehicle that gives you courage?" The one who intervened was Zhou Haoyu, who had arrived just in time to witness the young man assaulting Xiao Zhang. The youth's complexion paled as he shouted, "Who the hell are you? What does this have to do with you?" Zhou Haoyu replied coldly, "I am his employer. Does this not concern me?" The young man's demeanor shifted as he exhaled in relief, his tone returning to bravado. "So you're just another delivery worker. Do you even know who my father is?" "I care not for your opinions." Zhou Haoyu, disinterested in further dialogue, delivered a swift kick that sent the young man flying. The crowd gasped, astonished that this newcomer could be even more formidable than the young man, demonstrating such strength with a single blow. As the spectators were still reeling from the shock, Zhou Haoyu picked up the baseball bat and turned it upon the BMW, striking it with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 resounding blows, the BMW was left utterly unrecognizable. The crowd stood in stunned silence. As the young man staggered to his feet, he was met with the sight of his beloved car being mercilessly destroyed, igniting a furious blaze within him. He swore he would bring this scoundrel down. Not even Jesus could stop him. From the moment Zhou Haoyu appeared, to the moment he kicked the young man, and then smashed the BMW, the entire sequence appeared to unfold slowly, yet it transpired in less than a minute. So much so that the leggy beauty finally snapped back to reality and shouted, "Zhou Haoyu, cease this madness. Are you insane? Do you even comprehend the value of that car? You would owe more than you could possibly repay." Chapter 41. The soft-feeding man. The crowd was taken aback by her words. It turned out these two were acquainted. "Zihan, do you know him?" The young man, struggling to rise, inquired with a sullen expression. Qin Zihan hastily helped him up, delicately explaining, "Qi Xiao, he is my best friend's ex-brother-in-law. Here is the situation soon." Qin Zihan recounted Zhou Haoyu's circumstances to Qi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao became even angrier. I thought you were someone of significance. Turns out you're nothing but a deadbeat. If it weren't for Zhou Haoyu's fierce demeanor and the baseball bat in his hand, I would have already struck. The delivery boy, Xiao Zhang, hadn't anticipated Zhou Haoyu's sudden arrival either. He didn't wish to involve others. Boss, you should leave quickly. I can handle this myself. Zhou Haoyu, unfazed, remarked, don't worry, it's just a worthless BMW. If it's smashed, so be it. A worthless BMW? You're quite audacious. Don't tell me you intend to let Xiao Xue clean up your mess again? Qin Zihan grew increasingly irate, pointing her finger at Zhou Haoyu and scolding. Zhou Haoyu, are you even a man? You attempted to take advantage of my sister's best friend. And after being cast out with nothing, you now exploit her sister's sympathy. You live off others, eat off others. And now you expect someone else to pay for your arrogance? A man like you is better off dead. The onlookers were thrilled by the explosive exchange. They never imagined such a man existed. Indeed, death seemed a preferable fate for him. Zhou Haoyu was equally astonished to encounter Morong Shue's friend in such a setting, and he never anticipated he would be publicly defamed. Before he could utter a word, Qin Zihan continued, why the silence? Am I mistaken in what I've said? You. A pathetic man, feign blindness despite your clear sight. It's utterly repulsive. Just wait. I will tell Xiao Xue to have you, this lecherous scoundrel, thrown out. May you find yourself homeless, and may an early death grant you peace. Qin Zihan vividly recalled the first time Zhou Haoyu had come over. The mere thought of having been seen by this sleazy man infuriated her. What right did a worthless pauper have to gaze upon her exquisite home? Qi Xiao, hearing this, became even more incensed. A worthless BMW? Do you even possess a car? Surely you don't lack even that. Huh? What is so great about a BMW? I drive a Mercedes. Zhou Haoyu stepped aside, revealing the newly acquired Mercedes, which instantly captivated the crowd. Both men were momentarily taken aback, but Qin Zihan quickly scoffed. Just because you claim it's yours, does that make it true? Only a fool would believe you. Zhou Haoyu pulled out the car keys and pressed a button. The vehicle immediately responded. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Qin Zihan's expression darkened, yet she stubbornly refused to concede. Zhou Haoyu, do you find this amusing? Parading around in someone else's car to show off? Am I not aware of your true worth? Even if this vehicle were indeed yours, it would not have been earned through your own merit. Perhaps you simply latched onto some wealthy woman. What is there for a man who lives off others to be proud of? Pausing momentarily, she could not resist extolling her new benefactor. A real man must be like Qi Xiao, one who possesses genuine ability. Qi Xiao, basking in her praise, stood tall, his nose in the air, exuding an air of triumph. Were it not for the conspicuous shoe print marring his shirt and the looming threat of his newly acquired BMW meeting an untimely fate, he might have appeared quite imposing. Zhou Haoyu scoffed derisively. Him? He is merely fortunate in appearance. In truth, he is nothing more than a parasitic leech. However, he suits you well. I wish you both a lifetime of bliss, like a dog with its bone. Qin Zihan was taken aback by Zhou Haoyu's audacious retort. Did he not fear her speaking ill of him to Morong Shui? Enraged, Qi Xiao contemplated resorting to violence but quickly reconsidered, recognizing his likely disadvantage, and instead darkened his expression while retrieving his phone for assistance. Moments later, he ended the call, returning with an air of arrogance, clearly having summoned reinforcements. Observing this, Qin Zihan sneered, continue your bravado. When the moment comes for you to be dealt with, you will understand that some individuals are simply beyond your reach. Zhou Haoyu, unfazed, retorted, this sentiment is equally applicable to you. With that, he turned to assess Xiao Zhang's injuries. Fortunately, aside from a bruise on his left knee, the rest were minor scrapes. Xiao Zhang, concerned, urged, boss, perhaps you should leave. I can manage here. Rest assured, I am fine. I care not for your reassurances. With your skills, even if you were to lose a leg, that fellow would still not stand a chance against you. Zhou Haoyu recalled how effortlessly Xiao Zhang had dispatched 3 laborers upon their first meeting, which had prompted Zhou to engage him as his driver. Sighing, Xiao Zhang replied, if I were to take action, it would indeed be the end. Zhou Haoyu understood his apprehensions. Anyone capable of driving a BMW 5 certainly possessed some clout, far beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Yet he insisted, you must remember, there are times when one must endure. Yet there are also instances where one must retaliate. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, with returns tenfold or even 100-fold. Only then will others think twice before bullying you. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhang appeared somewhat moved, yet suddenly recalled something, his fist clenching ominously. Just then, the roar of sports cars echoed in the distance. Soon, Several high-performance vehicles congested the already crowded street, as a group of young men clad in ostentatious attire descended from the cars, exuding an aggressive aura. The leader of the pack brazenly pushed through the crowd, shouting towards Qi Xiao, "Old Qi, where is that blind beggar? I wonder if this swing of mine could send him to his demise?" He brandished a baseball bat menacingly, stirring up a whirlwind of anticipation. As the onlookers witnessed the scene, they promptly made way. Qi Xiao, now feeling emboldened by the arrival of his allies, grew increasingly arrogant. "Kneel and bow to me, boy. If you call me grandfather a few more times, perhaps I shall show them some mercy." Zhou Haoyu let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. "So, you think you can bully my brother, do you? You are quite audacious." Li Peng strode up to Zhou Haoyu with an air of defiance, ready to make a move. But upon seeing Zhou's face, he froze in place, motionless. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his complexion gradually paled. "What a coincidence. Your hangover seems to have lifted quickly. I thought you would be in the hospital for a couple of days. It seems your father showed some restraint." That night at the bar, in an attempt to placate Zhou Haoyu, Li De had forced his own son to drink an entire bottle of foreign liquor. Zhou Haoyu had assumed he would be laid up for a while, but he was surprised to find himself revitalized and ready to stand up for others so soon. Li Ping's face turned ashen, and in a panic, he shook his head. No, that's not true. I just got out of the hospital, really. I was on N4 this morning." He recalled the terrifying events of that night and the warnings his father had given him in the hospital. Though he was unaware of Zhou Haoyu's true identity, he understood that a single word from this person could spell doom for him and his family. "Your recovery seems quite remarkable, and that bat in your hand, is it meant to confront me?" Zhou Haoyu cast a glance at the baseball bat Li Peng held. Terrified, Li Ping immediately dropped it, feigning ignorance. "Bat? What bat? I see no bat here." Zhou Haoyu chuckled, his words laced with implication. "I just faintly heard someone mention wanting to bash a poor fool's head in. Was that you?" Yes, that was me." "Who threw my bat on the ground? This is wasting time. Watch closely, I shall act now." Li Peng was no fool. He quickly grasped the situation. He picked up the bat from the ground and approached Qi Xiao, who looked rather bewildered. "Penggu, what are you planning to do?" Seeing the fierce look on Li Peng's face, Qi Xiao sensed something was amiss. "What am I doing? I'm going to beat you, you pauper." Li Peng was genuinely furious. He had been holding back his anger, thinking he could vent on some unfortunate soul today. Yet, he had unexpectedly encountered this harbinger of misfortune. "You brought this upon yourself. This is not a matter of honor among thieves." With clarity of thought, Li Peng struck mercilessly, landing a blow on Qi Xiao's shoulder. "Ah!" Qi Xiao let out a blood-curdling scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Li Peng showed no signs of mercy, delivering another blow. Qi Xiao, clutching his head, fled in fear. With Li Peng hot on his heels, he chased, with nowhere to escape. Before long, Qi Xiao found himself cornered in a dead end. His screams echoed, resembling the wails of a vengeful spirit. Even under the blazing sun, a chill crept into the hearts of the onlookers. Soon, the cries began to subside. Li Peng returned, shouting at the young men who still seemed dazed. "What are you standing around for? Smash his car." Driving a dilapidated BMW, he exuded an arrogance that surpassed my own in a Porsche. One could easily mistake my vehicle for a humble Xiaomi 7. Upon hearing the elder's command, the group of youngsters immediately began to vandalize the BMW. Passers-by, witnessing the scene, might have assumed it was a marketing stunt orchestrated by the car itself. Before long, the BMW was rendered utterly unrecognizable. Li Peng, with an ingratiating demeanor, inquired, "Great sir, are you satisfied with this?" Zhou Haoyu replied coldly, "Are you asking me to provide you with an answer?" Li Peng's face paled, and he quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. I truly didn't mean that. It's too noisy. I have matters to attend to." With the instigators having faced their consequences, Zhou Haoyu felt little inclination to linger. Li Peng bowed deeply, resembling a sycophant, and waved, "Please take care. See you." Zhou Haoyu scrutinized him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Do you genuinely wish to see me?" "No, that's not it," Li Peng stammered, his words tumbling out in a fluster, sweat beading on his forehead. "Ha!" Zhou Haoyu laughed heartily, pulling Xiao Zhang along as they departed. Xiao Zhang's phone had been rendered useless, and Zhou Haoyu accompanied him to procure the latest model. Far superior in capability. "Boss, I really don't need such an extravagant phone," Xiao Zhang protested, gazing at the pristine box. Zhou Haoyu nonchalantly replied, "From now on, you will be my dedicated driver. Having a decent phone facilitates our communication." Xiao Zhang nodded, deeply moved by the boss's kindness. The only one besides family who treated him so well, he vowed to repay this generosity. Zhou Haoyu further advised him to handle his affairs and report to the company in a few days, specifically to drive for him. Xiao Zhang nodded and finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Boss, have your eyes recovered? Zhou Haoyu affirmed. Yes, as long as you are aware. Rest assured, boss, I won't speak of what shouldn't be said, Xiao Zhang promised. Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, boss, why was that fellow so afraid of you? Xiao Zhang inquired. Zhou Haoyu responded, because I am strong and ruthless, that is why he fears me. Some people are inherently disrespectful. The more you tolerate them, the more they perceive you as easy prey. Xiao Zhang nodded, reflecting that Zhou Haoyu's strength was undeniable. Had he stood up for himself, he might have faced dire consequences. At that moment, Jiang Mingyue's call came through. Miss me? Zhou Haoyu, in good spirits and with a unique rapport with Jiang Mingyue, spoke without much reservation. To his surprise, however, it was Aunt Ding on the other end. You scoundrel! What do you mean by that? Is this how you usually speak to our young lady? I warn you, this is the last time. Next time. Don't expect me to be polite. Insane. Zhou Haoyu cursed, abruptly ending the call. Xiao Zhang asked, Boss, was that the boss's wife? Zhou Haoyu shook his head. I have already divorced her. Xiao Zhang hesitated to inquire further, but upon seeing Zhou Haoyu's expression, he instead remarked, Boss, you seem to have changed quite a bit. Xiao Zhang perceived that his boss had not only undergone a slight change in appearance, but had also transformed entirely in character. The former boss exuded an air of refinement and solemnity, rarely raising his voice in anger. Now, however, it seemed he had shed that burdensome fade, becoming more relaxed and carefree, even displaying a hint of rebelliousness. This metamorphosis led Xiao Zhang to feel that his boss appeared more genuine and at ease. No longer the tense figure he once was. Zhou Haoyu sighed softly and remarked, If you were in my shoes and had endured what I have, you might change too. In essence, he was not the quintessential nice guy, but rather someone who enjoyed jesting and exhibited a touch of irreverence. The Morong family found him frivolous and unstable, while Morong Bing deemed him immature. Thus, he donned a mask of hypocrisy, sculpting himself into the image of a flawless success story. Now, he could finally cast off these constraints, living freely and pursuing his desires without concern for the judgments of others. He possessed both the capability and the confidence to do so. Xiao Zhang fell silent for a moment before sincerely stating, However, boss, one thing remains unchanged. You are still exceptional and immensely capable. Zhou Haoyu, taken aback, couldn't he help but chuckle at this unexpected flattery from Xiao Zhang. You've changed too. You didn't used to be this good with words, he teased. Xiao Zhang smiled broadly, and laughter filled the car. Chapter 43. It might hurt a bit as Zhou Haoyu dropped Xiao Zhang off and was about to head home. A call from Jiang Mingyue came through again. This time, he hung up without a word. Another call came in, and he hung up once more. It wasn't until a message arrived stating, This is Jiang Mingyue, that Zhou Haoyu decided to answer. He remained silent, and Jiang Mingyue's voice quickly came through. I apologize. I was feeling a bit unwell earlier. Aunt Ding took the liberty of using my phone to contact you. Zhou Haoyu bore no ill will towards her. After all, it was quite the feat to have become so pampered that one might mistake her for the master instead of the servant. She had been sent from the capital to accompany him, and he thought, well, given your circumstances, I hold it against you. What ails you? Jiang Mingyue expressed her gratitude. I'm experiencing pain all over, particularly in my heart. It's quite severe. Just wait, I'll be there shortly. Zhou Haoyu replied before turning the car around and heading to the Jiang residence. Upon arriving, he encountered Aunt Ding, who stood there with a dark expression, her icy gaze piercing like a blade, seemingly intent on dismantling Zhou Haoyu piece by piece. Good dogs don't block the way. Step aside, Zhou Haoyu retorted, offering her no semblance of respect. Aunt Ding was furious. As a member of the Jiang family, she had never been subjected to such indignity. Moreover, the young lady had just reprimanded her, igniting a fire within her. Though she knew the young lady's condition required Zhou Haoyu's medical expertise, she felt justified in teaching him a lesson. With this thought in mind, Aunt Ding deliberately stepped aside. Just as Zhou Haoyu prepared to pass, she suddenly launched a punch at him. Zhou Haoyu, smirking inwardly, remained unperturbed as he reached out, gripping her fist firmly before twisting it forcefully. He had now attained the 4th level of qi refinement, his strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With a twist, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed as Dingxin, devoid of any power to resist, fell to her knees. How reckless! After speaking, Zhou Haoyu released his grip, not sparing her a glance, and descended to the 2nd floor. Dingxin remained on the ground, her body trembling, sweat pouring down like rain, her right hand feeling as though it had been shattered. an excruciating pain coursing through her entire being, nearly robbing her of breath. She bit down hard on her teeth, her lips almost drawing blood, her facial muscles contorting, her eyes wide with fury as a tidal wave of murderous intent surged within her. Kill him! Kill him! This thought reverberated in her mind like a demonic chant, incessantly stimulating her nerves. She vowed, regardless of the cost, to eliminate this scoundrel. On the second floor, in the living room, Jiang Mingyue had just finished an ice bath. Clad only in a thin nightgown, her exposed skin, pale yet flushed, combined with her breathtaking beauty, presented an indescribable allure. Upon witnessing such a sight, Zhou Haoyu's earlier displeasure dissipated instantaneously. Noticing Zhou Haoyu's unwavering gaze upon her, Jiang Mingyue's cheeks flushed deeper, her body heating up slightly. She hastily sought to divert the conversation. Did you have a spat with Aunt Ding downstairs? Aunt Ding is no ordinary person. She is trained in martial arts, and an average individual is no match for her. I am not an ordinary person either. Had it not been for your sake, I would have long since silenced her foul mouth. Sigh, I cannot place all the blame on her. Let us not dwell on that. Please treat me first. Zhou Haoyu nodded, then gestured for her to enter the bedroom. Jiang Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Why must we go to the bedroom? Zhou Haoyu, puzzled, asked, Are you sure you want to undress out here? Undress? What for? To take off your clothes, of course. Whose clothes? Yours, naturally. Surely you don't expect me to administer acupuncture through your clothing? What if I make a mistake? Would that be your fault or mine? Zhou Haoyu remarked, exasperated. Then you should close your eyes later. Jiang Mingyue's face turned crimson. Are you deliberately teasing me? Zhou Haoyu's displeasure grew. Closing my eyes is not an impossibility. Yet, why should a gentleman like him need to guard against such things? It was a blatant affront to his character. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Mingyue said, You must promise not to look indiscriminately. In summary, you may see what you ought to see, but not what you should not. There's no need to be so formal. We have shared a bed before. Just as Zhou Haoyu was about to continue, he noticed Jiang Mingyue's stern expression. All right, I'll heed your wishes. He refrained from further comment. Once in the bedroom, he would see what he needed to see. Soon, they arrived at the bedroom. Jiang Mingyue's room was quite simple, even somewhat unbefitting her status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. A standard luxurious floor, an ordinary upscale wardrobe, everything was quite ordinary. Wait, what on earth are those colorful little fabric strips? Can these be seen without spending money? Streamer, I request entrance to the live broadcast room. I want to take on 10 opponents. Jiang Mingyue had never anticipated that she would bring Zhou Haoyu into her bedroom, much less that she had tidied up in advance. As the chaos unfolded, it was not only too late but also in a frantic rush to tidy up. The unintentional glimpse of alluring scenery revealed itself, instantly invigorating Zhou Haoyu with an overwhelming sense of determination. With a decisive click, he locked the door behind him. Noticing Jiang Mingyue's wary expression, he hastily clarified, Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to avoid any interruptions during the treatment. Jiang Mingyue shot him a glare. A mixture of embarrassment and anger etched on her face. You had better be speaking the truth, she retorted, turning away. Once you have removed your clothing, lie on the bed. I will begin with a few injections on your back. Zhou Haoyu turned his head, but Jiang Mingyue offered no reply. Moments later, the sound of rustling fabric reached his ears, heralding her disrobing. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. We may commence now. As Zhou Haoyu glanced back, he beheld Jiang Mingyue lying on the bed, her flawless back laid bare before him, the contours of her form exquisite and unguarded, save for the air-conditioning blanket that obscured her lower half. I shall begin now. It may be somewhat painful, but I shall be gentle, he announced. Upon hearing his ambiguous words, Jiang Mingyue gritted her teeth in indignation. Memories of their last treatment surged forth, where she had been completely exposed. The recollection of their first encounter and the events that transpired caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. The image of Zhou Haoyu's bare, sculpted physique lingered in her mind, igniting a growing heat within her, rendering her thoughts hazy. Before long, the needles were finally withdrawn. The moment Zhou Haoyu had eagerly anticipated had arrived. Clearing his throat, he prepared to begin the massage. Miss Jiang, while we are familiar with each other, there is something I must convey beforehand. It would be prudent for you to keep your voice down. I fear that the elderly lady downstairs may come charging in with a knife, as she did last time. He added, As long as you conduct yourself with propriety, no one shall dare to harm you. Jiang Mingyue was well aware that Zhou Haoyu was intentionally teasing her. Yet certain feelings were beyond her ability to suppress. If she could no longer endure, then she would cease to do so. Should he overstep, and Ding would undoubtedly intervene. With this thought, Jiang Mingyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of triumph. Surely, she could not be the sole sufferer in this dynamic. It was only fair that this rogue experienced some torment as well. In the ensuing massage, Zhou Haoyu found himself in a rather challenging predicament. The allure of Jiang Mingyue's figure, with skin as smooth as the finest silk, proved to be quite the distraction. He struggled against the urge to succumb to temptation. Nevertheless, he remained a fundamentally good person, a law-abiding citizen, and after completing the treatment, he exited the room. Taking a seat in the living room, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, the sound of running water from the bathroom stirred an unsettling restlessness within him. Quickly, he retrieved his phone to distract himself, scrolling through his social media feed. He ultimately decided to send a message to Qian Duoduo. "Are you free tonight?" he inquired. "What do you want to do?" She replied eagerly. "I want." He responded. "All right." "Oh, MHM. Shortly thereafter, Qian Duoduo sent him the address and room number of the hotel they had reserved. At that moment, Zhou Haoyu's thoughts crystallized. Indeed, there was much to be said for the allure of a married woman. The wait for a woman to finish her bath is invariably a slow affair. If the woman emerges without further ado, the wait seems even more prolonged. However, Jiang Mingyue had previously mentioned that something good awaited him. Zhou Haoyu could only transform into a sage, fervently engaging with the charming ladies in the live stream while passionately tapping to illuminate hearts of affection. Before long, Jiang Mingyue appeared, presenting him with an invitation. It was an invitation to the Jade exhibition in the provincial capital, specially sent him due to a connection with the organizers. Zhou Haoyu took the invitation and noticed the Jade exhibition's name inscribed upon it. The contents were handwritten, indicating the respect the organizers held for Jiang Mingyue. Yet, Zhou Haoyu was puzzled as to how Jiang Mingyue knew this would be of value to him. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Jiang Mingyue smiled with satisfaction. "I heard someone won tens of millions at a jade stall on Antique Street last night, and I thought this might be beneficial for you." Zhou Haoyu inquired curiously, "Is gambling on stones permitted at the exhibition?" The exhibition, aside from showcasing exquisitely crafted and invaluable jade, prominently features the gamble on raw stones. Each year, some jade pieces are unveiled, with last year's fetching astronomical figures in auction. Pausing for effect, Jiang Mingyue continued, "Moreover, I have delightful news for you. The head of the organizers is a genuine beauty with considerable wealth. If you manage to win her over, you could save yourself 30 years of hard work." The notion of a stunning beauty, endorsed by someone as exquisite as Jiang Mingyue, certainly piqued Zhou Haoyu's interest. Nevertheless, he maintained his gaze on Jiang Mingyue's flawless visage and feigned sincerity. "If I truly wish to indulge in a life of luxury, why would I seek distant shores? What do you say, Miss Jiang? Shall we collaborate?" Jiang Mingyue's cheeks flushed, and she huffed. "Collaborate? What nonsense! Do you have nothing better to do? If not, then be off with you. By the way, are you prepared? The conference is next week, and you'll need to act swiftly if you wish to join the alliance. Rest assured, my new medicine will surely make a name for itself," Zhou Haoyu replied confidently, even though the elixir had yet to be perfected. As night fell, Chen Zihan returned home from the hospital, her spirits particularly low. She had once believed that by associating with a wealthy heir, she would embark on a life adorned with gold and jewels. Yet, it all seemed to have been thwarted by that man living off others. Moreover, she was puzzled by Qi Xiao's friend. What was it about this man that caused such a reaction? Even if he clung to a wealthy woman, it shouldn't have led to such chaos. After all, Qi Xiao had ended up hospitalized, and his family attributed the blame to her, deeming her a jinx and expelling her from their midst. What have I done? The more she pondered, the more unjust she felt. Concurrently, her resentment towards Zhou Haoyu reached its zenith. "Xiaoxue, I need to tell you something." As soon as she entered, Chen Zihan couldn't contain her eagerness to complain to Morong Shui. "What is it?" Morong Shui asked. "Well, let me explain." Chen Zihan recounted the events of the day, distorting the truth and emphasizing Zhou Haoyu's brand new Mercedes. Between the lines, it is evident that Zhou Haoyu has seemingly found himself a new wealthy patron. However, Haoyu is not the kind of person to exploit others. Morong Shui firmly believes that Zhou Haoyu would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. The mere thought of him being involved with another affluent woman brings to mind the stunning beauty she encountered previously, stirring a sense of unease within her. It is no wonder that Haoyu has not returned home in the past few days. He possesses an unwavering pride and would never accept gifts from others, especially ones of such immense value. That car must have been acquired through his own efforts. Upon hearing this, Chen Zihan was taken aback. A man who relies on others for support has a sense of pride? And a luxury vehicle earned through his own merit? Does he truly possess such capability? Witnessing her friend seemingly entranced by these thoughts, she resolved to unveil another shocking revelation. You have been deceived. A person like him is capable of anything. There is something else I haven't told you. His vision has improved. He was pretending to be blind all along. A grown man, with both hands and feet. Resorting to feigning blindness to elicit your sympathy is utterly outrageous. Mo Rongshui stood abruptly, anger radiating from her as she retorted, Enough, Zihan. I will not allow you to speak ill of Haoyu. He must have his reasons. With that, she marched back to her room, firmly shutting the door behind her. Chen Zihan felt a sense of despair. She could not fathom what kind of enchantment that man had cast over her best friend, rendering her disbelieving of anything negative said about him. How could that scoundrel be so admirable? In her bedroom, Mo Rongshui stared blankly at the ceiling. She could not accept the notion that Zhou Haoyu would seek the company of a wealthy woman. Yet, his absence for several days made her question if he truly no longer wished to share a home with her. Is it merely because she belongs to the Morong family? After all, a sister is a sister, and I am my own person. With a gentle brush of her fingers against her eyes, she retrieved a pocket watch from beneath her pillow. This was a birthday gift from Zhou Haoyu years ago. As she opened the cover, a round photograph revealed itself. In the picture, she flashed a peace sign, while Zhou Haoyu wore an adoring smile beside her. Haoyu, I miss you so much, Mo Rongshui murmured softly. Compelled by her emotions, she picked up her phone and sent a heartfelt message. It was only upon receiving a reply from Zhou Haoyu that she realized she had indeed sent it. Oh no, I hope I haven't disturbed him. With a hint of panic, she opened the chat. I miss you too, but I've been quite busy these past few days. I'll come find you once things settle down. Alright, Haoyu, please remember to rest early. I will always support you. After sending the message, Mo Rongshui summoned the courage to add a heart emoji. Although Zhou Haoyu did not reply thereafter, she felt an inexplicable joy, gazing at his words on her screen and smiling foolishly. However, her thoughts soon drifted back to what Chen Zihan had said about Zhou Haoyu regaining his sight. Surely, he is destined for good fortune and should have recovered by now. Yet, she couldn't help but recall their last encounter at the hotel. Just the thought of Zhou Haoyu possibly having regained his sight made her cheeks flush with warmth. Perhaps, she mused, it would be best to feign ignorance about this matter next time. Although Haoyu possesses a somewhat thin skin and often regards me as a child, I believe that with the right approach, Mo Rongshui may become increasingly exhilarated. Chapter 45, The enigmatic Zhou Haoyu was indeed quite occupied. Engrossed in his training with Qian Duo, by the break of dawn the following day, Zhou Haoyu opened his eyes, his face alight with joy. To his astonishment, the chaotic divine demon I had ascended to its second tier. The enigmatic I possesses the ability to bewitch the heart when one's mental fortitude reaches a certain zenith. It can fabricate illusions and manipulate others. How remarkable is that? And to think that such power arises merely from the second tier, what terror might await at higher levels? The mere thought sent a thrill through Zhou Haoyu, compelling him to resolve to train relentlessly each day without delay. He continued to explore and experiment, only to discover that ensnaring the mind was no simple feat. It required either a target with a fundamentally weak will or the ability to disrupt their mental state to induce collapse, seizing the moment to strike. Nonetheless, as his cultivation progressed and his mental prowess amplified, a mere glance would suffice to control others. Zhou Haoyu circulated his true energy, realizing that a night of training had not yielded substantial gains. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, he had only just broken through and needed to prioritize stabilization. Yet, it would be prudent to seek a method for body refinement. Transitioning from the fourth to the sixth layer of qi refinement, in essence, constitutes a process of physical conditioning. This entails not only strengthening various parts of the body, but also guiding true energy to cleanse the meridians, bones, and internal organs. Within the yin-yang harmonization technique, Zhou Haoyu discovered a martial art known as the invincible technique. This discipline encompasses various forms of combat, fist techniques, leg techniques, body techniques, and more, each bearing the name invincible. He decided to commence with the invincible fist. Upon examination, he found the invincible fist to be more straightforward. Although the stances were uncomplicated, the physical demands were quite rigorous. During the practice of the fist technique, it was essential to mobilize the true energy within, concentrating it entirely in the fist. Completing this process once constituted the first tier, embodying the full essence of true energy and strength in a single punch. Completing it twice marked the second tier, enabling the delivery of a strike imbued with double the true energy and might. This pattern continued onward. A single punch could shatter myriad techniques. A single blow could subdue all adversaries in the realm. Thus, the name Invincible Fist. Having previously trained in martial arts and now having reached the fourth layer of Qi refinement, Zhou Haoyu found the manipulation of true energy increasingly intuitive. Consequently, he swiftly grasped the technique. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a good portion of the day had elapsed. Zhou Haoyu sensed a profound exhaustion within his body. And to his dismay, his fist had swollen significantly. According to the records of the fist technique, most individuals can only endure half an hour during their initial training. Yet I have managed to persist for this long, which is commendable. However, it would be wise to procure some rare medicinal herbs. This would not only prevent injury but also expedite my cultivation. While the Invincible Fist primarily focuses on the fists, it fortifies all parts of the body since every action affects the entirety. Thus, a medicinal bath is requisite. However, the ingredients listed in the prescription were mostly unfamiliar to him, even more elusive than those required for pill concoction. With this thought, Zhou Haoyu's desire to amass wealth intensified. Boss, were you just practicing martial arts? As Zhou Haoyu took out his phone, Qian Duo, who had been up for quite some time, finally inquired. Zhou Haoyu turned around with a mischievous grin and replied, Indeed. Otherwise, how could I have you so thoroughly subdued? Qian Duo lavishly praised him. No wonder you are so remarkable. However, I cannot bear this alone. Why not take Xiaoqian under your wing? She has been longing to share a bed with you. Zhou Haoyu chuckled at the unexpected camaraderie between the two women. He then asked, How are matters concerning business progressing? Upon mentioning business, Qian Duo transformed, adopting a serious demeanor. The pharmaceutical factory and office space have been secured, but the costs are rather steep. Renting these two, alongside purchasing some pharmaceutical equipment, will leave you with little financial leeway. Zhou Haoyu nodded. Once the paperwork is completed, we can hire a batch of personnel. The factory does not require too many, and experience is not a necessity. As my new drug is somewhat unique, you need not worry about finances. I will transfer another 10 million to you shortly. Qian Duo playfully remarked. Encountering such a wealthy and exceptional boss like you is truly a stroke of fortune. May I inquire what ailments your new drugs aim to treat? One addresses insomnia, while the other protects the liver. Zhou Haoyu replied nonchalantly. Qian Duo was taken aback. Nanshan Pharmaceuticals primarily focused on these two medications. It appeared that the boss was indeed intent on a relentless rivalry with the Murong family. Murong family, are you prepared for the impending defeat? In the afternoon, Zhou Haoyu and Xiao Zhang arrived at the Millennium Hotel in the provincial capital. Today's exhibition was personally organized by the Jiang family, one of the four prominent families in the province. Zhou Haoyu had previously heard of the four families' renown and knew their enterprises were nearly ubiquitous throughout Qinan province. Referring to them as the four local emperors would not be an exaggeration. Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, which resided in a corner of Jinzhou, had never even had the opportunity to be acknowledged by the four families, let alone collaborate with them. Thus, Zhou Haoyu was filled with anticipation for today's exhibition, hoping to secure several hundred million, alleviating his financial concerns for the foreseeable future. To add to his excitement, the organizer was a stunning beauty, praised even by Jiang Mingwei. Hello, please present your invitation. Upon hearing the security guard at the entrance, Zhou Haoyu promptly handed over his invitation. The older guard, upon perusing it, became markedly more courteous towards Zhou Haoyu. Accompanied by a hostess, Zhou Haoyu ascended to the top floor. The uppermost level sprawled across several thousand square feet. Luxurious handcrafted carpets adorned the entire hall, and the decor exuded an air of ultimate opulence. Surrounding them were floor-to-ceiling windows, offering unobstructed views of the scenery below from any vantage point. With half an hour remaining until the exhibition commenced, the hall already hosted numerous elegantly attired men and women, engaged in conversation over glasses of wine or admiring the exquisite jade displayed in the exhibition cases. The jade, even at its lowest quality, was of the highest grade, intricately carved by masters, and worth tenfold its original value. Zhou Haoyu glanced around casually, quickly realizing that even the most affordable jade pieces commanded prices in the millions. The most expensive statue, a jade Buddha standing at a height of a man, is valued in the hundreds of millions. There truly are a plethora of wealthy individuals in the provincial capital. Zhou Haoyu sighed as he made his way to the raw stone hall on the other side. The crowd here was even denser than in the exhibition hall. Naturally, there were numerous raw stones on display. In fact, even a modest piece of raw stone starts at a six-figure price, significantly higher than prices in Jinzhou. Moreover, the gamble of stone, betting on the quality of jade, is notoriously capricious. High prices do not guarantee good outcomes. This inherent irrationality is precisely what makes stone gambling so enticing and thrilling. As Zhou Haoyu perused the offerings, he observed many transactions taking place. Soon, jubilant shouts erupted, while others lamented in despair. Just as Zhou Haoyu was about to purchase a piece of raw stone, he heard someone angrily exclaim, "Who allowed him to enter? How can a country bumpkin like him even be here at such a prestigious exhibition? Security! Get him out of here." Chapter 46. Unscientifically, Yuanbo initially thought he had mistaken the person, but the oversized, dark sunglasses made it nearly impossible to be mistaken. "Damn little bastard! You dare come to my territory? Today, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget, making you regret ever crossing me." Zhou Haoyu was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the extravagantly president. Yet, considering his status, it seemed rather fitting for him to be present in such a setting. Zhou Haoyu had a favorable impression of this individual and waved with a smile, saying, "I was wondering who had such a foul mouth. Turns out it's you, Li. Wasn't it just a matter of losing $1 million to me in stone gambling? Why so rude? Can we not enjoy our games together in the future?" At this remark, an eerie silence blanketed the room. Everyone was aware of Li Yuanbo's stature. For this young man to address him so casually was audacious. Furthermore, to claim that Li Yuanbo had lost $1 million in stone gambling was an absurd jest. Li Yuanbo was the vice president of the Provincial Stone Gambling Association, and even the prestigious four great families spent considerable sums to have him consult for their companies. It was indeed hard to believe that such a prominent figure would lose to an obscure young man in his area of expertise. Li Yuanbo's expression darkened instantly, and he bellowed, "Security! Where are the guards?" Shortly after, several uniformed security personnel arrived. Today's exhibition was exceptional, with the security team comprised of elite members. The leading guard, with a square face and an imposing figure, exuded a resolute demeanor, clearly a seasoned fighter. "Why haven't you thrown him out? Allowing just anyone in could lead to dire consequences, and can you bear the responsibility for that?" Upon hearing the president's furious shout, the guard's hawk-like gaze swiftly locked onto Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu, maintaining his composure, replied, "I possess an invitation to this exhibition. You have no right to expel me." The guard retorted, "What gives a country bumpkin like you the right to attend such a high-caliber exhibition? I suspect he has infiltrated our gathering, perhaps with the intention of acquiring ill-gotten wealth." Pausing momentarily, Li Yuanbo deliberately reminded the crowd, "Everyone, please be vigilant and check if your wallets, jewelry, and other valuables are still with you." Upon hearing this, the attendees indeed began to scrutinize their possessions, although their belongings remained intact. The glances directed towards Zhou Haoyu grew increasingly hostile. Li Yuanbo's esteemed status undoubtedly lent credibility to his words. Even the square-faced man coldly inquired of Zhou Haoyu, "Sir, where is your invitation?" Zhou Haoyu responded with a frosty demeanor. It was taken by the security at the entrance. The square-faced man furrowed his brows, while Li Yuanbo burst into triumphant laughter. "You see, your cover is blown. Our invitations were returned to us after being checked by the security. In fact, some invitations from prominent figures were confiscated and subsequently returned to Miss Jiang. Those invitations were personally pinned by her. Surely, you do not presume to claim you are one of those illustrious individuals?" At this, several of his acquaintances chuckled, while some affluent ladies expressed regret, remarking on the young man's handsome appearance and commendable physique, pondering why he would choose such a path and offend someone like President Li. It seemed inevitable that he would not only be expelled, but also face a severe reprimand. As anticipated, the square-faced man's demeanor towards Zhou Haoyu grew even more contemptuous. "If you possess no invitation, I have ample reason to suspect you are an interloper. For the safety of all guests present, I must kindly ask you to leave." The moment these words left his lips, several young security personnel encircled Zhou Haoyu, with one even brandishing a rubber baton. Zhou Haoyu retorted with a scoff, "Go ahead and try to lay a hand on me. You've overstepped your bounds. This is the provincial capital, not Jinju. Do you think you can act tough here?" Li Yuanbo was taken aback by Zhou Haoyu's audacity in the provincial capital. However, the more arrogant Zhou Haoyu became, the more severe his fate would be. He had heard tales of the Jiang family's security measures. At that moment, the square-faced man made his move, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Given the significance of the exhibition and the presence of esteemed guests, he was eager to resolve the matter swiftly. Yet, to his astonishment, despite Zhou Haoyu's stationary stance, his attempts to strike were repeatedly thwarted, appearing almost as if he were deliberately holding back. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had not restrained himself. "I will count to 3. If you continue to feign ignorance, do not blame me for being ungracious." Zhou Haoyu's words left the onlookers in shock. Who was he addressing? Had he lost his senses? But soon, a melodious laughter rang out. I have heard of the esteemed Dr. Zhou from the Jiang family, meeting you today. I see the reputation is indeed well-deserved. As a fragrant breeze swept through, a captivating figure approached gracefully. She appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing a pair of alluring, enchanting eyes. With a prominent nose and slightly parted red lips, her exquisite visage, complemented by an opulent makeup, accentuated her enchanting allure. Dressed in a custom-made cheongsam that accentuated her exquisite figure, she embodied elegance and allure. Particularly striking were her long legs, elegantly wrapped in black stockings, evoking impulses that could ignite a year's worth of desire. She was a siren, a captivating enchantress capable of stirring the passions of every ordinary man present. Yet, more than her fox-like beauty, it was her identity that commanded respect and caution. Jiang family, Jiang Siki, a formidable contender for the future leadership of the Jiang clan. Even in a province renowned for its talents, her reputation rivaled that of the most prominent young masters, earning her the title of the province's belle. What an extraordinary honor! However, this woman of extraordinary lineage, akin to a fox spirit, nonchalantly approached Zhou Haoyu, her eyes sparkling with a blend of shyness and playful reproach. One might mistakenly believe they shared a deeper connection. Wait, did Miss Jiang just refer to him as Dr. Zhou? Could it be that this young man truly held significance? Certainly, otherwise, would Miss Jiang personally attend to him? Despite their lengthy presence, she had not welcomed anyone else. The invitation must indeed be genuine. Yet, hadn't he presently mentioned? In that moment, all eyes turned to Li Yuanbo, who was equally taken aback, unable to fathom how swiftly the tables had turned. Hadn't he anticipated that the rustic individual he had derided would be a distinguished guest personally invited by Jiang Siki herself? Why was he even invited by her? There must be some misunderstanding. This defies logic. Chapter 47. The struggle between dragons and tigers. Dr. Zhou remained silent. Could it be that he was still upset with me? If it were anyone else, they would have capitulated long ago under the sweet charm of such a beauty. Yet, Zhou Haoyu offered no concession, maintaining a stern demeanor. Jiang Siki's expression shifted as she coldly addressed Captain Wang, apologized to Dr. Zhou at once. Captain Wang, realizing his blunder upon seeing Jiang Siki, hurriedly confessed, Dr. Zhou, it was my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Jiang Siki glanced at the other security personnel, commanding, all of you, apologize as well. They complied, their humility evident in their hasty contrition. The onlookers were left stunned. Miss Jiang was certainly extending an unusual amount of grace to this man. Yet, Zhou Haoyu remained unfazed. Fixing his gaze upon Jiang Siki, his expression neutral, you knew I would come upon receiving the invitation. Were you merely observing to see how I would navigate this situation? Jiang Siki, shedding her earlier imposing demeanor, replied with a smile, I was merely curious, having heard praises of you from the Jiang family's young ladies. My interest was piqued, prompting a desire to test your character. Dr. Zhou, being a man of stature, surely you wouldn't hold it against a mere woman like me. As she spoke, she playfully linked her arm with Zhou Haoyu's, her innate allure almost pressing against him. Yet, he remained aloof, responding coolly, this time. I will let it pass, but next time, I won't allow you to escape so easily. Siki would never, she teased, nuzzling closer. As Zhou Haoyu's furrowed brow relaxed, he smiled at the somewhat bewildered crowd and said, Come, let me introduce myself. Soon, Jiang Siki began to unveil Zhou Haoyu's identity to everyone. Though termed as an introduction, it resembled more of an extravagant praise. At one moment, she extolled Zhou Haoyu's remarkable medical skills, and at another, proclaimed him a genius in the art of stone gambling. She even recounted the incident from a couple of days ago when Li Yuanbo had lost to Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu understood that this woman was creatively avenging him. However, despite his fondness for beautiful women, he despised being toyed with. She had clearly arrived first yet chose to lurk in the shadows, allowing Li Yuanbo to provoke him. Even when their own security intervened, she remained silent, later feigning innocence with a coy remark about being thrilled by the hunt. Zhou Haoyu was not a man who could be so easily swayed by a beautiful face. Nor was he someone to be trifled with by a woman, were it not for her insistence on referring to him as Jiang family's young master. He would hardly care about her status as a daughter of the Jiang family. Zhou Haoyu's demeanor towards her was less than cordial. Yet Jiang Siki persisted with her radiant smile. I heard from the Jiang family maid that divine Dr. Zhou is exceptionally skilled in stone gambling. I wonder what grade of jade you plan to unveil today. Her words dripped with confidence. That depends on what you have in store, doesn't it? Divine Dr. Zhou is indeed brimming with self-assurance. I shall wait and see. Jiang Siki was undeniably a stunning beauty, unlike Jiang Mingyue's aristocratic elegance. Her charm resembled that of a vivid rose, capable of enticing many men despite the potential for prickly thorns. Zhou Haoyu, a man among men, found himself intrigued by Jiang Siki, yet this interest was primal and raw, coupled with the fact that he was on a mission today. He had no inclination to engage in flirtation with such a cunning woman and promptly turned his attention to selecting raw stones. Throughout this process, Jiang Siki trailed behind him, her sultry gaze filled with admiration and desire, nearly overflowing. This man must be more than just a doctor, she mused. Miss Jiang mentioned Jiang family several times. Could it possibly be that Jiang family? If there is a connection, everything would make sense. Jiang Siki truly deserved her title as the flower of the provincial capital. There was no one of note that she could not charm. I've heard that there are many prominent figures in our province who have had affairs with her. Why else would she be called the flower of the provincial capital? A flower, indeed, a socialite. These conversations unfolded in hushed tones from the corner, unnoticed by Jiang Siki. However, Zhou Haoyu caught wind of them, and thus garnered a preliminary understanding of the woman before him. Still, his focus remained steadfast on the raw stones. Although each piece was exorbitantly priced, a wealth of quality gems was available. Just as Zhou Haoyu selected a stone and prepared to make his purchase, a brash voice interjected. That stone is mine. Chu Feng claims it. You may choose another. The newcomer donned an upscale Armani suit and possessed an agreeable appearance. Yet his eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, fixated on Zhou Haoyu. Li Yuanbo followed closely behind, adopting a subservient posture akin to that of a servant. Initially, Zhou Haoyu presumed this was an ally summoned by Li Yuanbo. However, as Jiang Siki suddenly drew closer, he immediately realized that he had been used as a pawn. Zhou Haoyu furrowed his brow, believing that after his initial warning, Jiang Siki would have exercised more prudence. To his dismay, she still sought to exploit him, perhaps even attempting to leverage his connection with Jiang Mingwei to dissuade the distinguished gentleman before them. Indeed, Jiang Siki began to stoke the flames, declaring, Master Chu. This piece of raw stone was first selected by Master Zhou. Your actions may disrupt the established order. Chu Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Siki, I grant you this favor. I shall not contest this stone with him. Pausing, Chu Feng fixed Zhou Haoyu with a steely glare, adding, but next, I challenge you to a stone gamble. If you are a man, do not hesitate. His proclamation astonished everyone present, although private gambling in the stone industry was not uncommon. Who was Master Chu? He hailed from the esteemed Chu family, one of the 4 great clans. More importantly, he possessed an extraordinary talent for stone gambling. Having studied under Master Zhao, the lifetime honorary president of the Provincial Stone Gambling Association, over the years, he had made significant contributions to the Chu family's jade business. A saying circulated within the provincial stone gambling circle. If Chu Feng selects a stone, simply open it. It is guaranteed to yield jade. He was even bestowed the title of gambling prodigy. Were it not for his youth, he would have already ascended to the presidency of the Provincial Stone Gambling Association. Despite his youth, he still held the title of vice president, and his expertise in stone gambling was unparalleled, earning him the respect of even seasoned veterans like Li Yuanbo. For most, gambling against him was akin to offering a monetary gift. However, Miss Jiang had mentioned that Zhou Haoyu was also a skilled gambler. Could it be that they were about to witness a fierce contest between equals? Anticipation filled the air among the onlookers. Yet, Zhou Haoyu seemed oblivious to the challenge. Proceeding to make his payment and moving to the nearby cutting table. After marking the stone, the cutting machine whirred to life. Soon, a green glow emerged, causing gasps of astonishment among the crowd. This individual had revealed green at the outset. He was certainly no ordinary contender, which explained Miss Jiang's evident admiration for him. I have heard that the Jiang family's jade company is in search of a capable consultant. It seems Miss Jiang intends to recruit him, someone remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanbo's face turned a shade of green with anger as he scoffed. What capability does he possess? This stone was chosen by our President Chu. He merely paid for it and is riding on our coattails. This remark garnered considerable agreement from the crowd, and soon, no one continued to praise Zhou Haoyu. However, Jiang Siki made it clear that she intended to put Zhou Haoyu in the spotlight. Although she did not vocalize her praises, she approached him with an expression of admiration. This scene, reminiscent of celestial beings in love, caused Chu Feng to lose his composure. He strode directly to the cutting machine, observing the jade gradually revealing its true form, and disdainfully remarked, just an ordinary beam-type jade. Behold this hue. At best, it can be described as an oily green, and its size is rather diminutive. It is worth no more than 1 million at most. Yet, the raw stone he recently acquired cost him merely 200,000, thus earning him a swift profit of 1 million, which is quite impressive. Upon hearing Jiang Siqi's remark, Chu Feng felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. In that moment, his resentment towards Zhou Haoyu reached its zenith. Zhou, are you deaf or mute? Did you not hear my words? How dare you contend with me for a woman, as if you were worthy of such a pursuit? Fool. Zhou Haoyu cast a disdainful glance in his direction. It was clear that Jiang Siqi was intentionally provoking this imbecile, and curiously, he fell for it every time. With such a lack of intellect, to think he could win the affection of this cunning socialite was nothing short of a delusion. Enraged, Chu Feng retorted, what did you say? If you have the audacity, repeat that. Do you believe I could prevent you from leaving this hall? Jiang Siqi's expression turned grave. Chu Feng, you have gone too far. Dr. Zhou is my esteemed guest, and you threaten him in front of me as if the Jiang family is inconsequential? Chu Feng immediately softened, offering a conciliatory explanation. Siqi, that was not my intention. My feelings for you. Jiang Siqi interrupted. This is not the time for such discussions. Very well, Zhou. I shall ask you one last time. Are you willing to wager with me? If not, then from now on, avoid me at all costs. Stay away from those who are beyond your reach. People like us are not meant to associate with those of your ilk. Chu Feng dared not display his displeasure towards Jiang Siqi, yet his animosity towards Zhou Haoyu was palpable. Jiang Siqi's expression darkened once more. Chu Feng, you, however. Before she could finish, Zhou Haoyu brazenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Jiang Siqi was momentarily taken aback, her enchanting eyes revealing genuine emotion for the first time panic. And a hint of anger. There is no need to be this upset. It doesn't suit you. Be good and obedient. Zhou Haoyu said with a grin as he caressed Jiang Siqi's waist. Chu Feng was nearly apoplectic, bellowing, release her at once. What is the matter? She didn't say I couldn't touch her, did she? Did you not see her wrap her arm around me just now? It's of no consequence. Everyone witnessed it. At Zhou Haoyu's words, the onlookers instinctively nodded in agreement. Chu Feng, furious to the point of smoke billowing from his ears, thought that if not for the crowd, he would have surely eliminated Zhou Haoyu on the spot. Yet Zhou wore an expression of triumph. Aren't you eager to wager stones with me? Very well, but the stakes must be higher. I have no interest in trifles. How about 10 million? Chu Feng gritted his teeth in response. Although he was seething with anger, Jiang Siqi showed no resistance, compelling him to suppress his rage as he contemplated reclaiming his dignity in the upcoming wager. 10 million? You, of all people, have the audacity to utter that amount? Zhou Haoyu scoffed. Go home and play with your mother. Chu Feng, unable to contain his fury, retorted, am I to fear your lack of funds? How much do you propose to wager? Let us start with a modest target. Zhou Haoyu replied nonchalantly. The crowd gasped at the figure he mentioned. 100 million? Even the esteemed young Master Chu finds it quite challenging to produce such a sum, does he not? This transcends mere gambling. It verges on risking one's entire fortune. Chu Feng's demeanor shifted continuously, and after a prolonged silence, he coldly remarked, 100 million, your audacity is indeed remarkable. But can you truly afford it? No need for your concern. I have unwavering faith that Miss Jiang will be my most steadfast support, won't she? As he uttered the last two words, Zhou Haoyu cast a glance towards Jiang Siqi. Jiang Siqi, under his gaze, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with emotion, nearly overflowing. I can vouch for him, she said in a sweet, delicate tone, her gaze filled with affection, akin to sharp arrows piercing through Chu Feng's fervent heart, shattering it to pieces. He appeared profoundly affected, his eyes reddening, his expression contorted as he bellowed at Zhou Haoyu. Isn't it just 100 million? I agree. Zhou Haoyu looked around at the assembled crowd. You all must bear witness. Should anyone default on their debts, do you think I'm like you? I possess ample wealth. And moreover, Chu Feng refrained from continuing, harboring absolute confidence in his gambling stone. Let us commence. According to the customs of the gambling stone community, you two may select freely. Since you are both my dear friends, I shall offer an 8% discount on the stones you choose. Chu Feng, unconcerned by Jiang Siqi's mention of the discount, noted that Zhou Haoyu, however, was quite attentive to it. Yet, he was more wary of the fact that this little enchantress could be rather slippery. If he were not vigilant, she might seize the opportunity to slip away. Nonetheless, he was not like that pitiful Fei Yong'ang, who was toyed with at others' whims, desperately concocting schemes to present 100 million to himself. No wonder Fei Yong'ang was deemed inferior. Zhou Haoyu shook his head and began selecting the stones. In contrast to the earnest Chu Feng, he approached the task with a leisurely demeanor, examining each stone as if on a casual shopping trip. lacking any thorough investigation. Jiang Siki observed this scene with growing alarm. She suddenly regretted her earlier guarantee. 100 million in cash was, for her, an astronomical figure. However, Jiang Mingwei had proclaimed him a master of gambling stones. And his confidence suggested there should be no issues, right? What if, to rid herself of Chu Feng's troublesome presence, she incurred a loss of 100 million? Why panic now? Rest assured, you shall find yourself even more anxious tonight. Zhou Haoyu's indifferent words sent a shiver down Jiang Siki's spine. From their previous exchange, she discerned that Zhou Haoyu was no mere naive fool, far from the type of man who would be rendered immobile by her presence. Tonight? Surely he does not intend to impose upon me? This is the provincial capital, and I am a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Siki pondered, ultimately concluding that the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. Furthermore, Zhou Haoyu's purpose in the provincial capital was gambling stones. He would not deliberately seek to lose. Having arrived at this conclusion, Jiang Siki gradually regained her composure. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had selected his stone. He radiated confidence, a visage brimming with delight, embodying the essence of assured victory. Chapter 49. Premium Jadeite. The stone chosen by Chu Feng was of considerable expense, even after the discount, still exceeding 5 million. It was a deep reddish-brown, roughly the size of a pumpkin. In his quest to select this stone, he meticulously examined nearly every raw stone in the entire hall. However, after completing the payment, he did not hasten to cut it open, as if victory was assured. Instead, he urged Zhou Haoyu. Zhou merely glanced over and then averted his gaze, scoffing, "Rather than wasting effort to rush me, you would be better off preparing that 100 million in advance." Chu Feng's expression shifted immediately, but before he could respond, Li Yuanbo, standing behind him, interjected, "President Chu, this fellow is sharp-tongued. I have fallen victim to his kind before. Individuals of our stature should not stoop to verbal sparring with him. I suggest you cut the stone directly, allowing this country bumpkin to witness who the true master of stone gambling is." With a darkened face, Chu Feng nodded, "Then let us proceed with the cut." Pausing momentarily, he turned to the cutter with a serious reminder, "Be cautious in your work. This raw stone begins with top-grade jadeite, and it may even yield a royal quality." At this, the master cutter's hands trembled, and the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Royal-grade jadeite? A piece the size of a palm could fetch several million. If it were even half that size, no, even a quarter, it could command tens of millions. Li Yuanbo, buoyed by pride, chimed in, "Young Master Chu is no mere show-off. When he mentions possibility, the odds are undoubtedly favorable." He then instructed the master cutter, "You must be fully alert. This treasure could very well be the pièce d'argent of today's auction." The exhibition's essence lies in the auction, which features not only various jade stones showcased by the organizers, but also high-end jadeite from the raw stone hall. Here, high-end implies the finest jadeite and royal-grade jadeite, if of substantial size, indeed qualifies to be a showstopper. Soon, the sound of cutting echoed from the station, and the crowd held their breath in anticipation. Before long, a dazzling green light erupted. Goodness, it revealed green so quickly. It was not merely any green. It appeared even richer than oil green. The water quality was extraordinary. Though still unclear, yet it was undeniably superior to the glutinous type. What glutinous type? This was the finest glass-type jade. The quality of jadeite typically depends on its water quality and hue. It wasn't long before someone recognized it as the highest-grade glass type with exceptional color. The crowd erupted in excitement, all eyes fixed intently on the cutting station. Moments later, a vibrant emerald of exquisite jadeite was unveiled before them. Many had never encountered such a vivid hue and were utterly captivated. Each person exchanged glances, yet no one dared to utter a word. Ultimately, it was Li Yuanbo who broke the silence, exclaiming, "Glass type, imperial green, and such a large piece. The starting bid must be at least 30 million. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up to the self-satisfied Chu Feng. "President Chu, truly a remarkable pupil of the esteemed Zhao. You are extraordinary." Hearing this, Chu Feng reveled in the envious and admiring gazes of those around him, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He seemed to have forgotten the earlier displeasure. His demeanor rejuvenated with vigor. Especially when he saw Jiang Siki approach, he unveiled what he considered his most charming smile. With neither arrogance nor frivolity, he remarked, "Siki, this magnificent jade should certainly catch your eye, no?" Jiang Siki, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, replied with a smile, "Young Master Chu certainly knows how to jest. Such a grand piece of jade, upon its unveiling, has overshadowed everything I have prepared. Indeed, while the jade was rare, its worth paled in comparison to her own." Chu Feng gazed at her with profound affection, causing a tinge of embarrassment to wash over Jiang Siki. The onlookers were well aware of their past, their attention fixated on Jiang Siki, eager to witness her reaction. The atmosphere turned once again quiet and charged with tension. Suddenly, an ill-timed sound of retching broke the silence. Zhou Haoyu interjected, "You can speak freely, but must you be so sentimental? Are you channeling some spirit of tomcat, or embodying a two-faced turtle?" Chu Feng, incensed, could hardly bear such humiliation as the heir of the Chu family. Yet, Jiang Siki cast a grateful glance at Zhou Haoyu and asked with a smile, "Have you made your selection, Dr. Zhou?" Zhou Haoyu replied with a grin, "I've chosen the largest raw stone, priced at over 8 million. Even at an 8% discount, it remains over 6 million. Perhaps you might consider a complimentary offer?" Jiang Siki laughed heartily. "Dr. Zhou, you're jesting again. Several million is hardly a challenge for you, is it?" Zhou Haoyu replied mischievously, "Indeed, it is quite manageable, especially with a beauty like Miss Jiang by my side. However, let us be fair, Miss Jiang, can we negotiate a bit more? I'm not greedy. A mere 10% discount will suffice." Li Yuan was scoffed. "Bargaining in a place like this? Do you think this is a market?" Zhou Haoyu, with a playful glint in his eye, retorted, "Isn't this akin to a market? Otherwise, why is there an old dog barking incessantly?" Li Yuan was seethed with anger, nearly having a heart attack. Yet, Zhou Haoyu, with a twinkle of mischief, continued to mock, "What's the matter? Riding on the coattails of your master S.J. discovery. Are you itching to wager against me?" Li Yuanbo paused, glancing at the jade, his mind flickering with intrigue, but he maintained his composure, feigning restraint. "Do you dare to gamble?" Zhou Haoyu dismissively replied, "What's there to fear? It's merely a piece of worthless jade." "Worthless jade? You speak quite boldly, young man," interjected a rotund onlooker, dissatisfied. "Do you have a stake in this? Count me in, but if we're betting, let us wager something substantial, 10 million each." Initially expecting a wager of 100 million, he found 10 million within his means. Nevertheless, he derided, "I'm not afraid of you. I'm concerned you lack the funds to cover your losses." This incited a chorus of agreement, with some even mocking Zhou Haoyu openly. It was clear to Zhou Haoyu that these individuals didn't harbor genuine animosity. They simply sought to ride the coattails of opportunity, hoping to profit from the rare jade. While he had yet to catch a glimpse of the green light, the current situation regarding who holds the advantage is exceedingly evident. Yet, he continues to feign a visage of indignation, glaring fiercely at the crowd. "You insolent bastards, each and every one of you believes I will falter. Do you not? Very well, I shall accept all your wagers." Seeing that Zhou Haoyu was genuinely provoked, the onlookers were filled with delight. However, the first to interject was a rotund individual, who disdainfully remarked, "Do not speak so confidently. Do you possess the means to compensate? After all, you require Miss Jiang to guarantee your 100 million with young Master Chu. Can you truly withstand our stakes?" Zhou Haoyu gritted his teeth and cast a disdainful glance at the crowd before finally turning to Jiang Siki. Jiang Siki felt a pang of disappointment. In truth, she had anticipated Zhou Haoyu's inevitable defeat ever since Chu Feng had offered the top-quality jade. Yet, she did not expect Zhou Haoyu to audaciously boast, so easily ensnared in another's trap. It appears even Jiang Mingwei can overlook a detail now and then. Or perhaps, having enjoyed a string of successes, he is merely grasping at straws even in the face of certain defeat. She had encountered many gamblers prone to such reckless bravado, and she calmly offered, "If Dr. Zhou requires assistance, I could personally lend you some funds." This time, it was not a guarantee but a loan, and her tone was flat, as though addressing a stranger. Zhou Haoyu seemed oblivious to the implications, continuing to jest. "Is there an option for compensation in kind?" A flicker of disgust flashed in Jiang Siki's eyes. Chu Feng's patience had reached its limit. He pointed at Zhou Haoyu and shouted, "Enough! You clown! Cease this farce and either wager or leave." Zhou Haoyu looked at him with pity, retorting, "I believe you are the true fool. Hurry back to Gotham. Batman has decided not to pursue you any longer." "Do not divert the topic. Did you not just propose a wager? Do you dare accept 10 million? Li Yuanbo shouted. "You truly possess wealth. What about the rest of you?" Zhou Haoyu inquired with visible impatience. "I shall wager 10 million. I will put forth 20 million. In an instant, numerous voices joined in, responding with significant sums, causing even Jiang Siki to feel a twinge of panic. Were it not for Zhou Haoyu's connection to the Jiang family, she might have retracted her earlier offer. Yet, Zhou Haoyu remained unperturbed, addressing Jiang Siki, "Miss Jiang, you are more acquainted with these individuals than I. Do they genuinely have the means? They wouldn't default on their debts, would they?" Jiang Siki endeavored to maintain her composure, smiling as she assured him, "Rest assured. With my witness, they would not dare to renege. Then, I would appreciate it if Miss Jiang could keep a record, lest they attempt to contest their losses later." Observing Zhou Haoyu's meticulousness, the others who had placed bets could not help but chuckle. However, Jiang Siki found no amusement in the matter. Her mind was already racing with how she would explain this predicament to Jiang Mingwei. At that moment, under Zhou Haoyu's direction, 2 security personnel worked in unison to place the enormous raw stone he had selected, towering as high as a person and weighing several hundred pounds, onto the largest cutting machine. Simply outlining it consumed Zhou Haoyu over 10 minutes. After the task was completed, he did not forget to impart some advice, saying, "Be cautious while cutting this massive treasure. It begins at the level of top quality, and it may even reach the royal grade." The serious master craftsman was immediately amused. Top quality jade is a rarity, and royal quality is even more elusive, especially one of such considerable size. He believed this lad had lost his senses, but then again, gamblers are often prone to such eccentricities. Soon, the master began cutting along the marked lines, the sharp sound of the blade resonating once more. However, this time, the onlookers appeared considerably more at ease. Despite having earned a substantial amount over the years, it was still the first time he could potentially make 10 million so swiftly. Old Luo, don't celebrate too early. What if he truly unveils a piece of royal jade? Royal jade? Don't make me laugh. The last time royal jade was discovered in our provincial capital was years ago, wasn't it? I believe it was personally unearthed by old Zhao. That piece was as large as a watermelon and sold for over 100 million, right? If this chunk turns out to be royal quality, it could fetch several hundred million. Let us prepare to celebrate the birth of a billionaire. Laughter erupted among the crowd, unabashedly mocking the notion that Zhou Haoyu would prevail. Meanwhile, Jiang Siki's heart sank to the depths, yet in deference to the occasion, her alluring visage retained a semblance of a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat forced. Before long, the results began to materialize on the cutting table. There was not a hint of green. Although the giant stone, towering at the height of a person, had been reduced to the size of a child, the elusive green glow still failed to appear. Jiang Siki's smile had vanished unbeknownst to her, while the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly jubilant. Just then, a brilliant flash of green light erupted like a meteor, freezing the smiles on their faces and abruptly silencing their laughter. A collective gasp echoed as the cutting master halted his work. Zhou Haoyu calmly urged, "Continue cutting." The master, regaining his composure, resumed his task. The green light intensified, emanating an extraordinary hue, imbued with a profound, ancient essence, exuding an aura of sovereignty and majesty. Imperial green. Remarkably, it was a grade above the royal green. Such a hue typically graces only the finest royal jewels, all of which are priceless treasures beyond compare. Some spectators could hardly believe their eyes, while others wore expressions of sheer astonishment, and a few were moved to tears of excitement. What was even more astonishing was that this piece of imperial green jade stood half as tall as a child. Its surface shimmered like ice, conveying a chilling clarity that was almost unsettling. Imperial green, ice type. Each term alone would render this jade extraordinary, but together, they utterly eclipsed the so-called top quality. This was the monarch of jade, unquestionably unparalleled. It towered above all, commanding respect from all others. "Miss Jiang, I trust this piece of jadeite will capture your attention?" As the crowd continued to bask in overwhelming astonishment, Zhou Haoyu mimicked the atmosphere and spoke up. Despite the oversized, dark sunglasses obscuring his gaze, Jiang Siki felt her cheeks flush at the mockery woven into his words. This time, however, she did not express anger. Alongside her astonishment was an overwhelming sense of reverence for Zhou Haoyu. This man had indeed unveiled an imperial-grade gem. After all the commotion, it became clear that the so-called desperate struggle was merely a reflection of our underestimation of him, a testament to his ability to turn the impossible into reality. Even in the face of adversity, he could still emerge victorious. What manner of man is he? Perhaps it is only such a man who can truly capture one's heart. With this thought, Jiang Siki's heart raced, and her gaze towards Zhou Haoyu took on a hint of infatuation. The news of the imperial-grade jadeite unveiled in the raw stone hall spread like wildfire throughout the exhibition. Even those uninterested in gambling stones flocked to witness the spectacle. Many pulled out their phones, summoning friends, while others captured photos and videos to share across various social media platforms. Naturally, Jiang Siki attended to these guests. Zhou Haoyu's sole concern was collecting debts, having made quite a profit this time. Chapter 51. Are you cheating? Why is everyone so silent? I recall someone, a certain rotund individual, offering congratulations on my newfound billionaire status. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Zhou Haoyu impatiently nudged the plump man. The man paled, stammering, see cash or bank transfer. Before he could respond, Zhou Haoyu turned to call out, Miss Jiang, it seems someone is trying to default on their debt. I never said I wouldn't pay. Reluctantly, the man fished out his phone. Move swiftly. Do you not realize that I deal in tens of millions at a moment's notice? After receiving confirmation of the successful transfer, Zhou Haoyu turned his attention to the others. Those rascals who had been so boisterous moments ago now resembled wilted eggplants. Thankfully, with the Jiang family's reputation backing him, they dared not renege on their debts. Old man, it's your turn. Zhou Haoyu approached Li Yuanbo, who appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. Honestly, I quite like you. Every encounter with you brings in money. Thank you. Li Yuanbo's expression shifted repeatedly before he resignedly initiated the transfer. Finally, only you remain. Young Master Chu, for someone of your stature, 100 million should be a mere trifle, right? Of course, if you find yourself lacking. I trust Miss Jiang would vouch for you. After all, you two are quite familiar with one another. Upon hearing Zhou Haoyu mention Jiang Siki, the initially reluctant Chu Feng had no choice but to grit his teeth and declare, I will transfer. However, don't celebrate too soon. My money doesn't come without strings attached. As he manipulated his phone, his gaze bore into Zhou Haoyu with palpable hostility, as if he were intent on dismantling him piece by piece. Zhou Haoyu exaggeratedly exclaimed, Miss Jiang, someone is threatening me. Want you intervene? I'm nearly scared out of my wits. All right, just you wait. After Chu Feng uttered a harsh remark, he turned on his heel and departed. Zhou Haoyu smiled, finding the fool exceedingly easy to provoke. He glanced at his phone's balance, his grin widening with delight. What a windfall. Truly an extraordinary gain. Observing his smug demeanor, the crowd seethed with resentment, yet felt utterly powerless. Many were envious, unable to fathom the sheer luck that had befallen this young man. Who would have thought he would unearth a royal-grade jade, a rarity in a century? As Chu Feng left, someone grumbled in displeasure, in my opinion. Chu Feng is utterly useless. He couldn't even recognize the royal-grade jade before him. If he had extracted such a gem, wouldn't we have triumphed? Another chimed in, indeed. What a farce this so-called stone gambling genius is. He has cost me a fortune. At that moment, an abrupt voice pierced the air. Wait, I suspect you are cheating. The speaker was Li Yuanbo, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Haoyu, as if trying to penetrate his very soul. The crowd stirred with excitement, anticipating a spectacle. Zhou Haoyu retorted, Old man, you can drink as much paraquat as you please, but don't spout nonsense. How have I cheated? Did I scribble notes on your wife's thigh? Don't be so arrogant. Li Yuanbo shot back. I've suspected something was amiss for a while now. Who wears sunglasses while gambling with stones? There must be something suspicious about those shades. Li Yuanbo's accusation jolted the crowd awake. Indeed, everyone else was careful to see clearly. Yet who would don such oversized sunglasses? Could they be some high-tech device capable of revealing the inner workings of the stones? Zhou Haoyu laughed. Just because you say there is something suspicious, does that make it so? I could just as easily claim there is something amiss with you. Your wife has her own peculiarities, frolicking with the neighbor, old Wang. Which explains why your son bears no resemblance to you. Li Yuanbo's face turned a ghastly shade of green. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no son. Only 3 daughters. Zhou Haoyu replied with a chuckle, then you should hasten to have them tested. What if none are your biological children? How tragic for you. But really, it's not a big deal. Your wife has labored for years to bring forth 3 daughters. Does it matter if they are hers or not? One shouldn't be so petty. You. Li Yuanbo's expression darkened, as though he might faint from rage at any moment. Zhou Haoyu theatrically pulled out his phone, saying, Hello. Is this the mental hospital? One of your patients has escaped. Yes, he's right in front of me, but it seems he is on the verge of transformation. How should I know into what? If he turns into a pile of dung, it won't be good for anyone. Outrageous. Outrageous. Li Yuanbo declared. I, Li Yuanbo, would stake my reputation that there is something wrong with that young man's sunglasses. He must be feeling guilty, otherwise, but Zhou Haoyu interrupted. Then your wife must also be feeling guilty, otherwise, why hasn't she accompanied you today? Ah, I swear I will kill you, you bastard. I will tear your mouth apart. Enraged beyond reason, Li Yuanbo charged at Zhou Haoyu, prompting Jiang Siki to quickly signal the security to restrain him. She was not concerned about Zhou Haoyu getting hurt, but rather feared that Li Yuanbo might face misfortune. After all, he was a notable figure in the provincial capital. and dying at one's own exhibition would be an ill omen. An old soul, struggling, was akin to a sow attempting to climb a tree, still glaring, still glaring. No matter how much she glared, I would not be swayed. Li Yuanbo continued to writhe, nearly losing consciousness, his breathing becoming labored. Jiang Siki shot Zhou Haoyu a glare. Zhou Haoyu chuckled and said, "All right, for Miss Jiang's sake, I shall refrain from engaging in a dispute with you. As for whether the sunglasses are problematic, would you dare to wager with me?" Upon hearing Zhou Haoyu propose a bet once more, many in attendance felt a shiver of apprehension. One could hardly blame Zhou Haoyu for his penchant for gambling. The swift gains from wagers were far more lucrative than those from stone betting. Moreover, imperial-grade jade was not something one found on street corners. Yet, there were plenty of foolish gamblers with money to spare. Clearing his throat, Zhou Haoyu addressed Li Yuanbo, "Today, I have made quite a profit. Do not speak unless you can wager at least 20 million. Li Yuanbo, infuriated, retorted, 20 million? Why don't you just rob a bank? That would be more profitable, given that you all enjoy gambling with me. Hey, you chubby fellow. You've been eyeing my sunglasses for quite some time. Do you wish to place a bet too?" Zhou Haoyu asked. "What does it matter to me? I can look." "Can I?" the chubby man replied, disgruntled. "Oh, you are quite audacious, aren't you? To be so brazen in front of Miss Jiang. Just wait. The Jiang family will remember you." The chubby man knew he was merely borrowing authority, yet he felt a twinge of fear given Jiang Siki's close ties with him. Seeing his genuine apprehension, Jiang Siki felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, watching Zhou Haoyu continue to intimidate him. Indeed, it was pure intimidation. She did not believe in such high-tech products, especially since Zhou Haoyu had deceived her once before. Chapter 52, Wilderness Combat. "Well then, old fool. Is there 20 million or not? If you can produce it, I shall allow you to test the sunglasses. If they are indeed flawed, I will return all the money I just won, including the previous 10 million. Hesitation lingered in Li Yuanbo's mind. However, those who had lost money previously urged him. "Presently, what are you hesitating for? Bet with him." Indeed, I too suspect there is something amiss with those sunglasses. Not just the sunglasses. I believe there is something wrong with him entirely. Li Yuanbo was not easily swayed by such remarks, yet he found the sunglasses exceedingly peculiar. Coupled with the 20 million wager, a win would yield 40 million. He could also relish the satisfaction of trampling this foul-mouthed scoundrel underfoot. There was no loss in that. "Let us gamble then." Jiang Siki, feeling somewhat resigned, stated, "I shall bear witness once more." At this juncture, Zhou Haoyu did not forget to continue his charade with the others. However, these individuals had grown wise, whether Zhou Haoyu provoked or incited. They acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. Alas, how he longed for the earlier excitement. After lamenting, Zhou Haoyu reluctantly removed his sunglasses and handed them over. Without the concealment of the shades, his handsome visage left many women momentarily breathless. Even Jiang Siki's beguiling eyes shimmered with a flicker of light. Yet, Li Yuanbo could hardly afford to be distracted by such allure. The previous 20 million had already pushed him to his limits. Should he lose again, he would be compelled to sell his company. The stakes were too high for him to bear the burden of defeat. However, after much fiddling, he was unable to locate the so-called switch. Wearing the sunglasses, apart from the increasingly nauseating visage of Zhou Haoyu, there was no discernible change. He gazed at the raw stone, and it was as if his sight was obscured. He could neither see through it nor discern its details. Undeterred by superstition, he approached the raw stone hall and scrutinized the stone closely. The more he examined it, the colder his heart became. His once upright posture collapsed into a hunch almost instantaneously. Ultimately, he found himself seated on the ground, removing his sunglasses and weeping uncontrollably. "Damn it! Are you resorting to this tactic again? Do you think that by feigning weakness, I will let you off?" Zhou Haoyu, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves. But Jiang Siki preempted him, approaching Li Yuanbo with patience and inquiring, "Presently, you have personally tested these sunglasses. Is there truly anything amiss?" The sunglasses were merely ordinary, devoid of any peculiarity. Li Yuanbo wished to assert that there was something unusual, but his solitary opinion would hold no weight. All he could do was cry. After several more inquiries from Jiang Siki, and seeing his persistent silence, she declared, "In that case, the wager has once again resulted in a victory for Dr. Zhou." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanbo's cries grew louder, a lament so profound and sorrowful that it could bring tears to the eyes of any observer. Yet, Zhou Haoyu chuckled. "Crying so distressingly, one might think your wife had been unfaithful in the evidence released online." Jiang Siki smiled, recognizing Dr. Zhou's acumen. "You understand? Perhaps we could engage in a friendly spar sometime?" I'd like to gauge your depth. Observing the mischievous grin on Zhou Haoyu's face as he rubbed his hands together, Jiang Siki rolled her eyes and turned, swaying her hips as she departed. Today's stone betting, aside from the yet-to-be-auctioned imperial jadeite, saw Zhou Haoyu winning nearly 3 billion in stakes. Among them, Chu Feng and Li Yuanhua contributed the most, exceeding 100 million. Zhou Haoyu felt a sense of gratitude towards Li Yuanhua. He frequently enjoyed betting with him, and after losing several times in stone gambling, he even bet on the sunglasses. Truly, what a generous soul. Had he not mortgaged his company to the Jiang family, leaving him devoid of resources, Zhou Haoyu would have wished to keep his contact information. This man was indeed an angel of investment on his entrepreneurial journey, and the kind that sought no return. When his company flourished, he vowed to reserve a position for him, even if it were merely to sweep the floors. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the auction finally concluded. This event was unprecedented in its grandeur, especially considering the extraordinary value of the imperial jadeite. Jiang Siki believed that for a long time to come, people would relish in recounting today's events. Her position within the Jiang family would become increasingly solidified, all thanks to a certain man. Dr. Zhou, I have instructed the finance department to transfer the 2 million from President Li to you. As for the imperial jadeite, we will deduct a commission before transferring the remaining amount to you. In the lounge, Jiang Siki smiled at Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu, seemingly indifferent, replied, "It's nothing. That's merely a small sum. I'm quite wealthy now." The exquisite jadeite, under the enthusiastic promotion of the Jiang family, had fetched a staggering price of over 2 billion. Subtract any commission if necessary. Jiang Siki expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Dr. Zhou, you truly are extravagantly wealthy." "Eh? How do you know about that?" Zhou Haoyu responded playfully. "Have you seen it? May I have a glimpse?" Suddenly, Jiang Siki's tone shifted, and she leaned closer, her captivating allure almost overwhelming Zhou Haoyu. "Here?" he inquired. Loosening his belt, Jiang Siki seized his hand, laughing. "Let's find a different place, Dr. Zhou. As the host, it is only right that I treat you well." "You must indeed provide a proper reception," Zhou Haoyu suggested with a hint of implication. Jiang Siki laughed again, not refusing his overture. Feeling a surge of opportunity, Zhou Haoyu followed Jiang Siki as she departed the hotel. He had anticipated a meal first, believing that one must eat well to have the strength for subsequent endeavors. However, to his surprise, Jiang Siki led him to a desolate mountain. "Are we going to engage in some wild escapade?" Zhou Haoyu pondered, increasingly convinced of this possibility. After all, it was quite late, and venturing into the wilderness seemed to suggest an impending thrill. "Miss Jiang, I didn't realize you were even wilder than I," he remarked dryly. "I have yet more wildness in store," Jiang Siki replied with a flirtatious smile, tossing her hair back as she pressed the accelerator, driving toward the mountain summit. The fragrant strands brushed against Zhou Haoyu's face, causing his heart to race. Soon, they arrived at the mountaintop. Zhou Haoyu had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet he was utterly unprepared for the sight of numerous spectators. "Is it truly this wild?" he mused, quickly realizing something was amiss. The mountaintop platform, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was illuminated as brightly as day by powerful lights. In addition to the two of them, many young individuals driving sports cars were present. To his astonishment, Jiang Siki had brought him here for a street race. Moreover, she appeared to be quite familiar with these young people, who affectionately called her sister Jiao. Leaving Zhou Haoyu bewildered. Chapter 53. The frantic sheep. It turned out that this mountain had been slated for significant development by the authorities, but for reasons unknown, the project had stalled midway. Nonetheless, the surrounding roads had been completed, transforming the area into a popular spot for racing enthusiasts. Some of the narrow stretches had even been illuminated with lights. Despite this, the activity remained perilously dangerous. Zhou Haoyu found it perplexing that the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family would partake in such antics. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Siki genuinely relished the atmosphere, revealing her most authentic self. Before long, Jiang Siki pressed the accelerator to the floor. She fixed her gaze ahead, unleashing her thrill-seeking spirit as she began to race. Zhou Haoyu discerned her exceptional driving skills, which alleviated his initial concerns. However, not long after, he noticed tears shimmering at the corners of Jiang Siki's eyes. More alarmingly, as they approached a bend in the road, she gripped the steering wheel with fierce determination, seemingly intent on plunging off a cliff. This woman had lost her mind. Zhou Haoyu was unwilling to risk his life. Just as he was about to intervene, Jiang Siki executed a deft drift, overtaking the car ahead. Zhou Haoyu stole a glance at her, for the first time acknowledging her prowess. After the exhilarating race, Jiang Siki took Zhou Haoyu to a quaint farmhouse at the foot of the mountain, where they indulged in food and drink. Once they finished, Zhou Haoyu slid behind the wheel of her Maserati and inquired about their destination. To wherever you desire, she replied. Without hesitation, he drove to the nearest hotel. The sequence of events unfolded seamlessly, checking in, shedding clothes, and showering, all in one fluid motion. Yet, as he listened to the sound of water cascading in the bathroom, a sense of unease crept over him. Was everything unfolding too smoothly? Even if Jiang Siki were indeed a renowned socialite from the provincial capital. And despite his impeccable performance that day, her overt eagerness seemed out of character. Unless approaching the window, he parted the curtain and glanced down, only to spot a luxurious car below. It was indeed the vehicle of the infamous Fei Yangong. After all this time, she was still seeking to exploit him. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, unperturbed. If she aimed to manipulate him, she would first have to possess the means to do so. Not far from the hotel, within the opulent car, Chu Feng's heart plummeted as the lights in the room abruptly extinguished. His expression morphed from disappointment to numbness, ultimately spiraling into a twisted rage. Bastard, you wretched bastard. He raged inwardly. He had once held you in high esteem, despite all the gossip surrounding you. Yet here you were, betraying me? How could I have been so blind? In a fit of madness, Chu Feng pounded the front seat, indifferent to the pain he inflicted upon himself. The more he mulled over it, the angrier he became. Drawing a gleaming knife, he exited the vehicle. The driver's expression faltered, and just as he was about to follow, he noticed that Chu Feng's target was not the couple upstairs, but a pair of feral cats that had mysteriously appeared ahead. The tomcat was assertive and aggressive, while the she-cat initially resisted. Yet, it wasn't long before she succumbed to her instincts, becoming enraptured in the moment. Thus began a primal exchange between the two wild felines. Chu Feng observed coldly until the pair had fully immersed themselves in their encounter, lowering their awareness of danger to a minimum. In a sudden burst of motion, he lunged forward, his knife descending swiftly. With a swift stroke, the tomcat was severed in two, while the she-cat fled in terror. Ha! You forced my hand. You drove me to this. Chu Feng's face splattered with blood. He wildly brandished his knife, laughing maniacally as if he had lost his sanity. As dawn broke, Zhou Haoyu sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, engaging in his usual meditative practice. However, this time, he continued his cultivation until the sun reached its zenith, at which point he opened his eyes in astonishment. He unexpectedly seems to have made another breakthrough. The process of qi refinement is divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 orifices, 3 fields, 3 gates, and 3 apertures of the human body. The first 3 levels of qi refinement correspond to the lower, middle, and upper dantian. The middle levels correspond to the coccyx gate, the ridge gate, and the jade pillow gate. Just a few days ago, Zhou Haoyu had successfully broken through the coccyx gate, reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. To his astonishment, during his usual morning practice, he managed to break through the ridge gate, attaining the 5th level of qi refinement. After this breakthrough, his true energy not only grew more substantial, but his body also brimmed with strength. With a mere punch or kick, he could produce sounds akin to firecrackers. Was happiness truly this sudden? At this pace, after a few more sessions of practice, could he perhaps directly reach the foundation establishment stage? Is cultivation really this effortless? Zhou Haoyu's heart swelled with joy, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 54. I won't let you work in vain. Seeing that Jiang Siki had awakened, Zhou Haoyu awkwardly inquired, would you like to have some breakfast? You worked hard last night. Jiang Siki stared blankly at the ceiling, her expression neutral, calm as still water. Zhou Haoyu asked once more, and this time, Jiang Siki responded. Dr. Zhou certainly knew how to cherish beauty. It seemed Jiang Siki recalled the events of the previous night, her enchanting eyes now filled with a cold mockery. Zhou Haoyu, renowned for his reluctance to yield to force, instinctively retorted, don't try to provoke me with words. I was influenced by certain rumors. Besides, you were the one who first took advantage of me. The rumors Zhou Haoyu spoke of were clearer to Jiang Siki than to anyone else. Some of the content, in fact, she had orchestrated herself. However, until now, she had merely been playing along, nothing compared to the absurdity of last night. Yet, she could not refute Zhou Haoyu's accusation of exploitation. She had indeed taken advantage. And on several occasions, these tactics were not unfamiliar to her. But unexpectedly, after constantly hunting the wild geese, she found herself pecked in the eye by one. Forget it. It's better to owe you than to some old lecher. I must return. Jiang Siki seemed resigned, shaking her head as she prepared to rise. Yet, as she moved, a searing pain tore through her, distorting her delicate features. Would you like to lie down a little longer? Zhou Haoyu gently suggested, clearing his throat. Jiang Siki snorted coldly, remaining silent. At that moment, her stomach audibly protested. Zhou Haoyu promptly ordered room service. He was truly hungry and soon devoured his meal with great speed. Initially, Jiang Siki had no intention of joining him, but feeling hungry, she eventually took a bowl of porridge and sipped it delicately. After they had eaten their fill, the atmosphere in the room shifted from its previous tension. Jiang Siki took the initiative to ask, "When will you return?" Zhou Haoyu replied, "I'll head back once the money arrives. I need to buy some medicinal herbs." Jiang Siki was somewhat surprised. "You really are a traditional Chinese doctor?" "I am indeed a genuine divine doctor. No woman I have treated has ever left unsatisfied." Jiang Siki scoffed, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Seeing how fierce you were last night, I thought you specialized in that trade. Thank you for the compliment. No man would refuse such compliments." And Zhou Haoyu was no exception. Jiang Siki blushed slightly, her gaze shifting from beneath Zhou Haoyu as she casually inquired, "What medicinal herbs do you wish to procure?" "Our Jiang family owns several pharmaceutical companies. If I assist you, not only will the prices be more favorable, but the efficiency will also be significantly enhanced." Zhou Haoyu responded with a hint of surprise, "That sounds great. I will send you the detailed list of herbs shortly." He had found the process cumbersome, but with Jiang Siki's assistance, he felt relieved of the burden. Jiang Siki nodded. "Then please accompany me to the company later. You can leave after the herbs arrive." Zhou Haoyu wore a peculiar expression. "Why are you suddenly being so kind to me? You're not laying a trap for me at the company, are you? Are you afraid?" Jiang Siki retorted. Zhou Haoyu nodded earnestly. "I am notoriously timid and averse to trouble. I wouldn't dare provoke someone as significant as you, Miss Jiang. Even if it were the vice president of the Stone Gambling Association, Li Yuanbo, I would not be able to stand against him." Jiang Siki found it somewhat amusing but stifled her laughter, sighing, "My assistance is also to ensure that you may help me in the future. My previous consultant was driven away by Chu Feng's unscrupulous tactics, and since then, I have struggled to find a suitable replacement. Rest assured, I will not have you work for free." "I would prefer to work for free," Zhou Haoyu replied. Sensing Jiang Siki's change in demeanor, he shifted to self-deprecation. In truth, Chu Feng is not entirely without merit. Although he may not possess even a fraction of my charm or intellect, he is undeniably generous. Moreover, he truly has a passion for jade, unlike me, who is merely an ordinary man blessed with luck. Jiang Siki scoffed. A second-generation rich kid like Chu Feng merely views women as playthings. If I were to become involved with him, I would be discarded within a month. Furthermore, some matters are beyond my control. As she uttered the last sentence, a hint of melancholy clouded Jiang Siki's expression. Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. He never expected the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family to harbor her own struggles. He shook his head and stated earnestly, "All right. Your topics are too elevated for someone like me, an ordinary citizen. However, rest assured that today you have assisted me, and in the future, should you require help, I will be there for you." Hearing this, Jiang Siki felt a surge of gratitude. Yet, Zhou Haoyu added, "If you ever need assistance in that aspect, feel free to reach out to me. I offer ample supply and operate with integrity." Jiang Siki shot him a glare, certain areas of her being aching in response. "All right. Enough joking. Let us proceed to your company." Jiang Siki nodded and led Zhou Haoyu to her workplace. Although referred to as a company, it would be more fitting to describe it as a conglomerate. The entire building belonged to her, and the top floor was her private domain, equipped with offices, a gym, a media room, and everything one could possibly imagine or not. As Jiang Siki went to take a shower, Zhou Haoyu prepared the list of medicinal herbs. After several hours of waiting, Jiang Siki finally arrived at the office. The auction money should have been credited by now, right? "A batch of medicinal herbs has arrived. But the quantity you require is quite substantial, and some of the herbs need to be sourced from other regions. In a few days, I will dispatch someone to deliver them to Jianzhou." Zhou Haoyu expressed his gratitude, remarking, "Truly, Miss Jiang, your efficiency is commendable." Jiang Siki replied nonchalantly, "This title brings both advantages and disadvantages. Much like this company, which appears to be mine, in reality, I am merely an employee." Zhou Haoyu scanned the expansive office, spanning several hundred square meters, and jested, "If even an employee can possess such a grand office, I too would like to be employed." Jiang Siki smiled lightly and said, "A friend is coming to see you. He is the deputy governor of the provincial headquarters." "What does he want with me?" Zhou Haoyu inquired. Jiang Siki explained, "You currently have over 500 million in your account. As a client of your stature, he will certainly want to pay you a personal visit and speak favorably." After all, if you were to transfer your funds to another bank, it would pose a problem for him. Hearing this, Zhou Haoyu reminisced about his previous attempts to curry favor with the presidents of various banks in Jianzhou. Back then, he was the one who had to ingratiate himself, toasting and gifting, and sometimes even accompanying them to various social events. Little did he expect that, in such a short span of time, the tables would turn, and they would now be the ones trying to win his favor. Is this the allure of wealth? Chapter 55. Sheltered by a great tree, perhaps due to Jiang Siqi's influence, the deputy governor, whose thinning hair and slightly portly figure betrayed his affluent status, exhibited an exceptionally courteous demeanor towards Zhou Haoyu, almost to the point of flattery. He concluded the meeting by offering Zhou Haoyu a new card, maintaining the same number while significantly enhancing the associated benefits. For instance, he would receive dedicated service for banking transactions, gifts during holidays, and the privilege of withdrawing or transferring amounts up to 10 million at any time, among other perks. What Zhou Haoyu valued most was the privilege of instant withdrawals and transfers, coupled with the deputy governor's exceedingly amiable attitude, who tactfully refrained from mentioning any investment matters. Zhou Haoyu readily agreed not to transfer his funds to another bank. Shortly thereafter, the deputy governor departed, satisfied, assuring Zhou Haoyu that he would personally deliver the new card the following day. How does it feel to be held in such high regard? Is it not delightful? Throughout the interaction, Jiang Siqi remained largely silent, observing as the deputy governor praised Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu nodded, gazing into Jiang Siqi's enchanting eyes, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It is indeed gratifying, though it cannot compare to last night." Though Jiang Siqi had donned a slightly more conservative professional outfit, her exquisite visage and alluring figure remained irresistibly captivating. Particularly her long legs, elegantly clad in delicate black stockings, were impossible to ignore. Not to mention, Zhou Haoyu had personally experienced her enchanting allure the night before. That sensation was truly addictive. Jiang Siqi's cheeks flushed, seemingly recalling the fervor of the previous night. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Haoyu and, through gritted teeth, remarked, "I truly do not know what you consumed to leave me nearly in shambles. I am still in pain now." Simultaneously, she harbored resentment in her heart, pondering that those risk of films indeed wreaked havoc. Wasn't it promised to be quite pleasurable? "Do you require me to examine your wounds?" Ahem. What I truly meant to convey was, rest assured, it won't happen again. Jiang Siqi's expression remained frigid. "Do you still wish for a next time?" Zhou Haoyu, somewhat conflicted, hesitated for a moment before earnestly replying, "Frankly, I do. But trust me, I shall never act so rashly again, unless you desire to engage in some exhilarating activities." Jiang Siqi scoffed, "Then you shall await my demands. The medicinal herbs have arrived downstairs. Summon your driver." After a pause, she inquired curiously, "What do you intend to do with all those herbs? They appear to be quite costly." Zhou Haoyu did not withhold the truth from her. "I have established a pharmaceutical company, and naturally, I must procure raw materials in advance." Jiang Siqi expressed surprise. "You are also skilled in pharmacology?" "I possess a multitude of talents, from the old man pushing a cart to the yellow dog urinating, and the beggar cooking rice, and so forth." Jiang Siqi promptly interjected, "Enough. You ought to leave quickly. I have matters to attend to." Zhou Haoyu rose to his feet. "Remember to seek me out when you arrive in Jianzhou. As always, a large quantity ensures satisfaction, and we conduct our business with integrity. Depart." Zhou Haoyu was unperturbed, smiling as he turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Jiang Siqi appeared to recall some unsightly imagery, her delicate face gradually reddening, outshining the midday sun. Zhou Haoyu required a plethora of herbs, most of which were exorbitantly priced. The crux of the matter was that such items were typically inaccessible, even to those with wealth. He hadn't anticipated that with a mere utterance from Jiang Siqi, she would nearly procure all these herbs. Indeed, it is advantageous to lean on a sturdy tree for shade, he mused. His parents were ordinary individuals, and an inexpensive mentor had vanished years ago. He couldn't help but wonder if they had been deceived by some alluring online dealer sent to Myanmar for organ harvesting. It would be best if they removed everything that ought not to remain. After all, leaving it behind would only invite calamity. Unlike Jiang Siqi, who had the entire Jiang family to rely upon, he had only himself. Nevertheless, relying on oneself was just fine. Yesterday, he had indeed relied on himself, amassing several hundred million. Although the purchase of these herbs had consumed over 100 million, Jiang Siqi was set to embark on exhibitions across various urban districts, presenting numerous profitable opportunities. Furthermore, Once the company was established and the new medication penetrated the market, financial worries would be a thing of the past. After inspecting the herbs and finding no issues, Zhou Haoyu instructed Xiao Zhang to drive back to Jinzhou. As they approached the city, a call came in from Zhou Xiaoqian. "Do you miss me?" This marked the second time Xiao Zhang had heard Zhou Haoyu make such an opening statement. Recalling the stunning beauty from the previous night, he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding who his new boss's wife truly was. Just then, he noticed his employer had ended the call and dialed another number, suggesting some unpleasantness had transpired. Zhou Haoyu reached out to Jiang Mingyue, and he did not conceal anything, relaying the assistant's words to her, even embellishing them slightly. After listening, Jiang Mingyue was quite irate. "Miss Jiang, what troubles you?" In a luxurious private room within Jinzhou, a gathering of influential figures filled the space. Even the esteemed mayor of Jinzhou personally arrived, displaying an unexpectedly humble demeanor. Beside him stood the director of the Jinzhou Inspection Bureau, a robust middle-aged man, who had been the first to voice an inquiry moments ago. Jiang Mingyue remained silent, and the room fell into an anxious hush as everyone awaited developments. After a considerable pause, Jiang Mingyue finally spoke. "Here's the matter at hand. I have a friend whose subordinate attempted to register a company at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, only to be deliberately obstructed by a certain leader within that bureau. Is it truly so troublesome to register a company these days?" All the necessary materials were prepared, and despite multiple attempts, success eluded them. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Jinzhou was the first to rise, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous. I cannot fathom that within my jurisdiction of Jinzhou such brazen misconduct persists. Director Luo, apprehend the individual responsible at once. I wish to discern who possesses such audacity." Director Luo prepared to stand, but was halted by Jiang Mingyue's intervention. "There is no need for such drastic measures. Resolving the issue is sufficient." Director Luo glanced at the mayor, who promptly assented. "Let us proceed as Miss Jiang suggests." However, he pondered the implications of merely addressing the immediate concern. Apprehensive about potential future complications, he was keen to avoid any misjudgment that could tarnish Jiang Mingyue's perception of him and, by extension, the entire Jinzhou. After a moment's reflection, he cautiously inquired, "Miss Jiang, may I ask the name of the company your friend intends to register?" Jiang Mingyue contemplated briefly before responding. "I believe it is called Binshan Pharmaceuticals." In an instant, the attendees committed the name to memory. The mayor resolved that once the situation was resolved, he would convene a meeting focused on supporting the development of Binshan Pharmaceuticals. The meeting's agenda would hinge on two primary tenets, ensuring the growth of Binshan Pharmaceuticals while maintaining a low profile. Hadn't Miss Jiang mentioned that resolving the issue was paramount? The emphasis lay on simplicity in the approach. With this clarity, the mayor's expression transformed into one of ease and relief. Chapter 56. Turning against each other, Qian Duo was vexed. She had never anticipated encountering the scoundrel Murong Gui at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. This rogue, leveraging his status as Murong Bing's uncle, had previously taken advantage of her while serving as a high-ranking executive within the group, creating difficulties for her. When Zhou Haoyu was present, he had exhibited some restraint, yet recently he had grown increasingly audacious. Qian Duo did not foresee that after resigning, she would still face his harassment. This scoundrel had a close relationship with the approving authority. After enjoying a cup of tea inside, her application was subsequently denied. The rationale provided was that her submitted materials were insufficiently complete. Qian Duo was no novice in the workplace. How could she possibly make such a rudimentary mistake? After several additional trips and ensuring all materials were meticulously prepared, her application still failed to pass scrutiny. She was acutely aware that Murong Gui was behind the mischief. Yet she felt powerless to counteract him. Contemplating her options, Qian Duo resolved to attend the meeting, eager to discover what demands this scoundrel might impose. Was it merely a dinner? At worst, it would afford this old rogue a slight advantage. She would consider it akin to being bitten by a dog. "Sister Duo, I just spoke with the boss on the phone, and he assured me that he would resolve the matter," said Zhou Xiaoqian, somewhat anxiously. "He is currently in the provincial capital. Moreover, if we encounter any difficulties, we should seek the boss's assistance. What purpose do we serve then?" Qian Duo did not wish to depend on the boss for everything. She still hoped that through her own capabilities, she could demonstrate her true value to Zhou Haoyu. As the two approached the entrance of the private room reserved by Murong Gui, Qian Duo hesitated before entering and remarked, as women stepping into the workforce, "We possess both advantages and disadvantages, which ultimately stem from our physicality. However, with judicious application, disadvantages can be transformed into advantages." She had intended to come alone, but Zhou Shaoqian insisted on accompanying her out of concern. Thus, she decided to impart some wisdom to the girl. Noticing Zhou Shaoqian nodding in confusion, Qian Duo chose not to elaborate further and strode into the room. Inside the room, a corpulent middle-aged man with thinning hair was drinking alone. Upon seeing Qian Duo enter, he leered at her ample bosom, his gaze greedy and intrusive, his expression as lewd as one could imagine. "Director Murong, I have arrived." Qian Duo suppressed her discomfort and greeted Murong Gue with a charming smile. "Just call me Brother Gue. No need for such formality," Murong Gue said, glancing at Zhou Shaoqian. "This girl behind you seems somewhat familiar. What is her name?" He was unexpectedly thrilled to discover an additional delight, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Qian Duo introduced. "Her name is Zhou Shaoqian. She used to be with our company and is now working with me. Such a lovely young girl, well-developed too. I wonder if she grew up eating papayas." Haha. Murong Gue seemed to find his own wit amusing, bursting into laughter. Zhou Shaoqian's expression was one of disgust, and Qian Duo discreetly tugged at her, stepping forward to address Murong Gue directly. "Brother Gue, I came today primarily to discuss the company registration matter." Murong Gue waved his hand dismissively. "We will talk about that later. You little temptress, after a few days apart, you seem even more alluring. Let me see if there has been any change." With that, he reached out towards Qian Duo. She quickly evaded him, raising her wine glass in a playful manner, saying, "Brother Gue, don't be so impatient. How about I toast you first?" However, Murong Gue abruptly knocked her glass over, his expression stern. "Stop trying to distract me. I'll make myself clear today. The room is ready. You two will spend the night with me, and tomorrow your affairs will be settled. Otherwise, you may continue waiting." Qian Duo was taken aback by his outrageous demands. Zhou Shaoqian was even more furious. "On what grounds do you do this? We haven't wronged you." Murong Gue cast a glance at Zhou Shaoqian, sneering, such a naive little girl." Qian Duo took a deep breath and stated seriously, "Director Murong, your demands are excessive. We cannot comply." Murong Gue scoffed. "Then it's settled. You may leave." With that, he resumed drinking, indifferent to their plight. Qian Duo's expression suddenly darkened. She had initially thought that enduring a minor inconvenience would suffice, but she never anticipated that this shameless old scoundrel would be so insatiably greedy. "Sister Duo, let's leave. We can let the boss deal with him when he returns." Upon hearing Zhou Shaoqian's words, Qian Duo hesitated. She did not wish to alarm the boss unless absolutely necessary. Just then, someone pushed the door open. Murong Gue looked up, only to find that it was his friend from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Old Gao. "You refused to join me for a drink earlier, but now you show up?" Just as Murong Gue was about to rise, he heard Old Gao bellow, "Murong Gue, I'm going to settle this with you." With that, Old Gao charged forward and landed a fierce slap on Murong Gue's pockmarked face. Not yet satisfied, he followed up with a powerful kick. Murong Gue was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly dazed. "Old Gao, have you lost your mind?" "I've lost my mind. I've been suspended." Old Gao shouted, "It's all because of you, you scoundrel. I was on the verge of a promotion, and then you had to ruin everything." As Old Gao continued to vent his frustration, he relentlessly kicked Murong Gue without mercy. Murong Gue, now cowering beneath the table, asked, "What does this have to do with me? Did you offend someone? Who else could it be?" "You bastard. I considered you a brother, and you betrayed me like this." After saying this, Old Gao cast a wary glance at Qian Duo. He intended to say something further, but, recalling the warnings from above, chose to remain silent. Murong Gue followed his gaze. "Qian Duo? What sort of background could she possibly have? I know her information better than anyone. Was it that little girl?" Yet her attire did not suggest anything of the sort. Murong Gue was convinced that Old Gao had crossed paths with someone else and was now mistakenly blaming him. "Old Gao, listen to me. I don't want to hear it." Seeing that Murong Gue was keeping his distance, Old Gao picked up a bottle and hurled it at him. Crash! The bottle shattered, and Murong Gue let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, witnessing the situation spiral out of control. Qian Duo snapped a picture of Murong Gue's sorry state and pulled the still-dazed Zhou Shaoqian out of the private room. Just as they exited, a cacophony of chaos erupted behind them. Almost simultaneously, Qian Duo's phone rang. It was a call from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. "Hello, is this Miss Qian Duo?" After hanging up, Qian Duo remained in disbelief. She had dealt with people from the Bureau numerous times and had recently faced some harassment. Yet, the caller had a position reputed to be even higher than Old Gao's. Strangely, their demeanor was exceedingly cordial. and they informed her that all the necessary procedures had been completed and she could collect her documents at any time. This. Qian Duo pinched herself, wondering if she was dreaming. Chapter 57. Successful refinement. Sister Duo. Could it be that the boss intervened? Zhou Haoyu speculated upon learning that the procedures had been finalized. Perhaps the boss sought assistance from someone else? Qian Duo surmised that it was indeed likely, otherwise, the boss would be far too formidable. Having directly caused that person's suspension, Zhou Haoyu expressed her admiration. Qian Duo remarked with admiration, "Our boss is indeed quite remarkable." After a brief pause, a hint of mischief crossed her face as she added, "Given your recent demeanor, it seems you might have experienced something yourself, haven't you?" "What?" "Sister Duo. What are you talking about?" "I'm still young." Zhou Haoyu's face flushed instantly, her gaze dropping so low that she could barely see her toes. With her head bowed, she became a vision of exquisite beauty. Qian Duo, feeling a twinge of jealousy, retorted, "You're older than I am. Yet you still pretend to be innocent in front of me. As someone who has been there, I can see right through you." Zhou Haoyu's cheeks burned crimson. Yet she remained silent. Qian Duo decided against teasing her further and, glancing at the newly taken photographs, exclaimed, "Seeing that old rascal Gue getting pummeled brings me immense joy. When the boss returns, we must treat him well." As she spoke, a playful thought seemed to cross her mind, and she whispered a few words to Zhou Haoyu. Instantly, Zhou Haoyu blushed again, this time all the way to her neck. In a hospital room at the Jianzhou Central Hospital, a couple was inquiring with concern. Gue, how on earth did you end up in the hospital?" "Indeed. You're not a child anymore, and as a senior executive, can't you spare us some worry?" The speakers were a husband and wife. The man, slightly older than Gue, bore a resemblance to him, but exuded a completely different aura. The woman, adorned in high-end designer attire and dazzling jewelry, was strikingly glamorous. This couple was none other than the current heads of the Murong family, Murong being as parents, Murong Fu and Wang Qin. Murong Fu, the chairman of Nanshan Pharmaceutical Group, though not actively involved in daily operations, held considerable influence due to his status. "Dai sister, the reason I was attacked was for the sake of our group." Gue recounted the events with embellishments. In essence, he had encountered Qian Duo at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, where she revealed her intention to establish a pharmaceutical company called Benshan Pharmaceutical. When he attempted to reason with her, she had unexpectedly ordered his beating. How outrageous! Is there no law left? Gue, wait here. I'll report this immediately. Murong Fu, filled with rage, pulled out his phone to call the authorities. Gue hastily intervened, knowing the intricacies of the situation. If old Gao were to come and confront him, it would expose the truth. There's no need to report it. I didn't expect her, a mere woman, to be so unreasonable. However, considering her circumstances, being divorced and with a child, I shall let this pass for now. Seeing this, Murong Fu sighed. Gue, you still have a kind heart. Meanwhile, Wang Qin frowned and remarked, I have a vague recollection of that Qian Duo she used to associate with that good-for-nothing. Upon hearing the term good-for-nothing, Murong Fu's expression turned icy. Those beneath such a person likely wouldn't stir up much trouble. However, that name seemed to underestimate the reputation of Nanshan Pharmaceutical. Let us pay her a visit tomorrow. If necessary, we can call old Lu to shut her down. It would also serve as a means to alleviate Gui's grievances. Wang Qin spoke with a hint of nonchalance, and Murong Fu nodded in agreement. To them, such matters seemed utterly trivial. Meanwhile, Murong Gui's mind began to wander into darker thoughts. He had already devised a plan for when Qian Duo's company was inevitably shut down and the repercussions fell upon him. He envisioned how he would torment her. Ah yes, and that young girl who had grown up eating papaya. At the same time, back at the Yunning family, Zhou Haoyu embarked on the alchemical process of crafting pills. Zhou Haoyu had sent him a message, informing him that the situation had been satisfactorily resolved, which brought him a sense of relief. Zhou Haoyu had attempted alchemy several times before. Although he had faced failures, he had garnered a wealth of experience. With his current advancements in cultivation, he was confident in his ability to succeed this time. As fate would have it, he achieved success on his very first attempt. Before him lay several pills and a bowl of dark green medicinal concoction, filling him with immense joy. At long last, he had triumphed. And his relentless contemplation during this period had not been in vain. These pills, known as tranquility pills, possessed the ability to nourish blood, replenish vitality, and calm the spirit. Upon ingestion, even an elephant would fall into a deep slumber, while an ordinary person would merely need to inhale their aroma to feel drowsy. succumbing to profound sleep within minutes. However, to introduce these pills to the market, it was necessary to temper their potency and conduct clinical trials. Additionally, cost reduction was imperative, as the production cost of these pills had already soared into the millions. As for the bowl of concoction, named Qilin liquid, it was not intended for sale, but rather for body refinement. Zhou Haoyu poured the Qilin liquid into the bathtub, transforming the previously clear water into a vibrant emerald hue. He settled into the tub and began his cultivation, but soon found himself frowning as his skin itched and burned, while his bones tingled uncomfortably. He gritted his teeth and persevered for half an hour, at which point the water had lost some of its vibrant green, appearing somewhat murky. This change was due to his absorption of the medicinal properties and the expulsion of bodily impurities through cultivation. Zhou Haoyu assessed his body and found no significant alterations. However, the swelling in his hands from his previous practice of the invincible fist had subsided. His once bronze skin now bore a hint of green, reminiscent of a hulking giant. After a refreshing shower and drying off, he flexed his fists. He felt a slight increase in strength and a newfound lightness in his being. The Qilin liquid was indeed a remarkable substance. With it, the risks associated with practicing the invincible fist had vanished. Moreover, it greatly aided in body refinement, and he sensed that it would not be long before he broke through the Yuzhen barrier. Zhou Haoyu was elated. Despite the expenditure of several million, it felt entirely worthwhile. Yet, to continue this path of cultivation, he needed to devise a means of acquiring wealth swiftly and substantially. After casually changing his attire, he stepped into the living room only to realize that night had fallen. Having only eaten a light breakfast that day, he was now ravenous and decided to head to the nearby commercial street for a hearty meal. The commercial street was not far from Jinju College, and as night fell, it was bustling with numerous young female students, each more radiant and youthful than the last. With the weather warming, they donned increasingly scant attire. Zhou Haoyu found himself dazzled and overwhelmed, unsure whether to gaze above or below. Naturally, many female students were captivated by his appearance and physique. However, upon seeing Zhou Haoyu clad in shorts and flip-flops, their attention shifted to those men whose looks were far from commendable, yet who flaunted luxury watches and held car keys of opulence. How superficial. I squandered several million this afternoon. Can these pretentious individuals, who would gladly don suits and ties for a taste of refinement, ever compare to me? Just as Zhou Haoyu was lamenting, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Spending several million in one afternoon? Are you sure, Mr. Zhou, that you're not engaged in some sort of handiwork? The speaker was a flamboyantly made-up young man. Beside him stood a middle-aged man who quickly interjected, Shaoli, what are you saying? Mr. Zhou was always so good to us. Have you forgotten? Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. To encounter acquaintances while merely dining out was quite unexpected. The two men were former subordinates of his. The younger one, named Li Chuan, was a key member of the sales department at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. The middle-aged man, Yang Daji, served as the head of that department. Zhou Haoyu bore no ill will toward Li Chuan's jest, smiling at the two. What a fortuitous encounter. Would you care to join me for a bite? Li Chuan continued his playful banter. Such street food is beneath us. We're planning to celebrate at the restaurant ahead. Mr. Zhou, if you wish to join, you are welcome. Yang Daji added, Mr. Zhou, we've moved to a new company, led by Manager Qian from the previous business department. Would you care to join us for a chat? Zhou Haoyu was surprised by how swiftly Qian Duo had acted. Nevertheless, he decided to keep his responses minimal in front of the two, countering, is your experience at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals unsatisfactory? Yang Daji spoke with a hint of bitterness. Most of us followed you there. After your departure, the group has parachuted in numerous leaders, and our situation has deteriorated day by day, which is why we sought new opportunities. Zhou Haoyu nodded in understanding. He was well aware that these so-called leaders possessed little competence. Their ascension was merely due to connections with the Murong or Wang families. During his tenure at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, he had been vigilant against such infiltrations, which is precisely why his in-laws harbored such disdain for him. Yet, this turned out to be advantageous, as talent gravitated towards him while the remaining staff were merely inept, making them easier to handle. As Zhou Haoyu contemplated this, Li Chuan expressed his displeasure. Why are you even discussing this with him? What can a blind man possibly achieve? Zhou Haoyu, accustomed to wearing sunglasses to mitigate the impact of his striking looks on societal order, was perceived quite differently by Li Chuan and others. However, compared to the ambitious young Li Chuan, Yang Daji retained a sense of loyalty. Li Chuan, your words are becoming increasingly excessive. One should always remember the kindness received. Do not forget how Mr. Zhou treated us. With a scoff, Li Chuan turned and departed. Yang Daji sighed and said to Zhou Haoyu, "Well then, Mr. Zhou, I shall take my leave. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Zhou Haoyu nodded, watching Yang Daji depart. He continued to stroll around until he discovered a seemingly upscale restaurant, where he ordered 8 dishes and 2 soups, indulging in a delightful meal. Every time he engaged in physical training, an insatiable hunger engulfed him. Zhou Haoyu surmised that this was due to the excessive consumption of nutrients, prompting him to feast heartily. After satisfying his appetite, he returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by bright lights, where 2 stunning women were seated on the sofa, chatting and laughing while watching television. As he arrived, Qian Duoduo stood up and said, "Boss, I have wonderful news to share with you." Dressed in black stockings at this late hour. "Your intentions seem rather dubious," he remarked. Both women were extraordinary, and Zhou Haoyu felt no need to conceal his thoughts. Qian Duoduo teased, "Are you afraid?" She playfully arched her chest, biting her lip with a sultry gaze. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Zhou Haoyu removed his sunglasses and approached Qian Duoduo directly. Zhou Xiaoqian, startled, quickly shrank back into the sofa, covering her eyes, yet she could not resist the urge to sneak a peek. However, to her disappointment, the anticipated confrontation did not occur. Zhou Haoyu merely took advantage of the moment and let Qian Duoduo off the hook. "Boss, you truly are something else. We haven't even discussed the important matters yet," Qian Duoduo said, her cheeks flushed as she tugged at her clothing, directing a playful complaint at Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu replied with utmost seriousness, "Important matters are meant to be acted upon, not merely spoken of. Moreover, our definitions of important matters may differ." Fine, I acknowledge your prowess. Soon, there will be plenty of important tasks for you to undertake." At this, Qian Duoduo cast a glance at Zhou Xiaoqian. Immediately, Zhou Xiaoqian buried her face in her chest. Zhou Haoyu contemplated a certain possibility, his lips curling into a suppressed smile. Eager to engage in serious matters at that very moment. Nevertheless, he restrained his impulses and urged, "Please, proceed." "Well, here's the situation." Qian Duoduo began to elaborate on the progress made over the past few days. Zhou Haoyu was astonished to learn that in such a short span of time, Qian Duoduo had secured the office space and factory rental, completing all necessary procedures. She had even nearly finalized the hiring of employees. Zhou Haoyu inquired, "Are we opening tomorrow? Is that not too soon?" "Not at all. The sooner we commence operations, the quicker we can establish ourselves. I also did not anticipate such smooth sailing." Yet the business administration department surprisingly processed all the paperwork. "One can only say that our boss is truly remarkable." After a brief pause, Qian Duoduo playfully added, "With such an outstanding boss, an early opening will allow us to meet the employees and reassure them. Moreover, as far as I know, there are only a few days left until the Huakong Group's Alliance Conference. The formation of an alliance by Huakong Group to counter the international pharmaceutical giant, Stankong, is no longer a secret. Everyone is aware that getting on board this grand vessel will lead to rising fortunes and abundant profits. However, Qian Duoduo still harbored some concerns, feeling that their new company lacked a solid foundation and was not adequately equipped for competition. Zhou Haoyu perceived her apprehensions and assured her, "Rest assured, our company will undoubtedly be able to join the alliance." After experiencing today's events, Qian Duoduo gained a new understanding of Zhou Haoyu and inquired, "What about the new drug?" "I have already developed it. However, to launch it in the market, further improvements and trials are necessary." "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the pharmaceutical factory," Zhou Haoyu replied. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. However, your funds are nearly depleted," she remarked. "I shall transfer 50 million to you again. Just let me know when it's exhausted." Once the conference concludes, our company's reputation will undoubtedly resonate throughout Zhenjiu. Therefore, it is imperative to accomplish the necessary tasks during this period, enabling us to directly introduce the new drug to the market, which will surely be a resounding success. After saying this, Zhou Haoyu took out his phone to initiate the transfer. He still had several hundred million in his account, sufficient for the time being. Once this busy period was over, he could continue gambling on stone betting. He was just unsure if any kind-hearted individuals would be willing to bet with him. Earning through gambling was far more lucrative than stone betting. "As long as the new drug is viable, we will not disappoint you," Qian Duoduo assured him. "Rest assured, the new drug I have developed is not merely intended to capture the market share of Nanchon Pharmaceutical, but I aspire to surpass Sidon Kong as well." In other words, Zhou Haoyu did not regard Nanchon Pharmaceutical as a significant competitor. Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo felt an immediate surge of confidence and boundless anticipation. Chapter 59. A familiar encounter. The following morning, After completing his training, Zhou Haoyu accompanied the two women to the new company. The sign of Binchon Pharmaceutical was prominently displayed on the building, with golden letters shimmering in the sunlight, showcasing the vitality and energy of the new enterprise. Although only 2 floors had been rented, the space was ample and the layout sensible, adequately accommodating the future growth needs of the company. As Zhou Haoyu entered his office, which spanned over 100 square meters, a sense of grandeur enveloped him. He was resolute in his ambition to surpass Nanshan Pharmaceutical, striving to establish Binchon Pharmaceutical as a leader in the industry and to create his own legacy. "Come in," Zhou Haoyu called out, and his assistant limped into the room. She donned a deep blue uniform today, which not only exuded maturity and formality but also accentuated her alluring figure. "Boss, Vice President Qian requests your presence for a meeting." Within Binchon Pharmaceutical, Zhou Haoyu held the positions of chairman and general manager, while Qian Duoduo was the sole vice president, overseeing nearly all affairs. Zhou Shaoqian continued to serve as an assistant. Although her position was modest, her influence was considerable. Apart from Zhou Haoyu, only Qian Duoduo could command her. "You need not be so formal. Just call me as you please," Zhou Haoyu replied. Zhou Shaoqian's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, we are in the company. And especially in this new establishment, Vice President Qian insists that we must continually uphold your authority. Seeing her blush, Zhou Haoyu chose not to press the matter further and followed Zhou Shaoqian to the conference room. The meeting room spanned over 200 square meters, spacious and bright, with a minimalist yet elegant design. At this moment, many individuals had already taken their seats inside. Zhou Haoyu surveyed the room and noticed that 9 out of 10 attendees were former colleagues from Nanshan Pharmaceutical. He cast a glance at Qian Duoduo, contemplating her exceptional capabilities. Both in and out of the bedroom, it was astonishing to think that only a few days had passed. Not only have we secured an office and a factory, but we have also recruited a substantial number of personnel and established the company structure. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to introduce the chairman of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Zhou Haoyu. Let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Zhou with resounding applause. Upon hearing Qian Duoduo's words, all eyes were drawn to Zhou Haoyu. Many recognized him, their astonishment palpable. Among them, Yang Daji and Li Chuan were particularly taken aback. Especially Li Chuan, whose expression turned ashen, akin to witnessing a specter in broad daylight, filled with trepidation. Wasn't Zhou Haoyu ousted from the Morong family? Rumor had it that he left with nothing, not a single penny to his name. How could he possibly become the proprietor of this new company? What on earth was happening? Confusion enveloped the crowd when Qian Duoduo summoned them. He had not mentioned Zhou Haoyu, only extolling the new boss's impressive capabilities and stating that the new owner had their sights set on Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Their discontent with the previous company, coupled with Qian Duoduo's extravagant praises of the new boss and the generous benefits offered, prompted their switch. Yet, they were unprepared for the revelation that the formidable figure touted by Qian Duoduo was none other than Zhou Haoyu. What connections could he possibly have? If he had connections, how could he have been so mistreated by the Morong family? Observing the silence that had fallen over the crowd, Qian Duoduo swiftly quipped, "It seems our boss's formidable presence has left everyone awestruck. Allow me to share some good news. Our company's new drug has been successfully developed and will soon be unveiled. Additionally, we have another significant announcement. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Zhou to personally disclose it." Qian Duoduo gestured for Zhou Haoyu to share the news regarding the Huakeng Alliance, regardless of its current status, revealing it would certainly boost morale. Although employees often resent their bosses for making grand promises, such declarations can indeed enhance their enthusiasm. Yet, Zhou Haoyu was disinclined to make empty promises. "Greetings, colleagues. I trust one am a familiar face, so I shall forego introductions. Let me be forthright. The reason we chose this name for our company is to seize the market share from Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, to compete directly with them, and ultimately to bring about their demise." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, gazing at Zhou Haoyu as if he were a fool. Qian Duoduo quickly interjected, "Mr. Zhou, as expected of a great leader, your grand ambitions truly humble us. I believe that under your guidance, these objectives will undoubtedly come to fruition." Following her statement, apart from Zhou Shaoqian, who applauded, the rest exchanged glances in silence, some even questioning whether they had unwittingly joined a pyramid scheme. Noticing the lack of confidence in the room, Zhou Haoyu remarked, "It appears that everyone's faith is somewhat lacking. In light of this, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Qian, summon the finance team. We shall head to the bank to withdraw some funds." Withdraw funds? Qian Duoduo was momentarily taken aback. Why would they need to withdraw money on the very first day of the meeting? The others suddenly perked up. Could it be that they were to receive a payout? Zhou Haoyu smiled and replied, although our company was established only a few days ago, we are on the brink of engaging in a formidable battle. Thus, I resolved to advance a month's salary to all my esteemed colleagues, coupled with an additional half-month wage as a token of appreciation. Rest assured, once we triumph in this arduous battle, a substantial bonus will follow. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into excitement, clapping and cheering. Observing this, Qian Duoduo had no choice but to summon the finance team and, alongside Zhou Haoyu, ventured to a nearby bank. The revelation that Zhou Haoyu intended to withdraw 10 million not only left Qian Duoduo and the finance staff astonished, but it also rendered the bank personnel momentarily speechless. Shortly thereafter, a female manager, exhibiting utmost respect, ushered Zhou Haoyu and his companions into the lounge. Just as tea was brewed, a vice president arrived personally to attend to them. Upon learning that General Manager Zhou wished to withdraw 10 million, he inquired about its purpose. Is it necessary to provide an answer? Not necessarily, it is merely a customary inquiry, and it is perfectly acceptable if General Manager Zhou chooses to remain silent. The vice president, growing increasingly cautious, added that such a large sum in cash would require a brief wait. Zhou Haoyu inquired, how long must we wait? At least an hour, came the response. Zhou Haoyu frowned. Such a delay was intolerable. Just as Vice President Wu began to clarify, a woman entered the room. Zhou Haoyu glanced over and was astonished to find it was Lu Yun. She donned a deep gray business suit, her figure accentuated by a pronounced bust that strained against the confines of her blouse. With a slender waist, shapely hips, and long, perfectly straight legs clad in sheer stockings, she appeared undeniably alluring. Yet, at that moment, her exquisite features were marred by astonishment and indignation, laced with palpable disdain. What are you doing here? She seethed, her gaze fixed on Zhou Haoyu, recalling the events of that fateful night when she had been struck. In her prior panic, she had felt terror. Now, in this public setting, she doubted Zhou Haoyu would dare to act violently again. Should he truly be audacious enough to resort to violence? She vowed to ensure he faced dire consequences. Chapter 60, A Storm of Fury. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Zhou Haoyu had not anticipated encountering Lu Yun here. Yet, even in her impeccably tailored attire, her overwhelming allure was undeniable. Lu Yun retorted coldly, what an absurdity. I am the president of this bank. What do you think I'm doing here? Zhou Haoyu glanced at her nameplate, smirking as he replied, had I known you were the president of this bank, I would have chosen a different establishment for my deposits. With your meager resources, how dare you put on airs before me? Lu Yun scoffed disdainfully and then reprimanded Vice President Wu. Wu Gang, how can you allow someone like him into our lounge? Wu Gang was equally taken aback by the unfolding situation and hurriedly attempted to clarify. President Lu, you misunderstand. This individual is a what? He is hardly deserving of such a title. Don't let him deceive you. Lu Yun interrupted sharply, directing her scorn at Zhou Haoyu. With a dead rat tucked in his waistband, he pretends to be a hunter. Zhou, are you leaving or not? If you don't, I want to hesitate to call security. Zhou Haoyu retorted with a scoff, a mere branch president, and you act so high and mighty? Even the president of your headquarters wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Huh? Is it impossible for you to refrain from posturing? Security? Where are they when needed? Lu Yun harbored deep disbelief and promptly summoned security. Zhou Haoyu scoffed, very well. You are President Wu, correct? Transfer all my funds to the construction bank immediately. Vice President Wu, in a state of panic, implored, Mr. Zhou, might you reconsider? That amounts to over 500 million. Even if I initiate the transfer right away, without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Haoyu interjected, no reconsideration is needed. Proceed with the transfer. What? Over 500 million? Lu Yun gasped in shock, turning to Wu Gang with a questioning glare. Are you certain there is no mistake? How could this good-for-nothing possess such a sum? Could it be a system error? Though the likelihood of a system malfunction was virtually non-existent, she found it utterly implausible that Zhou Haoyu, whom she deemed a failure, could amass such wealth. Qian Duoduo and the finance department were equally taken aback, particularly Qian Duoduo, who was aware of Zhou Haoyu's affluence but never fathomed that he could be this wealthy. Did he not leave with nothing? Where could he possibly have acquired such a fortune? Could it be that this wealth was earned during this brief period? This was simply too unbelievable. How could one amass such riches in such a short span? Even bank robbery would not yield such quick results. Miss Lu, I assure you, there is no mistake. Otherwise, I would not have come personally to attend to this matter, Wu Gang asserted, feeling aggrieved. Lu Yun approached the computer. Gazing at the account holder's name and the staggering number of zeros following the amount, utterly dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and looked again. Yet the multitude of digits remained unchanged. How is this possible? How can this be? Lu Yun knew that Zhou Haoyu had not taken a single cent from the Morong family. Yet, how could he have acquired such wealth in such a short time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be something amiss regarding this money. Tell me, how did you come by this wealth? I strongly suspect that you obtained it through illicit means. If you continue to deny it, I shall alert the authorities. At that moment, a voice interjected, I am more aware of the origins of Mr. Zhou's funds than anyone else. There is nothing amiss with this money. Zhou Haoyu turned to see that the speaker was none other than the vice president of the headquarters, whom he had met just yesterday in the provincial capital. His surname seemed to be Wei. Looking worn yet authoritative, he had evidently just arrived in Jinju. Vice President Wei regarded Lu Yun with a frigid glare. Lu Yun, is it? I believe you lack the capability to manage a branch. You should return to your duties and rest. An announcement regarding your reprimand will be posted on the internet shortly. Lu Yun felt as though struck by lightning. She had never anticipated that Vice President Wei would arrive in Jinju. Moreover, it appeared he was acquainted with Zhou Haoyu. How could this be? How could this country bumpkin possibly know a figure of such stature from the provincial capital? Surely, something was amiss. Yes, indeed, I must be dreaming. Lu Yun rubbed her eyes once more, only to find Vice President Wei's expression as cold as ice. Did you not hear my words? Be gone at once. Lu Yun trembled in fear and, despite her unwillingness, fled the scene. Vice President Wei then turned to Zhou Haoyu and deeply bowed. Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate situation you have encountered. On behalf of our bank, I extend my heartfelt apologies. Seeing Zhou Haoyu remain silent, he hurriedly produced a card and handed it over, speaking with trepidation. I have brought this card for you as well. Zhou Haoyu still did not respond. Rest assured, I shall certainly punish someone like Lu Yun, who is a bane to our group. If you require, I can also arrange for her to apologize in person. President Wei was immensely enraged. How could a person of his stature be offended by a mere branch manager? It was utterly disgraceful. It was then that Zhou Haoyu stated, let the personal apology be dismissed. I am here to withdraw money. Xiaowu, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and fetch the money for Dr. Zhou. Yes, yes. Wu Gang promptly replied, relieved that he had been sufficiently respectful. Had he offended the man, it would have been dire. Soon, 10 million in cash was withdrawn. President Wei even arranged for an armored vehicle. On the way back to the company, despite Zhou Haoyu not uttering a single word, the way Qian Duo and the finance team looked at him had transformed dramatically. Their boss was truly remarkable. He had commanded such respect from the president of the head office. It was simply astonishing. Well, now do you see that I wasn't exaggerating? Our boss is indeed impressive. Upon hearing Qian Duo's words, the finance team nodded vigorously, internally resolving to spread the news and showcase their boss's prowess. Upon returning to the company, Zhou Haoyu instructed that all the cash be piled onto the conference table. Everyone gaped at the mountain of cash before them, utterly flabbergasted. This was their first encounter with such a substantial amount of money, and they were overwhelmed by the spectacle. Qian, you shall be in charge of distributing the money. The excess can be placed in the company safe. Zhou Haoyu was also witnessing such a sum for the first time, while he was equally astonished. He quickly regained his composure, unlike the others who appeared dazed. All right, Qian Duo exclaimed excitedly as he began to organize the distribution. The sight brought smiles that could not be contained, instantly boosting morale. Li Chuan, however, felt somewhat bewildered. He had assumed this money would not include him, especially after the words he had spoken the previous night, which had indeed been somewhat petty. He had even prepared his resignation letter, yet unexpectedly, Qian still allocated funds to him. Zhou's status had transcended their own. It was akin to a billionaire being called a pauper by a beggar. Would one be angered by such a statement? Yang Daji, observing Li Chuan's expression, understood his thoughts and offered some words of comfort. Upon hearing this, particularly the analogy, Li Chuan was filled with mixed emotions. He chastised himself for having spoken in such a manner. Chapter 61. A scathing rebuke of the former in-laws. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the company entrance. Bangshan Pharmaceuticals? What an audacious name. Let us destroy this sign. The speaker was a young man with bleached hair, flanked by 7 or 8 security guards clad in uniforms. Though labeled as security, their demeanor and appearance mirrored that of the lead figure, clearly indicating their unsavory nature. Upon hearing the command, they immediately brandished their clubs and began to wreak havoc. The receptionist was paralyzed with fear, while the driver, Xiao Zhang, rushed forward. Stop this. Ignore him. Continue the destruction. The young man with the yellow hair brandished a watermelon knife, pointing it menacingly at Xiao Zhang. You better not seek your own demise. Xiao Zhang clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger, yet refrained from making any rash moves. Meanwhile, the receptionist, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried towards the conference room. At that moment, the sign of the company had already been taken down by this group of ruffians. Although Ren Jian was not adept at handling significant matters, he proved quite efficient in dealing with these minor issues. Behind the group of delinquents stood the couple Murong Fu. Every individual possesses their own worth, and Ren Jian was no exception. Murong Fu spoke lightly. Despite his disdain for his wife's nephew, he still afforded him a modicum of respect. He surveyed this so-called bench on pharmaceutical with a look of contempt, pondering how such insignificant entities dared to challenge Nanshan. If their boss were to bow down and admit fault, offering some form of compensation, allowing Ren Jian to administer a light reprimand would suffice. Otherwise, it would tarnish the reputation of their family. Upon hearing Murong Fu's words, Wang Qin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction but nodded in acquiescence, aware that this was a pivotal moment for the group that could not afford any errors. Inside the conference room, the report from the front desk left everyone in a state of shock. Ren Jian had come to stir up trouble? The Murong couple had also arrived? Ren Jian was the head of security at Nanshan Pharmaceutical, a familiar figure to them. Murong Fu, being the chairman of Nanshan Group, was their former employer. All eyes then turned to Zhou Haoyu. With a slight smile, he was taken aback to find his former in-laws had come looking for him. He stepped outside and immediately saw the company sign being dismantled, with Xiao Zhang surrounded by several rough-looking security guards. Zhou Haoyu cast a cold glance at them and declared, I advise you to reattach the sign just as it was taken down. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Well, if it isn't my former brother-in-law. So this company belongs to you? How did your eyesight improve? Truly, fate can be quite blind. Ren Jian exclaimed in disbelief at encountering Zhou Haoyu here. Zhou Haoyu, uninterested in small talk, swiftly delivered a resounding slap. With a loud crack, Ren Jian fell to the ground, having lost several teeth in the process. How dare you strike the boss? Brothers, take him down. Someone shouted, prompting the others to charge at Zhou Haoyu. Qian Duo and the others were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react when they witnessed these assailants being hurled back with astonishing speed. Silence. The room fell into an eerie stillness, with everyone gaping in disbelief at the spectacle before them. They had not seen Zhou Haoyu strike. How then had these men been sent flying? Had it not been for the pitiful cries from Ren Jian and the others, the onlookers might have suspected they were witnessing a theatrical performance. Wang Qin, taken aback, quickly regained her composure and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Haoyu, berating him. How outrageous! You worthless fool, how dare you strike someone? Zhou Haoyu replied coldly. They initiated the dismantling of the sign, and they brandished weapons. I was merely acting in self-defense. You worthless fool, do you dare to retort? Wang Qin, seething with rage, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Our Murong family has treated you well, and we have regarded you as one of our own. Yet, you have the audacity to covertly establish a company named Nanshan Pharmaceutical? Are you attempting to topple a mountain, perhaps Nanshan? Zhou Haoyu chuckled derisively. Indeed, the Murong family has been quite generous to me, especially you. When Murong Bing was set to marry me, it was you who vehemently opposed it, was it not? And the moniker waste, you were the first to utter it, correct? Am I mistaken? If you are not a waste, then what are you? To dare speak to me in such a manner, you, a mere waste, possess an audacity that warrants punishment. Wang Qin's chest heaved with indignation as she vociferously condemned him. Observing this, Murong Fu adopted a stern expression, stating, Zhou Haoyu, our Murong family has not treated you poorly. When you arrived in Jinzhou, what did you possess? Over the years, what has our family provided you? One must not forget their roots. Upon hearing such sanctimonious rhetoric, Zhou Haoyu erupted into laughter. Initially, he chuckled softly, but soon his laughter grew boisterous, his gaze fixated on Murong Fu and his wife, his teeth clenched in mirth. Memories from the past flashed through his mind like a slideshow, and his eyes turned crimson, his laughter tinged with bitter mockery. Ha ha ha, you two, harmonizing like a couple on stage, would have one believe that I, Zhou Haoyu, have greatly benefited from your kindness. And one must not forget their roots? Murong Fu, do you dare consult your conscience? Before I married Murong Bing, what did your family possess? A pharmaceutical factory on the brink of bankruptcy. So pitifully small that had it not been for my 2 prescriptions, it would have long since collapsed. Is this what has allowed the Murong family to thrive as Nanshan Pharmaceutical? Is this why you can afford luxury cars and reside in grand villas? Both their faces shifted in hue, particularly Wang Qin, whose countenance darkened as if it could produce rain. Zhou Haoyu continued his tirade. Over these years, How many extra shifts have I worked for your family? How many people have I begged? How many drinks have I consumed? And how have you treated me in return? His fury intensified as he pointed a finger at Wang Qin, declaring, "You deceived me into returning, claiming it was for my recovery, yet you treated me like a servant. You vile creature, incessantly referring to me as waste. You are the true waste. Have you earned a single penny in these years? What value do you possess? You are nothing but a pile of foul refuse." Wang Qin, panting heavily, her eyes wide with fury, appeared like a cornered beast poised to pounce on Zhou Haoyu. Yet, undeterred, he relished the confrontation. "You were prepared to divorce Murong Fu, having arranged to elope with your lover, and I, out of consideration for your daughter, chose not to expose you. Yet you dare to speak to me with such audacity?" At that moment, Wang Qin could no longer contain herself. With bared teeth, she lunged at Zhou Haoyu. In response, he struck her with a swift slap, sending her spinning before she landed on the ground. He had longed to strike this wretched woman, and today he finally fulfilled that desire. Murong Fu hurriedly assisted Wang Qin, pointing at Zhou Haoyu, ready to voice his thoughts. However, Zhou Haoyu interjected, "What are you pretending to be, you old fool? Did you ever stop your woman when she incessantly called me a useless waste? Accusing me of being ungrateful? It is you. It is all of you. It is the entire Murong family. Every penny you are using now is earned by me. I have yet to seek trouble with you, and you shamelessly come to me, calling me a waste and preaching about not forgetting one's roots. Truly, it is like the birthday star consuming arsenic, seeking a long life." Chapter 62. Urgent Mission. Zhou Haoyu's tirade was exhilarating, a catharsis he had long desired but previously withheld. Murong Fu was incensed, never anticipating that the once subservient waste would dare to insult him so brazenly and even lay hands on his wife. "Ah, husband. What are you waiting for? Call the police. Summon help. Have him imprisoned and shut down his pathetic company. A waste, a live-in son-in-law, daring to insult us and strike me? You truly possess the audacity of a lion. Your end is nigh. You shall never emerge from this." Wang Qin trembled with rage, her speech a frantic barrage of insults. "You worthless scum, trash, disgrace. The mere thought of you once calling me mother makes me nauseous. Heaven truly lacks vision. A bolt of lightning should strike you down." Murong Fu was not faring any better, his anger reaching a boiling point. As the chairman of Nanchang Pharmaceuticals, he was accustomed to respect, but he never imagined this waste would dare to insult him so. He pulled out his phone and made several calls, finally glaring at Zhou Haoyu with malice. "Just wait. If your company continues to operate, if you do not end up behind bars, I will change my surname." With that, Murong Fu pulled Wang Qin into the car. Aware of his guilt and the fact that his men had been bested, he knew staying any longer would only lead to further humiliation. Zhou Haoyu watched their retreating figures, coldly declaring, "Fine, I shall wait right here. I am eager to see what you are capable of." Zhou Shaoqian, perceptive as ever, brought over a chair. Zhou Haoyu sat confidently, contemplating how to punish these two old fools. The onlookers grew uneasy. The Murong family wielded considerable influence, with connections in various departments. If Zhou Haoyu were truly imprisoned, it would spell trouble. Even if he managed to emerge, spending days inside would be far from favorable. At that moment, a police car halted at the curb, startling everyone. They had not expected the patrol to arrive so swiftly. Two officers exited the vehicle, heading directly toward Zhou Haoyu. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo's heart leaped, and Zhou Shaoqian was nearly brought to tears from fear. Yet, to their astonishment, the leading officer glanced at the sign on the ground and walked away without a word. Qian Duoduo and the others were left bewildered, questioning what had just transpired. However, before they could fully release their anxieties, the fire brigade arrived once more. On the very first day of opening, the firefighters conducted an inspection. Could this possibly bode well? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as the firefighters disembarked, the previous police officer approached and exchanged a few words. Subsequently, the firefighters returned to their vehicle, and both parties departed together. Bewildered, everyone stood in utter confusion, grappling with the inexplicable turn of events. Murong Fu too was at a loss and promptly dialed a number. "Lao Lu, what on earth is happening? Why did your people come only to leave again? What? An urgent mission? What could be more pressing than my affairs?" The response was nothing but the monotonous tone of a disconnected line. He then decided to call Lao Zhang, the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. With just a word from him, this troublesome company would surely be put to rest. Upon hearing Wang Qin's suggestion, Murong Fu swiftly dialed Lao Zhang's number. This time, he waited a good 10 minutes before the personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau finally arrived. The leader among them was none other than his acquaintance, Lao Zhang. A wave of relief washed over Morongfu. Lao Zheng, it's good that you're here. Please shut down this company. What is the matter? Why are you so agitated? Rest assured, since I'm here, I will certainly handle the matter for you, Lao Zheng assured, turning his gaze towards Zhou Haoyu. Are you the owner of this company? Zhou Haoyu replied coldly, you have no authority to shut down my company. What nonsense is this? No authority? I can shut it down if I wish. Lao Zheng retorted arrogantly. Morongfu and Wang Qin exchanged triumphant glances, thinking, dare to challenge me? You are still quite inexperienced. However, at that moment, a young man beside Lao Zheng seemed to discover something, leaning in to whisper a few words. Lao Zheng's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly glanced at the sign on the ground and fled in haste. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left stunned. What was happening? Why was everyone leaving in such a hurry? Could it be that there was yet another urgent mission? Wang Qin asked in bewilderment. Morongfu cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Haoyu, sensing something amiss. Wang Qin, oblivious to the unease, decided to call Lao Hu. After all, he had received substantial financial support over the years, and it was time to seek his assistance. Lao Hu was the deputy director of the inspection department in Jinju City, a steadfast ally of Morongfu, who had protected him for many years. Morongfu hesitated for a moment, but seeing the mocking smile on Zhou Haoyu's face, he ultimately made the call. Lao Hu responded readily, and shortly thereafter, a group of impeccably uniformed inspectors arrived with an imposing presence. These inspectors were not the same as the earlier police officers, and their leader was no ordinary figure. It was Director Luo, frequently seen in the media, the head of the inspection department. At this moment, everyone was utterly astonished. Morongfu had managed to summon such a high-ranking official. Truly, he was deserving of his title as chairman of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Wang Qin admired. Darling, your connections are incredible. Even Director Luo has come. Morongfu beamed with pride, reflecting on how the considerable sums he had spent over the years had not been in vain. However, he was taken aback when, upon Director Luo's arrival, his first command was to have the fallen Wang Zijian and others taken away. Wang Qin was suddenly alarmed. After all, this was her own nephew. How could there be external assistance in apprehending one's own? Director Luo, he is one of us. Morongfu hastily interjected. You are Morongfu? Director Luo inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Morongfu nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, I am Morongfu. They are my people, our own. If someone must be captured, let it be him. He is the one who struck them. He pointed towards Zhou Haoyu. Director Luo's expression turned icy. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? Morongfu was taken aback, stammering, I did not mean it that way. I merely, enough. I am aware of the situation. However, this place is bustling with people. Certain matters must be handled discreetly. Director Luo emphasized the last few words with a furrowed brow. This was also the tone set by the municipal authority. Morongfu believed Director Luo was hinting at something, quickly agreeing. Yes, it must indeed be handled discreetly. He assumed that Director Luo intended to detain everyone and subsequently release his own. However, to his astonishment, after Wang Ranjian and the others had been cuffed, Director Luo was preparing to depart. Morongfu promptly stopped him. Wait, Director Luo, have you forgotten something? Director Luo turned back, his impatience evident. What is it? Morongfu pointed at Zhou Haoyu. This scoundrel has yet to be taken away. Director Luo grew increasingly exasperated. Are you still instructing me on how to do my job? Morongfu, now anxious, replied, this isn't about instructing. Hasn't Lao Hu mentioned anything to you? Lao Hu? What is your relationship with him? A good friend. Director Luo's brow furrowed even deeper. Chapter 63. A lack of martial virtue. Seeing this, Zhou Haoyu could not contain his laughter. You two are like a pair of pigs. Lao Hu must be infuriated by you both. Wang Qin retorted immediately, you worthless fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Haoyu, with a playful expression, replied. After all this commotion, do you still not realize that I am someone you cannot afford to offend? Wang Qin scoffed. You? A useless son-in-law? Are we not aware of your family situation? You think we cannot afford to offend you? You are not worthy. Morongfu, your woman is hopelessly foolish. Surely you possess some semblance of intelligence? Zhou Haoyu continued. How can there be so many urgent tasks in the world? Upon hearing Zhou Haoyu's words, Morongfu, who had sensed something amiss, was momentarily stunned. He gazed at Zhou Haoyu, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and realization. What are you trying to say? I wish to convey that I am someone you cannot afford to offend. Zhou Haoyu's tone was ethereal, as if it were emanating from the heavens above. His eyes held an enchanting allure that seemed to captivate Morongfu. In that moment, Morongfu, already unsettled, found his gaze dulled as he beheld Zhou Haoyu. Darling, say something. Director Luo is about to leave. Wang Qin urged anxiously. Hearing this, Morong Fu seemed to regain his senses and called out to Director Luo, Wait, is there anything else? Director Luo's impatience was palpable on his face. You disregarded Lao Hu's words, did you? Morong Fu retorted, his displeasure evident, leaving everyone bewildered. Lao Hu is merely a deputy director, while Director Luo is the head. What does it mean to treat old Hu's words as mere background noise? Are his remarks truly of such significance to Director Luo? Who is his superior? Wang Qin was taken aback, pulling Morong Fu aside. What nonsense are you spouting? Unexpectedly, Morong Fu transformed, shouting at her, Silence. A man speaks. Why must you, a woman, interject? After saying this, he stepped in front of Director Luo and patted him on the shoulder. Little Luo, you may not know me well. I am Morong Fu. I am aware. I am the chairman of Nanshan Pharmaceutical, and my daughter, Morong Bing, has recently taken a fancy to a gentleman named Su Wendong from Jinhui Real Estate. Director Luo fell silent, yet his expression darkened further. The once respectful Morong Fu now seemed to regard Director Luo with utter disdain, boasting with increasing arrogance. I shall not hesitate to share this with you. You are familiar with Huaqing Group, correct? Nanshan Pharmaceutical is on the verge of collaborating with Huaqing. We are both prominent figures. Let us extend mutual respect for future encounters. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin was utterly dumbfounded. Although Morong Fu spoke the truth, could such words be uttered in front of so many? Moreover, he was addressing the head of the inspection bureau. Was such a tone not excessively presumptuous? As expected, Director Luo's countenance grew particularly grim, as if cloaked in frost. Yet, he was somewhat puzzled. He had encountered many instances of individuals being obsequious at first and then dismissive. But what was the meaning behind this sudden shift? Chairman Morong, what exactly do you intend? Director Luo constrained his fury and inquired. To his astonishment, Morong Fu appeared even angrier, directly giving him a resounding slap and pointing at his nose, cursing, Damn it, are you impervious to reason? Do you truly believe that donning a tiger's skin grants you strength? If I were inclined to act, a mere flick of my wrist would have you begging for mercy. This scene unfolded with startling rapidity. Not only did the onlookers remain stunned, but even Director Luo failed to react at first. It wasn't until Morong Fu's spittle, akin to a barrage from a machine gun, splattered across his face that he abruptly realized he had indeed been struck. Since assuming leadership of the inspection bureau, not only had he never been hit, but there was not a single soul in Jinzhou who dared to insult him. Yet today, at this very moment, he had been soundly slapped. Director Luo was bewildered. The others stood in a state of shock. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. In broad daylight, someone had slapped the head of the inspection bureau in public. Did this individual truly fear for his life? Qian Duo and the others were equally startled. Was the Murong family truly this tyrannical? Did they dare to strike the director of the inspection bureau on a whim? Could it be that the collaboration with Huaqing Group was already a foregone conclusion? Otherwise, where did he find such audacity? Well done, uncle. You should deal with this scoundrel. Does he truly think he is invincible just because he wears a tiger's skin? And you lot, quickly loosen these handcuffs. My uncle dares to strike even your leader. If you do not act wisely, be wary of suffering the same fate. Wang Renjian, having been the first to react, could hardly contain his glee. And his subordinates regained their audacity, each brimming with arrogance. Meanwhile, the inspectors exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Director Luo drew his weapon with a sharp click, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Morong Fu. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they instinctively recoiled in fear. Wang Qin, overwhelmed, let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. However, Morong Fu appeared unfazed, exuding an air of detachment as he disdainfully addressed Director Luo, stating, As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces. Within 7 paces, the fist is swifter. Do you wish to test me? Oh, beyond 7 paces. Indeed, the gun is swift. Yet within 7 paces, it is both precise and rapid. Luo shot back grimly, as he flicked off the safety. At this moment, Wang Qin let out a cry and fainted. The rest held their breath, hearts racing with trepidation. Yet, who was Morong Fu? Even confronted with the icy barrel, he remained undaunted, striking a pose as he declared, Wing Chun, Morong Fu. Furious, Director Luo kicked at him, fully aware that he would not actually pull the trigger. The display was merely a means to intimidate and probe. To his surprise, the intimidation proved lackluster, and the probing revealed that Morong Fu was, indeed, eccentric or perhaps even mentally unhinged. 7 paces, Wing Chun Morong Fu. How absurd. As Morong Fu fell to the ground, the inspectors surged forward, handcuffing him. You lack martial ethics. Traditional martial arts emphasize restraint. How dare you ambush an elder nearing 60? Just wait until I unleash the secret technique of the Suzhou Morong clan. Duo Zhuang Xingyi, you shall face dire consequences. Morong Fu continued to shout. Director Luo, however, had no time for his prattling. With a glance, he signaled for the inspectors to escort everyone, including Wang Qin, away. Before departing, he cast a lingering look at Zhou Haoyu, as if wishing to convey something, yet he refrained. Chapter 64. A riddle unsolved as Director Luo and his team exited. The once quiet entrance erupted into a cacophony. What on earth just transpired? Is Chairman Morong truly from the illustrious Morong family of Suzhou? What Morong family? Next you'll claim to be Duan Yu. Have you read too many novels? I believe this old fellow has lost his mind, even daring to strike Director Luo. How utterly outrageous. Yet, the puzzlement extended beyond this absurdity. There were also those prominent figures who had hurriedly appeared and just as swiftly departed. Can anyone elucidate the meaning behind all this? No one could provide an answer, not even Qian Duo, who appeared utterly bewildered. She couldn't help but glance at Zhou Haoyu, who might possess some insider knowledge. It was quite simple. That old fellow lacked sufficient clout, which is why those so-called dignitaries arrived only to leave promptly. As for his subsequent violent outburst, it was likely a manifestation of humiliation directed at Director Luo, who had seemingly slighted him. Zhou Haoyu's words were a blend of truth and fabrication, with at least the latter half being untrue. A rational individual, especially one who helms a corporation, would never dare to physically confront the top official of the inspection agency in public, regardless of their anger. However, once ensnared by the mesmerizing allure of the illusionary eye, the scenario shifted dramatically. This was Zhou Haoyu's inaugural exhibition of such prowess, and he was astonished by the effectiveness of a mere command that incited such behavior. It was exhilarating. If not for the absence of a cesspool nearby, he would have relished the opportunity to make that old man take a dip in it. Upon returning to the office, Qian Duo, finding no one else present, inquired, Boss, I still cannot comprehend why those influential figures came only to depart so swiftly. I was genuinely concerned about potential troubles for the company. Moreover, the fact that Director Luo personally visited is perplexing. Before he left, he cast a glance in your direction, seemingly because of your presence. Yet, he said nary a word. How strange is that? She was aware that Zhou Haoyu had undoubtedly leveraged some connections. However, what kind of relationship could possibly exert enough influence to both subdue Morong Fu and summon the head of the inspection agency in person? Each of them appeared distinctly peculiar, resolving their issues and departing without a word, leading one to assume they were pressed for time. Zhou Haoyu winked and chuckled. You might not have noticed, but they only departed after discovering our signboard. As for Director Luo, he likely came to investigate an issue concerning us. Qian Duo was utterly impressed, exclaiming, Boss, your connections are formidable indeed. Zhou Haoyu replied with a mischievous grin, My strengths extend beyond mere connections, as you well know. Qian Duo smiled faintly and asked, Boss, why did they not speak plainly? I do not know, Zhou Haoyu admitted, genuinely perplexed. After Qian Duo left, he made a point to call Jiang Mingwei. What? The Morong family is causing trouble again? Jiang Mingwei sounded irritated. Not only did they stir up trouble, but they also brought along a considerable entourage. Yet upon seeing our company sign, they all fled. After pondering, Jiang Mingwei remarked, I did indeed mention your company name to them. Then why the secrecy? They resolved their issues without uttering a single word to me. How would I know? Seeing that Jiang Mingwei was equally in the dark, Zhou Haoyu wondered if this was simply the modus operandi of prominent figures. Such understated behavior was rather peculiar, wasn't it? A simple greeting would suffice. Unable to fathom it further, Zhou Haoyu decided to set his thoughts aside. He had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. The conference was imminent, and he needed to ensure that the new medication was thoroughly prepared. Within the Morong family's villa, the lights blazed brightly. The hall was filled to capacity, with all present being, without exception, closely related to the Morong family. At this moment, regardless of age, both elders and juniors wore expressions of deep concern, their gazes firmly fixed upon Morong Bing. Even Morong Gui had emerged from the hospital, compelled to do so by the gravity of the situation. His own elder brother had assaulted the head of the inspection agency and was now imprisoned, leaving him no inclination to continue recuperating. Ranjian, please recount the events of earlier, the elder instructed. Thus, Wang Ranjian, who had just arrived, recounted the occurrences at Binshan Pharmaceuticals that afternoon. When the assembly learned that the influential figure summoned by Morong Fu had merely made a brief appearance before departing, a sense of perplexity permeated the room. However, when they heard about Morong Fu slapping Director Luo, an immediate silence ensued. After a prolonged pause, it was Morong Gue who broke the stillness. My elder brother possesses far more composure than I. Ordinarily, such an incident should not have transpired. Yet, it had undeniably occurred. Xiao Bing, what did the phone call reveal? Inquired another elder, regarding Morong Bing. She put away her phone and, unable to conceal her pride, declared, "When Dong informed me that my father's situation is somewhat exceptional, ordinarily, such actions would warrant a prison sentence. However, he has leveraged connections and will secure my father's release by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the assembly collectively exhaled in relief. Some even remarked, "When Dong is indeed a remarkable young man, our Morong family owes him a debt of gratitude." Morong Gue nodded but soon added with a fierce countenance, "That good-for-nothing truly deserves his fate. Were it not for him, neither Rinjian nor I would have sustained injuries, and my sister-in-law would not still be in the hospital." Someone questioned, "How did that good-for-nothing Zai suddenly recover? He even has the means to start a company and intends to compete with us?" Another interjected cautiously, "One cannot rule out the possibility that someone is aiding him from the shadows. It's uncertain. Even my brother was unable to subdue him despite using his connections." "Could he have connections of his own?" Morong Gue scoffed. "What connections? Did you not hear Rinjian? Those individuals had urgent matters to attend to, and as for Director Luo, that was purely coincidental. It hardly suggests any connections. Otherwise, we would have received some warning. I contacted old Lu and old Zhang, and they echoed the same sentiment." Morong Bing shook her head decisively, proclaiming, "Whether or not there are connections is of little consequence. As long as we secure our place aboard the grand vessel of Huaking, the Morong family will soar to unprecedented heights. When the time comes, should that good-for-nothing continue to stir, we shall crush him entirely." As she uttered the latter, her expression turned frigid, the malice in her eyes sending chills down many spines. Yet, more than anything, they felt exhilarated. Morong Gue chimed in with a smile. "Xiaobing speaks wisely. However, today's events are inextricably linked to that good-for-nothing. If we do not impose consequences, others may genuinely believe the Morong family is intimidated by him." Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Morong Gue grinned ominously. "Here's what I propose. Since he has established a pharmaceutical company, let us communicate with the herbal merchants in Jinzhou. Let us see how he manages without raw materials. Those merchants are well acquainted with us. Moreover, with the Morong family soon to collaborate with Huakong, they will undoubtedly align with our interests." Morong Gue's remarks garnered considerable agreement among the attendees. Observing their keen interest, Morong Bing refrained from intervening. From her perspective, she had little inclination to engage in such trivial maneuvers. Moreover, confronting that ineffectual individual seemed hardly worth her time. Chapter 65. Enduring torment throughout the night the following day. In the morning, within the confines of the Morong family villa, Morong Fu had emerged, yet his countenance revealed that his experience in the detention center had not been pleasant. In truth, Morong Fu had regained consciousness upon arriving at the inspection office the previous day. He felt quite vexed, pondering how he had ended up there in the first place. Despite Wang Rinjian recounting his prior formidable reputation, he found it difficult to believe. After all, he was no madman, incapable of such foolishness. However, the scrutiny of other inspectors confirmed Wang Rinjian's claims. Shortly thereafter, a mental health expert arrived, indicating a desire to conduct an examination. The good news was that his mental faculties were intact. The bad news was that Director Luo became even angrier. Although numerous individuals interceded on his behalf, all of notable status, Director Luo subjected him to an entire night of torment, aging him nearly a decade overnight. Morong Gue offered a cup of hot tea, saying, "Brother, you have suffered greatly." Before Morong Fu could take a sip, he noticed the dejected expressions of those around him, which ignited his fury. "What is wrong with all of you? Why do you all appear so downcast?" "I'm still alive." "Well, it's just that," Morong Gue quickly explained. They had just finalized arrangements with the herbal supplier the night before, only to learn today that Zhou Haoyu's raw materials had all been ordered from the provincial capital. In other words, their sanctions had ended before they even began. Is there no alternative? What about old Lu and old Zheng? Is the urgent task still ongoing? Morong Fu's anger flared at the thought of yesterday's events. "I contacted them. They said the task is still in progress, and once it concludes, they will need to go on a business trip," Morong Gue replied. Morong Fu's frown deepened. "A business trip? How long will they be away?" "They did not specify," came the response. The furrow in Murong Fu's brow deepened further. Old who is also on a business trip? How remarkably coincidental that everyone I know is occupied. Could this all be connected to that inept individual? Murong Gue shook his head. I inquired through someone. It has nothing to do with that ineffectual person. It was a meeting convened by the municipal authority, the details of which are confidential. It transformed into this situation afterward. What sort of meeting could it possibly be? Murong Fu could never fathom that the meeting convened by the municipal authority was specifically to address Bingshan Pharmaceuticals, particularly in favor of Jiang Mingwei. Moreover, the municipal authority had been exceptionally considerate, not only requesting everyone to safeguard Bingshan Pharmaceuticals, but also strictly mandating that no information be leaked. Otherwise, it would not take a day for all the residents of Jinzhou to discover the connection between Bingshan Pharmaceuticals and Jiang Mingwei, which would lead to complications. Miss Jiang was likely to become enraged. Naturally, Murong Fu was oblivious to these intricacies and continued to frown as he inquired of his companions. Since we cannot employ overt connections, what about other means? Murong Gue awkwardly replied, Xiaobing and Wudong have been quite busy lately, so we hesitate to approach them. And then what? In a fit of rage, Murong Fu overturned the teacup onto the floor and bellowed, Do not dare to tell me there is nothing more to discuss. Are you suggesting that without Su Wenong, our Murong family has no one left? Nanshan Pharmaceuticals has supported so many individuals. Is there truly no one who can help me take a stand? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Murong Gue hastily attempted to pacify him, saying, Elder brother, please remain calm. We were just contemplating solutions. Murong Fu coldly inquired, And have you come up with anything? Murong Gue grew increasingly uncomfortable, but at that moment, Wang Ranjian spoke up. Uncle, I have an idea. What is it? He asked. I have heard that the worthless one has ordered expensive medicinal materials from the provincial city. If we were to set them ablaze, perhaps he would go bankrupt immediately. Upon hearing this, Murong Gue's eyes brightened, realizing what a splendid idea it was. What a clever thought, Ranjian. Young minds truly are sharp. Wang Ranjian chuckled. I merely believe that even a fool may stumble upon a clever notion. How could I compare to you? Murong Gue nodded repeatedly. Your suggestion has indeed enlightened me. That worthless individual wishes to stage a confrontation with us, does he? Let us incinerate his medicinal materials and see how he dares to challenge us thereafter. Others in the room also found merit in this plan. Ultimately, it was Murong Fu who decisively stated, Very well, but we must exercise caution and ensure we leave no incriminating evidence. Once this task is completed, I shall instruct the finance department to transfer a sum to you. Take your comrades and enjoy a few days away. Wang Ranjin promptly thumped his chest in assurance, Uncle. Rest assured, I will execute this task splendidly. At 3 a.m, a dilapidated van with false plates came to a halt at the back entrance of the Bingshan pharmaceutical factory. Wang Ranjian, accompanied by several subordinates, disembarked and, after scanning the area to confirm the absence of surveillance and security personnel, declared, Remember, our mission tonight is to set fire to that batch of medicinal materials. Once the task is accomplished, regroup here and we will make our escape. Is that understood? Wang Ranjian was brimming with excitement. Having served as the head of security at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals for so long, this was his first time undertaking such a significant endeavor. The thought of completing the mission and receiving his uncle's appreciative gaze, along with the promised financial reward, fueled his enthusiasm. Understood, the others murmured. Excellent. Now, let us proceed as planned. You two keep watch outside. If any security personnel arrive, find a way to delay them. Are we all aware of the location where the materials are stored? Seeing everyone nod, Wang Ranjin waved his hand, and they sprang into action. The Bingshan pharmaceutical factory was modest in size, situated in an old industrial building, employing local residents who, having been on the job for a short time, could hardly be considered loyal. Wang Ranjian effortlessly acquired a map of the factory and the storage location of the medicinal materials. Consequently, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the storage room. Old Six, be quick, he urged. Wang Ranjian, having a background in petty crime, was well aware that his crew might not be the most skilled, but they excelled in theft. Old Six was particularly adept at lock-picking and, within a minute, had the lock opened. Wang Ranjian entered, flashlight in hand, and was greeted by shelves lined with various medicinal materials. One of his subordinates produced gasoline, but Wang Ranjian quickly intervened. These treasures are too valuable to be destroyed. Instead, let us remove the medicinal materials and then set the storage room ablaze. Upon hearing this, several subordinates nodded in agreement and hurriedly sought bags to collect the herbs. This fool is truly willing to squander money, Wang Rinjian couldn't help but exclaim. However, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Whom do you refer to as a fool? The speaker was none other than Zhou Haoyu. For the past few days, he had been residing at the pharmaceutical factory, diligently concocting elixirs and conducting experiments. With the grand meeting approaching, everything needed to be flawless. Thus, he had taken up residence at the factory and sensed intruders while immersed in his cultivation. To his astonishment, he discovered this group attempting to empty his warehouse. Who? Wang Rinjian gasped, turning to see Zhou Haoyu, his complexion draining of color, trembling in fear. They were all aware of Zhou Haoyu's formidable abilities, and the realization that they had been caught sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 66. Using a knife to kill Zhou Haoyu. I know you are quite formidable. Please do not approach. If you do, Wang Rinjian stammered, his face pale as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, particularly when he saw Zhou Haoyu advancing towards him. He frantically pulled out a lighter. Yet, despite his efforts, it refused to ignite. It seems my previous actions were too lenient. You lot dare to trouble me. Zhou Haoyu flexed his wrist, his expression icy, his gaze fierce. Thud. One of them, paralyzed by fear, knelt down. This triggered a chain reaction, as one by one, they fell to their knees like dominoes. Even Wang Rinjian found himself kneeling before Zhou Haoyu, trembling uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing freely. Zhou Haoyu sneered. Look at your grotesque visage. Where has your arrogance gone? I don't wish to provoke you. I am being coerced. By whom? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Rinjian sold out his own uncle. This entire ordeal was orchestrated by Murong Fu. He was merely a victim. That old fool, failing to learn from his mistakes, would now bear the consequences of Zhou Haoyu's ruthless resolve. Zhou Haoyu was indifferent to the veracity of Wang Rinjian's claims. He was already intent on dealing with the Murong family. Now that a knife had been presented to him, he would not hesitate to wield it. Wang Rinjian. Look at me. Wang Rinjian dared not meet his gaze, fearful of the repercussions. Yet, he felt compelled to comply. Ultimately, he steeled himself and dared to glance up. Just a fleeting look rendered him immobile, as if ensnared by a spell. You all look at me. Zhou Haoyu commanded. The others raised their heads, instantly captivated by Zhou Haoyu's piercing eyes. He conveyed his orders and instructed them to leave. Once outside the pharmaceutical factory, a lookout among the subordinates asked, Boss, is it done? Partially accomplished, Wang Rinjian replied mysteriously. The subordinate glanced at the others, noticing their silence, their emotions unreadable. Confusion clouded his mind. Yet, what left him even more bewildered was what transpired next. Wang Rinjian and his companions proceeded directly to the pharmaceutical factory of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Compared to the Chongshan Pharmaceutical Factory, Nanshan appears significantly more organized. Not only is the factory area more expansive, but the security measures are also exceptionally stringent. However, Wang Rinjian, the head of the security department, was not someone anyone dared to stop. He led his team to the raw material storage area of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, where various medicinal materials worth over 100 million were piled high. Wang Rinjian issued a direct command, douse it all in gasoline. I want this storage area to vanish from the earth. Upon hearing these words, Old Fong, the person in charge of the storage area, was instantly dumbfounded. And the two lookout subordinates looked equally bewildered. Wang Rinjian, what are you doing? Boss, isn't this a bit inappropriate? They protested. Indeed, this is our own warehouse. How can we set it ablaze? Stop. You cannot pour gasoline. Wang Rinjian, growing impatient, shot a glance at Old Fong and ordered the two subordinates, bind him. Upon hearing this, Old Fong quickly dashed outside, shouting help. Someone is trying to start a fire. Wang Rinjian paid no heed, personally pouring gasoline. Seeing this, Old Fong ran even faster. At that moment, Wang Rinjian and his team had already drenched several buckets of gasoline, and the entire storage area was suffused with the pungent odor. Wang Rinjian savored a whiff, then produced a lighter to ignite it. Boom! Flames surged skyward, and the storage area was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. A deafening explosion followed, consuming Wang Rinjian and his associates in a torrent of flames. The explosions continued, accompanied by waves of intense heat, forcing Old Fong, who had just arrived with his men, to retreat in fear. Why is no one coming out? Someone asked, causing Old Fong's expression to shift dramatically. At that moment, two figures engulfed in flames stumbled out, screaming. Witnessing this, the crowd hurriedly grabbed fire extinguishers and rushed to extinguish the fire. However, as the smoke dissipated, those two individuals remained silent. After careful inspection, Old Fong realized that they were the same subordinates who had previously tried to dissuade Wang Renjian. Where are the others? Could they all have perished? Old Fong's mind went blank, filled with dread. The flames grew fiercer, and the fire extinguishers proved futile. Old Fong swiftly called the fire department and informed the higher-ups of the incident. Soon, members of the Murong family arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the billowing smoke and towering flames, they were utterly stunned. What on earth happened? Murong Fu seethed with fury, his fists cracking ominously. Old Fong hurriedly explained. It was Wang Renjian. He set the fire. What nonsense are you spouting? Renjian is my nephew. How could he possibly set fire to his own factory? After scolding, Wang Qin immediately called Wang Renjian. Strangely, there was no answer, yet the ringtone echoed from within the inferno. The unsettling realization struck Wang Qin, her expression turning pale as she dropped her phone with a clatter. It was indeed him. Murong Fu exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Qin. Look at the mischief your nephew has wrought. Wang Qin was stunned from the blow, and after a while, she cried out, You hit me? What good does that do? Renjian is gone. Murong Fu replied fiercely, He deserves it. He burned so many of my medicinal materials and caused me immense losses. Can he pay for his worthless life? He is my own nephew, Murong Fu. Do not go too far. He was only trying to help you. Wang Qin sobbed. And what has come of it? Have I gotten my revenge? No. You. I will fight you. Wang Qin, in her despair, lunged at the enraged Murong Fu. The couple began to brawl in public. Soon, Murong Bing arrived at the scene. By this time, the fire was nearing extinguishment by the firefighters, and numerous inspectors were present. After all, setting fire to a factory and causing numerous deaths was indeed a major case. Can someone explain to me what on earth is happening? Murong Bing glanced at her disheveled parents and then at Murong Gue. Seeing her expression, Murong Gue had no choice but to reveal the earlier scheme to her. So, that useless pharmaceutical factory is still intact, while our family's factory has been burned down. The more Murong Bing pondered, the more furious she became, and she found it exceedingly bizarre. Although Wang Renjian lacked education, he should not have made such a fundamental mistake. Could he have been instigated by that good-for-nothing? But how could he possibly incite him? What means could he employ to make Wang Renjian serve him? There must be more to this matter. Chapter 67. The greater good over family. The news of the fire at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals quickly spread throughout Jinzhou. In every street and alley, across major platforms, discussions of the incident proliferated. Many details emerged, though the public found it hard to believe. Who would set fire to their own family? Especially to the extent of losing their own life? It was utterly unprecedented. Boss, have you heard? That scoundrel Wang Renjian Qianduo entered the office. Excitement evident in his voice, but Zhou Haoyu raised his phone and interjected, I saw it long ago, truly unimaginable. Zhou Haoyu was genuinely taken aback. He had merely given an order for Wang Renjian to burn the medicinal materials stored at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Who would have thought that the fool would end up burning himself as well? But if he is dead, it's no concern of mine. As I didn't he set the fire? Boss, why would he set fire to his own factory? Zhou Haoyu replied earnestly, he must have felt guilty after the disturbance yesterday. So he chose to sacrifice his kin for the greater good. Qianduo expressed disbelief, but that is an extreme measure. Those medicinal materials were reportedly worth billions. And he ended up destroying himself as well. It's truly a case of self-destruction. I also heard that Murong Fu and his wife had a public fight over this matter and haven't been discharged from the hospital yet. They didn't die? I saw comments saying they both have passed away. As expected of the Murongs from Suzhou, their combat prowess is remarkable. Zhou Haoyu chuckled. They're still alive. Qianduo clarified. Zhou Haoyu shrugged. What a relief. I even like that comment. Qianduo paused, then hesitantly inquired, Boss, could this incident possibly be related to you? Zhou Haoyu, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, It's not as if I set the fire. How could it possibly be related to me? Moreover, Wang Renjian is not my nephew. He wouldn't heed my words. Indeed, the situation was rather peculiar. Could it be that Wang Renjian harbored a grudge against Murong Fu? One that had festered until it erupted last night. Qianduo speculated. Zhou Haoyu nodded in agreement, stating, There is a possibility. I came across a comment suggesting that Wang Renjian is actually Wang Qingshan's son, with Murong Fu as his stepfather, rather than an uncle. Furthermore, given Wang Qingshan's habitual infidelity and Murong Fu's penchant for violence, it is conceivable that Wang Renjian finally snapped. Qianduo, with an odd expression, remarked, Boss, I've noticed that the comments you read seem rather malicious. You wouldn't have liked them again, would you? Nonsense. I merely slipped my finger, Zhou Haoyu chuckled. Qian Duo laughed in return. Then, boss, continue with your slips. I shall go attend to my tasks. Zhou Haoyu instructed. Once you finish, meet me at the pharmaceutical factory. Understood. As Qian Duo nodded and departed, Zhou Haoyu resumed scrolling through his phone. Astonishingly, it was revealed that Wang Rinjian had an affair with Wang Qinxing. He acted out of love, fully aware that he could not compete with Murong Fuyu. Hence he set the factory ablaze in a tragic act of desperation. Zhou Haoyu liked the post once more. After lunch, Zhou Haoyu accompanied Qian Duo to the pharmaceutical factory. His first order of business was to dismiss several security guards who had been on duty that night. Subsequently, he convened a meeting regarding the incident at Nanshan Pharmaceutical. Zhou Haoyu was uncertain of the outcome, yet all he desired was tranquility during this period. To ensure safety, he also procured numerous surveillance cameras, hired additional security personnel, and equipped them with walkie-talkies and rubber batons. Only then did he proceed to the production line to monitor the workers' progress. The new medication was now in regular production, validating his efforts over the preceding days. Has the approval for the new drug been granted? He inquired. It has already been approved. Zhou Haoyu was taken aback by the promptness. In the past, such approvals typically required a year or two. This time, thanks to Jiang Mingwei's connections, all formalities were completed in mere days. The privileges of influence are indeed advantageous. It is no wonder they possess such wealth. Let us now focus on maximizing production. We can even add a few more production lines. This medication is bound to be a bestseller. Qian Duo nodded in agreement. With everything falling into place, Zhou Haoyu felt no need to linger longer and returned to the company with Qian Duo. However, as they reached the entrance, he spotted Murong Shui. She was adorned in a light blue long dress, her exquisite features and tall stature instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. Yet, Zhou Haoyu was not swayed by her beauty. He immediately noticed the handprint on her face. What happened? Who struck you? He inquired. Brother Haoyu, Murong Shui replied, her lips quivering. Seeing the bustling crowd, he guided her into the car. Unable to contain her emotions, Murong Shui broke into tears, her sobs cascading like pearls from a broken string down her cheeks. After quite some time, she managed to articulate who had assaulted her. It turned out that, due to the events of the previous night, the Murong family had cursed Zhou Haoyu. She could not contain her anger and spoke a few words on behalf of Zhou Haoyu, only to receive a resounding slap from Murong Bing. You need not speak for me. Your family harbors an intense hatred towards me. Forget about last night's incident. Even if some elder of the Murong family were incapacitated in bed, they would certainly curse me in their hearts. Zhou Haoyu, upon seeing her distress, deliberately made such remarks. As anticipated, Murong Shui instantly burst into laughter. Yet, she quickly regained her indignation and said, Brother Haoyu, they are truly excessive. Without you, there would be no present for the Murong family. Yet Zhou Haoyu shook his head, his tone somber. People are inherently different. I have long since grasped this truth. Murong Shui nodded, and then, with a look of panic, inquired, Brother Haoyu, you want to abandon me because of them, will you? Zhou Haoyu gazed at the mark on her face, contemplated for a moment, and replied, the Murong family harbors no good intentions, but you are the exception. Rest assured. Even if the entire Murong family were to cease to exist in the future, I will ensure your safety for a lifetime. Brother Haoyu, you are truly wonderful. Murong Shui exclaimed, moved to tears, oblivious to the potential downfall of the Murong family. Zhou Haoyu looked at this foolish girl with increasingly affectionate eyes. After a considerable while, Murong Shui finally calmed down. By the way, Brother Haoyu, how did your eyes get better? Zhou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, I don't know. They just suddenly healed. Perhaps the heavens took pity on me. When did this happen? She pressed. I recovered just a few days ago. Zhou Haoyu intended to speak the truth but, recalling the earlier incident at the hotel and noticing Murong Shui's peculiar expression, he told a lie instead. Murong Shui immediately felt relieved and continued to ask, how did you suddenly start such a large company? Doesn't he starting a business require a great deal of capital? Zhou Haoyu responded, all that money is earned by me. I knew it. Brother Haoyu is the most capable. Those people just don't believe it. Murong Shui, initially worried that Zhou Haoyu's wealth came from another woman, felt reassured by his assertion. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, and she could not help but grasp Zhou Haoyu's hand, pleading, Brother Haoyu, I know you are very busy, but could you spare some time to accompany me? Just for a little while. I truly do not wish to return home. Zhou Haoyu contemplated and replied, then I shall take you out for some fun. Where to? Chapter 68, The Foolish Prince and Stone Betting. Stone betting? Murong Shui had heard of stone betting before, but she had never participated. She knew how frenzied it could be. Initially, she intended to dissuade Zhou Haoyu, but upon learning that he had amassed his wealth through stone betting, she too was intrigued to give it a try. However, the reality of stone betting left Murong Shui somewhat bewildered. She was aware that raw stones were not inexpensive, yet she was astonished by their exorbitant prices. A stone the size of a fist could cost several tens of thousands. The raw stones at the exhibition were somewhat pricier than those found at street stalls. Yet the chances of finding jade would be significantly higher. Zhou Haoyu drove directly, taking Murong Shui to the neighboring Binzhou city, where the exhibition was naturally organized by the Jiang family. Regrettably, the woman named Jiang Siki did not make an appearance. Zhou Haoyu had initially hoped to engage in further discussions with her. However, despite her absence, upon learning of Zhou Haoyu's arrival, she made sure to convey a few instructions to the person in charge. Not only would the raw stones he purchased be offered at a discount, but he would also enjoy numerous privileges. Murong Shui, witnessing this scene, felt an even deeper admiration for Zhou Haoyu. The reputation of an individual often casts a long shadow. Previously, in the provincial capital, Zhou Haoyu had triumphed over Chu Feng, unveiling an exorbitantly priced imperial jade. Thus, even in Jiang Siki's absence, anticipation for Zhou Haoyu remained palpable. Yet, to her disappointment, although Zhou Haoyu procured several raw stones, he refrained from cutting them open on the spot. He even selected a rather unremarkable stone from an obscure corner, emphasizing the importance of not losing or mixing it up. Upon receiving the call from the person in charge, Jiang Siki, though perplexed, instructed them to handle the matter with utmost seriousness and strict adherence. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoyu had already driven back to Jianzhou. As Murong Shui sat in the passenger seat, she could not help but inquire, "Brother Haoyu, just how much money do you possess now? Those stones you bought, even with the discount, must total over 1 billion, right? You probably still have over 100 million left." Zhou Haoyu estimated his expenditures, 200 million on medicinal materials, 50 million transferred to the company, and over 100 million spent today. Thus, he calculated that only a small sum remained. However, those raw stones, once cut, could yield a significant profit. His reluctance to cut them immediately was a strategic choice, awaiting the opportune moment. Even the finest treasures can be tarnished if the timing is amiss. That seemingly ordinary little stone, had he not chosen it himself, might have been overlooked by anyone else. In contrast to the several million worth of raw stones, that little stone, treated as a mere gift, was the true gem. As Zhou Haoyu drove, lost in thought, he soon arrived at the entrance of Murong Shui's residential complex. "Brother Haoyu, would you like to come up for a while?" Murong Shui suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, a rosy hue creeping onto her delicate face. Seeing her enchanting demeanor stirred something within Zhou Haoyu. Just then, a sharp honk interrupted the moment. Zhou Haoyu turned to see a sudden change in his expression. Murong Shui also sensed the shift and turned to find Murong Bing approaching. With a fierce glare, she commanded, "Get out of the car." Murong Shui, sensing her sister's intimidating presence, complied and exited the vehicle. "I warned you before to keep your distance from my sister." Murong Bing snapped. "Are you deaf, or is this deliberate?" At that moment, Murong Bing's icy gaze settled on Zhou Haoyu, radiating disdain as if it were a blade. Zhou Haoyu retorted with a cold scoff, "Who are you to dictate my actions?" Murong Bing's eyebrows twitched in anger, poised to unleash her fury when a man approached. Well, who do we have here? Such bravado from a mere parasite," he scoffed. "What? Just because you're driving a flashy car? You think you can put on airs in front of me?" The man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of sophistication, wore a watch worth several million on his wrist. And the limited edition Lamborghini behind him was a testament to his wealth. However, to him, all of this was merely trivial. After all, he was the heir of Jinhui real estate. In the underworld of Jinzhou, the term prince was indeed a reality. This was the first meeting between Su Wendong and Zhou Haoyu. Perhaps in an effort to assert his dominance, he wrapped his arm around Murong Bing's waist, continuously caressing downwards. Murong Bing shivered, yet she neither evaded nor protested. Su Wendong grew even more arrogant, saying as he touched her, "Xiao Bing, your taste is truly lacking. How could you be attracted to such a character?" Murong Bing replied with a hint of grievance. "At that time, I was forced by my parents, otherwise." "All right, enough of the past. Now that you're with me, there will be plenty of comfortable days ahead. As for this waste, why should we concern ourselves with him?" After saying this, Su Wendong prepared to ascend the stairs with Murong Bing in tow. At that moment, Zhou Haoyu coldly interjected, calling someone a waste. "Do you truly believe I would not dare to act against you?" His demeanor was indifferent, and his gaze was far from piercing. Yet, upon meeting his eyes, Su Wendong felt a pang of fear. as if a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him. He was acutely aware of Zhou Haoyu's formidable skills and recognized that he was no match for him. For a moment, he was flustered. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness and retorted, "How dare you act so brazenly in front of me? Do you believe I can ensure you do not see the sun tomorrow? And do you believe I can make you miss the sunrise right now?" Zhou Haoyu responded, taking a step forward. Su Wendong was startled and hurriedly retreated. Zhou Haoyu smiled. "What a coward." Su Wendong's face turned pale with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Were it not for Zhou Haoyu's superior skills and the absence of his bodyguards, he would have already struck. "Very well. Just you wait, Zhou Haoyu." Su Wendong spat out a menacing remark and hastily departed, not daring to linger. Zhou Haoyu's disdain deepened. He had heard of this person's reputation and had anticipated some capability, only to discover he was utterly inept. After Su Wendong had walked away, he immediately dialed Lu Hu's number. "I do not care whom you seek or what methods you employ. That scoundrel must be eliminated tonight." On the other end, Lu Hu feigned ignorance. "Which scoundrel?" Su Wendong gritted his teeth. "Zhou Haoyu." "Zhou who?" "Zhou Haoyu." "What Haoyu? Are you mocking me?" "You wait too." Su Wendong abruptly hung up and called Zhao Shanggong. Zhao Shanggong was someone he had groomed and who had always obeyed him. After receiving a satisfactory response, Su Wendong felt somewhat relieved. However, to his dismay, later that evening, Zhao Shanggong called. "Young master, the task has failed. You are utterly useless. Didn't Ti instruct you to bring a firearm? How could you mess this up?" Su Wendong lay on his bed, enjoying Murong Bing's massage. It was initially quite pleasurable. But upon hearing the news, his mood soured instantly. "I have already brought the gun. Fortunately, it has not been used." Zhao Shanggong paused momentarily before continuing his explanation. "Young master, you are unaware that upon my arrival at the pharmaceutical factory, I encountered Director Luo of the Inspection Bureau as soon as I stepped out of the vehicle." Chapter 69. It is she. Su Wendong's expression shifted subtly as he sat upright. "Luo Zhengyi? What brings her to stroll around at this late hour?" "Director Luo advised me to maintain a low profile lately and mentioned the unfortunate incident of the arson at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, which has caused considerable negative repercussions. Therefore, she personally led a team to conduct an investigation." The more Su Wendong pondered, the more perplexed he became, and a sense of frustration brewed within him. What is a mere insignificant waste of space doing, much like an indestructible cockroach? Waste? How did the person I asked you to find fare? The individual has been located. Just returned from abroad, and will arrive in Jinzhou in 2 days. Fine, let that worthless person live for another 2 days then. After hanging up the phone, Su Wendong noticed Murong Bing's dazed expression and spoke with mild irritation. "What? Are you feeling sorry for him?" Murong Bing grimaced, as if she had swallowed a live fly, and replied with disdain, "Feel sorry for him? I wish he would die sooner. By the way, Wendong, the day after tomorrow is the date of the Huakeng Group's conference. There shouldn't be any unforeseen complications, right?" Only then did Su Wendong embrace her, smiling as he reassured, "Do not worry, the list has already been finalized. There will be no issues." Murong Bing felt relieved, leaning against him. "That's good. With your support, I feel much more at ease." Su Wendong smirked, "However, my temper is rising. Would you assist me? You rascal." Murong Bing shot him a playful glare, but did not refuse. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital at the Chu family residence, ever since that day, the heartbroken young Master Chu had locked himself in his room, not venturing outside for several days. His demeanor growing increasingly morose. "Young Master, I have already found the person. He will arrive in Jinzhou in 2 days. In 2 days, I expect to see his corpse." Just like the previous tomcat, the driver felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing such ominous words, silently mourning for Zhou Haoyu. Why provoke someone? Especially the young Master Chu? Truly, they do not know how to avoid peril. On May 15th, the Huakeng Group held a grand meeting to establish an alliance. By 8 in the morning, the top-tier conference room was already filled with attendees. These individuals were all prominent figures in Jinzhou, either wealthy or influential. At the very least possessing growth potential worthy of investment as emerging business leaders. Thanks to Su Wendong, Murong Bing secured a seat at this gathering, which filled her with excitement and anticipation. Once today is over, Nanshan Pharmaceuticals will be revived, and the Murong family will once again experience glory. By that time, even if that waste manages to develop some remarkable new drug, it will hardly cause a stir. Wait a moment, I seem to have forgotten. He should not have many days left to live, right? Better that he dies, so as not to be like a fly in a latrine, occasionally emerging to disgust others. Su Wendong's spirits were also high, although Jinhui Real Estate was a large and prosperous enterprise. Its operational status had been declining in recent years due to the adverse impact of the broader environment. If it were not for the old gentleman's frail health, his power would have likely been stripped away by now. However, after today, everything shall change. With the formidable Huakong group backing him, the old gentleman will undoubtedly be held in higher regard. The shareholders within the company will no longer dare to voice their opinions. Su Wadong felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, as if he could already envision the day he would stand at Nasdaq ringing the opening bell. Before long, a female secretary entered. The previously boisterous conference room fell into an immediate hush. Young Miss Jiang was about to arrive, and decorum was imperative. Murong Bing straightened her posture. Yet after a moment's pause, she could not help but whisper, "Wendong, aren't you friends with Miss Jiang? Could you perhaps introduce us later?" Su Wendong replied nonchalantly. "With so many people here, it would not be convenient. Perhaps another time." "Very well," Murong Bing nodded in acquiescence. Su Wendong then inquired, "Have you pondered over what I mentioned last night?" Murong Bing's tone cooled slightly as she replied, "I have no objections. But Xiao Xue has her own opinions and may not agree. You are her elder sister. Surely she will heed your words. Even if she resists, you could employ certain measures." Su Wendong suggested. Murong Bing's disdain grew as she contemplated how to decline when the conference room door swung open. The attendees promptly silenced themselves, turning in unison towards the entrance. In walked a stunning beauty clad in casual attire, her makeup understated yet captivating. At the sight of her, everyone was taken aback. Though her adornments were unremarkable, some individuals possess an innate allure that renders them the center of attention, regardless of their attire. Her beauty was breathtaking, transcending the ordinary. Was this truly the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family? Absolutely captivating. It was my first encounter, and she could easily step onto the stage of stardom. Nonsense. Those common beauties cannot even be compared to Miss Jiang. Indeed, a firefly dares not vie with the brilliance of the moon, though many sought to flatter the young lady. Their words bore genuine sincerity, not mere flattery. Su Wendong, too, from the depths of his heart, offered a few compliments. He had encountered countless beautiful women, yet none could rival the allure of Miss Jiang. Casting a glance at Murong Bing, he intended to draw a comparison, only to find her pallid complexion and expression of sheer terror, as if she had seen a ghost. "What is the matter?" he asked. Is she Jiang Mingwei?" Murong Bing recalled vividly that she had seen this stunning woman, who made her feel woefully inadequate, beneath Xiaoxue's residence last time. "Keep your voice down." "She must be. I have encountered her several times," Su Wendong stated with composure. "But isn't she the wealthy woman that the useless Zhou Haoyu has latched onto?" "What?" Su Wendong exclaimed in astonishment. He had heard Murong Bing mention that the good-for-nothing Zhou Haoyu had seemingly attached himself to a wealthy woman. But he never anticipated that this affluent lady was none other than Jiang Mingwei. "Have you mistaken her?" Murong Bing shook her head, her face devoid of color. Biting her lip tightly, her heart engulfed in despair, as if she had lost all hope. Su Wendong, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who is Miss Jiang? How could she possibly be interested in that country bumpkin?" "I did not mistake it. It was indeed her." Murong Bing, on the verge of tears, could hardly fathom that the good-for-nothing had managed to associate with Miss Jiang. Su Wendong still found it hard to believe. What gives him the right? Just because he is handsome? I am not lacking in looks either. I possess wealth, power, and status. That good-for-nothing is no match for me. At that moment, Murong Bing suddenly had a realization. I suspect Miss Jiang is merely toying with him. Or perhaps there are misunderstandings we are unaware of. Yes, it must be so. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that this was the truth. After all, if even she deemed him unworthy, how could someone of Miss Jiang's stature possibly be interested in him? Yes, your analysis must be correct. That good-for-nothing cannot have such good fortune. Su Wendong also shared this sentiment. Chapter 70. Special Relationship. Meanwhile, seated at the head of the table, Jiang Mingwei opened a list. This list contained the names of outstanding enterprises that had undergone rigorous selection and qualified for the alliance. Before the establishment of the alliance, I must announce something. 2 enterprises do not align with the actual circumstances I have gathered, and I have decided to revoke their qualification for joining the alliance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and their hearts raced. No one knew which 2 enterprises would be disqualified, nor whether their own was among them. Murong Bing felt a twinge of worry, yet she reassured herself that with Su Wendong's influence, it should not be her family's niche on pharmaceutical. However, at that moment, she noticed Jiang Mingwei casting a glance her way, her eyes glimmering with a subtle smile. Murong Bing's heart sank. Could it be? Simultaneously, Jiang Mingwei's voice of judgment resonated. The first company is Nanshan Pharmaceutical. Almost instantaneously, the gazes of the crowd fell upon Murong Bing. She felt as if struck by lightning, utterly astonished that her company had been disqualified without warning. She wished to speak, yet hesitated, only able to seek Su Wendong's support with her eyes. Su Wendong, steeling himself, rose to inquire, "Miss Jiang, why has the qualification of Nanshan Pharmaceutical been revoked?" "Oh, are you standing up for Nanshan Pharmaceutical?" Jiang Mingyue asked with an amused expression. Su Wendong felt a surge of panic, but with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to lose face, and thus he pressed on, "It's not that I am standing up for them. It is just that Nanshan Pharmaceutical is an important partner of our Jinhui real estate. We are well aware of the group's situation. There are no issues regarding qualifications or any aspects." "Miss Jiang, could there have been a mistake? Would you reconsider?" Jiang Mingwei replied coolly, "So? You are implying that if Nanshan Pharmaceutical does not join the alliance, it will affect your Jinhui real estate?" Su Wendong hesitated. "There would indeed be some impact." Jiang Mingwei remarked, "In other words, if Nanshan Pharmaceuticals does not participate, your Jinhui real estate would prefer not to join the alliance either?" Su Wendong was taken aback. The two matters seemed unrelated. He hastily shook his head in denial. "That is not my intention, Miss Jiang." However, Jiang Mingwei interrupted him, clapping her hands with a smile. "Then it is settled, a double joy." "Ah?" Su Wendong was left bewildered. The others also appeared momentarily confused, struggling to comprehend. Jiang Mingyue ceased her applause and, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, "Did you not say it yourself? I am merely facilitating your desires." "I did not mean it that way," Su Wendong stammered, growing anxious. "Is it no longer relevant? Does anyone else have an opinion?" Jiang Mingwei surveyed the crowd. Although they felt somewhat perplexed, they dared not voice dissent. They certainly did not wish to follow Su Wendong's unfortunate lead. "No objections. No objections." Su Wendong was utterly flabbergasted. He merely aimed to speak favorably of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Even if Jiang Mingwei did not agree, it would not matter. Why had he also been disqualified? "Miss Jiang, please listen to me." Jiang Mingwei frowned. "Enough. So many people are waiting, and I have a meeting to attend." Jiang Mingwei retorted coldly, "Is your matter so significant? Shall I forego the meeting to converse solely with you?" "Well, that would not be necessary." Feeling the unfriendly glares from others, Su Wendong dared not speak further. Nonetheless, he resolved to clarify matters with her once she was free. In truth, their family and the Murong family were not on such intimate terms. Murong Bing seemed to read his thoughts, saying softly, "I believe even if you clarify things, it will be of no use." Su Wendong, with a face of indignation, responded, "What do you mean? If it weren't for helping you, would I be embroiled in this? Do you still think it is solely for that reason?" You seem to have forgotten that she mentioned disqualifying both families. Su Wendong suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, it was about both families. If he was misunderstood, then there must be another family involved. Conversely, it was not a misunderstanding at all. She genuinely intended to disqualify them. But why? He bore no animosity towards her. And his own enterprise ranked among the best in the entire Jinzhou. On what grounds could she simply declare their disqualification? We may have misjudged the significance of that worthless individual in her eyes from the very beginning. Otherwise, she would not behave in such a manner. As if to affirm Murong Bing's words, Jiang Mingyue, after exchanging some polite remarks, announced that a new emerging enterprise would be granted special admission to the alliance. "Now, let us welcome the general manager of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, Zhou Haoyu." Upon finishing, she led the applause. Seeing this, the crowd quickly followed suit, and the room erupted in applause. Dressed in a black suit, Zhou Haoyu entered under the gaze of the assembly. He did not acknowledge the pale-faced Murong Bing or the envious Su Wendong. Calmly walking into the conference room to stand beside Jiang Mingwei, the name Nanshan Pharmaceuticals was unfamiliar to nearly everyone present. Zhou Haoyu was, after all, a relatively obscure figure. Yet now, this company had so unexpectedly joined the alliance, which was truly astonishing. Does he possess some extraordinary background? Or perhaps a special relationship with Miss Jiang? Is it merely that he is handsome, in good shape, and youthful? Miss Jiang, you should have mentioned earlier that you have a penchant for such types. We could have considered cosmetic enhancements or physical training as well. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the crowd, Murong Bing appeared pallid and sorrowful. She had presumed that after today, the gap between her and that worthless individual would only widen. Even upon recognizing Jiang Mingyue, she believed it would not have much impact. After all, who would deign to regard a useless person? Yet, unexpectedly, the tastes of these prominent figures were rather peculiar. No wonder that useless individual has been causing such a stir lately. It turns out he has powerful backing. Murong Bing realized much. And her gaze towards Zhou Haoyu became increasingly contemptuous and disdainful, infused with a deep-seated animosity. Relying solely on a woman's uselessness, does he think victory is assured? Let me tell you, it's not happening. If Nanshan Pharmaceuticals cannot enter the alliance, neither shall you. Jiang Mingwei sensed the cold, vengeful glare from Murong Bing and jested. Your ex-wife has quite a fierce gaze. Perhaps you should converse with her? What is there to discuss with her? Zhou Haoyu replied, barely sparing her a glance. Jiang Mingwei smiled and directed Zhou Haoyu to the main seat. This spectacle once again astonished the onlookers. However, before they could ponder further, Jiang Mingwei proclaimed loudly, esteemed friends. Greetings to you all. Today, we gather to witness Huakong Group, in collaboration with industry colleagues, establish the Huakong Pharmaceutical Innovation Association. The inception of this association signifies our unwavering resolve to challenge the international pharmaceutical giant, Stancon, striving to seize opportunities in the fiercely competitive market and secure broader developmental horizons. The Huakong Pharmaceutical Innovation Association will amalgamate wisdom and strength from various sectors to collaboratively pursue pharmaceutical innovation research, enhance drug development standards, and propel the advancement of the pharmaceutical industry. Jiang Mingwei elaborated for over 20 minutes, while Zhou Haoyu, utterly bored, stifled yawns. Just as he contemplated attempting some cultivation, he noticed everyone sitting up straight. Jiang Mingwei had finally reached the crux of her speech. Chapter 71. Surprised or not surprised? Simultaneously, I announced that, after careful consideration and thorough selection, we have decided to appoint Mr. Chen Qing and Mr. Zhou Haoyu as vice presidents of the Huakong Pharmaceutical Innovation Association. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers. A cacophony of discussions ensued. Chen Qing, a revered and influential elder in the pharmaceutical realm of Jinju, was a fitting choice for the vice presidency. But who is Zhou Haoyu? A nameless individual. What qualification does he have to serve as vice president? Even Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiang Mingwei would appoint him as vice president. Jiang Mingwei cast him a smiling glance, seemingly asking if he was surprised or not. Zhou Haoyu was indeed taken aback, but as for being delighted, had it been in the past, he might have felt joy. However, now, he cared little for such accolades. All he desired was vengeance and to focus on his cultivation, enhancing his strength. As long as one possesses absolute strength, one can have whatever one desires. Why then seek distant goals? At some point, he had prioritized cultivating immortality above all else, apart from avenging past grievances. Nothing else seemed of significance. Jiang Mingwei observed the increasing clamor among the crowd and sternly declared, silence. However, the announcement was too astonishing for many to accept. Though they refrained from voicing their dissent due to the Jiang family's formidable influence, it was difficult to quell their unrest. While they held their tongues, there were those who dared to speak. Murong Bing stood up and exclaimed, Miss Jiang, surely you jest. How can he possibly be deemed worthy of the vice presidency? Jiang Mingwei retorted coldly, if I say he is worthy, then he is worthy. Murong Bing clenched her teeth, striving to maintain her composure. While your assertion may hold some truth, I cannot help but feel a sense of injustice for those present. Everyone here joined the association to advance together, to collaborate for mutual benefit, to vanquish Kang and reclaim the market. Yet, with such nepotism, what future does this association hold? At her words, others echoed in agreement. Indeed, if even the vice president is merely a favored relation, how can we place our trust in this association? Miss Jiang, please reconsider. The position of vice president is crucial to the association's future. It cannot be decided so hastily. Jiang Mingwei frowned slightly. Murong Bing was quite adept at stirring sentiments. Murong Bing cast a triumphant glance at the expressionless Zhou Haoyu and continued, you may not be aware, but Chao Mountain Pharmaceuticals was only recently established, and nearly all of its employees are those we dismissed from Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. As for Mr. Zhou, he was once nothing more than a lackey of the Murong family, obediently following orders. How can such a person be permitted to join the association, let alone serve as vice president? Jiang Mingwei's gaze turned frosty as she replied, Murong Bing, you have gone too far. With nothing left to lose, Murong Bing shot back, Miss Jiang, is this association merely a fiefdom of the Jiang family? If so, I shall refrain from further comment. Jiang Mingwei retorted coldly, my decisions are based on sound reasoning. I am not exercising favoritism, rather, Mr. Zhou possesses the capability to serve as vice president and to lead the association toward even greater accomplishments. Murong Bing scoffed, what capabilities does he possess? Surely, His company hasn't developed a single new drug. What qualifications does such a company have to join the association? And what competence does such a failure possess to assume the presidency? Indeed, let him prove himself, came the chorus of agreement. The members who had joined the association had met the entrance requirements. Either their pharmaceutical products were exceptional or they wielded wealth and power to benefit the association. Yet, if a new company, lacking in everything and relying solely on connections, could enter and dominate, what would that signify? Zhou Haoyu rose, amusement dancing in his eyes, and inquired, "Who told you that my company has no new drugs?" Morong Bing derisively replied, "Oh, you may deceive others, but do you think you can fool me? You were ousted just a few days ago. Do you truly have time to develop new drugs?" Zhou Haoyu then produced an elegantly antiquated wooden box from his pocket. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the newly developed medication from our company, which has been duly registered with the Drug Regulatory Authority and has successfully passed the market approval. This medication, named Anshin Gao, is designed to soothe the mind and assist with sleep. Simply taking a small amount before bedtime, dissolved in warm water, allows for a swift descent into deep slumber. The most remarkable aspect is that this drug is devoid of any side effects, making it suitable for both pregnant women and children." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Such efficacy? It seemed implausible. The most astonished among them was Morong Bing, who was acutely aware of the arduous process involved in developing a new medication. It demands considerable time, manpower, and resources. Yet, this so-called fool had managed to create a new drug in such a brief period. Furthermore, it was named Anshin Gao. The two primary products of Nanshan Pharmaceutical, one being Tianpian, also served to calm the mind and aid in sleep. This imbecile was clearly up to no good. The crucial point was that Tianpian possessed certain side effects, rendering it unsuitable for pregnant women and children. Yet, this fool claimed that his new drug was not only remarkably effective, but also entirely free of side effects. How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. Morong Bing, losing her usual composure, exclaimed in a fit of disbelief, "I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving us." Zhou Haoyu retorted with a cold smile. "All the documentation is here. If you doubt it, feel free to examine it." As he spoke, he tossed a stack of papers onto the table. "If you still do not believe, you can certainly try it on the spot and discover the truth of my medication." Immediately, Morong Bing declared, "I will try it." She was utterly skeptical of this so-called Anshin Gao, dismissing its purported wonders. Moreover, after years of marriage to Zhou Haoyu, she knew he had only 2 ancient prescriptions. How could he possibly develop such an exceptional new drug in such a short time? Zhou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "You should refrain. You are not worthy of my medicine." Morong Bing scoffed, "Are you afraid I might try it? Or do you wish to find an accomplice to stage a performance?" As she spoke, her gaze swept across the crowd, searching as if for a collaborator. Others began to agree. Finding her reasoning compelling, how could such a miraculous drug possibly exist? At that moment, a young man stood up, saying, "Let me give it a try." Upon seeing him, the crowd was momentarily stunned, for he was none other than Feng Xiaofeng, the son of the wealthiest man in Jinzhou. Zhou Haoyu glanced at him, noting the weariness etched on his face, his sunken eyes devoid of luster. This was not merely the result of indulgence, but rather the consequence of prolonged insomnia. Zhou Haoyu had not anticipated finding such an apt subject for the trial. "Very well. Let young Master Feng be the one to test it." Zhou Haoyu instructed someone to bring a reclining chair for Feng Xiaofeng to lie down. He then opened the Anshin Gao, poured a small amount, and dissolved it in warm water. Instantly, a soothing aroma of traditional Chinese medicine filled the air. The fragrance was delightful, indeed, as I felt a hint of drowsiness merely from the scent. In that moment, the anticipation among the crowd grew. Could it be that this medicine truly possessed the extraordinary qualities it claimed? Chapter 72. To live or not to live. Feng Xiaofeng took a couple of sips and then closed his eyes. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon him, initially expecting that it would take a while for any effect to manifest. However, to their astonishment, in the blink of an eye, Feng Xiaofeng fell into a deep slumber, accompanied by the faint sound of snoring. "It seems young Master Feng has dozed off," someone remarked. Indeed, the crowd was left in disbelief. Was this speed truly extraordinary? Had Feng Xiaofeng not held such a distinguished status, they might have suspected a ruse. Morong Bing, her face a portrait of incredulity, exclaimed, "How could this medicine be so effective? You must be colluding to deceive us. I want to try it. Let me test it. I refuse to believe that this worthless ointment possesses such prowess." Startled awake by the commotion, Feng Xiaofeng, still dazed, inquired, "What happened?" "Young Master Feng, you have fallen asleep." They replied, "What? he exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief. In the tranquil confines of his home, he often struggled to find rest, yet here he was, having succumbed to sleep in a conference room, and so swiftly at that. Was the potency of this remedy truly that remarkable? Moreover, upon awakening, he felt no headache or discomfort, indicating that the medicine bore no side effects at all. At that moment, Morong Bing, seemingly driven by madness, seized the tranquilizing ointment from the table and poured it into her mouth, determined to prove that all of this was a fabrication. However, as soon as she swallowed, she was engulfed by a profound weariness that made the world spin around her. Thud. She collapsed to the ground, evidently succumbing to a deep slumber. With that, no one dared to question the efficacy of the tranquilizing ointment any longer. Incredible! Truly remarkable! The effects of this medicine were astonishing. If it were to be introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Indeed, with this remedy, other similar products would stand no chance of survival. The crowd buzzed with excitement, some recalling the 2 flagship products of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, realizing that this would render the company utterly defenseless. Su Wenong attempted to rouse Morong Bing, but despite calling out several times, she remained unresponsive. In a fit of frustration, he shouted, "There is something wrong with this medicine. Once consumed, one cannot be awakened." Zhou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "She simply took too much." Approaching Morong Bing, he delivered several sharp slaps to her face. Feeling the sting, she groggily opened her eyes, only to find Zhou Haoyu striking her. Instinctively, she attempted to retaliate, but he seized her wrist, coldly admonishing, "You consumed my medicine without my permission, thus I am justified in striking you." You. Morong Bing seethed with rage, yet found herself unable to free her hand, utterly helpless. Zhou Haoyu, uninterested in her fury, turned to the others and stated, "As you can all see, the effects of this tranquilizing ointment are indeed remarkable." The crowd nodded in agreement. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Indeed, Mr. Zhou, the potency of this tranquilizing ointment is extraordinary. If it truly has no side effects, I would like to place an order for a batch. Me too. Zhou Haoyu smiled slightly, unfazed by their reactions. After all, this was a miraculous elixir. Though its potency may have been diluted to some extent, it remained incomparable to ordinary medications. Jiangming Yue's face also radiated joy. She had long been aware of the remarkable capabilities of this remedy. However, the public demonstration undoubtedly affirmed her discernment, simultaneously striking a blow to those who deemed her favoritism as mere nepotism. She cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly and remarked coolly, "Is there anyone still opposed to President Zhou becoming the vice president? No, there is not. President Zhou undoubtedly possesses the requisite abilities. We had previously underestimated him. Indeed, with merely this tranquilizing balm, he could dominate the market, rendering stank and sleeping pills obsolete." The crowd expressed their agreement, shedding their earlier doubts and opposition, and their glances toward Zhou Haoyu transformed entirely. Filled with confidence, they rejoiced in their association with the organization, convinced that prosperity awaited them and their careers would flourish. Miss Jiang is truly remarkable for having discovered such a talent in President Zhou. It is genuinely commendable. Yes, indeed. Both individuals are exceptional. Hearing these praises, Jiang Mingyue could not suppress the smile that crept onto her lips. She understood that it was not her own brilliance, but rather her fortunate encounter with Zhou Haoyu that led to this moment. With his addition, it was as though they had gained wings. She firmly believed they would reclaim the market, vanquish Stan Khan, expand their enterprise, and achieve resounding success. It would also compel those who had underestimated her to reconsider their judgments. At that moment, Morong Bing suddenly clutched her head and exclaimed, "Ah, my head aches. It feels like it's going to explode. This medicine has side effects." Zhou Haoyu regarded her as one might regard a fool, thinking to himself, "You are truly insufferably foolish." This medication underwent extensive testing, clinical trials, and rigorous approvals. Would it ever have made it to market if it had adverse effects? Moreover, young Master Feng is still in good health. The crowd glanced at Feng Xiaofeng and then back at Morong Bing, chuckling disdainfully. Morong Bing's expression darkened further. She was about to retort but was interrupted by Zhou Haoyu, who declared, "Let me share another piece of news with you. In addition to the tranquilizing balm, I have developed a new drug, aptly named liver protection pill." Upon hearing this, Morong Bing felt utterly defeated. Nanshan Pharmaceuticals' 2 flagship products were Tian tablets and liver protection tablets. With the introduction of the tranquilizing balm, who would still purchase Tian tablets? Now, with the liver protection pill in the mix, it seemed he was driving Nanshan Pharmaceutical towards ruin. Are you truly intent on pursuing a vendetta against the Morong family? Morong Bing trembled, her eyes brimming with palpable resentment. Did you just now realize this? I had long proclaimed that day was yours, but the future is far from certain. As she heard those eerily familiar words and beheld Zhou Haoyu's mocking gaze, Morong Bing felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill spreading through her entire being. What? Are you frightened now? This is merely the beginning. You must brace yourself and thoroughly savor my vengeance. Zhou Haoyu said, seemingly recalling some amusing thought, a wicked smile adorning his face. In any case, I shall ensure that those from the Morong family who once humiliated me will meet their demise in the most unfortunate of ways. Morong Bing wept bitterly. Ah, you beast. You are a devil, a monster. May you meet a terrible end. Why did you not present your new formula sooner? I treated you so well. Our family treated you so kindly, you ungrateful wretch. Wretch. As she reached the end of her exclamation, she was overcome with tears, nearly shouting in despair. Zhou Haoyu, upon witnessing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle, for it was truly a gratifying sight. It was akin to savoring a chilled Sprite on a sweltering summer day. Invigorating and uplifting. Ha! You treat me well? Your family treats me well? In what way? Do you command me like a dog? Am I not allowed to venture west when you direct me east? How dare you utter such words? Morong Bing glared at Zhou Haoyu's grotesque visage, her heart seething with resentment, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury, wishing fervently to reduce him to ashes. In a fit of rage, she seized a water cup and hurled it violently at him. Chapter 73. A sudden infamy, yet at that moment, a resounding slap echoed as it struck her face. Morong Bing felt as though the entire world was spinning, her vision blurring. She steadied herself, gazing at the shattered cup on the ground, at Su Wendong's furious expression, and the mocking gazes of those around her, alongside Zhou Haoyu's triumphant and hideously smug countenance. Each element pierced her heart like a dagger, overwhelming her with indignation and nearly suffocating her. With a sudden gasp, Morong Bing expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly as her consciousness gradually faded, plunging her into darkness. This scene left the onlookers in a state of shock. However, Zhou Haoyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction, nearly bursting into applause. Su Wendong displayed not a shred of sympathy, remaining silent, hoping Morong Bing would drag Zhou Haoyu down with her. Yet he did not anticipate that the supposed failure would not only entangle with Miss Jiang but also develop such astonishing new medicine. Was such groundbreaking research truly feasible? Could it be the Jiang family's doing? Su Wendong's mind was in disarray, but he recognized that Morong Bing had faltered, and he needed to salvage the situation. Vice President Zhou, we had some misunderstandings, all instigated by this madwoman. However, from this day forth, her affairs are of no concern to me. Su Wendong paused, deliberately approaching Zhou Haoyu, extending his hand with a smile. I am confident we shall become great friends. Everyone was taken aback. Moments ago, Su Wendong and Morong Bing were exchanging glances, glaring at Zhou Haoyu, yet in the blink of an eye, his demeanor had shifted. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Su Wendong was indeed quite the talent, adaptable and utterly unashamed. But Zhou Haoyu showed no inclination to reciprocate. You, of all people, presume to be my friend? Su Wendong's expression darkened suddenly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Truly, how brazen could one be? Thinking that by clinging to the Jiang family's coattails, he was something remarkable? Although rage boiled within him, he suppressed it, saying nothing, and turned to leave, not even sparing a glance at the fallen Morong Bing. Upon exiting the conference room, Su Wendong could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist against the wall. Hiss. The pain made him grimace, but with many onlookers in the corridor, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Damn it. What a reckless endeavor. Su Wendong had previously hesitated, for Zhou Haoyu's connection with Jiang was far from ordinary. If he were to kill him, he could very well invite unforeseen troubles. However, he has now resolved that Zhou Haoyu must perish. Once Zhou Haoyu is gone, the blame will be placed upon the Morong family. At that time, he will actively unearth the true culprit, employing a few clever tactics, and perhaps he may once again have the opportunity to join the association. Su Wendong, contemplating this, could not help but reveal a cruel smile. He proceeded to the southern district, intending to have a thorough discussion with Zhao Shangyang to ensure that tomorrow's operation would proceed flawlessly. After the meeting concluded, in the president's office, Zhou Haoyu lounged casually on the sofa. Jiang Mingwei poured him a glass of water and teased, Vice President Zhou, how does it feel to be courted by a group of prominent figures? Zhou Haoyu chuckled. It's rather ordinary. If they were all as stunning as Miss Jiang, the experience would undoubtedly be much more enjoyable. Jiang Mingwei laughed, dismissing the banter. By the way, do you have any plans later? A friend is coming over tonight. Zhou Haoyu took a sip of water, I need to return to the company for a meeting to reassure the staff. I'll also prepare the weapons and ammunition. Once news of today spreads, it will be time for war. Jiang Minghua looked somewhat speechless. It's just business. Do you really think it's a battle? Zhou Haoyu replied earnestly. To me, this is a war without gunpowder, and I must emerge victorious. Jiang Minghua was unsure whether he was being serious or not, but she replied. Then I shall await the spectacle. Do not hesitate to ask if you need assistance. Also, as the vice president of the association, you have access to many resources from Huakong. Those members are eager to curry favor with you. Why not take advantage of it? Zhou Haoyu nodded, acknowledging the benefits of being vice president. Not only did he have the formidable Huakong group backing him, but the entire association's members would also serve as his allies. However, dealing with the insignificant Nanshan Pharmaceutical required no elaborate efforts on his part. By the way, which friend are you referring to? Do I know them? Jiang Minghua smiled slightly. You'll find out when you come over tonight. Zhou Haoyu chose not to press further. All right, I shall take my leave for now and return later. Good, Jiang Minghua nodded, watching him depart. Before long, the events occurring at the Huakong Group's association were spreading with alarming rapidity. Initially, only a few people were aware of this matter, predominantly the leaders within the pharmaceutical industry. However, the dramatic scenes that unfolded at the conference, coupled with some stirring the pot, quickly made the news widely known. Both the elite and the common folk were abuzz on various platforms. Jinhui Real Estate and Nanshan Pharmaceutical have been disqualified. Weren't they already confirmed? Indeed. Why were they disqualified? It seems it was to allow a small company called Binshan Pharmaceutical to join. The owner has even become the vice president. Isn't that chaotic? I've never even heard of Binshan Pharmaceutical. What qualifies them to be president? They have connections. Moreover, it appears this company has developed an impressive new drug. Humph. I don't believe it. This Zhou Haoyu sounds somewhat familiar. Recently, there was a blind man who was left empty-handed. I believe his name was Zhou Haoyu. Could it be that these two Zhou Haoyu are the same person? If so, that would be utterly absurd. What is absurd about it? I have heard that this Zhou Haoyu resembles an idol from the land of morning calm. Wealthy young ladies are particularly enamored with his effeminate charm. Your version is outdated. Effeminacy is merely superficial. I overheard old Wang from next door, who provides bath services, say that Zhou Haoyu's assets are as substantial as a durian. Seriously? As large as a durian? Could you not exaggerate further? Otherwise, how does he win the affection of wealthy women? In no time, public opinion online became skewed. Yet, Zhou Haoyu's fame soared, becoming known to many, albeit not for commendable reasons. Simultaneously, the officials breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, the city's authority had repeatedly instructed them to safeguard the interests of Binshan Pharmaceutical, while also maintaining a low profile to conceal the connection. However, the truth cannot be hidden indefinitely. Regardless of how discreet they were, it would eventually come to light. Fortunately, those concerns have dissipated, and they no longer need to conceal their dealings. Chapter 74, That Night at Binshan Pharmaceutical. Before Zhou Haoyu returned to the company, the employees had already learned the outcome. However, they were still somewhat incredulous. After all, Morongfu had been so adamant, yet Nanshan Pharmaceutical had not progressed, and Binshan Pharmaceutical had only been established for a few days. Rumors even claimed that the owner had become the vice president, which seemed utterly fantastical. Upon his return, Zhou Haoyu convened a meeting and announced that Binshan Pharmaceutical had joined the association established today by Huakong Group. Henceforth, the company would not only receive support from Huakong Group, but could also leverage their distribution channels, marking a meteoric rise. Upon hearing this definitive news, the employees were both shocked and exhilarated, grateful for their early involvement in the company, as their futures now appeared exceedingly bright. Zhou Haoyu sensed the employees' burgeoning confidence and subsequently discussed the company's future direction and strategic planning with several executives. He remained busy until nightfall before leaving the office. The foundational framework had been laid. Now it was merely a matter of financial abundance. Zhou Haoyu did not return home but instructed Xiao Zhang to drive him to Jiang Minghue's residence. He had been curious about the friend Jiang Minghue mentioned, only to discover that it was the long-absent Jiang Siki. Today, Jiang Siki wore a long red dress in an ethnic style, complemented by delicate sandals. Her toes, adorned with vibrant red nail polish, exuded a special allure. Jiang Siki greeted him with a smile. Vice President Zhou, good to see you. Zhou Haoyu responded with a grin. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out Miss Jiang has come. No wonder Miss Jiang specially summoned me, with two stunning ladies in attendance. Anyone else would have been overjoyed, yet you appear reluctant. Jiang Ming was shot Zhou Haoyu a disapproving glance. As the weather grew increasingly warm, she had donned a white long dress, paired with petite white shoes, and her ponytail accentuated her youthful and vibrant appearance. A person of intellectual maturity, exuding a profound charm akin to a fine wine aged by time, becomes increasingly delightful with each savoring. Their every gesture and movement reveals a sense of composure and elegance, and each smile and frown radiates a mature allure that is simply irresistible. In contrast, a youthful and adorable figure, reminiscent of a blossoming flower, brims with vitality and energy. Her charm is not a product of artifice, but rather a natural expression emanating from within, drawing others in with an irresistible magnetism. Remarkably, both of these enchanting beauties have, under peculiar circumstances, shared unspoken narratives with Zhou Haoyu. As he gazed at them, a whimsical thought crossed his mind, invoking memories of that fateful night with Qian Duo and Zhou Xiaoqian. If the environment were to remain unchanged but the characters swapped, Zhou Haoyu felt an overwhelming urge to lose himself in the moment and quickly redirected the conversation. Where would you like to go for a respite? Jiang Siki brushed her hair aside and replied, I am not familiar with Jinzhou. I shall leave the arrangements to you. I haven't been here as long as you. So as long as we avoid crowded places, it should be fine. Ideally, somewhere with beautiful scenery, fresh air, delectable food, and free from disturbances, a true paradise. Jiang Mingwei, having spent considerable time in Jinzhou, lamented that she had yet to truly enjoy it. Noticing her dreamy expression, Zhou Haoyu earnestly suggested, I recommend taking a flight to Tianzhu. The cuisine there is both clean and hygienic. After indulging in the holy Ganges water, one could be reborn as a resident of Tianzhu. Moreover, they have an abundance of lizards, which can be both a culinary delight and a potential spouse. Jiang Siki was amused, her ample bosom quivering with laughter, while Jiang Mingwei shot Zhou Haoyu a disapproving glare, urging him to be serious. Zhou Haoyu then stated, Jinzhou has many enjoyable spots, but if you desire a tranquil place with scenic beauty, you might consider visiting the nearby county town. In the past, while procuring medicinal herbs, I ventured to a quaint township there. The landscape is pristine, the air is fresh, and there's a family-run farmhouse that has been in operation for years. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even taste some mountain delicacies. Are you suggesting we've never seen the world and should simply go there? Just drive your car. Jiang Mingwei retorted, her tone laced with a hint of pride. Zhou Haoyu, initially misinterpreting her words as reluctance, realized she was merely being playful. All right then. However, it seems unlikely we can go tonight, he conceded. The trio enjoyed a simple meal before retiring to the villa for the evening. With Dingjun present, Zhou Haoyu recognized his chances were slim, thus he devoted himself to his cultivation. Although he had remained diligent despite a busy schedule, the results were less than satisfactory. He recalled the ancient texts that spoke of enlightened beings who chose to dwell in seclusion within deep mountains and forests, distancing themselves from worldly distractions in pursuit of the ultimate truth. He understood that the path of cultivation transcended mere meditation and practice. It required a heart untainted by distractions. In the mundane world, temptations and disturbances lurk at every turn. Wealth, fame, and power, seemingly alluring, are in fact stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. They incessantly drain one's energy, diverting focus away from the pursuit of mastery. To retreat into the depths of nature is, therefore, a means to evade these temptations and allow one's spirit to attain true purity. Once he had settled all matters at hand, Zhou Haoyu intended to find a serene place to devote himself to cultivation for an extended period. Ultimately, true strength is the foundation of all things. If he had not acquired the legacy of cultivation and reached this level, how could he have developed new medicines, established a company, and competed with Nanshan Pharmaceuticals? Zhou Haoyu silently reminded himself not to be dazzled by the glamorous world. He must remain vigilant, prioritizing his cultivation above all else. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, the three prepared to set off. As Zhou Haoyu opened the car door and was about to enter, he noticed a burly man in a suit approaching. He was relatively young, perhaps in his early 30s, with a robust physique and sharp eyes that betrayed his martial prowess. He respectfully addressed Jiang Mingwei, Miss, are you heading out? Sister Ding instructed me to accompany you to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Mingwei, somewhat displeased, pointed at Zhou Haoyu, asserting that his presence would suffice to avert any mishaps. The bodyguard cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Haoyu and remarked dismissively that may not necessarily be the case. Some individuals are like decorative pillows, appealing in appearance yet utterly lacking in substance. Jiang Mingyue's expression darkened, realizing that the bodyguard's antagonism towards Zhou Haoyu was likely instigated by Aunt Ding. Jiang Siki, reveling in the unfolding drama, chuckled Mingyue. It seems your bodyguard harbors some disdain for our Vice President Zhou. Shall we arrange a contest between them? Zhou Haoyu shook his head with a smile. No need for a contest. I fear it might disrupt the harmony. The bodyguard let out a nonchalant huff, his face betraying nothing but contempt. Jiang Mingwei retorted sharply. Then you may accompany us, but refrain from speaking unless necessary. The bodyguard nodded in agreement. Before long, the group set out from the city in 2 vehicles. With Xiao Zhang at the wheel, Zhou Haoyu cheerfully scrolled through his phone, liking comments as substantial as durians. Jiang Siki rolled down the window to admire the scenery along the way. However, Jiang Mingwei sat in silence, her mood soured. She understood that the bodyguard was not only there for her protection but also to monitor her. Contemplating this, she felt akin to a caged canary, seemingly living a life of luxury and ease, yet devoid of true freedom. Chapter 75, certainly not as deep as you two before long. The group arrived at Daytown. Nestled by water and surrounded by mountains, Daytown boasts breathtaking scenery and fresh air. The farmhouse Zhou Haoyu mentioned was located near the town's reservoir. The owner, a middle-aged man with a constant beaming smile, recognized Zhou Haoyu and, upon seeing him with friends, eagerly attended to their needs with warmth and hospitality. The 3 settled in the courtyard beneath a large tree, where a gentle breeze brought a sense of tranquility. Jiang Mingwei took a sip of tea and remarked, "This place is quite delightful." Jiang Siki chimed in, "Indeed, it possesses an air of calmness, allowing one to appreciate the ebb and flow of life as flowers. Throughout history, how joyful life can be, stealing a moment of leisure." Jiang Mingwei reflected wistfully. Zhou Haoyu chuckled at the literary turn taken by the 2 women. He picked up the menu, glancing at options like wild mandarin fish soup, fragrant yellow catfish, and spicy bamboo chicken. Not bad at all. This trip has certainly been worthwhile. Upon hearing Zhou Haoyu's words, the 2 women felt somewhat disheartened and glared at him. A silent warning seemed to hang in the air, "Do not eat later." Zhou Haoyu, irritated, muttered a remark before taking the menu to seek out the owner. No sooner had he left than 2 thugs entered, one of whom was gaunt, adorned with a large gold chain, and sporting a striking silver hairstyle. Exuding an air of bravado, he plopped down in Zhou Haoyu's former seat, leering lewdly at Jiang Mingwei and Jiang Siki. "Excuse me, someone is sitting here," one of the bodyguards asserted, stepping forward to confront the intruders. To his astonishment, the thug showed no fear, defiantly raising his chin and shouting, "Am I not a person? Am I not human?" His boisterous voice startled both women, leading them to wonder if he was unwell. The bodyguard frowned, questioning the thug's behavior. Meanwhile, the older thug settled onto the table, directing his words at the bodyguard. "Do you know whose territory this is? Eating here is not the same for you as it is for me. You pay to eat, while I eat for free." Before the bodyguard could respond, the loudmouth thug erupted again. "Do you have any money? Are you out of your mind?" The bodyguard, growing agitated, was interrupted as another group of thugs entered. The leader, a young man bearing a bare torso adorned with menacing tattoos that glistened under the sunlight, commanded attention. "Brother Long," the loud thug exclaimed. Suddenly, all smiles and applause upon seeing his leader. The bodyguard recognized the arrival of the main antagonist and turned to face Brother Long, who wasted no time in asserting, "You, annoying pest, move aside. I wish to converse with these 2 lovely ladies." Brother Long was taken aback, having stumbled upon such exquisite beauty, 2 of them, no less. "If you know what is good for you, you'll leave. Not everyone is someone you can provoke," the bodyguard warned ominously. At these words, Brother Long's temper flared. The loud thug, emboldened, seized a metal pipe from one of his companions and swung it at the bodyguard's head. Unfazed, the bodyguard responded with a swift kick, sending the loud thug sprawling to the ground, unconscious. "Blast it! Everyone, attack!" Brother Long shouted, and his thugs rushed forward in a frenzy. Yet, the bodyguard was no ordinary opponent. Within moments, he had dispatched them all to the floor. Brother Long stood stunned. He had never witnessed such a display of prowess before. "Don't you dare run," he yelled, retreating while pulling out his phone. "Fine, I'll be waiting for you," the bodyguard replied, having heard such threats countless times before and dismissing them entirely. When Zhou Haoyu returned to find the thugs strewn across the floor, he quickly inquired about the situation. As Jiang Mingyue finished her explanation, the owner of the establishment emerged, panic etched on his face. "Hey, how could you strike them?" he exclaimed. The bodyguard calmly replied, "They were the ones who initiated the conflict." The boss hesitated, gesturing for Zhou Haoyu to follow him inside. After walking a considerable distance, he anxiously advised, "You must leave quickly. This group is not to be trifled with." If it were any other day, it might be manageable. But they have been gambling on the mountain these past few days, and I hear there are hundreds of them. If they all come here, how will you fare? Zhou Haoyu nodded. All right. We shall take our leave. Will you be safe? The boss reassured him. Fear not. I am a local and have connections. I will be fine. Good. Zhou Haoyu said no more and stepped into the courtyard, stating, the situation is somewhat troublesome. We should depart. Jiang Mingwei inquired, does that fellow have deep connections? Certainly not as profound as yours, but a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, Zhou Haoyu replied, though he was unafraid. The identities of the two women were not ordinary, and with so many people involved, any slip could lead to dire consequences. Caution was indeed prudent, especially since he feared certain individuals might hinder their escape. Unexpectedly, the bodyguard bluntly remarked, if you're scared, just say so. You look strong, yet you're so cowardly. No sooner had he spoken than the roar of engines filled the air. A van screeched to a halt at the entrance of the farmhouse, and a throng of people disembarked. Leading them was Brother Long, who pointed at the bodyguard and commanded, that man in the suit, take him down. Soon, several more vans arrived, bringing an ever-growing crowd, at least 100 individuals, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, resembling bandits descending from the mountains. Thought you could act tough? Now look where that has gotten you. Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but scorn the bodyguard's flustered demeanor. The bodyguard, his face flushed, retorted, if you're so capable, why not take a swing? Let us see how tough you really are. Zhou Haoyu mirrored his words back, but before the bodyguard could respond, Zhou stepped forward. With a resounding thud, he left a deep impression in the ground with just one step. Instantly, everyone was rendered speechless, staring in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. To create such a profound dent in solid earth with a mere footfall was utterly astonishing. Chapter 76. Why the Blush? Especially Jiang Mingwei and Jiang Siki, who both understood that Zhou Haoyu was no ordinary individual, yet they had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess. His strength was indeed remarkable. In that moment, both women felt a flush creep across their faces. What are you blushing for? Upon noticing each other's expressions, they were momentarily taken aback. They all contemplated a certain possibility, exchanging glances before silently averting their eyes. The bodyguard's expression grew grave. He had initially thought that Zhou Haoyu was merely a superficial figure. Yet he soon realized that his opponent was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, he had already reached the pinnacle of his strength. Had Zhou Haoyu truly attained a level of skill beyond his own? The mere thought was chilling. How young was he? Although Long Gu was equally astonished, the presence of his numerous comrades instilled a newfound confidence within him. You certainly possess some audacity, but I didn't see you just now. What's the matter? Are you stepping in for him? Zhou Haoyu replied coldly, his fate is none of my concern. I have just one question for you. Will you leave or not? Long Gu was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own ears. This young man was truly fearless. Very well. You have guts. In light of your audacity, I shall spare your life for now. But that suited man over there, I will make sure he meets his end. Enough. Zhou Haoyu exclaimed impatiently as he charged forward, delivering a resounding slap that sent Long Gu flying. Like a dragon weaving through the crowd, he maneuvered effortlessly. With each passing second, anguished cries echoed around him, while the thugs were unable to even graze his clothing. Zhou Haoyu's speed was astonishing, akin to a specter, and his strikes were swift and precise. Within a minute, he had incapacitated a large number of them. Jiang Mingwei and Jiang Siki watched in stunned disbelief. But the most astonished of all was the bodyguard. For being a martial artist himself, he understood the terrifying prowess Zhou Haoyu possessed. Reflecting on the earlier provocations, a chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head, and cold sweat drenched his body. In less than 2 minutes, the previously arrogant throng of over 100 thugs lay scattered on the ground, with only a few fleeing in terror, though Zhou Haoyu chose not to pursue them. He had not experienced such a thrilling display of skill in a long time. Although it was merely a warm-up, it provided him with a clearer understanding of his own strength. If one were to encapsulate it in a single term, it would be invincible. Even if the number of thugs doubled, they posed no threat to him unless, of course, firearms were involved. He pondered whether his body could withstand an ordinary bullet. Instinctively, Zhou Haoyu twirled his ring, and when he lifted his gaze, he found Jiang Mingwei and the others staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. What is it? Jiang Siki asked nervously. Are you human or a ghost? Zhou Haoyu smiled. I assure you, I am human. Did you not notice my shadow? Long and robust. Jiang Siki continued. You haven't taken some genetic enhancement, have you? One against hundreds. This isn't something even movies would dare to portray. Just a bunch of small-time thugs. Surely you could handle them effortlessly. As Zhou Haoyu spoke, he turned his attention to the bodyguard, who was now too intimidated to breathe. The bodyguard quickly pleaded, "I cannot compete. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Please, there's no need for hostility between us. I see that you are an adept martial artist. May I inquire about your level of expertise?" Zhou Haoyu casually asked. The bodyguard did not respond directly. Instead, he demonstrated a series of punches before Zhou Haoyu. The martial arts technique was fierce and resonant, echoing with a powerful thud. Such a sound is priceless. This is the realm of Ming Jin, a state that many martial practitioners yearn to attain. Only upon reaching this level can one truly be regarded as a martial artist. Mr. Zhou, you must have already reached the stage of Jin, haven't you? The bodyguard, while demonstrating his punches before Zhou Haoyu, harbored a desire for his guidance. However, as Zhou Haoyu remained silent, the bodyguard felt compelled to inquire about it. Jin, when unleashed, possesses a force akin to a needle-esque prick. Zhou Haoyu approached a van and unleashed a punch. This strike appeared unremarkable, yet it subtly harnessed a surge of genuine energy. Bang! The van shook violently, nearly tipping over. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, a series of cracking sounds resonated. Fractures, resembling a spider's web, radiated from the epicenter of Zhou Haoyu's punch, spreading outward. The bodyguard was left in shock. Jin? Is this what Jin truly is? His astonishment was justified. In contemporary society, a practitioner who has attained Ming Jin is already qualified to open a dojo. A master at the pinnacle of Ming Jin could even dominate the underground fighting scene. While Jin practitioners are not exceedingly rare, a young practitioner of Jin is indeed a remarkable find. Jin? It does bear some resemblance. Zhou Haoyu instinctively turned his ring, deep in thought. The Jin spoken of by martial artists involves honing one's inner strength in the outer layer of skin, aligning the center of gravity at the base of the spine, allowing the tendons and membranes of the body to flow freely, thus unleashing Jin. To put it plainly, it is the unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians, enabling the vitality generated by movement to be released through the pores as Jin strikes. Some masters of Jin can deliver a blow that may only result in superficial injuries. However, if one does not seek prompt medical attention, the explosive force of Jin could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Zhou Haoyu was not on the path of martial arts. The so-called Jin he displayed was merely a technique of the invincible fist. He had held back. A full-force strike might have been misconstrued as Hua Jin. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon Zhou Haoyu's lips. Pretending to be a martial artist seemed rather amusing. Stop playing dead. Hurry and leave, or I'll have your skin. Zhou Haoyu, growing impatient with the lingering ruffians, shouted. Immediately, the thugs stumbled to their feet, supporting one another as they hastily departed. Zhou Haoyu had already dealt with them. What more could he do? After driving away the troublemakers, the three returned to their spot under the tree. But their mood was markedly different from before. Particularly, Jiang Siki, inquiring incessantly, resembled a rustic villager. Zhou Haoyu found it perplexing. Had individuals from such esteemed families never encountered martial artists? He offered a few perfunctory remarks before leading the two women on a leisurely exploration nearby. After a meal, they foraged for wild fruits, fished, and even rowed a boat, thoroughly enjoying themselves. As the sun set, they finally made their way back to Jianzhou. Upon arriving, Zhou Haoyu first escorted Jiang Mingyue home. By the time it was just him and Jiang Siki, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. He took Jiang Siki directly to the nearest hotel. Jiang Siki smiled, her alluring eyes seemingly capable of piercing through Zhou Haoyu's very essence. Why do you think I would agree to sleep with you? Zhou Haoyu retorted with an air of dominance. Once you step into my territory, compliance is non-negotiable. If necessary, I shall render you unconscious with a single blow. Jiang Siki chuckled, and for reasons unknown, she found herself quite enamored with this sensation. Chapter 77. Qi supplement pill. The following morning, Zhou Haoyu concluded his cultivation, feeling a marked enhancement in his abilities. He was exhilarated. The sensation of progress each day was simply intoxicating. The yin-yang harmonization technique felt as if it had been tailor-made for him. The chaotic divine demon eye, through relentless practice over this period, was gradually solidifying its second tier. Regrettably, his mental prowess was feeble, rendering him incapable of unleashing even a fraction of this technique's potential. It was akin to possessing exceptional skills yet lacking the inner strength to execute them. However, once he reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he would be able to cultivate divine consciousness. At that juncture, he would undoubtedly manifest even a mere 1,000th of this technique's might, which would be formidable indeed. Lost in thought, Zhou Haoyu found himself irresistibly drawn to continue his cultivation. The exquisite sensation of gradual improvement was utterly enchanting, ensnaring him in its allure. He practiced until the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon concluding his training, he discovered that Jiang Siki had already departed, leaving a stack of money and a note on the bed. "Well done. This is a reward from me." Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but smile. Last night, Jiang Siki had mentioned that she would return to Jianzhou in a couple of days for a raw stone exhibition. What technique should he employ to deal with this enchantress? Before long, Zhou Haoyu returned home, eager to capitalize on his momentum to concoct a second new medicine. The news of the conference had already spread throughout Jianzhou. The tranquilizing ointment was renowned, known by all. It was evident that once this medicine hit the market, it would create quite a stir. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to launch his second new remedy, perhaps buoyed by his current state or perhaps due to his previous experiences of failure. Zhou Haoyu succeeded on his first attempt this time, almost effortlessly producing the liver protection pill. Riding high on his success, he began to refine a special elixir. This elixir was called the Qi supplement pill, primarily designed to replenish true energy and enhance cultivation. In essence, by creating this pill, he would possess a second means of bolstering his strength. Consequently, his advancement would accelerate, and he anticipated reaching the foundational stage in no time. The thought of soaring through the skies on a sword after establishing his foundation filled Zhou Haoyu with anticipation. He worked tirelessly until the afternoon, and after 2 failed attempts, he finally succeeded in crafting the Qi supplement pill. Gazing at the round, glossy, fragrant pill, Zhou Haoyu was elated. Though it was merely the most basic of elixirs for cultivators, for an ordinary person, it was akin to a miraculous potion. Not only could it eradicate ailments, but it also promised longevity. With that in mind, Zhou Haoyu hesitated no longer and consumed the pill. Boom! The size of a ping-pong ball. The vitality-replenishing pill almost melts upon entering the mouth. A rich surge of spiritual energy instantly courses through the meridians, traversing throughout the body. Zhou Haoyu promptly begins his cultivation, drawing it into his dantian. During this process, the meridians are nourished and expanded by the spiritual energy, becoming increasingly resilient. He senses the opportunity for a breakthrough and consumes 2 more vitality-replenishing pills. Boom! An even more formidable wave of spiritual energy radiates forth, and Zhou Haoyu, enduring discomfort, guides the energy to cleanse his body incessantly. Time passes, and he consolidates his true energy, breaking through the Yuzhen Pass to reach the 6th level of Qi refinement. This breakthrough is more significant than any prior. The most noticeable change is in his skin, which has transformed from a bronze hue to a deeper, metallic tone. His physique has grown stronger, and he has even gained a few inches in height. Perhaps due to this bodily transformation, or for other reasons, his entire aura has shifted. Sitting casually, he exudes a tranquil yet profound presence, resembling a great mountain. When he stands, he radiates a weighty authority, as if he could withstand any storm. Zhou Haoyu clenches his fist, feeling the immense power coursing through him, the robust true energy perpetually circulating within his meridians and dantian, causing a slight smile to tug at the corners of his mouth. Is this the sensation of being at the 6th level of Qi refinement? If his previous breakthroughs merely enhanced certain parts of his body, now his entire being has undergone a metamorphosis, transforming from within outward. With his current constitution, practicing the first layer of the invincible fist should yield no aftereffects. Even the 2nd and 3rd layers seem within his grasp. With this thought, Zhou Haoyu resumes his practice. The results exceed his expectations. Not only does he achieve several layers in one go, but his fists also experience no discomfort. His body grows tougher, his strength increases, and even his speed accelerates. If he were to compete in the Olympics now, he would claim every gold medal and shatter all world records. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhou Haoyu bursts into hearty laughter. What a delightful sensation. Not only has his power amplified, but he has also discovered a quicker method to elevate his cultivation. Henceforth, he will cultivate while refining pills. Balancing both pursuits is essential for swift advancement and greater strength. With formidable power, he can pursue his desires freely, as he could easily annihilate the Murong family at will. However, simply eliminating them would be too lenient. He intends to make the Murong family members wish for death, yet find no escape. With this resolve, Zhou Haoyu promptly calls Qian Duoduo. After several unsuccessful attempts, she eventually returns his call, her voice brimming with excitement. "Boss, I haven't had a bite to eat all day. It's been incredibly hectic. You wouldn't believe how popular our medicine is." Zhou Haoyu, unfazed, inquires about the situation at Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Qian Duoduo proudly responds, "They are slashing prices and running promotions to counter us. Yet despite their efforts, they remain utterly deserted. It is merely the first day. Once our medication's efficacy is validated by an increasing number of individuals, I assure you that Nanshan Pharmaceutical will find its products unsold. Very well. You handle the company affairs while I pay a visit to the pharmaceutical factory. I shall treat you all splendidly this evening. Qian Duo, with an air of greed, exclaimed. I wish to come 10 times. Agreed. Zhou Haoyu replied with a faint smile, descending the stairs with the medicine in hand. However, as soon as he entered his vehicle, he sensed something amiss. He was being watched from the shadows, and not by just one individual. Chapter 78, The Assassin's Composure in Jeopardy Feigning Ignorance. Zhou Haoyu drove to the pharmaceutical factory. Throughout this journey, 2 vehicles persistently trailed him, both bearing falsified plates. Intriguing, indeed. I have just made a breakthrough and was eager to find someone to test my skills, yet here I am, presented with targets on a silver platter. Zhou Haoyu continued to act oblivious, handing over the liver-protecting pills to the factory manager. He then prepared to lure the 2 vehicles to a more advantageous location. However, to his surprise, the 2 cars disregarded him entirely and began to chase one another. What is happening? Was I not the intended target? Why the infighting? Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. He was not alone in his confusion. The assassin, known as the Remnant Wolf, also sensed something was amiss. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he held a certain reputation within the international assassin community. Upon arriving in Jinzhou and receiving the basic information about his target, he initially dismissed it. After all, during his years abroad, he had eliminated numerous high-profile figures. Tycoons and government officials were merely a matter of a single strike to him. However, he soon realized that his target was far more cautious than he had anticipated. Arriving at the Yunning family around noon, he planned to conceal himself in the parking lot, awaiting the target's appearance to strike. Yet, before long, he discovered that he himself was being monitored. The opposing party was more discreet and vigilant than he. Fortunately, he had stepped out briefly, returning inebriated, feigning a quarrel with his wife, and then dozing off in the vehicle, which alleviated any suspicions directed at him. However, the reprieve was short-lived. The moment his target emerged, he made a move, only for the adversary to ignite the situation. Was this a warning or mere coincidence? The Remnant Wolf was uncertain, but to err on the side of caution, he abandoned the notion of firing. Thus, he witnessed the vehicle following his target, acting as a protective escort. The dossier had not indicated the presence of such astute bodyguards. Yet, discrepancies in information were not uncommon. The Remnant Wolf chose to trust his professional instincts. Hence, he stealthily pursued them. Throughout the journey, he remained exceedingly cautious, convinced of his own concealment. Regardless of his efforts, the vehicle ahead seemed to have locked onto him, offering no opportunity to approach the target. The Remnant Wolf recognized that to fulfill his mission, he must first eliminate this bodyguard. Moreover, he felt a surge of adrenaline. He was, after all, the Remnant Wolf, with nearly 100 lives claimed by his hand. What he initially thought would be a leisurely return home for a brief respite had unexpectedly turned into a confrontation with a formidable adversary. So let it be. Let us see who is the true man. With this resolve, the Remnant Wolf no longer feared exposure. Directly overtaking to the forefront, he rolled down the window and defiantly flashed a middle finger at the car. For many years, Lao Hao had been regarded as a seasoned assassin, earning a notable reputation in the underground circles of the provincial capital. Initially, he did not take this assignment seriously. Had it not been for the employer's distinguished status, he would not have approached it with such gravity. However, upon his arrival at the Yunding family estate, he sensed something amiss. The target had already ascended into the residence, yet a particular vehicle lurked in the shadows, behaving suspiciously. Were today's bodyguards this cautious? At first, Lao Hao thought he was being overly paranoid, especially since the intel described the target as nothing more than a decorative pillow. Gradually, though, he discerned that the bodyguard was exceedingly shrewd and remarkably professional. After he deliberately created a bit of noise, the bodyguard departed, only to return feigning drunkenness and engaging in a quarrel with his wife before pretending to sleep in the car. The sound of his snoring was so convincing that Lao Hao nearly believed it to be genuine. From that snoring, Lao Hao could ascertain that this individual was indeed a master. Furthermore, the other party had likely noticed his presence as well. Given this realization, Lao Hao decided to abandon his stealth. When the target finally exited in their vehicle, he ignited his engine and followed suit. However, he drove at full throttle, and the bodyguard was not far behind. Despite pushing his car to the limits, the bodyguard relentlessly pursued him. Lao Hao understood that evading the bodyguard to eliminate the target was no longer feasible. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, the bodyguard astonishingly overtook him, rolled down the window, and displayed a middle finger. Lao Hao was taken aback. After years of being a killer, he had encountered many formidable adversaries, but none had ever dared to mock him so audaciously. He could endure, but not without a response. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, leading him to slam on the accelerator and give chase. He had already devised a plan to eliminate this troublesome bodyguard before returning to complete his task. Soon, Lao Hao found himself driving to an overgrown, abandoned factory. The car remained ahead, its engine roaring, yet Lao Hao, being a professional, quickly deduced that there was no one inside. Trying to play tricks on me? You are far too inexperienced. Feigning ignorance, Lao Hao opened his car door and approached the vehicle. Before he could reach it, a gust of wind swept in from the side, swiftly followed by a flash of blinding cold light. Anticipating the move, Lao Hao executed a whip kick. This was his ultimate technique, honed over 2 decades. A trump card he rarely employed. The sudden strike was a lethal blow. Bang! The bodyguard, known as the Wounded Wolf, spat blood, his dagger clattering to the ground. The kick was indeed formidable, utterly unforeseen. Yet, he remained unfazed, instead chuckling. Interesting, I never expected to encounter someone as fierce as you in this country. Lao Hao retorted with a cold snort. You're not too shabby yourself. That kid must have paid a pretty penny to hire you. Surely more than what you're worth. As the Wounded Wolf spoke, he noticed that Lao Hao did not pursue him in a moment of victory, and he ceased pretending, drawing a silver handgun instead. Almost simultaneously, Lao Hao brandished his weapon as well. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots rang out in unison, yet neither was harmed, both instinctively diving into the thicket. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots erupted, and 2 individuals engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. The dilapidated factory, long abandoned, suddenly buzzed with activity once more. However, the commotion was short-lived, and tranquility swiftly reclaimed its dominion over the scene. You are indeed formidable, gasped Lao Hao, his pallid complexion reflecting the severity of his wounds, blood staining his chest. Risking gunfire to engage in a life-for-life exchange, I find myself outmatched by your prowess. Beside him, the scarred wolf, though wounded in the arm, paid little heed to his injury. He chuckled at Lao Hao, who was struggling for breath. Such is the nature of our profession. Sometimes, we must wager our lives. Lao Hao coughed, reflecting bitterly. I thought our line of work was perilous enough. Yet here you are, facing similar dangers. Though our professions may differ, we both serve the affluent, the scarred wolf replied. Rest easy, my friend. Once you depart, I shall pay a visit to that Zhou Haoyu. Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Lao Hao's eyes widened in horror. As if a spark of life had ignited within him, he fixed an intense gaze upon the scarred wolf. The scarred wolf's expression hardened as he raised his handgun. Do you take issue with that? May you rot in hell. Lao Hao bellowed, succumbing to his fate. Why resort to insults at such a moment? The scarred wolf pondered, bewildered. Chapter 79. A hidden trap. At that moment, a light-hearted applause resonated from behind. The scarred wolf instinctively tightened his grip on his firearm and turned to face the source of the sound, only to find himself momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the individual approaching was the very target of his mission. How audacious! With the bodyguard slain, how could this person dare to come alone? Was this not a death wish? He felt a twinge of sympathy for the fallen protectors. Marvelous, truly marvelous, Zhou Haoyu exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. The scarred wolf remained unmoved, his weapon steadfastly aimed at Zhou Haoyu. Do you not find it curious? Zhou Haoyu inquired with a smile. Why would he curse your family as he lay dying? The scarred wolf retorted icily, how should I know what madness your bodyguard was possessed by? Quite simply, he, like you, was here to kill me. In other words, you are both in the same line of work, Zhou Haoyu replied with a grin. What? The scarred wolf's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he believed Zhou Haoyu was attempting to deceive him, for such a notion seemed utterly ludicrous. However, recalling the dying man's reaction specifically, his response to the scarred wolf's words, the scarred wolf began to realize the possibility of a monumental blunder. I had thought you two were allies. But to discover otherwise, that is simply hilarious. Zhou Haoyu had already detected the presence of 2 individuals fixated on him, sensing their murderous intent. He had expected them to strike in unison, and even after they had departed in their vehicle, he pondered whether it was a trap. Even when they fired their weapons, Zhou Haoyu remained concealed and did not retaliate. It was only when one side was utterly vanquished that he discerned the truth. 2 assassins had aimed to eliminate him, only to mistakenly turn on each other. This was no mere mishap. It was akin to a deluge that had swept away the very Dragon King himself. Ha ha. How delightfully absurd. The wounded wolf, unable to muster a smile, fixed a cold gaze upon Zhou Haoyu and remarked, "It seems there are many who wish for your demise." Zhou Haoyu shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "What can I say? My good looks inspire envy, unlike your rather arbitrary appearances." The wounded wolf snorted derisively. "You certainly possess a certain knack to have made it this far, and to have stealthily appeared behind me. Yet, your arrogance is excessive. Even if I were to kill him while injured, it does not mean I cannot eliminate you as well." Zhou Haoyu maintained his relaxed demeanor. "Are you certain? Have you considered why I dared to come here alone? After all, even those who can swim can drown. I have dealt with arrogant targets like you before." With genuine curiosity, Zhou Haoyu inquired, "Since you believe my end is inevitable, could you enlighten me on who sent you?" "Curious, are we?" "Ask the king of hell when you reach the underworld," the wounded wolf replied, as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The wounded wolf grinned menacingly, envisioning the moment his opponent's head would explode like a watermelon. Yet, to his utter shock, Zhou Haoyu evaded the bullet, even with prior precautions. How could one person exhibit such terrifying speed to dodge a bullet? Before the bewilderment on the wolf's face had a chance to fade, Zhou Haoyu had already dashed in front of him, seizing his gun. As he toyed with it, he remarked, a specially crafted silver handgun." Unbeknownst to him, the barrel was now aimed at the wolf's forehead. The wolf's hair stood on end, cold sweat instantly soaking his body. "Aren't you a professional assassin? Why do you possess so little courage?" Zhou Haoyu scornfully tightened his finger around the trigger. In a moment of sheer terror, the wolf collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with panic, trembling uncontrollably. However, as Zhou Haoyu regarded him with disdain, the wolf astonishingly produced a grenade from his trousers. Goodness. So the trope of hiding grenades in one's pants is indeed based on truth. Television has not misled me. Contrary to the wolf's expectations, Zhou Haoyu remained unfazed, instead wearing a mocking expression. "You thought I wouldn't dare to perish alongside you, didn't you? Well, you've pushed me to this." Gritting his teeth, the wolf yanked the pin from the grenade. He screamed at Zhou Haoyu, "The moment I release my grip, it will detonate, and you will perish with me. Then why not simply let go?" The voice was peculiar, sounding as if it echoed from afar, despite being right next to him. Instinctively, the wolf glanced at Zhou Haoyu, locking eyes with him. What was once a clear pair of pupils transformed into a dazzling spectacle, akin to fireworks, mesmerizing yet blinding, evoking an irresistible allure. But soon, the wolf sensed something amiss and instinctively bit his tongue. Upon further inspection, he realized there were no stars or fireworks, merely a pair of ordinary eyes. "You think I lack the resolve? Then today, I shall fight you to the bitter end." The wolf roared, releasing his grip. With a clatter, the grenade fell to the ground. 1 second. 2 seconds. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The wolf stared in disbelief. Had he unknowingly purchased a dud? He glanced down, only to find that there was no grenade but rather a size 43 leather boot. "Where is my grenade? The one of such considerable size?" The remnant wolf was rendered utterly dumbfounded. "You fool, while you were lost in thought, I had already thrown your grenade, triggering its explosion." Zhou Haoyu had initially intended to test the grenade's might. After all, having just achieved a breakthrough, he could evade bullets. It was hardly a challenge to dash to safety before the grenade detonated. However, this assassin still had his uses. At first, Zhou Haoyu aimed to control him with the illusory eye technique. To his surprise, it proved ineffective, resulting only in a fleeting hypnotic effect. The assassin, true to his profession, had taken countless lives. His temperament was indeed extraordinary. Yet, even those extraordinary traits must have limits. Zhou Haoyu resolved to apply further pressure. "I shall ask you once more. Who sent you?" Noticing that the remnant wolf remained in a stupor, Zhou Haoyu wasted no time and drew his gun, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. By the first shot, the remnant wolf had regained his senses. The second shot sent him collapsing to the ground in terror. The third bullet whizzed perilously close to his face. The remnant wolf was utterly shattered, trembling and sobbing, his pants soaked. Zhou Haoyu raised his weapon, his tone icy. "Look into my eyes." The remnant wolf dared not disobey, and upon meeting Zhou's gaze, he became entranced. Half an hour later, having unraveled the entire situation, Zhou Haoyu drove home. The sky was darkening, and he looked forward to returning early to reward Qian Duo and his assistant. Meanwhile, the remnant wolf stealthily made his way to Su Wendong's residence under the cover of night. As a professional assassin, even wounded, he remained focused on his mission. His employer had compensated him handsomely, and failure to eliminate Su Wendong would tarnish his illustrious record. The Su family villa was expansive and well guarded. Yet, This posed no challenge for the remnant wolf. He carefully lurked, waiting until the night grew deeper before slithering in like a cunning serpent. Who goes there? Just as the remnant wolf was about to infiltrate the crucial area on the second floor of the villa, a keen-eyed middle-aged man caught sight of him, clad in silk pajamas, with graying hair at the temples and a complexion slightly flushed yet sickly. His piercing gaze commanded respect. Chapter 80. This assassin lacks professionalism. Had it been anyone else, they might have quailed. But Su Qiangxing was no ordinary man. He had once been a dominant figure in Jinzhou, commanding respect and instilling fear in others. Even now, despite his illness and retreat from the forefront, he retained an air of authority and confidence. Yet, the remnant wolf paid no heed. He lunged forward, his blade flashing, and the illustrious Su Qiangxing, who had enjoyed a grand life, was unexpectedly stabbed to death. The demise was shrouded in confusion, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could he have discovered me? Those who uncover my presence must die. The more the remnant wolf thought, the angrier he became, and he severed Su Qiangxing's head with a single stroke. A middle-aged man, hearing the commotion, rushed out only to witness this horrifying scene, his eyes turning red with rage as he bellowed, "Brother!" With a sudden surge, he propelled himself forward, akin to a hawk swooping down on its prey, fiercely charging at the remnant wolf. The casually tossed his severed head aside while drawing a pistol. Bang! 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 The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the instant he drew his firearm, rolled away like a lazy donkey, seeking refuge behind a flower bed. Unfortunately, his companions were not as fortunate, as they were all struck down by gunfire, collapsing to the ground. They erupted in laughter, calling them out one by one. In an instant, a chaotic spray of crimson and ivory filled the air, a scene too harrowing to behold. The crowd screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, transforming the entire Su household into a chaotic mess, even trampling Su Qiangxing's head into a pulp. The middle-aged man watched in anguish, his heart twisted in despair, yet feeling utterly powerless. This man's marksmanship was divine. Charging in would surely lead to certain death. The middle-aged man let out a mournful cry. Consumed by a profound fury, he vowed to rend this scoundrel to 1,000 pieces and scatter his ashes. The following morning, Zhou Haoyu, having completed his trainings, approached the dining table bare-chested. Qian Duo, clad only in a black lace nightgown, was so engrossed that she neglected her breakfast, her gaze fixed upon him. "Boss, I've noticed that your physique is becoming increasingly alluring," she remarked. Zhou Haoyu glanced at the expanse of her fair skin and chuckled. "Your pectorals seem quite developed as well." Qian Duo instinctively licked her lips. "That depends on who one compares to. I cannot compete with Xiao Qian, for she is exceptionally gifted." "Boss, we have breaking news," cried Zhou Xiaoqian suddenly. Qian Duo snatched her phone, glanced at it, and her expression shifted dramatically. "What happened?" "Su Qiangxing is dead, murdered in his own villa, reportedly by an assassin." Qian Duo struggled to comprehend. Having spent so many years in Jinzhou, she had heard tales of Su Qiangxing's formidable reputation. How could such a figure simply be dead? Zhou Haoyu was also taken aback. Wasn't it Su Wendong who was supposed to die? How had his father been killed instead? That damned was truly lacking in professionalism. "Boss, I saw comments suggesting that the assassin was after Su Wendong. However, since Su Wendong did not return home last night, the assassin killed Su Qiangxing instead, along with several others." Qianwood's face turned pale, seemingly shaken. Zhou Xiaoqian also appeared alarmed. Yet Zhou Haoyu remained unfazed. He had refrained from eliminating the precisely to allow him to deal with Su Wendong. However, he had not anticipated that while Su Wendong survived, Su Qiangxing would be the one to perish. This fellow was indeed lucky. But it would be amusing if he were to discover that the assassin he dispatched had killed his own father. Zhou Haoyu chuckled softly, dismissing Su Wendong entirely. After all, as long as Su Qiangxing was alive, he was the prince. Would he still hold that title if Su Qiangxing were dead? Meanwhile, in the morgue, Su Wendong stared blankly at the two corpses on the table. One was the headless body of Su Qiangxing, a sight most unsettling. The other was that of the assassin, whose body bore wounds all over, and even in death, the bloodied eyes remained open, the terror within them undiminished. "We have verified the assassin's information. He goes by the alias. His original target was you, but when he was unable to find you, he killed Su Qiangxing instead, along with many others." The middle-aged man, weary yet filled with indignation, spoke with a heavy heart. Despite having avenged himself by slaying the assassin, he found no solace until the true mastermind behind it all was unmasked. The lingering hatred gnawed at him, rendering him restless and tormented. "Zhang Bo, I have made up my mind. I will unveil the shadowy puppeteer, Su Wendong declared, turning to depart. Outside the corridor, Lu Hu and Zhao Shanggong awaited, flanked by their respective entourages. Lu Hu's eyes brimmed with tears, his expression a tempest of grief and fury. Zhao Shanggong mirrored his sentiment. Yet a flicker of trepidation lurked within his gaze. Get in the car with me. Su Wendong's expression remained inscrutable as he glanced at Zhao Shanggong. Instantly, Zhao Shanggong felt overwhelmed but obediently trailed behind. Lu Hu exchanged a glance with the two, a gut feeling stirring within him, suggesting that they harbored unspeakable secrets. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Wendong noticed the absence of onlookers and unleashed a fierce slap upon Zhao Shanggong. The force so great that several of his teeth were sent flying. Witnessing Su Wendong teetering on the brink of madness, Zhao Shanggong, without hesitation, fell to his knees and began to strike himself in a fit of despair. You sought the wretched wolf, did you not? Instead of targeting Zhou Haoyu, he came to eliminate me and murdered my father? Su Wendong's fury mounted, and he unleashed a barrage of kicks upon Zhao Shanggong. Speak. How did this come to pass? As Zhao Shanggong fell, blood spilling from his lips, he wept bitterly. I have no idea how this happened. You know me. Even if I had 100 lives, I would never dare to lay a hand on you. Let alone, Su Wendong, consumed by rage, interrupted, then enlightened me. How has it come to this? How did it all spiral into chaos? His anguished cries echoed, as he grappled with the incomprehension of how the assassin he had hired turned against him. Fortunately, he had spent the previous night at the bar. Otherwise, it would have been his life extinguished. Yet, the death of his father weighed heavily on him. Take Lu Hu, for instance. That scoundrel had always defied him, and with the Patriarch's guidance gone, what would transpire in the future? Su Wendong's heart was a tumult of sorrow, fury, regret, and confusion. Could it be that the worthless one had offered substantial incentives? Yet, what that fool could provide, he too could match. Su Wendong wrestled with the enigma of how Zhou Haoyu had managed to turn the assassin against him. Nevertheless, he resolved that, come what may, he would exact vengeance upon Zhou Haoyu, no matter the cost. After all, had it not been for Zhou Haoyu's foolishness in provoking him, he would not have resorted to hiring an assassin, and his father would still be alive. Cursed Zhou Haoyu, this calamity is all you're doing. You shall meet your demise. Chapter 81. Turning enemies into allies. Su Qiangshan, the founder of Jinwei Real Estate, met his end within his own villa. His head cruelly severed by the hands of an assassin. This shocking news spread like wildfire throughout Jinju within a mere morning. Given the current era of peace and Su Qiangshan's notorious prominence, on every street corner and across various platforms, discussions erupted regarding this incident, overshadowing even the recent establishment of the Huakong Group's association. Yet, life on Earth continued unabated, as the journey of Binshan Pharmaceuticals in the market persisted. Moreover, the situation is escalating. Within a mere 3 days, the calming ointment has nearly supplanted all sleep aids, even with Nanshan Pharmaceutical offering a 50% discount and incurring losses. Interest remains conspicuously absent. After all, the reputation of the calming ointment has begun to ferment, garnering unanimous acclaim from patients. Seizing the momentum, Binshan Pharmaceutical has announced the impending launch of their liver protection pills, a revelation that has stirred excitement among countless patients afflicted by such ailments, while plunging Nanshan Pharmaceutical, already struggling, into despair. Within the Murong family villa, the members of the Murong clan were gathered, yet the atmosphere was markedly somber compared to their usual ease. Their faces etched with worry as if mourning a great loss. Xiaobing, you are well aware of the current predicament of the group. As the general manager, you must devise a solution. After a prolonged exchange of glances, it was ultimately Murong Gui who addressed Murong Bing. Murong Bing remained seated on the sofa, clad in a sharply tailored professional outfit complemented by a somewhat icy makeup, lending her an air of determination. However, the weariness and helplessness lurking in her eyes could not be concealed. She glanced at her second uncle and then at the others before finally closing her eyes. Xiaobing, regardless of the circumstances, you must speak up. We believed in your capabilities, which is why you were appointed as general manager. Now it seems you are neglecting your responsibilities? An elder lamented. Murong Bing furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Seeing this, Murong Gui retorted, this cannot be blamed on Xiaobing. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at that good-for-nothing, with his calming ointment and liver protection pills, clearly intent on undermining our Murong family. Had we known he possessed such a treacherous heart, we should never have allowed him into our midst. What significance does this discussion hold now? He has already joined the association established by Huakong Group and has become the vice president. In my opinion, rather than opposing him, It would be wiser to turn foes into friends. After all, Xiaobing was once his wife, as the saying goes. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of affection. Morongue's anger flared as he chastised. Are you suggesting that Xiaobing should seek his favor? What an absurd notion. How could a member of the Morong family possibly beg a worthless individual? A voice chimed in. Indeed. He is a scoundrel who has resorted to underhanded means to usurp our qualifications. I refuse to believe he can maintain his arrogance for long. Others voiced differing opinions. Yet it was clear that continuing down this path was not a viable solution. The storeroom was nearly overflowing with medicine, and debts to the suppliers remained unpaid. Tomorrow, the stock price might plummet. Morongue owned a substantial share of the group, and a drop in stock price would diminish his wealth as well. However, with his elder brother and sister-in-law still in the hospital, no better course of action presented itself. He pressed on. Xiaobing, have you been in contact with Wendong these past few days? He has encountered difficulties, and you ought to extend your concern. Yes, another interjected. The young couple bears no grudges. Furthermore, with his father deceased, Jinhui real estate now rests solely in his hands. With his assistance, surely we can deal with that scoundrel. Upon hearing these words, Morongbing felt as though her mind were engulfed in a cacophony, teetering on the brink of explosion. She rose to her feet. Her voice icy as she declared, very well, I shall find a way. But I will never beg that worthless fool. With that, Morongbing strode out the door. The crowd exchanged glances, a moment of silence passing before they began to bicker amongst themselves once more. Several among them even began to criticize Morongbing, demanding that she seek an apology from that useless Zhou Haoyu. A sense of suffocation filled Morongbing's heart as she walked further away, finally feeling a bit of relief. Yet, the dismal state of the corporation soon cast a shadow over her thoughts. If this continued, it would be utterly doomed. After a brief hesitation, she couldn't help but dial Su Wendong's number. However, to her astonishment, as soon as the call connected, Su Wendong thundered, I have no time to converse with you. You ruffian! Get as far away from me as possible. Morongbing's complexion drained of color, a chill running through her as disappointment engulfed her. Who was she? She was the eldest daughter of the Morong family, the general manager of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. To be so demeaned was intolerable. And all of it was linked to that accursed fool. Zhou Haoyu, do you think this will make me yield? Do you believe I will come begging to you? Dream on. A worthless being like you will always remain worthless. I refuse to believe that I, Morongbing, will fall into your grasp. With newfound determination, she dialed another number. Hello, is this manager Go from Seidenkang? This is Morongbing. Just as Morongbing made a significant decision to salvage the precarious state of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, Zhou Haoyu arrived at the exhibition with the uncut raw stones he had previously purchased. The venue was the only 7-star hotel in Jinzhou, owned by the city's wealthiest tycoon. Due to Jiang Mingyue's presence, many influential figures were in attendance, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Siki, adorned in a qipao, danced gracefully, exuding endless charm and elegance. Zhou Haoyu instantly resolved that he would don this outfit for the evening. At that moment, Jiang Mingwei approached and curiously inquired. I heard you previously unveiled top-grade jadeite in the provincial capital. Could there be some of that here as well? Zhou Haoyu replied with a smile. That is hard to say. Jiang Mingwei shot him an incredulous glance. Are you trying to play coy with me? You wouldn't engage in a losing business deal. Would you? Jiang Siki then joined, feigning surprise. Vice President Zhou has graced us with his presence. I thought you were too busy making money to pay me any mind. Zhou Haoyu grinned mischievously. Compared to making money from selling medicine, I prefer to earn rewards. A surge of inexplicable anticipation welled up within Jiang Siki. That night was unforgettable. As if she were perched atop a cloud, leaving a lingering taste of nostalgia. For this very reason, she had come to Jinzhou. Otherwise, she would not have personally overseen an exhibition of such grandeur. Jiang Mingwei eyed the two with suspicion. What rewards are you speaking of? I can't shake the feeling that you both are hiding something from me. Zhou Haoyu, with a teasing smile, asked, what is this? Lady Jiang wishes to reward me? Jiang Mingwei, with a haughty demeanor, replied, that could be arranged, as long as you work under me. Under you? I prefer to be behind. Zhou Haoyu stated with utmost seriousness. Jiang Mingwei, puzzled, inquired, what can be accomplished behind the scenes? I simply do not comprehend your intentions. By the way, have you heard about the recent developments concerning Jinhui real estate? Without waiting for a response from the two, Jiang Mingwei eagerly began to share some gossip. It had barely been 7 days since Su Qiangshan's passing, yet his associates were already embroiled in fierce competition. Chapter 82. Passionate about one's profession, rumor has it that the position of general manager Su Wendong has already been vacated. And numerous rival enterprises harboring grudges against his family have also taken action. Zhou Haoyu, visibly indignant, exclaimed, "Isn't that excessively cruel? The man has hardly been laid to rest. If it were me, I would at least wait until the mourning period is over." Even Jiang Siki detected the absurdity and chuckled. "Do you hold a grudge against someone named Su Wendong? That's nonsense. We are quite good friends. Just thinking of his recent misfortunes has caused me to eat several extra bowls of rice," he replied. Upon hearing this, the two women could not help but burst into laughter, drawing the attention of those around them. Many young talents looked on with envy, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Soon after, Zhou Haoyu's raw stones were meticulously cut open, and without exception, they revealed jade. Among them was a piece of imperial jade. Although it was not as large as the one he had displayed in the provincial capital, it nonetheless elevated the atmosphere of the exhibition to a thrilling peak. Jiang Siki's alluring gaze was fixated on him, as if she sought to peer into the depths of his very soul. As night fell and the exhibition concluded, Jiang Mingwei departed due to prior commitments, leaving Jiang Siki to keep Zhou Haoyu company in the room. As soon as the door closed, Zhou Haoyu began to undress. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm intent on earning my rewards," Zhou Haoyu replied earnestly. Jiang Siki, exasperated, said, "You can earn later. I have something important to discuss." "I am someone who prefers to act first," he retorted. Jiang Siki was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but upon witnessing Zhou Haoyu's well-toned physique, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself. "First, let us close the curtains." 3 hours swiftly passed, akin to a freshly opened bubble tea being consumed in a heartbeat, catching one off guard. As Zhou Haoyu began his cultivation, Jiang Siki, accustomed to such occurrences, chose not to interrupt. Only when he ceased his practice did she seem to recall something, asking, "By the way, didn't you buy a rather small raw stone previously? Why didn't you bring it along?" Zhou Haoyu casually replied, "Oh, I misjudged. That stone contained nothing of value." Jiang Siki scoffed. "Do you really think I would believe that?" "Believe it or not, I'm quite famished," he retorted, promptly ordering takeout. Before long, he was devouring rice heartily. "All right, if you choose not to divulge, so be it. The jade you procured today has fetched over 300 million. Are you certain you intend to use all of it for purchasing medicinal materials?" Jiang Siki was aware that Zhou Haoyu's company had been experiencing remarkable sales lately. However, investing such a colossal sum solely in raw materials seemed excessively extravagant. "There's no other option. For the company to grow and strengthen, we cannot afford to be timid." Zhou Haoyu began, leaving half of his thoughts unspoken. He desired a rapid enhancement of his abilities, which necessitated a significant quantity of medicinal materials for alchemy. If he could refine a few more chi-replenishing pills, he might soon achieve another breakthrough. Jiang Siki pressed further, "Do you still have any money left? You haven't spent all of those billions already, have you?" "Almost there. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to earn your reward." Although Zhou Haoyu's latter remark was made in jest, the former was spoken with sincerity. He truly had little money left. Despite the fact that Binchan Pharmaceuticals was currently thriving, its profitability could only be described as extraordinary. However, the company's future development and expansion demanded substantial funds. Thus, for the time being, he had no intention of utilizing the company's financial reserves. Moreover, with the presence of the chaotic divine demon eye, he found it relatively effortless to generate income. "So, do you wish to earn a bit more?" The reason Jiang Siki decided to keep Zhou Haoyu around was not solely for that purpose. However, she was taken aback when, just after she spoke, Zhou Haoyu lunged towards her. Jiang Siki's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly pushed him away, feeling both bashful and irate. "I did not mean earning rewards." Zhou Haoyu, looking embarrassed, replied, "Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you wanted to extend our time." Jiang Siki, grinding her teeth in frustration, retorted, "You certainly know a lot. One must love their craft." "Fine, I won't argue with you about that. What I want to discuss is the matter of the consultant." Pausing, Jiang Siki fixed her gaze on Zhou Haoyu. "You promised me before. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you?" Zhou Haoyu, feeling helpless, replied, "But I've been quite busy lately. You know I cough hundreds of times a minute, which means I earn hundreds every minute." Jiang Siki pressed her hand against her chest and took a deep breath. "Do not worry, it will only take 2 days. I need to visit Yunnan and purchase a batch of special raw stones. There will certainly be competition for them." Zhou Haoyu interjected, "Do you want me to eliminate all of them?" "That's not what I meant. These raw stones are exceptionally unique, excavated from the oldest pit in Myanmar. Acquiring them would mean a fortune. The competitors are formidable, hence the factory owner, Zheng, has decided that this time we will compete through intellectual means. Jiang Siki further explained. Intellectual competition refers to stone gambling, which is your forte. Zhou Haoyu set down his utensils, joking, my forte is earning rewards. Noticing Zhou Haoyu's reluctance to relent, Jiang Siki fell silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, here's the deal. If you accompany me for 2 days, you can spend that time however you wish. Zhou Haoyu's excitement surged at the thought of the outdoors. Sure. Jiang Siki's face turned a deeper shade of red, her eyes sparkling with a mix of teasing and shyness. Zhou Haoyu became even more exhilarated, especially at the thought of the outdoor adventures. However, he quickly recalled something and casually asked, by the way, the batch of raw stones we opened today was also sourced from that factory owner, Zhang, right? Indeed. Zhou Haoyu nodded. Since that batch of raw stones was procured from Zhang, it was possible that during their trip to Yunnan, they might discover treasures akin to the previous raw stone. To Zhou Haoyu, no imperial-grade or king-grade stone could compare to that raw stone, not even a speck of dust. The reason being, that particular raw stone contained spiritual energy. Previously, Zhou Haoyu could only rely on combined cultivation to enhance his abilities. It was only after he successfully crafted the chi replenishing pills that he discovered an alternative method of cultivation. Though this method was effective, it was exceedingly costly. Moreover, there are several elixirs that even the affluent and powerful Jiang family would find it challenging to procure. Zhou Haoyu had been pondering alternative cultivation methods, and he has finally discovered one, utilizing spirit stones for his training. This can be achieved in 2 ways. First, by directly absorbing the spiritual energy within the stones, although this method is somewhat wasteful. Second, by arranging a spirit gathering array. Setting up such an array requires not only a practitioner with formidable spiritual awareness, but also a location of auspicious geomancy, along with numerous spirit stones. Currently, Zhou Haoyu possesses only 1 stone, hence, during this journey to Yunnan and Tibet, he seeks to acquire more spirit stones in addition to the allure of the wilderness. Chapter 83. The Extraordinary. The following morning, Zhou Haoyu completed his training, imparted some advice to Qian Duo, and, accompanied by Jiang Siki, boarded a flight to Yunnan and Tibet. A few hours later, the two arrived in Kuan City, where Zhou Haoyu learned of the identity of the esteemed Zheng factory owner through Jiang Siki's introduction. The factory owner's real name is Zheng Barue, renowned as the Emerald King of Kuan City. He operates over a dozen raw stone factories and possesses numerous jewelry companies, with a fortune amounting to at least several hundred billion. More significantly, this is merely his personal empire, when considering the entirety of the Zheng family's holdings. The figure escalates to an even more astonishing sum. In essence, one must understand that the Zheng family's prestige in Yunnan and Tibet surpasses that of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Today, Jiang Siki dressed more formally, donning a white blazer paired with black pencil trousers, presenting herself as astute and capable. However, her alluring eyes were undeniably captivating, emanating a charm even as she advised Zhou Haoyu. He hastily took out his phone to search for the best scenic spots in Kuan City. You are utterly insufferable, Jiang Siki exclaimed in frustration upon seeing this, quickening her pace in her high heels towards the airport exit. Zhou Haoyu, unfazed, followed behind, admiring her graceful figure. As for the so-called Emerald King, he paid it no mind. What if they were stronger than the Jiang family? What if they were in Kuan City? Should they offend him, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson in humility. After all, in the face of absolute power, titles and status are rendered utterly inconsequential. The land of Yunnan and Tibet is characterized by its majestic mountain ranges and breathtaking natural beauty. The climate here is perpetually mild, akin to spring, though the evening winds can be quite strong, particularly in the wilderness. While seated in a vehicle arranged by the Zheng family, pondering whether to visit the ancient city or the West Mountain Park, Jiang Siki suddenly received a phone call. She spoke hurriedly for a moment before hanging up, urging, "Driver, accelerate." Turning to Zhou Haoyu, she added, "An insufferable fellow has arrived ahead of us." Zhou Haoyu understood that the batch of raw stones Jiang Siki coveted was valued at over $1 billion. Naturally, anyone competing with her would not possess an insignificant background. The individual in question is Qian Shaohua, a second-generation heir from Beihu province, and he is Zhou Haoyu's most formidable rival on this expedition to Yunnan and Tibet. Zhou Haoyu inquired, "Is he also a master of stone gambling?" Jiang Siki, visibly displeased, remarked, "He wouldn't gamble at all. He runs a live streaming company. Have you heard of Tiger Shark? It's his creation. This time, he is merely assisting his family and has even brought along the president of the Provincial Gambling Stone Association." Zhou Haoyu's eyes brightened at the mention of a live streaming platform owner. Doesn't that mean he manages numerous female streamers? I should make a good impression. Jiang Siki, somewhat irked, responded, you can socialize, but just don't lose. Zhou Haoyu, with a grin, reassured her, don't worry, I've already planned my approach for the evening. Although she shot him a disapproving glance, Jiang Siki felt a sense of relief. Before long, they arrived at the Zheng family's original stone factory. Despite being referred to as a factory, it bore little resemblance to one. It sprawled over tens of thousands of square meters, with exceptionally stringent security measures. Zhou Haoyu noticed the guards at the entrance, their bulging waistlines suggesting they were armed. Inside, the ambience radiated grandeur and opulence, adorned with artificial hills, flowing water, ancient pavilions, and stone bridges. It was far more akin to a manor than a factory. As they strolled deeper, Zhou Haoyu spotted several villas at the far end. While he had little interest in the villas themselves, he recognized the area was extraordinary. The feng shui was impeccable, clearly designed by a master. What astonished him most was the faint aura of spiritual energy that enveloped the region, imparting a serene and harmonious atmosphere, as if one were in a place of ethereal beauty. This factory was the first established by the owner, Zheng Baorui. Initially, it was modest in size but had undergone significant expansion. The villas were primarily inhabited by the factory's upper management, occasionally hosting guests. Noticing Zhou Haoyu's gaze lingering on the villas, Jiang Siki offered a brief explanation. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, over 50 yet exuding vitality, approached. Clad in traditional Chinese attire, his stature was upright, and his steps were steady, revealing his martial arts background. This man was none other than the esteemed Jade King, Zheng Baorui. With no pretense, he warmly greeted, Miss Jiang, I hope your journey was not too taxing? Not at all, Jiang Siki replied with a smile, engaging in pleasantries before introducing Zhou Haoyu. This is my specially invited consultant, Dr. Zhou. Oh, Dr. Zhou is also a practitioner of medicine? Truly impressive for someone so young. Zheng Baorui complimented, but as soon as he finished, a mocking voice interrupted. Now every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to call themselves a doctor? What a joke. The speaker was a young man, rather handsome yet dressed peculiarly in a black long robe. Behind him followed another young man, clad in designer brands. Even his sunglasses being a limited edition, he might as well have had I am wealthy written on his face. He scrutinized Jiang Siki with a lewd and brazen gaze. Jiang Siki's expression darkened as she directed a cold retort at him. Jian Shaohua, keep your people in check. Qian Shaohua removed his sunglasses, grinning as he replied, Dr. Zhou is not my subordinate, he is my friend. I merely invited him to join us for some fun since I know he is in Kun City. After a pause, he began to introduce the young man in the long robe. Dr. Zhou is undoubtedly a rising star within our Northern Lake Province's traditional Chinese medicine association, with his master being the esteemed Elder Ning, renowned for his unparalleled acupuncture skills. I am curious about your esteemed advisor's lineage. Acquiring the title of divine physician at such a young age must suggest a remarkable background. Zhou Haoyu, well aware of the underlying mockery, boldly proclaimed, my master does not possess any grand titles like the foremost acupuncturist of Northern Lake. However, in terms of medical expertise, not only in Northern Lake Province but throughout the entirety of the Dragon Nation, none can rival his capabilities. As for myself, I have merely grasped a modicum of skills. The title of divine physician is indeed beyond my merit, yet saint of medicine might be more fitting. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was this individual too audacious? Zhou Daji, sharing the same surname, was incensed and shouted, you are bold indeed. Have you become so arrogant merely by acquiring a smattering of superficial medical knowledge? Not even your master would dare speak to me in such a manner. In an instant, Zhou Haoyu's demeanor transformed, shifting from unremarkable to that of a drawn sword. Zhou Daji was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, rendered speechless. Qian Shaohua also felt a sense of trepidation, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, experiencing an ancestral suppression. Jiang Siki was equally bewildered. The aura emanating from Zhou Haoyu reminded her of certain prominent figures within her family, each of whom were unparalleled masters. Was Zhou Haoyu not merely a practitioner of internal martial arts? How could his presence be so astonishing? Zheng Baorui, well-versed and equally experienced in martial arts, was also taken aback. Initially, he had not paid much attention to Zhou Haoyu, but the more he observed, the more he sensed that this individual was extraordinary, as if he were an enigma beyond comprehension. Chapter 84. A gentleman does not usurp another's beauty. Zheng Baorui maintained a facade of calmness, yet internally he was profoundly astonished. As tensions escalated, he felt compelled to intervene, saying, all right, Gentlemen, you are all esteemed guests. A bit of debate is harmless, but let us not ignite true flames. The main event has yet to unfold. He said this while closely monitoring Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu, disregarding him, only relaxed his imposing presence when Jiang Siki nodded in agreement. With that, Zhou Daji collapsed to his knees, drenched in cold sweat and pale, overwhelmed by dread. Qian Shaohua regarded Zhou Haoyu with palpable caution. This person was undeniably formidable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Baorui addressed Zhou Haoyu with increasing reverence. Dr. Zhou, please, do come inside. Zhou Haoyu, maintaining an impassive countenance, proceeded forward as if Zhang Baorui's courtesy was but a matter of course. This scene left Jiang Siki captivated, her eyes glistening, her legs slightly trembling. Zhou Haoyu was indeed an intriguing man, harboring secrets yet unknown to her. After this encounter, none dared to provoke Zhou Haoyu further. In this world, people naturally gravitate towards the weak and shy away from the strong. Only when one possesses substantial power can they earn the respect of others. Soon, the literary debate commenced, and an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses appeared behind Qian Shaohua. Zhou Haoyu held the old man in utter disdain, no matter how rich their experience or expertise was. It could never rival the acuity of his discerning eyes. With a mere glance, he could discern which raw stone would yield emeralds. Indeed, the quality of the raw stones from the Zhang family's factory was remarkably high. Casual observation allowed Zhou Haoyu to identify several premium pieces. To ensure prudence, he selected a pumpkin-shaped raw stone, towering at least as high as a man. Just as he was about to confirm his choice, a voice suddenly rang out. That stone is reserved for me. The crowd gasped in surprise, taken aback that someone would dare challenge Zhou Haoyu at such a moment. The speaker was a young man in his 20s, exuding a sinister aura. Behind him loomed a towering figure, a behemoth whose arms were as thick as a normal person's thigh. Each step he took seemed to shake the ground itself. His deep, powerful breaths indicated he was no ordinary foe. Who was this young man that commanded such a formidable bodyguard? My face may be unfamiliar to you, but you surely recognize this token? The young man brandished an ancient, unadorned emblem inscribed with a single character, Yi. This character emanated a peculiar and overwhelming pressure. A mere glance left many in the crowd feeling dizzy and disoriented. Some, stubbornly attempting to scrutinize it further, were so taken aback that they began to bleed from their noses. Yi? Could you be from the Yi family of Kyoto? Zhang Baorui gasped, his expression grave as he processed the revelation. The young man retorted curtly, needless to say, how many Yu families could there possibly be in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Upon confirmation, Zhang Baorui staggered back several paces, his composure faltering. The onlookers turned pale, struck mute by fear. Even Jiang Siki's enchanting eyes were filled with a palpable mixture of shock and reverence. While she was indeed the daughter of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great clans, even their collective might paled in comparison to the Yi family. The Jiang family, to which Jiang Mingyue belonged, also had to bow their heads before the formidable Yu clan. This was the Yi family of Kyoto, once heralded as the foremost family of the Dragon Kingdom. Their ancestor was said to have lived nearly 2 centuries. The current military deity of the Dragon Kingdom, widely regarded as the best of his time, was also a member of the Yi family. Among the younger generation, figures like Yiling Tian had emerged, having broken through to the transformation stage before the age of 20. An unprecedented feat. It was rumored he was now on the verge of reaching the Dan stage, poised for imminent breakthrough. Describing the Yi family as the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom was no exaggeration. Even the government bestowed upon them unparalleled honors and privileges. Yet, the crowd remained perplexed as to why a member of the Yi family would appear in this place. Was he also here for this batch of raw stones? No one questioned his identity. Possessing that token was sufficient proof of his lineage. Even if someone had 100 times more courage, they would never dare impersonate a member of the Yi family. I am Yiling Feng, he declared, a name you may not be familiar with. But surely you know my brother, Yiling Tian. Upon finishing his words, Yiling Feng noticed the crowd's evident astonishment. A smirk crept higher at the corners of his mouth, and the mischief in his expression intensified. So, young Master Yi, your presence here must be for a literary duel? Zhang Baorui spoke with a tone that bordered on subservience. Yiling Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have no interest in literary contests. Rather, I am intrigued by this raw stone. What is its price? The mere mention of payment seemed unnecessary, yet Zhang Baorui reminded, this stone was initially favored by Mr. Zhou. It must be relinquished only with his consent. Just as he uttered these words, Yiling Feng turned his gaze toward Zhou Haoyu, who was simultaneously scrutinizing him. Instantly, Yiling Feng felt displeased. As a member of the Yi family, he deemed it unacceptable for others to evaluate him. Furthermore, he detested the lack of respect in Zhou Haoyu's eyes. Observing Yi Lingfeng's change in demeanor, Jiang Siki grew alarmed and quickly tugged at Zhou Haoyu. Instead of retreating, Zhou Haoyu boldly inquired, "May I have a look at that token of yours?" The question sent shockwaves through the gathering. That was the Yi family's token. Not something one could simply ask to see. How audacious. Yi Lingfeng replied with a devilish grin, "Are you interested in our Yi family's token?" "Indeed," he chuckled. A hint of admiration in his tone. "You possess quite the audacity. I may grant you a glimpse another time, but this raw stone is mine. Do you object?" Zhou Haoyu nodded. "Yes, I do." Yi Lingfeng's smile vanished in an instant. The burly man behind him appeared enraged, his eyes bulging like copper bells as he fixed a fierce stare on Zhou Haoyu. The crowd was thrown into a state of shock. Zheng Baowei, anxiously concerned, feared an altercation might ensue. If young Master Yi emerged victorious, it would be fine. However, should he suffer defeat and injury, the Zheng family would find themselves in jeopardy. Contrary to expectations, after a brief standoff, Yi Lingfeng suddenly burst into laughter. "You truly possess remarkable courage. I appreciate such individuals. Would you care to join me?" Zhou Haoyu flatly refused. "No thanks. I'm not interested in men. Do you still want this raw stone?" He added, "A gentleman does not take away another's beauty. You should keep it, as there are plenty of stones here." After speaking, Yi Lingfeng surprisingly began selecting other raw stones. Observing this, Zheng Baowei released a sigh of relief, not even bothering to wipe his cold sweat, and hurried over to attend to him. Jiang Siki promptly introduced Zhou Haoyu to the formidable influence of the Yi family, assuming he was blissfully unaware of the danger he faced. However, to her astonishment, Zhou Haoyu remained unperturbed, even boldly remarking as he watched Yi Lingfeng's retreating figure, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with that fellow. Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Siki exclaimed, hastily leading Zhou Haoyu to the cutting stage. She feared he might utter something outrageous that could genuinely offend the Yi family, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 85. The feng shui arrangement. Zhou Haoyu instructed the workers to cut the raw stone he had selected. As anticipated, it yielded a piece of exquisite imperial jade, worth a considerable fortune. Jiang Siki was overjoyed, excitedly embracing Zhou Haoyu and showering him with kisses. The recent literary competition had been won effortlessly, all thanks to Zhou Haoyu. However, Zhou Haoyu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Yi Lingfeng had departed. It was not until Jiang Siki borrowed a car from Zheng Baowei and took him for a spin that Zhou Haoyu remembered he had matters to attend to. He felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins as he commanded, "Drive, head towards the outskirts of the city, and lower the windows." Jiang Siki, with a playful smile, teased, "I thought you had changed. You've been so distracted all afternoon." She added, "That guy is a bit peculiar, and that token is extraordinary. It would be wonderful if we could study it." Zhou Haoyu sensed a faint pressure emanating from the token. It was an inanimate object, likely embedded with an intricate formation. Jiang Siki rolled her eyes, scoffing, "That is from the Yi family in Kyoto. Do you think you can just look at their possessions whenever you want?" Noticing Zhou Haoyu's indifferent expression, she quickly amended her words. "All right, I know you're formidable. Just a glance from you could intimidate that Dr. Zhou who shares your surname. But the Yi family is not someone we can afford to offend." Zhou Haoyu felt somewhat speechless. It was not his intention to provoke them, merely a curiosity about the token. He sighed, "This is already quite audacious. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. In any case, I implore you to be a bit more discreet. We are returning in 2 days." Jiang Siki, looking exasperated, replied, "Isn't the literary competition over? Those raw stones belong to you now." With a smile, she continued, "Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. You didn't disappoint me. With this batch of stones, I won't have to worry for a while. You should have seen the look on Qian Xiaohua's face. It was priceless. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Seeing Zhou Haoyu's bewilderment, Jiang Siki was thoroughly convinced. "It seems you're truly obsessed. Director Jing even specially invited you to attend tomorrow night's auction. How could you forget?" Zhou Haoyu then recalled the invitation but shook his head, expressing his lack of interest in the auction. "By the way, that person with the surname Yi, please, don't refer to him like that," Jiang Siki exclaimed, nearly in tears. Being the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she understood better than anyone the immense power and fear the Yi family commanded. It was infuriating that Zhou Haoyu remained so nonchalant about it. Thank goodness they were outside. If others caught wind of this, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. If he is going, then I shall go too. Perhaps I can discreetly obtain that token. Zhou Haoyu began, but Jiang Siki abruptly slammed on the brakes. She stopped the car, her face a mask of despair as she pleaded, "Stop. Please don't entertain any notions that you shouldn't tea. If it comes to that, I'll let you have your fun tonight, all right? But, for heaven's sake, can we at least wait until I leave? Zhou Haoyu was puzzled as to why Jiang Siki was so terrified of the Yi family. Nevertheless, he was empathetic and noted that she had granted him permission to enjoy the evening as he pleased. Zhou Haoyu grew increasingly excited as he pondered, casting aside thoughts of the Yi family. The following morning, after completing his cultivation, he wandered through the villa district. During his practice the night prior, he had already sensed the faint spiritual energy. After some observation, he finally understood the source of this ethereal essence. The geographical positioning of this villa area was exceptionally advantageous. Surrounded by mountains and waters, it formed a natural gathering place for qi. Such terrain not only attracts the essence of heaven and earth, but also isolates one from external disturbances. Residing here naturally provides nourishment. Moreover, within this villa district, an adept had meticulously established a feng shui arrangement. This configuration originated from the center of the district, extending several winding paths outward. These paths resembled lifelines, intricately connecting every building within the area. Simultaneously, they cleverly utilized the surrounding natural environment, resulting in a perfect ecological balance throughout the villa district. Under the influence of this feng shui arrangement, the spiritual energy within the area was further condensed and elevated. Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Such terrain and feng shui were indeed rare treasures. In an environment like this, not only would one's health improve, but cultivation would also yield twice the result with half the effort. Thus, he devoted an entire day to his practice, pausing only when Jiang Siki called him to attend the auction. Tonight's auction was to be held on a luxurious cruise ship by the seaside. Apart from the invited guests like Zhou Haoyu, the attendees were primarily prominent figures from Kuan City. To ensure the success of the auction, Zhang Baorui had exerted considerable effort. Not only had he engaged a renowned security team, but the receptionists were also exceptionally beautiful. The uniform green kipayos accentuated their alluring silhouettes, leaving Zhou Haoyu momentarily dazzled. Jiang Siki, however, remained oblivious to such distractions, engaging with the distinguished guest while introducing Zhou Haoyu. This auction was unlike any other, as it was said that the piece d'argent was a jade necklace valued at several hundred million. A jade necklace worth several hundred million? Zhou Haoyu had only heard of diamond or gemstone necklaces fetching such astronomical prices. This was the first time he had encountered the notion of a jade necklace at such a valuation. Jiang Siki whispered that the necklace contained over a dozen pieces of imperial-grade jade. Though small, each piece was highly precious. The centerpiece, a true masterpiece among the imperial grade, had skyrocketed in value to 300 million after being carved by Master Xue Zhongwu. Zhou Haoyu was no stranger to the name of Xue Zhongwu. He was the most renowned jade carving master in Long Country. The value of jade stones he sculpted nearly always soared. Jiang Siki continued, "Do you know who will be wearing that jade necklace tonight?" Chapter 86. Earning $1 billion in a day, although there were many beauties aboard the ship, Miss Zhang's appearance tonight was enough to overshadow them all. Zhou Haoyu was not exaggerating. This evening, Jiang Siki donned an elegant black evening gown. Her hair was elegantly styled up high, revealing her smooth forehead. Her exquisitely delicate features, akin to a siren of misfortune, paired with those alluring eyes that seemed to possess a myriad of stories yearning to be told, instantly evoked an ineffable allure. Her sensuous shoulders, bare to the world, were graced by a neck as fair as a swan S, adorned with an opulent diamond necklace. The pendant, as large as a pigeon-'s egg, nestled intimately within the pristine valley of her décolletage. Her waist, slender as a serpent, accentuated the voluptuous curve of her hips. The slit of her skirt extended daringly to the very roots of her thighs, and with each subtle movement, it sent hearts racing. I felt quite pleased by your compliments, though I wish your gaze were a touch more earnest. With a playful shift in tone, Jiang Siki smiled and remarked, "By the way, there is someone else on this cruise tonight who is even more beautiful." Zhou Haoyu, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Jiang Siki giggled and inquired, "Do you know Feng Mimi? Big Mimi?" "Indeed, that's her." This time, it was Zhou Haoyu who faltered. Feng Mimi was a blazing star in the entertainment industry, renowned for her roles in costume dramas. She later starred in the sensational 3 Days and 3 Nights of 10-meter chrysanthemums, which not only clinched the viewership crown, but also marked her transition from actress to business mogul. Her company subsequently produced several blockbuster series and propelled numerous talents to fame. Zhou Haoyu found himself particularly enchanted by Delizaha, a seemingly mixed-blood star hailing from the new province, under her management. Naturally, he also admired Big Mimi, not for anything else but for her sheer grandeur. Noticing Zhou Haoyu's almost drooling demeanor, Jiang Siki couldn't help but tease. She has a good relationship with Director Zhang. If you're interested, perhaps he could arrange something for you. Would that make me seem too lecherous? By the way, where's Director Zhang now? As Zhou Haoyu's words faded, Zhang Baorui's voice resonated from the direction of the deck. Good evening, dear friends. Welcome to tonight's auction. Before we commence, I would like to formally introduce a friend of mine. Zhang Baorui paused, casting a glance towards the rear. A striking figure emerged, tall and breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a shimmering gold short dress that perfectly accentuated her devilish curves. Yet, the most captivating aspect was her astonishing fullness. While the television could not capture her allure in full, witnessing her in person made it clear that the name Big Mimi was indeed well-deserved. The atmosphere suddenly ignited with fervor, as many clamored to take photos with Big Mimi. To Zhou Haoyu's surprise, Yi Lingfeng was among them. Hello, Miss Feng. I am your devoted fan. I have listened to your song nearly 1,000 times. I would dedicate my entire life to you. Big Mimi appeared somewhat flustered. She understood the request for autographs and photos, but what was with the serenade? Moreover, he was singing off-key. Yi Lingfeng continued to sing. His gaze as passionate as his voice. To make matters worse, he even reached out, just as Big Mimi was about to express her irritation. Zhang Baorui silenced her with a stern look. Left with no choice, she forced a smile, listening while subtly distancing herself. As the song concluded, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Yet, Yi Lingfeng remained with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in a state of bliss. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the enchanting Mimi had vanished. Yi Lingfeng grew anxious. Zhang Baorui quickly interjected with a cautious tone, Miss Feng has gone to change her attire. She is to perform on stage shortly. Yi Lingfeng felt a pang of grievance. But I am her devoted fan. How could she simply leave? I am heartbroken. Find me several women. I wish to indulge in a night of drunken revelry. Zhang Baorui hesitated for a moment. But upon realizing that a few women could pacify this formidable figure before him, he promptly agreed without a second thought. After Yi Lingfeng departed, someone inquired, Old Zhang. Who is that fellow? He seems a bit unhinged. In response to his friend's question, Zhang Baorui merely shook his head in a bittersweet manner and proceeded towards the cabin on the second floor. The cabin, expansive at over 500 square meters, was adorned with plush carpeting and opulent furnishings, with the provided beverages including high-end selections such as Matai and Armai Martin. Soon, the auction commenced. The hall was plunged into darkness, yet the stage remained illuminated as bright as day. The first item up for bid was the imperial jadeite that Zhou Haoyu had showcased the previous day. Jiang Siki, generous in spirit, had purchased the raw stone but, upon winning the gamble, gifted the jadeite to Zhou Haoyu. In her words, she had already profited immensely, perhaps in an effort to cultivate goodwill with Zhou Haoyu. The host arranged by Zhang Baorui delivered a series of exhilarating introductions, leading the modest piece of imperial jadeite to fetch an astonishing price of 100 million. Jiang Siki smiled at Zhou Haoyu, saying, Congratulations. You've earned 100 million in a single day. After all, I inadvertently lost several 100 million last night, all of which you have benefited from. Don't you dare take advantage of me. Zhou Haoyu did not bother to modulate his volume, and many around them overheard. Observing Jiang Siki's flushed cheeks, they quickly grasped Zhou Haoyu's implication, and feelings of jealousy and envy bubbled to the surface. Seated not far away, Qian Shaohua also felt a twinge of jealousy but dared not voice it. In fact, when Zhou Haoyu glanced in his direction, he managed to muster a friendly smile. Zhou Haoyu turned to Jiang Siki and inquired, Do you think that after the auction concludes, I could add him on WeChat? He wouldn't refuse, would he? Jiang Siki retorted, somewhat exasperated, You've just met a celebrity, and you're still thinking about those female streamers? Zhou Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, declaring, Women are like currency. The more, the merrier. Besides, you know my prowess. 1 or 2 is hardly sufficient. Jiang Siki teased, You're truly insatiable. Be careful he introduces you to a certain Xiao Bailu. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, I am no fool. By the way, do you have any other friends or relatives? Jiang Siki, somewhat speechless, recalled Zhou Haoyu's physique, seemingly forged from iron, capable of enduring any exertion. Furthermore, he was undeniably handsome, his form increasingly refined, and so exceedingly competent. Instead of allowing those experienced female streamers to take advantage, it would be better to say, Chapter 87, where there is a will, there is a way. Noticing that Jiang Siki seemed somewhat swayed, Zhou Haoyu tossed out another enticing proposition. How about this? You introduce me to a beautiful woman, and I shall act as your consultant for one occasion. Jiang Siqi's interest was piqued. Free of charge? Zhou Haoyu asserted with conviction. The remuneration can be halved, but the essential tasks must still be accomplished. All right, I shall consider it, she replied. Observing this, Zhou Haoyu felt satisfied and redirected his attention back to the auction. His intentions were not driven by lust. Rather, his primary goal was to enhance his own strength. Were it not for this aspiration, he would not be entangled with any female celebrities, streamers, or even Jiang Siqi's relatives, friends, and confidants. Soon, the auction neared its conclusion. The atmosphere among the crowd became increasingly fervent as the grand finale was approaching. Moreover, the exquisite necklace was worn by the illustrious Mimi. Amidst the collective anticipation, the stage suddenly darkened, and almost immediately, a classical piece of music resonated throughout the venue. Following this, a spotlight illuminated the stage, specifically focusing on an enigmatic figure that had materialized. Dressed in a flowing white gown with long sleeves, she danced gracefully to the music. Her stunning visage and enchanting movements captivated everyone's gaze, lingering even after the performance concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust many of you have noticed that the jade necklace worn by Miss Feng is the final and most valuable treasure we shall auction this evening. It is aptly named 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. As the host's impassioned words echoed, all eyes, including Zhou Haoyu's, turned toward Mimi's chest, despite her wearing a white lady's gown. An exaggerated curve was accentuated at her bust. Atop this curve rested the priceless jade necklace. To enhance visibility, a close-up of the necklace was displayed on the large screen. However, the overwhelming expanse of pristine white left many unsure of where to focus. Zhou Haoyu, however, discerned everything clearly. He could even see the leopard print lingerie beneath her attire. Yet, his attention was predominantly captivated by the jade. While he had encountered royal-grade jade before, this particular piece was extraordinary, as it was composed of spirit stones. The aura contained within was no less than that of the piece he had previously acquired. The central spirit stone, in particular, radiated such a pure and abundant energy that he felt an overwhelming urge to seize it immediately. Jiang Siqi teased, "What is this? Are you interested in the 10,000 Buddhas paying homage? But I advise you to think twice. The starting bid for this necklace is set at 500 million. I estimate the final selling price will undoubtedly exceed 900 million. The necklace earned its name because each jade piece intricately carved with a Buddha statue. Given their diminutive size, akin to quail eggs, the intricacy of the carvings is truly remarkable. In the center lay a piece of jade, the size of an egg, intricately carved with magnificent architectural forms. Above the structures, dragons and phoenixes twirled gracefully, while peacocks danced in splendor. Every figure, be it the Buddha, the edifices, or the mythical creatures, was rendered with such lifelike precision that one could scarcely find a flaw. Royal-grade jade is already a rarity, and combined with such exquisite craftsmanship. Had Zhou Haoyu possessed greater wealth, he would have eagerly placed a bid. However, despite his financial constraints, upon discovering that these were spiritual stones, Zhou Haoyu became resolute in his desire to acquire this treasure. If he could not obtain it through legitimate means, he would resort to theft for a determined individual. Success is inevitable. Thus, during the ensuing rounds of bidding, Zhou Haoyu kept a watchful eye on the affluent attendees. Ultimately, the treasure was secured by Qian Xiaohua, who spent a staggering 1,200 million. Nevertheless, he was elated, for he had two objectives for this visit. Although the first had slipped away, the second had been achieved. Congratulations to you, Mr. Qian. Soon, once Miss Feng has changed her attire, she will personally present this exquisite piece to you. Upon hearing the host's words, Qian Xiaohua could hardly contain his joy. Shortly thereafter, Feng Mimi, now donned in a new outfit and escorted by security, approached him. Yet, just as she was about to remove the jade necklace, a gunshot rang out, instantly plunging the once jubilant hall into chaos. The sight of Feng Mimi collapsing from the gunshot sent the crowd into a frenzy, with terrified screams echoing and people scrambling for safety. At that moment, darkness enveloped the hall, further exacerbating the pandemonium. Some rushed to escape, while others were knocked down in the turmoil. Shouts of anger mingled with cries of despair filled the air. Amidst the darkness, security personnel wielded flashlights, attempting to restore order. But who would heed their calls in such a tumultuous moment? The security captain managed to maintain some semblance of composure, issuing commands while guarding Feng Mimi's side. Not only for her safety, but also to protect the jade necklace she wore. Even in the obscurity, his gaze remained sharp as that of a hawk, vigilant against any potential threats. At that moment, two security guards rushed over. One reported, "Captain, the lines have been sabotaged." To repair them will take at least half an hour. The other added, Captain, the shooter has jumped into the sea. The figure resembles. His expression grew strange. And only when the captain shot him a stern look did he murmur, like that bodyguard, Yi Lingfeng. The captain immediately inquired, Did you see clearly? I did. He's unmistakable, towering, and unique. No one else aboard is like him. The captain furrowed his brow. His identity was too significant. Go check the cabins to see if he is still aboard. At that moment, he noticed Feng Mimi's injuries were grave. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted, Is there a doctor? Miss Feng requires immediate medical attention. His voice resonated like a lion's roar, momentarily silencing the chaotic hall. Someone responded, I am a doctor. The captain shone his flashlight, revealing none other than Zhou Daji. Beside him, Qian Xiaohua was so frightened that he had crawled under the chair. Upon seeing the captain glance in his direction, he hurriedly pulled Zhou Daji over. He's a divine physician, a renowned healer. Let him take a look. The captain nodded, cradling Feng Mimi, and led Zhou Daji and the others to the lounge. Throughout the entire process, he exercised utmost caution, ensuring that no one approached Feng Mimi. As they neared the entrance of the lounge, a security guard rushed over with a report. There are still a few women in the cabin talking. They said young Master Yi was drunk, so we didn't go in. The captain sensed something was amiss. But the priority was to ensure Feng Mimi's safety and the preservation of the emerald necklace. As long as these remained intact, everything else was inconsequential. He summoned several more security personnel to guard the entrance before finally ushering Zhou Daji into the lounge. Chapter 88. Vanished without a trace. The chaos persisted for over 10 minutes, gradually settling down under the authoritative shouts of numerous security guards. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the hall regained its brightness, and everything seemed to return to normal. Jiang Siki finally exhaled in relief, but upon noticing the bloodstains on the carpet, a sense of dread washed over her. What had befallen Miss Feng, who had dared to open fire? Before Zhou Haoyu could respond, Zhang Burwei stepped into the center of the scene with a grim expression. The captain approached as well, his countenance dark, his fierce gaze sweeping over the crowd as if searching for the culprit. Everyone recalled that it was he who had taken Feng Mimi away for rescue. Could it be that something had happened to her? Zhang Baowei spoke loudly. I apologize to everyone for the alarm caused. Although Miss Feng was shot, she is now out of grave danger. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Yet, seeing Zhang Baowei's continued grim demeanor made them realize that matters were far from simple. However, the emerald necklace had mysteriously vanished. Zhang Baowei shifted his tone, speaking with a steely resolve. While we are unaware of who took it, one thing is certain, the necklace is still aboard the ship. Therefore, I have an unwelcome request. The unwelcome request was nothing less than a body search. The attendees were predominantly prominent figures, and under normal circumstances, they would never acquiesce to such a demand. Yet, given the circumstances of the missing necklace valued at $1 billion, and with Zhang Baowei personally making the request, they had no choice but to comply. Seeing that no one opposed, Zhang Baowei arranged for searches to commence. After over an hour of thorough searching, nothing was uncovered. Zhang Baowei's spirits plummeted. He turned to the captain, who remains unchecked. Only the intoxicated young Master Yi was left. Bring him over, but remember, be courteous. Zhang Baowei felt a headache coming on. He could hardly believe that the esteemed young Master Yi would engage in such behavior. Were it not for the captain's assertion that the shooter bore a resemblance to Yi Lingfeng's bodyguard, he would not have wanted to entertain this misfortune. However, to his astonishment, Yi Lingfeng had vanished. Furthermore, the women accompanying him were all inebriated and unconscious. After the captain's examination, it was discovered that their drinks had been laced with a sedative. A perfectly fine individual had simply disappeared without a trace. Moreover, there were drugs slipped into the wine. Strangely, his bodyguard bore a striking resemblance to the one who had jumped into the sea after firing the gun. A plethora of clues pointed almost entirely towards Yi Lingfeng. Zhang Baowei felt a surge of frustration. He could not fathom why the esteemed heir of the Yi family would resort to such actions. It made no sense. If he desired something, what would it matter to simply present it to him? Unless, could it be that Yi family's identity was fabricated? The mere thought of such a possibility startled Zhang Baowei. He had never considered that there could be someone audacious enough to impersonate the Yi family. However, that token did not appear to be counterfeit. Yet, if there truly existed such an audacious individual, it seemed plausible that he would dare to commit such an act aboard his own yacht. But when had he managed to execute this? Zhang Burwei had inquired with the captain and learned that Yi Lingfeng had remained in the cabin until they entered the lounge. Thus, the only opportunity for the act would have been during the half-hour of electrical repairs. Boldly, come in for a moment, Zhang Baoruwei called towards the doorway. Soon, Captain Li entered. Having aged alongside Zhang Baoruwei for over a decade, he had earned Zhang's unwavering trust, prompting Zhang to intensively question him about events following their entrance into the lounge. Captain Li replied, nothing peculiar occurred. If I had to mention anything, it would be that during the process, Dr. Zhou asked me to summon someone to fetch his medical kit. I was present for the rest. Zhang Baoruwei queried. After you called for the person, the jade necklace vanished? Indeed, Miss Feng was still unconscious at that time, yet the necklace around her neck had disappeared. I immediately searched Dr. Zhou, but found nothing, Captain Li said with a look of guilt. Zhang Baoruwei scoffed. Did it simply vanish into thin air? How is that possible? Keep both of them here for a couple more days. When we disembark at dawn, ensure to search them once more. And mention that it was my instruction. Be courteous about it, he instructed. Captain Li nodded and exited. Yet, Zhang Baoruwei remained deep in thought. Even if the jade necklace had disappeared, one could not simply vanish without a trace, could they? Before long, dawn broke, and the yacht was nearing the shore. Although the guests were somewhat displeased, they acquiesced to the request for another search. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Baoruwei observed intently. Yet still, there were no discoveries. He could not continue to detain everyone. Moreover, he had already concluded that the issue lay with Dr. Zhou and Feng Mimi. Thus, he personally escorted the guests off the yacht and instructed Captain Li and the others to take a break. They had searched the yacht tirelessly throughout the night and were utterly exhausted. The staff below dared not provoke the displeasure of their superior, but still grumbled to Captain Li. He remained silent until they reached a convenient spot to catch a cab, at which point he pulled out his phone. Just then, a sports car pulled up in front of him, driven by Zhou Haoyu. Although he too had endured a long night, he appeared invigorated and radiant. Captain Li, right? You worked hard last night. Allow me to drive you home, he offered. Captain Li, somewhat flattered, replied, Mr. Zhou, you are too kind. I can manage on my own. Zhou Haoyu shifted the topic and remarked, last night, you and your subordinates searched tirelessly, but failed to locate the missing young Master Yi. Could it be that he has vanished without a trace? Captain Li shook his head with a bitter expression. I do not know. Zhou Haoyu continued his analysis. Is it possible that he did not leave at all, but rather blended in among us? Captain Li responded, however, there is only one person missing from the ship. That is the gunman. Zhou Haoyu countered. What if he has assumed another identity? Captain Li paused. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to become someone else? Zhou Haoyu elaborated. The Yi family from Kyoto would not engage in such underhanded tactics. Therefore, it is highly likely that the previous Yi Lingfeng was an impostor. If he could impersonate Yi Lingfeng, why could he not masquerade as someone else? Captain Li shook his head. We have never met young Master Yi, which gave him the opportunity to impersonate. But what about the others? Zhou Haoyu interrupted. What if he has the ability to change his appearance? Imagine if he first disguised himself as Yi Lingfeng and then transformed into another individual. Captain Li chuckled. Mr. Zhou, you have quite the sense of humor. Disguise techniques are reserved for novels, are they not? I am rather fatigued. Otherwise, I would surely engage in a thorough discussion with you. With that, he prepared to leave. Was it fatigue or guilt that troubled my Captain Li? Or should I address you as young Master Yi or Feng Mimi? Whichever you prefer, you may choose, Zhou Haoyu jested. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, the captain was instantly enraged. Yet, upon hearing the latter part with those names, he froze, motionless as if turned to stone. Chapter 89. The professional deceiver Zhou Haoyu remarked nonchalantly, the first time I laid eyes on you, I sensed something was amiss. It was not that your demeanor did not resemble that of a so-called young master, but rather, it was too similar, appearing somewhat contrived. However, that alone does not prove anything. The reason I found you suspicious was due to your behavior last night on the cruise, where you pretended to be a fan and brazenly took advantage of Feng Mimi in front of everyone. Initially, it seemed acceptable, but later, you did not force yourself upon her, which defies logic. Afterwards, you feigned sorrow as you departed. I surmise that your disguise requires not only preparation time, but also an understanding of the physical characteristics of your target, does it not? Noticing Captain Li's silence, Zhou Haoyu continued. Subsequently, when you were drinking in the cabin, the women accompanying you were already intoxicated, as you must have drugged them beforehand, to create an alibi. You even recorded a voice memo. You must be quite skilled at mimicking others' voices. When you spoke as Captain Li, it sounded remarkably similar. Initially, the one dancing on stage was indeed Feng Mimi. I observed it clearly, but after the costume change, it should have been you. You pretended to be shot and waited for Captain Li to bring a doctor to the lounge. Then, You took the opportunity to incapacitate Zhou Daji and ultimately eliminated Captain Li, switching his fate with that of the innocent. Afterwards, you replaced Captain Li's body with the already bewitched Feng Mimi. As for why Captain Li's body was never found, it is simple. You are the captain, and your subordinates must obey your command. Zhou Haoyu concluded with a smile, if I am not mistaken, that jade necklace should be on your person. After all, no one would search your body. You must have already devised a plan to eliminate Captain Li and make a graceful exit, correct? However, that entails considerable risk. You could have simply plunged into the sea after acquiring the necklace, as your companion did. Zhou Haoyu waited patiently after his remark until Captain Li finally managed a wry smile and admitted, I cannot swim. Zhou Haoyu chuckled softly, the last of his doubts dispelled, and snapped his fingers in delight. Eureka! That explains everything. Your inability to swim necessitated your remaining aboard the vessel after the deed. Yet, with subsequent searches of both your person and the ship, it became imperative that you eliminate Captain Li. Your urgent desire to leave stems from your concern over his body being discovered, does it not? Wei Wuji was utterly convinced. He had believed he had orchestrated everything with impeccable precision. Yet, to his astonishment, every move he made had been discerned by another. Still, he could not fathom how Zhou Haoyu had deduced he was not Feng Mimi. He had confidence in his disguise skills. Zhou Haoyu replied without hesitation, it's quite simple. She wore leopard print lingerie while you donned red. Wei Wuji was left speechless, exclaiming, how on earth did you know that? Zhou Haoyu merely smiled in silence. Having stumbled upon the information inadvertently, Wei Wuji, dejected, conceded, I admit defeat. Speak your mind. What is it you desire? Zhou Haoyu replied with a grin, first and foremost. That exquisite jade necklace must rightfully belong to me. Naturally, Wei Wuji was reluctant. After all, he had toiled tirelessly for that very necklace. Yet, given the circumstances, he was powerless to resist. Resigned to his misfortune, he entered Zhou Haoyu's vehicle and handed him a small bag. Upon opening it, Zhou Haoyu discovered the invaluable Wanfo Chaozong necklace inside. He tucked it away and continued, considering your relatively honest demeanor, I shall refrain from turning you over to Zheng Baorui. At these words, Wei Wuji exhaled in relief. Should he fall into Zheng Baorui's clutches, he would face dire consequences. After all, having impersonated Yiling Feng while thieving and committing murder, his fate would surely be grim. With a hint of melancholy, Wei Wuji inquired, may I leave now? I have given you what you sought. First, divulge your true identity, Zhou Haoyu insisted, and remember, do not speak falsehoods. My eyes perceive more clearly than you might imagine. Upon hearing this, Wei Wuji genuinely scrutinized Zhou Haoyu's eyes. The moment he did, he perceived something amiss. Although Zhou Haoyu had not employed his mesmerizing gaze, his cultivation of the chaotic divine demon rendered his eyes distinct from the ordinary, especially upon closer inspection. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Wuji realized he could no longer afford to fabricate lies. If Zhou Haoyu could see through his disguise, who knew what else he might unveil? Thus, Wei Wuji candidly revealed his identity. In essence, he identified himself as a deceiver, and if a prefix must be added, it would be professional. Moreover, this was no ordinary con artist. He was not only adept at disguise but also skilled in ventriloquism and a top-tier hacker. Apart from possessing relatively low combat prowess and an inability to swim, he had virtually no weaknesses. From his account, Zhou Haoyu pieced together the entire sequence of events. It turns out that Wei Wuji had arrived in Kuanqing long before, and his purpose for coming was the auction held last night. To be precise, it was for the invaluable jade necklace. However, entry to the auction was restricted to ordinary individuals, so he disguised himself as Yiling Feng. As for his motive in attempting to seize the raw stone chosen by Zhou Haoyu, he remarked that upon his arrival, he immediately sensed that Zhou Haoyu was extraordinary. Thus, the raw stone selected by Zhou Haoyu was undoubtedly remarkable as well. The truth validated his perception, yet his sole miscalculation, or rather, his only oversight, was underestimating Zhou Haoyu. Alternatively, he might have been overly confident in his skills of disguise. Zhou Haoyu chuckled and remarked, your skills of disguise are indeed commendable. The average person would certainly not discern it. My ability to see through it at a glance is attributable to my exceptional nature. Wei Wuji could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Haoyu. Unperturbed, Zhou Haoyu continued, your mind is quite sharp, particularly for engaging in such underhanded dealings. However, the details lack precision. For instance, your accomplice fired a shot last night. Although it struck you, it was merely a blank cartridge, was it not? Your disguise was executed well, and combined with the urgency of the situation, it went unnoticed. Wei Wuji, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, what use is it to discuss this now? I have said all I needed to. Can I be released? Zhou Haoyu retorted with a cold smile. Are you certain you have disclosed everything necessary? Where are you from? What is your name? Where are your accomplices waiting for you? You have yet to reveal these details, including why you impersonated Yiling Feng, as well as that token, and so forth. You are being so dishonest, yet you expect me to let you go? Wei Wuji, now incensed, shot back. Then what do you want? I might as well perish along with you. Zhou Haoyu coldly replied, the fish may perish, but the net shall remain intact. Would you care to wager with me? The atmosphere in the car became tense for several seconds. In less than 3 seconds, Wei Wuji relented. Fine, let us pretend I didn't say anything. Zhou Haoyu then revealed a genuine smile. To speak candidly, you truly are a talent. Hence, I wish for you to join me. Rest assured, it is not without compensation. At most, in 3 years, you may choose to leave with 100 million, or continue alongside me. Wei Wuji's expression shifted. What if I refuse? Zhou Haoyu replied nonchalantly. If you refuse, I shall simply return you to where you came from. Wei Wuji scoffed. If you send me back, you will never acquire that jade necklace. Zhou Haoyu responded lightly. That is simple. I shall first eliminate you and then send your corpse back, claiming that your accomplices absconded with the necklace. His tone was so casual, as if taking a life were merely a trivial matter to him. Chapter 90. A rare martial talent in a century once again. Wei Wuji was intimidated, and he fell silent. He resolved to initially comply, then seek an opportunity to escape. However, what Wei Wuji did not anticipate was that the opportunity would arise swiftly. Zhou Haoyu insisted that he lead him to his accomplices. Although the foolish brute was dim-witted, his strength was formidable. At that moment, Wei Wuji felt a surge of delight internally, yet he feigned a despondent demeanor, reluctantly guiding the way. Soon, he brought Zhou Haoyu to the foolish brute. Upon encountering the hulking figure, Wei Wuji discreetly exchanged glances before addressing Zhou Haoyu. Boss, that oaf. As he spoke, he flung a handful of powder into the air. Simultaneously, the oaf charged forth with the ferocity of a wild bull. However, to Wei Wuji's astonishment, Zhou Haoyu remained entirely unperturbed, effortlessly sending the oaf flying with a single kick. The sound of impact echoed as the oaf crashed to the ground, bewildered by the turn of events. Seeing this, Wei Wuji promptly knelt and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face as he fervently repented. Amidst his fervor, he unexpectedly produced a handgun, aiming it at Zhou Haoyu. Believing victory was within his grasp, a smug expression returned to his face. The oaf, now back on his feet, neglected to brush off the dust and grinned broadly. Zhou Haoyu found the duo amusing. Their antics were rather entertaining. What are you laughing at? Wei Wuji seethed, promptly disengaging the safety. In a flash, a glint of cold steel sliced through the air, and Wei Wuji felt a tingling sensation in his hand as the gun slipped from his grasp, just as the firearm was about to hit the ground. Zhou Haoyu deftly retrieved it with a swift kick, securing it in his possession. The tides of fortune had shifted once more. Witnessing this, Wei Wuji fell to his knees once again, pleading for mercy. The oaf, momentarily dazed, only followed suit after receiving a stern glare from Wei Wuji. Zhou Haoyu had long suspected that this trickster would not remain compliant. However, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations proved futile. He no longer trusted Wei Wuji's words and instead turned his attention to the endearingly simple-minded oaf. After a few inquiries, Zhou Haoyu discovered that the oaf was mute and unable to speak. Consequently, he resorted to interrogating Wei Wuji, which revealed that the oaf was named Lu Sheng, an orphan who had relied on his sister, Lu Feng, since childhood. Tragically, Lu Feng suffered from a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, prompting them to undertake the perilous endeavor of stealing an emerald necklace to fund her treatment. A myotrophic lateral sclerosis is a rare neurological disease, recognized as one of the 5 major terminal illnesses in the world. It causes progressive muscle weakness and atrophy, ultimately rendering patients bedridden. Upon learning these details, Zhou Haoyu developed a sense of admiration for the oaf. In Wei Wuji's own words, the oaf possessed innate brute strength and an indomitable spirit, embodying a rare talent for martial arts. Such a gifted individual, with a pure heart, was undoubtedly far superior to the scheming Wei Wuji. Zhou Haoyu felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure, and after concocting a plausible excuse, he bid farewell to Jiangxi. He then escorted Wei Wuji and Lu Sheng to the provincial hospital in Behu province. During their journey, Wei Wuji adopted a new persona, while Lu Sheng, being overly conspicuous, remained at the hotel. At this juncture, Wei Wuji had seemingly transformed into Zhou Haoyu's subordinate, leading the way while ingratiatingly remarking, "Boss Zhou, I suppose we are allies now, aren't we? Rest assured, I have brought you here, so I have no intention of fleeing. May I receive the antidote? Throughout their days in Behu province, Wei Wuji had attempted to escape twice, only to be thwarted by Zhou Haoyu each time. To simplify matters, he directly administered a poison pill to Wei Wuji. The art of toxic medicine knows no bounds, and such a method was utterly effortless for the present-day Zhou Haoyu. It was only after this that Wei Wuji began to behave submissively. Under Zhou Haoyu's coercion, he was now compelled to accompany him to visit Lu Xing's sister. Observing the sycophantic expression on Wei Wuji's face, Zhou Haoyu remarked coolly, "In due time, I shall provide you with the antidote. For now, let us focus on treatment." Wei Wuji, unable to express his anger, yet daring to speak, questioned, "Treatment? But that is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Can you truly cure it?" Even the esteemed Elder Ning from Behu province has been at a loss with this ailment. Zhou Haoyu retorted dismissively that is merely a reflection of his inadequate medical skills. With that, Zhou Haoyu strode towards the patient's room. The art of control lies in the balance of reward and punishment. With Wei Wuji's life now firmly in his grasp, the element of fear was already established. What remained was the aspect of benevolence. Zhou Haoyu genuinely felt a sense of appreciation for talent. Otherwise, he would not have traveled such a distance. He had initially intended to scour Kuan City for raw stones to transport back to Jinzhou. Before long, Zhou Haoyu encountered Lu Fang in the hospital room. Though she was merely in her 20s, she appeared emaciated to the point of being unrecognizable. Lying on the bed with closed eyes, her hair was sparse and yellowed. Her lips devoid of color, and her heartbeat was barely perceptible, as if it could cease at any moment. Watching her, the deceitful Wei Wuji could not contain his tears. He lowered his head, his body tense and trembling slightly. Indeed, regardless of one's demeanor in the outside world, true emotions often surface before those they hold dear. Even if one is a notorious charlatan. Zhou Haoyu took her pulse and then retrieved a set of silver needles he always carried, beginning his acupuncture. In just a few minutes, he completed the procedure and wrote out a prescription, handing it to Wei Wuji. "Follow my prescription to prepare her medicine. Within a week, she shall recover." Wei Wuji stared, momentarily unable to comprehend his words, before exclaiming incredulously, "What? Are you certain you are not jesting? Is it necessary for me to jest with you regarding such matters? After a week, if she is well, bring her and her brother to Jinzhou to see me. I will administer a few more needles, and her health will be fully restored." With that, Zhou Haoyu turned on his heel and departed. With the poison in play and Lu Fang's condition at stake, he was confident that Wei Wuji would not attempt to flee. Indeed, Wei Wuji had no thoughts of escape, for he could not fathom that such a formidable and complex ailment could be so easily cured. Just then, a group entered, led by Zhou Daji. Upon glancing at Lu Fang, Zhou Daji sensed something was amiss and immediately began to take her pulse, his expression growing grim. "Something is not right with the patient's condition. Has anyone else treated her?" I sought the help of a renowned physician who administered a few needles," Wei Wuji stammered, feeling a surge of dread and regretting bringing Zhou Haoyu along. He would rather face death than risk any harm to Lu Fang. Zhou Daji, incensed, shouted, "You are utterly foolish. If my master cannot cure this ailment, how could you allow someone else to treat her so carelessly? What if her condition worsens?" Behind him stood an elderly man clad in a long robe, none other than Ning Haiyuan, renowned as the finest acupuncturist of Behu. "All right, Daji." The patient's family is merely grasping at straws in their desperation. As he spoke, Ning Haiyuan turned to the venerable elder with a long beard beside him, Han Lao. "Would you care to take a look yourself?" Han Lao's medical skills were nearly on par with Ning Haiyuan's, yet the acupuncture techniques he mastered diverged greatly, one being righteous while the other was rather unorthodox. Perhaps a combination of their methods might yield miraculous results. Without hesitation, Han Lao extended his hand to take the patient's pulse. However, it was not long before his brow furrowed in confusion. Chapter 91. The 99 Resurrection Needle. Zhou Daji reprimanded Wei Wuji, "Look at the mess you've created." Wei Wuji turned pale with fear, his mouth opening in protest, but only a whimper escaped. Ning Haiyuan stepped forward, inquiring, "What troubles you, Han Lao? Is something amiss?" Han Lao shook his head, bewildered, and remarked, "The patient's pulse appears quite normal. It does not resemble that of someone with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, does it? Furthermore, I can faintly sense a flow of energy from her pulse. Could it possibly be the 99 Resurrection Needle?" Upon uttering those words, Ning Haiyuan too found it hard to believe. The 99 Resurrection Needle had long been lost to history. How could it resurface? He too began to take the pulse, and moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the pulse bore a striking resemblance to that of the long-lost technique. Ning Haiyuan hastily turned to Wei Wuji, urgently asking, "Where is the person who administered the acupuncture earlier?" He went home, Wei Wuji stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow, his confusion evident. My wife is not in danger, is she?" Han Lao scoffed. "The 99 resurrection needle can revive even a vegetative state. How could it fail against such an ailment? I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness this extraordinary skill." Ning Haiyuan remained silent, his gaze fixated on Wei Wuji. Feeling flustered, Wei Wuji replied, "He is from Chinan. I will seek him out in a few days. Would you like to accompany me, senior?" Initially, Ning Haiyuan nodded, but soon he shook his head. Zhou Daji, puzzled, inquired, "Master, why do you shake your head again? Do you not wish to pay a visit to this esteemed elder?" Anyone capable of employing such techniques must possess superior medical knowledge. An unannounced visit might cause offense. After a pause, Ning Haiyuan addressed Wei Wuji once more. "How about this? You inquire first, and if that esteemed elder consents, I will visit him with the proper respect of a disciple." At this revelation, Wei Wuji was utterly bewildered. How had Zhou Haoyu become the esteemed elder in Ning Lao's eyes? And he was to show respect as a disciple? Was he truly seeking to become a student? Zhou Daji was equally taken aback, never anticipating that he would gain an additional master. Surely, had he known that he had previously insulted Zhou Haoyu, his expression would have been quite the spectacle. However, these matters were unbeknownst to Zhou Haoyu. After spending a few days outside, he had reaped substantial rewards, not only earning billions but also attracting two talented individuals. Even his most valued cultivation had progressed with Jiang Siki's assistance. Despite the lack of compatibility, without consuming any restorative pills and adhering to a steady practice, he would soon achieve a breakthrough. Yet, he was still anxious to return home, for a significant crisis awaited him there. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Haoyu boarded a flight back to Jinju. Throughout the journey, he was engrossed in a video, a sensational clip that has captivated not only Jinju but also the entirety of Longhua. The protagonist of this video is none other than Su Wendong, the former heir apparent of Jinhui Real Estate. The term former is apt, as he is no longer in that position. Merely a week has passed since Su Qiangxing's death, yet several stakeholders of the group swiftly united to oust Su Wendong from his role as general manager. The turmoil within the family is equally chaotic. Su Qiangxin's second wife is attempting to claim her share of the fortune, bringing her family to the company, while the third wife is recklessly liquidating assets and absconding with the funds. The mistress has gone even further, rallying an entire village, over 1,000 people, to seize a property development. In recent days, Jinhui Real Estate has been the stage for a series of farcical events, overwhelming the onlookers. Yet, this is merely the surface. Lurking in the shadows are formidable predators, their sharp fangs bared, intent on devouring Jin Hui's remains. This situation is a consequence of Su Qiangxin's unscrupulous dealings and the multitude of enemies he amassed. While he lived, no one dared to act against him, but in death, fear dissipated. Su Wendong, having relied on his family's power to bully and exploit, has also made countless enemies over the years. With Su Qiangxing's passing, these individuals have unleashed a frenzy of vengeance. Furthermore, many opportunists are eager to take advantage of the chaos for their own gain. As the saying goes, when the storm rises, the monkeys scatter. Once a thriving giant, Jinhui Real Estate now teeters on the brink of collapse. Su's predicament is dire. He finds himself utterly isolated, with threats to his life looming over him. Even his loyal confidant, Zhang Bo, distanced himself upon learning that the assassin was hired by Su Wendong, his only trusted ally. Zhao Shanggong has also fallen victim due to his connection with the assassin, targeted by the resentful Lu Hu. Many seek to settle scores with Su Wendong, forcing him into hiding. His whereabouts remain a mystery. However, a video suddenly surfaced online. In it, Su Wendong appeared weary, his eyes bloodshot, cradling a box as he sat at a table. With a complex tone, he stated, "I am Su Wendong, the heir of Jinhui Real Estate. After my father's death, those despicable scoundrels seized our family's assets, and some even seek my life. I find myself at a dead end, contemplating fleeing abroad. However, I require funds sufficient to sustain a carefree life. Thus, I intend to auction a treasure to the public. A treasure that transformed my father from an uneducated laborer into a billionaire." As he spoke, Su Wendong slowly opened the wooden box, revealing a stone, green as jade and the size of an egg. Almost instantly, the screen was inundated with comments, obscuring Zhou Haoyu's view. Is this truly a treasure? Su Wendong must be out of his mind, trying to deceive people. I never imagined the once prominent young master Su would resort to live streaming sales. Indeed, the pinnacle of the universe is live commerce. How audacious to label a mere stone as a treasure. Planning to auction it off, he's utterly tarnishing his father's legacy. Your words are excessive, he remarked. His father has lost his head. What face does he have left? Su Wendong continued. This stone possesses a miraculous power that keeps the mind perpetually clear and the spirit ever vibrant. Upon touching the stone, one can feel a refreshing aura that instantly dispels fatigue, revitalizing the spirit. Everyone knows my father is a workaholic, laboring for countless hours daily amidst numerous social engagements. His abundant energy stems from this stone. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall auction this treasure. Zhou Haoyu, after watching the video once, rewound to the moment the stone was revealed, slowing it down for a closer inspection. Though viewed through a screen, the stone indeed appeared to be a gem. This was partly due to prior whispers about Su Qiangxing's treasure, which many had heard. Additionally, when he gazed upon the stone, an indescribable sensation enveloped him. His intuition told him this stone was indeed a treasure. Intrigued, Zhou Haoyu thought he could not miss this opportunity. He felt certain many would attend the auction. Chapter 92. Observing the development upon disembarking from the plane, Zhou Haoyu summoned Xiao Zhang for a ride, only to be surprised when Qian Duo arrived instead. The day's temperature was high, and she was dressed very lightly, donning a pale blue bohemian gown that accentuated her height. Zhou Haoyu had never seen her in such a style, leading to an uncharacteristic restlessness in his hands as he entered the car. As Qian Duo drove, she playfully chided. Don't be so impatient. I haven't reported my work to you yet. Zhou Haoyu chuckled. Impatient? You, a general manager. Suddenly taking on the role of chauffeur only to seek a reward for your efforts? Caught in her pretense, Qian Duo drove to a secluded area. By now, the sun had set, and the surroundings were devoid of life. Once the engine ceased, she unbuckled her seatbelt and lunged toward Zhou Haoyu. The night was profound. The nightingale's song enchanting, sometimes resonating like a cascading waterfall, other times soft as a gentle breeze. Its melodic notes ebbed and flowed, akin to a beautiful symphony echoing through the night sky. Only when the car was restarted did the nightingale seem startled, halting its serenade. As Qian Duo drove, she briefed Zhou Haoyu on the recent developments in their business, encapsulated in a single sentiment: we are thriving beyond belief. To counter their success, Murong Bing had gone to great lengths, engaging in collaboration with StanCon. She allowed StanCon to sell the medicine while relinquishing all profits, keeping not a single cent for herself. Initially, they harbored concerns, but with the launch of the liver-protecting pill, their partnership had to be terminated within 2 days. StanCon, after much effort, had earned not a dime. Laughter erupted from Qian Duo, her joy causing her to sway, her exuberance nearly causing her to bounce against the steering wheel several times. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, remarking on her cheerful demeanor and striking appearance. No wonder you are so happy. Not only have you come to greet me, but you've also employed a subtle charm. He teased. Qian Duo cast a flirtatious glance at him and retorted, That's not charm. I'm here to collect my subsidies. Salary is one thing, but the subsidies must not be overlooked. Zhou Haoyu reassured her, rest assured, during this busy period, not only will your wages be intact, but bonuses will also be generous. Whenever you find the time, consult with the finance department to ensure they distribute the bonuses adequately, and then simply present the reports to me. Having once been an employee himself, Zhou Haoyu understood the struggles of the working class. Now that he had achieved financial success and become a boss, he had no intention of exploiting his workers. On the contrary, he aimed to enhance their benefits and soon planned to enforce a strict 8-hour workday with weekends off. As a law-abiding citizen and a conscientious entrepreneur, he was committed to upholding labor laws. Qian Duo expressed her gratitude. Boss, you are truly wonderful. I wish I could work alongside you every day. Zhou Haoyu suppressed a smile and feigned seriousness. We'll resume work later. Bring Xiao Qian along as well. You two are good friends and should not indulge alone. As the old saying goes, many hands make light work. One person's greed leads to a heavy heart. All right. I'll heed your advice. Who am I to argue with the boss? She replied. By the way, boss, will you be attending the auction tomorrow afternoon? Zhou Haoyu inquired. Has the location been announced? Qian Duo shook her head. Su Wendong was rather enigmatic. He only mentioned the time in the video and said he would reveal the location tomorrow. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps he is plotting something sinister. We'll find out when we get there. He is merely a street rat. What is there to fear? Zhou Haoyu had never taken Su Wendong seriously, especially not now that Su Qiangxin was no longer alive. The following afternoon, Zhou Haoyu rode in Jiang Mingwei's car to the auction. The driver was the same bodyguard from before, but today his demeanor was considerably more respectful. He not only opened the car door for them, but also showered Zhou Haoyu with compliments. I heard you're a veteran. Do you have any comrades in need of work? As long as they're of a similar caliber, that would suffice. Zhou Haoyu was looking to hire a few security personnel for the pharmaceutical factory. The previous guards had been hastily recruited from the vicinity, adequate for mere numbers, but unreliable in critical situations. As the company's business flourished and its reputation grew, certain precautions became necessary. There are a few. I'll reach out to them shortly, the bodyguard responded, visibly excited at the prospect of assisting Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu expressed his gratitude before shifting his gaze to Jiang Mingwei. Today, she was dressed unusually, her long hair pinned up elegantly, clad in a tailored white suit with matching high heels. Her overall appearance exuded a blend of sophistication and sharpness, losing some innocence, but gaining a more assertive aura. Zhou Haoyu wondered if her attire beneath was also white, and, upon a fleeting glance, confirmed that it indeed was. Jiang Mingwei frowned and snapped. Could you please avert your eyes? I feel as though you can see right through me. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, just a friendly suggestion. It seems you might want to reconsider. Indeed. Are you also intrigued by that treasure? Jiang Mingwei shook her head, then nodded. Primarily, the rumors surrounding it were too enigmatic. Initially, I dismissed Su Wenden's words. But upon further inquiry, I discovered that Su Qiangxing indeed possesses a genuine treasure. It is said that this treasure has saved him on several occasions. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. How much do you intend to bid? Zhou Haoyu inquired. Jiang Mingwei responded with a sly smile. I plan to observe first. Many attendees today are numerous, and several harbor grudges against him. Do you believe they will be willing to part with their money? Zhou Haoyu shared this sentiment, intending to adopt a wait-and-see approach. If it truly is a treasure, regardless of who possesses it, ultimately it will find its way into his hands. Soon, the two arrived at the venue of the auction, which was once again a cruise ship. However, in comparison to Zheng Baorui's opulence, Su Wenden's chartered vessel appeared rather shabby. The paint on the ship was nearly stripped away, and the engine roared like a tractor. The security personnel stationed at the shore seemed to be mere ruffians in disguise, each wearing hats reminiscent of a puppet army. The few receptionists present not only lacked charm but also wore mismatched attire. Each was heavily made up, doused in cheap, overpowering perfume, and when greeting guests, they even exuded a whiff of halitosis. Zhou Haoyu and Jiang Mingwei, seasoned by grand occasions, still felt a wave of nausea upon entering the cabin, especially when they beheld the buffet area, which showcased an array of culinary packages, including snacks that resembled rodents but were labeled as duck necks. Zhou Haoyu could no longer maintain his composure. Are you certain this is the auction we are attending today? Jiang Mingwei expressed her disbelief. Has Su Wenden truly fallen to such depths? For someone so prideful, surely he wouldn't resort to such extremes, even if feigning wealth. Numerous affluent individuals had already gathered aboard, unfamiliar with such auctions, and the atmosphere was rife with derisive remarks. Zhou Haoyu listened for a while, growing disinterested in further discourse. Just then, a voice laced with sarcasm pierced through the air. Oh, I wonder why I caught a whiff of something foul from afar. It turns out it's you two wretched lovers. Chapter 93. Just wait and see. Zhou Haoyu turned towards the voice, recognizing it belonged to Lu Yun. She was dressed provocatively, sporting a flimsy tank top that revealed much of her fair skin, paired with an exceedingly short leather skirt. Her long, shapely legs, encased in sheer black stockings, appeared especially enticing. This ensemble indeed drew the gaze of many. Even Zhou Haoyu found himself stealing a few glances, while her demeanor was lascivious. Her figure and beauty were undeniably remarkable. However, Jiang Mingwei could not tolerate it any longer and coldly retorted, "Mind your words. Who do you think you are?" Lu Yun, clearly unsatisfied with her initial insult, turned to Zhou Haoyu with an air of arrogance. "Zhou Haoyu, don't think that just because you possess wealth, you are exceptional. Let me inform you, I am no longer interested in being the president of that small bank. In a few days, I will be heading to the provincial capital to serve as my Appa's secretary. My Appa is the CEO of Huanyu Group, with strong ties to the four prominent families." Zhou Haoyu regarded her with a look of disdain, as if she were simple-minded, and retorted, "How can you speak so brazenly about being someone's kept woman? Where is your dignity? Aren't you just like me? You think that by clinging to that foolish woman from the Jiang family, you have achieved something remarkable, don't you? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Today, I have finally caught you, an insignificant kept woman, daring to rendezvous with another woman." As Lu Yun spoke, she took out her phone, preparing to take a picture. Just then, someone recognized Jiang Mingwei. "Miss Jiang, you are here as well?" Following this, a crowd began to gather around them. Coincidentally, one of them was the chairman of Huanyu Group. Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Yun sensed something was amiss. Ever since she was reprimanded by the president, she had lost her position as manager. Consequently, she had to travel to the provincial capital to seek connections. After much effort, her throat felt swollen, and she could barely rise from bed. Yet she managed to curry favor with a significant figure. Upon receiving a promise, she returned to Jinju and learned about the affair involving Huakong Association and Zhou Haoyu. Particularly the rapid growth of Zhou Haoyu's Binchon Pharmaceutical, which was threatening her close friend's Nanshan Pharmaceutical. However, as Jiang Mingwei operated discreetly, Lu Yun was only aware that Zhou Haoyu had secured a connection with her, without knowing her appearance. Now, she finally understood. You were the chairman of Huanyu Group? Jiang Mingwei smiled, casting a subtle glance at Lu Yun. Lu Yun instantly froze, her expression turning exceptionally grim. Initially, the chairman appeared bewildered, but upon understanding the context, he immediately called several executives. Soon, a call came through to Lu Yun. This time, Lu Yun was utterly panicked. The opportunity she had fought so hard to obtain was slipping away in an instant. At that moment, members of the Murong family arrived, led by Murong Bing. Lu Yun rushed toward Murong Bing in tears. Xiao Bing, you finally came. I lost my job just to stand up for you. Murong Bing was also furious. Glaring at Zhou Haoyu with intensity, Zhou Haoyu, what skill is it to bully my sister? If you have the guts, come at me. Zhou Haoyu smirked. Haven't I already come for your Murong family enough times? Your company's stock price has been plummeting lately, hasn't it? Oh, old dang, you finally left the hospital? That old hag is still alive, is she? Good, very good. Hearing this, Murong Bing's expression darkened, and those behind her, Murong Fu and Wang Qin, were equally infuriated. Murong Gui was about to curse but was intimidated into silence by Zhou Haoyu's icy gaze. Taking a deep breath, Murong Bing coldly stated to Zhou Haoyu, don't get too cocky, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Zhou Haoyu replied with a sneer, what a coincidence, so do I. Let us wait and see. After that, Murong Bing led Lu Yun and the others to their seats ahead. Jiang Mingwei approached, frowning, I won't interfere with your ex-wife's matters. But that woman's words are foul. You must teach her a lesson. Zhou Haoyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about having her lick my shoes? Jiang Mingwei gritted her teeth and remarked, it needs to be even more repulsive. Zhou Haoyu pondered for a moment, unable to conceive of anything more distasteful. Alas, I am still too kind-hearted. I do not even know how to disgust others properly. Soon, the cabin was filled with an array of individuals. Not only from Jinju but also affluent guests from the provincial capital and beyond. Clearly, everyone was quite intrigued by the coveted treasure. As the cruise ship gradually departed from the riverbank, the main attraction of the auction finally made his entrance. Today, Su Wendong appeared transformed compared to his previous video persona. Clad in a bespoke Armani suit, adorned with crocodile leather shoes, and sporting a watch worth millions from Vacheron Constantin, he had undergone a complete makeover, complete with professional styling and makeup. Standing tall with a resolute gaze on stage, he exuded confidence and charisma. For a brief moment, some attendees mistook him for the former golden heir he once was. However, it was not long before someone shouted, dressed so splendidly. Yet you couldn't manage to secure a decent cruise ship. These seats are quite uncomfortable. The food is appalling. And those so-called hostesses look like potatoes that have come to life. Su Wenong, hurry up and present the treasure. We are all busy people, unlike you, who seem to have so much free time. It would be best if you handed the treasure directly to me. That way, I might let you off the hook. A tide of insults and threats surged towards Su Wendong. Initially, he managed to feign ignorance, but as the clamor intensified, he could no longer maintain his composure. At that moment, Murong Fu, unable to contain himself any longer, stood up. His mood had been sour lately, compounded by the earlier affront, and today, he had no need to curry favor with this worthless individual. He pointed at Su Wendong and exclaimed, Su Wendong, no one is here to see you. Stop posing on stage and quickly bring out the treasure. Wang Qin echoed, exactly. Do you still think you're the illustrious young master, Su? What distinguishes you now from a mere pest? Su Wendong clenched his jaw, astonished that the Murong family, who had once treated him with such courtesy, dared to show him disrespect. Indeed, they were all a bunch of sycophants. You all deserve to perish. You all shall accompany me to the grave. Suddenly, Su Wendong erupted into laughter, which only grew louder and more unsettling. The sound resonated eerily, like the wailing of vengeful spirits or the roar of a wild beast. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the gathering. What is it? Did you not hear my brother and sister-in-law speaking? Murong Gui also felt anger rising. But just as he began to speak, Su Wendong abruptly lifted his head, fixing an unyielding gaze upon him. While this alone would not have been alarming, Su Wendong now brandished a firearm. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Yet, swiftly, someone scoffed. It's just a gun. Do you think I have never seen one before? Or do you presume I lack one? The speaker was Lu Hu, revealing a pistol from his waistband, which startled the others. Indeed. Do you think you are the only one armed? Moreover, with so many people here, how many bullets do you possess to frighten anyone? As Murong Fu spoke, Su Wendong on the stage abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet instantly pierced through Murong Fu's head. He stared at Su Wendong with wide eyes, seemingly unable to fathom that Su would actually fire a gun. Not just he, but many others were taken aback. After all, with so many people present, did Su not fear the repercussions of committing murder? Observing the now silent Murong Fu and the astonished crowd, Su Wendong burst into laughter once more. He appeared to transform back into the arrogant and imperious Su, the scion of the Su family. Brandishing the gun in his hand, he surveyed the assembly, his smile bordering on madness as he declared, I advise you all to behave yourselves. Otherwise, your fate will mirror his. Lu Hu rose, his expression grave. Su Wendong, you have gone too far. Su pointed the gun at him and retorted, Gone too far? What are you? How dare you speak to me? Just a mere sycophant. Did you think that because my father is gone, you could trample upon me? Let me assure you, that will never happen. And as for all of you, one by one, you have seized my family's wealth, yet you dare to covet my father's treasures. Ha! Today, you shall all perish. And not even Jesus can intervene. Upon finishing, Su produced a palm-sized remote control from his pocket, wearing a sinister grin as he inquired, What do you think will happen once I press this? His words, akin to the whispers of a demon, sent shivers down the spines of those present. Yet, they remained hesitant to believe that Su had gathered them solely for monetary gain. Surely he could not be this deranged? Some of you must think I'm here for money. Who doesn't he love wealth? But Su paused, then erupted in a frenzied shout, You bastards. Every last one of you deserves to die. I am Su Wendong, the heir of Jinhui Real Estate. How have you treated me these days? A mere sycophant dares to shout at me, and the old relic of the Murong family has the audacity to challenge me? As Murong Bing glared at him with red-rimmed eyes, Su's fury intensified. What are you staring at? Am I wrong? Your Murong family is filled with scoundrels, including you. You wretched creature. Did you truly believe that my intention in allowing your divorce was to marry you? Take a good look at yourself. You, a second-hand commodity played with countless times, dare to aspire to be my wife? Dream on. If it weren't for your family's Nanshan Pharmaceutical, I wouldn't even look your way. Su Wendong's words struck like relentless hammers, ruthlessly shattering the self-esteem that Murong Bing desperately tried to uphold, crushing it mercilessly into the ground. After delivering his tirade, he turned his attention to Jiang Mingwei. And you wretched daughter of the Jiang family, I would not have reached this point were it not for your vile actions. Do you think that because you are the young lady of the prestigious Jiang family, you can do as you please in Jinju? A previously established qualification can be revoked at your whim? The agreement stands firm, a double delight indeed. Do you find amusement in treating me like a fool? Very well, today I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave. Jiang Mingyue's expression darkened. Yet she dared not utter a word, fearful that this madman, Su Wendong, might take aim at her. Someone, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, rose and exclaimed, Su Wendong, do you believe that wielding a fake remote can intimidate us? Su Wendong retorted with disdain, Fake? Perhaps you should engage that foolish mind of yours. If it were counterfeit, would I dare to pull the trigger? If it were false, would I speak so freely? Am I not concerned about your retaliation? You scoundrels would show no mercy. Furthermore, I have prepared for this day meticulously. The moment I press this remote, the entire cruise ship will erupt into flames. You shall all join me in feeding the fish at the riverbed. His laughter echoed ominously. With each word he uttered, the hearts of those present sank further. He spoke the truth. If he did not intend to perish alongside them, he would not be so audacious. Panic spread among the crowd, for none desired to meet their end. At that moment, another voice emerged. Wendong, why resort to such extremes? Even ants strive for survival. Besides, your father has yet to be laid to rest. Should anything happen to you, bang. A cold bullet answered him. The crowd erupted in terrified screams. Some covered their heads and crouched low, while others sought refuge beneath chairs, and a few even attempted to flee. Bang, bang, bang. Su Wendong fired several more shots, taking the lives of several individuals, then brazenly declared, Flee? Where do you think you can escape? Whoever dares to move again, I shall detonate the bomb. As he spoke, he brandished the remote, as if poised to press it at any moment. The crowd fell silent, their intentions to shoot Su Wendong suppressed. Su Wendong, sensing their fear, became even more unhinged. You wretched creatures! Have you all turned coward? He discharged his weapon, ending the life of a woman in the front row. Li Huanying, how dare you show your face here? Did you not run away? Still coveting my father's treasure? The woman clutched her chest, regret flooding her eyes, having fled. Why had she returned? Bang! Su Wendong shot an elderly man next. Where is your granddaughter? Why isn't she here? It would be her honor to be with me. How dare she attempt to escape? The crowd was paralyzed with fear, particularly those in the front row, terrified they might be next. Now you know fear, don't you? You deserve this. Had you not pushed me to this brink, I would not be facing death. Su Wendong's tirade intensified, his face flushed, his eyes glimmering with malice. Wielding his gun like the scythe of death, none dared to meet his gaze, for no one wished to be shot, though many contemplated ending Su Wendong's life. His frenzied grip on the remote deterred any action. No one was willing to take that risk. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, save for Su Wendong, who continued his relentless tirade. Zhou Haoyu grew increasingly impatient, initially believing Su Wendong might have some clever tricks up his sleeve. After a prolonged confrontation, this was all he had? He rose to his feet and disdainfully addressed Su Wendong. Surely, you do not believe this grants you victory? Jiang Mingyue's complexion turned pale as she reached out to pull Zhou Haoyu down. Yet, Zhou Haoyu remained unmoved. Su Wendong's fury ignited instantly, and he pointed his gun at Zhou Haoyu, cursing, "When did a mere waste of space like you gain the right to speak? You are nothing but a useless fool. With a mere flick of my finger, I could extinguish your life." Zhou Haoyu chuckled, his derision deepening. Yet here I stand, quite alive. And even your hired assassin failed to fulfill their mission. Su Wendong paused, momentarily taken aback, before he regained his bravado, exclaiming, "Although I cannot fathom how a useless wretch like you has survived, today, it all ends. I acknowledge your prowess, but no matter how formidable you are. Can you withstand a bomb?" Zhou Haoyu replied earnestly, "That depends on the type of bomb. Furthermore, even if it detonates, your demise does not guarantee mine." Su Wendong, seething with rage, retorted, "You dare to be defiant even now? Do you believe I wouldn't blow you away with a single shot? Do you believe I can catch a bullet with my bare hands?" Zhou Haoyu challenged. In a fit of fury, Su Wendong pulled the trigger, and the gunshot echoed once more. Chapter 95. A slightly good fortune. A scream pierced the air, as some individuals reacted in terror, while others expressed concern, fear, or even schadenfreude. Jiang Mingyue, frozen with fright, had desperately attempted to pull Zhou Haoyu away multiple times, only to be ignored. What possessed this fool to provoke a madman? Frantic and furious, tears brimmed in her eyes. Yet, a second passed, then another, and Zhou Haoyu did not fall. Jiang Mingyue raised her head in sorrow, only to find Zhou Haoyu standing unaffected, his right hand clenched into a fist as if he had indeed caught the bullet. The sight left everyone astounded, including Su Wendong. He glanced down at his pistol, then back at Zhou Haoyu, who stood unharmed. Shaking his head in disbelief, he pondered if this useless individual truly had caught the bullet. Just then, Zhou Haoyu broke the silence with a smile. "Would you like to know if I truly caught it?" He opened his hand, and all eyes turned toward him, including Su Wendong's. To his astonishment, Zhou Haoyu's hand was utterly empty. "You dare to toy with me?" Su Wendong bellowed, preparing to fire once more. But at that moment, his furious gaze was ensnared by Zhou Haoyu's eyes. For a brief moment, he was entranced, his grip on the remote loosening. Simultaneously, Zhou Haoyu casually plucked a hairpin from Jiang Mingyue's hair and hurled it forward. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, and the hairpin pierced Su Wendong's chest. From Su Wendong's furious roar to the moment he discarded the remote control, and then to Zhou Haoyu's decisive action, the sequence of events, though seemingly languid, transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd regained their composure, Su Wendong had already collapsed onto the ground. He himself was yet to gather his wits. All he comprehended was that he had fallen, and the remote control lay discarded beside him. He struggled to retrieve it, but Zhou Haoyu had already leapt onto the stage, seizing the remote control. Upon glancing at the nearly lifeless Su Wendong, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Hold on. Do not perish. I shall reveal a secret to you. In truth, I possess the ability to catch bullets with my bare hands, though I prefer to keep it concealed. As for that assassin, you must be curious why he heeds my command, right? It is quite simple. I can hypnotize. Your earlier relinquishment of the remote control was a result of my hypnosis." Ha. Su Wendong, furious to the point of spitting blood, glared fiercely at Zhou Haoyu and mustered all his strength to utter, "You shall not die a good death. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Ha. You would do well to transform into a vengeful spirit. That way, I could utilize you to forge the banner of 10,000 souls." Zhou Haoyu retorted, patting himself down before adding, I have taken your family's treasure, but you must cooperate with me for a little performance. At this juncture, the crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and they heard Su Wendong's desperate scream, even if I die, I shall never relinquish the treasure to you. Do you believe I would bring the treasure and perish alongside you? Ha ha. I never brought it with me. You have all been outsmarted by me, Su Wendong. Ha 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 ha. His chilling yet maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. Zhou Haoyu, visibly troubled, stood up just in time for the crowd to witness Su Wendong's lifeless gaze. Am I dreaming? Has Su Wendong truly perished? Did he get struck by President Zhou's bullet? The crowd murmured in astonishment and uncertainty. It was Jiang Mingyue who rose. Her expression a mixture of emotions, and said, that was my hairpin. He did not possess a gun. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Could a hairpin truly be lethal? Moreover, when Su Wendong fired the gun, Zhou Haoyu was unscathed. Was it possible he could dodge bullets? This was utterly inconceivable. Zhou Haoyu smiled and elucidated, I have practiced martial arts since childhood. My skills surpass those of the average person by a significant margin. Yet, it was still too perilous. What if Su Wendong had pressed the remote control at that moment? What alternative was there? Should we have waited for him to eliminate us one by one? Indeed, we owe our lives to President Zhou. Otherwise, we would have met our end today. Yes, I witnessed it. That madman Su Wendong, even as he lay on the ground, sought to retrieve the remote control. Thankfully, President Zhou was swift. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. Do you remember his final words? That lunatic deceived us all. He never brought the treasure. To dare mock us and hurl such insults, I must give him a kick. As one person charged forward, others soon followed, rushing toward Su Wendong's lifeless body to deliver a flurry of kicks. On one hand, they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Su Wendong. On the other, they were eager to ascertain whether the treasure truly resided with him. Jiang Mingyue, observing Zhou Haoyu withdraw from the throng, could not restrain herself from tugging at him, urging, why don't you search as well? What if you find the treasure? Zhou Haoyu replied without looking back, the treasure is not with him. How do you know? She pressed. Did he not say so himself? Jiang Mingyue sensed something amiss, yet after a brief pause, the individuals on stage returned with expressions of disappointment. It appeared that the treasure was indeed absent from Su Wendong, with a bomb aboard the vessel. Zhou Haoyu took Jiang Mingyue by the hand and led her off the ship. At that moment, the cruise liner was encircled by inspectors, accompanied by numerous bomb disposal experts. As onlookers witnessed the experts disarming bomb after bomb, a profound sense of relief washed over them. Gratitude towards Zhou Haoyu swelled within their hearts. Had it not been for him, they might have become collateral for Su Wendong's madness. Who could have anticipated such fervent insanity from him? Jiang Mingyue, witnessing the scene, lowered her gaze to her toes, remaining silent. It wasn't until the bodyguard escorted Zhou Haoyu to his doorstep that she unexpectedly alighted from the car alongside him. You owe me treatment, she declared. Zhou Haoyu turned around, exasperated. All right, let's south head to your place then. Jiang Mingyue, however, was uncharacteristically irate, asserting, who said I wanted to go to my house? We're going to yours. Puzzled, Zhou Haoyu contemplated the absurdity of treating her at his home without spare clothes for her to change into. Yet, the notion of her not changing was rather appealing to him. Fine then. Soon, Zhou Haoyu led Jiang Mingyue upstairs. Upon entering, she was immediately enveloped by a distinctly feminine scent. My assistant also resides here. Her salary is modest, and it seems rather lonely for her to live alone. Zhou Haoyu explained. You have quite a few assistants, Jiang Mingyue remarked, casting a glance at the colorful fabric strips hanging from the balcony. As a woman herself, she could easily discern the varying sizes and styles among them. Zhou Haoyu remained unfazed. Occasionally, the vice president of my company works late and stays over with her. They are good friends, you understand. Jiang Mingyue scoffed. I do not understand, nor do I care to involve myself in your convoluted affairs. However, since you saved me again today, I am a person who believes in repaying kindness. Chapter 96. Flourishing. Zhou Haoyu chuckled. What a coincidence. I too appreciate the value of gratitude. Jiang Mingyue was well aware of Zhou Haoyu's underlying thoughts. In truth, her decision to seek treatment at his residence was motivated by this very sentiment. Having already crossed certain boundaries, and with him having rescued her once more, she pondered the notion that in novels, a life-saving grace often entailed reciprocation in kind. Why not offer him another opportunity? Of course, Jiang Mingyue would never admit that. Aside from her desire to repay him, she also yearned for the sensations experienced previously. Before long, the treatment commenced. During the acupuncture, Jiang Mingyue remained tranquil. However, During the massage, Zhou Haoyu discerned that something seemed amiss. Given that affection was mutual, he contemplated the possibilities. 2 days later, feeling sufficiently prepared, Zhou Haoyu resolved to make his move. Through a period of diligent cultivation, he finally amassed an unprecedented reservoir of vital energy within him. As if he had grazed the edge of an insurmountable limit. Naturally, he would seize this opportunity, for a breakthrough would signify his ascension to a new realm of mastery. Hours swiftly passed. Suddenly, a tremendous and refined surge of vital energy erupted from the depths of his dantian, surging towards the core of his mind. In an instant, the hidden channels within him were ruptured, and he experienced a monumental transformation. He distinctly sensed that his mind was, at that moment, as if cleansed by a pure spring, becoming remarkably lucid and clear. It was akin to a world shrouded in thick mist suddenly unveiling its veil, rendering everything starkly visible. With the breaking of the hidden channels, his spiritual awareness emerged. It was as if he had opened a wholly new portal, allowing him to perceive the world from an entirely fresh perspective. Is this what spiritual awareness is? He endeavored to sense his surroundings with this newfound perception, where everything became exquisitely clear. As if even the dust particles in the air were discernible. He could even observe the intricate structure of his bones and veins, and the vital energy flowing slowly within the three dantians. This experience felt like observing a world with the naked eye versus examining the same world through a microscope. Everything transformed into an exquisite and tangible reality. The sensation was truly marvelous. In addition to his spiritual awareness, Zhou Haoyu noted significant enhancements in other aspects as well. His memory had sharpened, allowing him to recall childhood events, even those once faded, now returned to clarity. Should he participate in the strongest brain competition? Even the most formidable contenders would surely bow in defeat. His comprehension had similarly improved. Previously complex and obscure knowledge and theories now appeared simple and easily graspable to him. He felt as if he had acquired an entirely new mode of thinking, enabling him to understand and grasp the essence of matters with greater speed and precision. Such transformations filled Zhou Haoyu with exhilaration and excitement. He couldn't help but reminisce about a science fiction film he had once watched, titled Lucy. The protagonist, initially an ordinary individual, underwent a series of events that gradually unlocked her brain's potential. The typical human brain is only utilized at less than 10%, while those who can reach 15% are considered geniuses. In the film, when the protagonist unlocked 50%, she attained superhuman abilities. Upon reaching 100%, she transcended into a divine being. Though the film was a work of fiction, could it not be said that upon achieving the 9th level of chi refinement or successfully establishing a foundation, he too would become akin to a god? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning the day he would soar through the skies on his sword, traversing the world. At that moment, all beings would be beneath his feet, and world leaders would treat him with utmost respect. Even a nuclear bomb would pale in comparison to a single strike from his flying sword. Lost in thought, Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He even felt a twinge of gratitude towards Murong Bing. Had it not been for this ruthless woman, he would not have attained his current state. However, while gratitude is indeed due, his expression of thanks is far from conventional. He seeks to repay his debt, ensuring that every member of the Murong family, from the highest to the lowest, finds themselves in a situation where life is unbearable and death is elusive. Wait a moment. It seems that the despicable Murong Fu has already met his demise. Cursed be Su Wendong. How could he have taken him down with a single shot? Such a wretched creature, steeped in malevolence, ought to suffer torment, enduring a fate worse than death. Zhou Haoyu recalled the day he was betrayed by Murong Bing and Lu Yun, leaving him with nothing. At that time, his thoughts were consumed by vengeance. Yet he was at a loss as to how to exact it. But how little time has passed, just over a month, and Nanshan Pharmaceuticals has been driven to the brink of ruin, with even the so-called support from the Murong family turning against them. Remarkably, he achieved all this without relying on anyone. Even though Jiang Mingyue lent him assistance, it was only because he had saved her first. In other words, he reached this point solely through his own prowess. Power. With power comes the ability to avenge past grievances. With power, one is no longer subjected to humiliation. With power, one can act freely, unrestrained by others. The humiliations of the past are mere memories, while the glory of the future awaits. With this thought, Zhou Haoyu's resolve only deepened. A week had passed since Su Wendong's suicide. Strangely, there was not a whisper about the incident online. Although people were buzzing with rumors privately, the internet remained eerily silent, with even previous videos vanishing without a trace. Nevertheless, the people of Jinju had not forgotten. especially the prominent figures whose lives Zhou Haoyu had saved, who were particularly grateful and wished to express their thanks in person. Yet, despite their numerous invitations, Zhou Haoyu never made an appearance. In their frustration, they resorted to various collaborations with Benshan Pharmaceuticals. As a result, Benshan Pharmaceuticals entered a period of rapid growth. Qian Duo busied himself with hiring, renting office space, and planning to expand the factory with additional production lines. Initially, it was thought that achieving all this would take at least half a month. Unexpectedly, the building owner, eager to repay a kindness, offered several floors free of charge. Another owner, upon learning of Benshan Pharmaceuticals' expansion plans, sold his factory at a bargain price. In summary, anything that Benshan Pharmaceuticals required was generously provided by these magnates. Coupled with their vigorous promotion and lucrative partnerships, Benshan Pharmaceuticals' reputation soared, and business thrived. In less than a fortnight, the company had more than doubled in size, and remarkably, they spent little while their bank balance continued to swell. These benefactors not only supported Benshan Pharmaceuticals, but also began to undermine and exclude Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Already precarious, Nanshan Pharmaceuticals faced further peril after Chairman Murong Fu's assassination. Now grappling with exclusion and nearing total collapse. Chapter 97. Fortune arrives. Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, a publicly traded company, had already seen its stock price plummet. Now, it had fallen below its initial offering price, leaving shareholders unable to sell their shares. On the day of Murong Fu's funeral, numerous investors, emboldened by the occasion, flocked to the site, singing good fortune while engaging in lively square dancing. The Murong family was incensed, yet felt utterly powerless. Numerous issues loomed over them like insurmountable mountains. Murong Bing was on the verge of collapse, but as the sole pillar of her family, she realized that if she faltered, the household would disintegrate in an instant. Thus, as soon as the funeral concluded, she summoned everyone for a meeting. Almost everyone from the Murong family attended, except for Wang Qin, who was in the hospital. However, regardless of their age, all present averted their gazes from Murong Bing's icy stare. With the current state of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, they had no solutions to offer. Murong Bing smiled wryly, acknowledging, "It seems everyone is counting on me." An elder retorted, "You are the general manager. With your father gone, you are the chairman. Who else should we rely on?" Murong Bing coldly countered, "But you are shareholders too. Must I bear all the burdens alone?" The elder's words implied they were rendered helpless, as if they had not attempted to devise solutions, while the crux of the matter was her refusal to listen. "Indeed, we suggested you apologize, yet you refused." Murong Bing scoffed, "Is that your idea of a solution? For me to serve that useless individual tea and apologize? Should I also share his bed? Please, do not speak so lightly. He is no longer worthless. He has saved the lives of many influential figures and is now revered as an esteemed guest. Not only in Jinzhou, but many prominent business leaders from the provincial capital are eager to collaborate with him. He is also the vice president of the Huakong Association. If we can secure his forgiveness and prevent him from targeting us, Nanshan Pharmaceuticals could experience a miraculous revival." This statement resonated with many, and with each word, Murong Bing felt a stab of pain in her heart. She never imagined that the once useless individual would transform into someone her entire family needed to elevate themselves to. Enough, enough. Little Bing hasn't he had much rest lately? Must you pressure her so? Finally, it was Murong Gui who could no longer bear the tension. Observing the situation, others began to excuse themselves and depart. "Little Bing, your brother's death was an accident. Do not be overly sorrowful or despairing. Solutions abound where difficulties arise. Furthermore, it's perfectly fine if you are reluctant to bow your head. Xiao Xue still has connections with that individual, doesn't he?" At Murong Gui's remark, Murong Xiao Xue was taken aback. After merely defending Haoyu once, she had faced a barrage of criticism from her family and even received a slap from her sister. How could she now be expected to plead on behalf of someone? "There is no difference between asking me and asking her, uncle. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the Murong family will not collapse." Murong Bing had initially thought Murong Gui was different from the others, but she soon realized he too wished for someone to plead with that useless individual. Surely, that useless person must have dreamed of this day. However, he will never have the chance to see it in his lifetime. Do you think that without Su Wendong, the Murong family can be easily manipulated by you? Do you believe that by aligning yourself with Jiang Mingwei and becoming a mere vice president, no one in Jinzhou would dare to oppose you? Uncle, I shall step out for a moment. Even in the absence of father, Nanshan Pharmaceuticals will not falter. With that, Murong Bing rose and departed. She arrived at a CAF where someone was already waiting for her. The funeral had just concluded, and she had not changed her attire. Still clad in a black dress and a black veil. She had not applied any makeup, and traces of fatigue were faintly visible on her face. Yet, this appearance rendered her not only colder than before, but also imbued with a touch of vulnerability. Manager Go's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Murong Bing take her seat. He feigned concern and inquired, "Miss Murong, I have heard about your father's passing. Please accept my condolences." Murong Bing forced a smile. "Thank you. But that is now in the past. I have come to discuss our collaboration further." Manager Go shook his head, his expression troubled, and replied, "Miss Murong, let us not speak of that matter. Because of our last collaboration, I faced severe reprimands from my superiors. They have issued a stern directive. If you approach me, we require only those 2 ancient prescriptions, nothing else." Murong Bing's countenance shifted. "Manager Go, you are aware that those 2 ancient prescriptions are vital to Nanshan Pharmaceuticals. Without them, we are doomed." Manager Go scoffed. "Miss Murong, do not take offense at my forthrightness. The current predicament of Nanshan Pharmaceuticals is akin to being finished. Rather than carrying this burden and making no progress, it would be wiser to seek another path for monetary gain." Murong Bing's eyes reddened with urgency. "No. My father has just passed. I cannot allow his legacy to crumble in my hands. Manager Go, is there truly no alternative? Perhaps I could initially provide the prescriptions to you at no cost, as long as we establish a strategic partnership. Nanshan Pharmaceuticals has developed numerous channels," she added. Manager Go regarded her with disdain. "Do you think we at Sidon King lack such resources?" Murong Bing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly altered her approach. "If collaboration is not feasible, an acquisition could also work, as long as the price is fair and the board members remain undisturbed." Manager Go immediately lost interest, leaning back in his chair, and replied nonchalantly, "While our branch possesses the authority to acquire, truth be told, your company does not meet any conditions for acquisition. Furthermore, acquiring a company on the brink of bankruptcy would tarnish our group's reputation. What about a pretense of acquisition?" Upon hearing this, Manager Go was taken aback. After a long pause, he fixed his gaze upon Murong Bing's exquisite face and said thoughtfully, "But such matters can be concealed for a time, not indefinitely. Miss Murong, I believe it would be prudent for you to sell the prescriptions to us sooner rather than later. We have a long-standing relationship, I assure you. I will not let you suffer losses." As he spoke the latter part, Manager Go took hold of Murong Bing's hand, his expression sincere. Murong Bing, well aware of his intentions, suppressed her disdain and replied, "Allow me to consider the matter of the prescriptions. Let us stabilize the stock price for a while." Manager Go leered. "Very well, as you wish. After all, we are old friends." Murong Bing's hands were both smooth and delicate, akin to the finest silk. Manager Go found it difficult to relinquish her grasp until Murong Bing, citing pressing matters, withdrew her hand. Manager Go, after pulling back his hand, inhaled deeply, initially succumbing to a blissful reverie, only to soon erupt in irritation, cursing, "I cannot fathom how many times that short-lived scoundrel Su Wendong has had his way with you. Yet you still feign innocence before me. Sooner or later, I shall ensure you willingly grace my bed." Chapter 98. The transformation of the ring following his tirade. Manager Go was beset by a twinge of discomfort as he mulled over the recent developments in Jinju. He was already aware that Huaking Group was scheming against their Sidon Kang alliance. However, he had dismissed it as inconsequential. To his astonishment, a formidable rival, Nanshan Pharmaceuticals, emerged unexpectedly. Their 2 new drugs were remarkably effective and swiftly captured the market. That blind man surnamed Zhou had hidden treasures indeed. This warranted a report to General Manager Xiao Fan. If he dared oppose them as he had previously, they could always ensure he remained blind. With these thoughts, Manager Go could not suppress a sense of triumph. The Su family had fallen, and the Murong family was on the brink of ruin. Yet he remained comfortably supported by the might of Sidon King, living a life of leisure. That worthless fool would be unable to seek revenge, likely oblivious to who orchestrated his downfall. Meanwhile, in the Yunding family estate, Zhou Haoyu opened his eyes, perplexed. He had sequestered himself, diligently practicing, believing his strength would surge. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered a plateau. Indeed, cultivating one's spiritual awareness was not a simple endeavor. Even with the Bodhi fruit in his possession. The Bodhi fruit was the precious item Su Wendong intended to auction. After acquiring it from him, Zhou Haoyu had kept it close. Unlike the common Bodhi fruits available, this one exuded an aura of time-honored depth, as if it bore the weight of centuries' history. Gazing at it, Zhou Haoyu felt a profound tranquility and simplicity emanating from ancient times. This Bodhi fruit significantly aided in the cultivation of spiritual awareness. For an ordinary person, carrying it would invigorate their spirit. When he practiced with it, his mind felt clear, and he found every effort to be twice as effective. Yet, despite this advantage, progress remained painfully slow. It was hard to imagine how one could cultivate spiritual awareness without such a treasure. Shaking his head, Zhou Haoyu carefully stored the Bodhi fruit and retreated to his bedroom, retrieving a piece of spirit stone and an emerald necklace. He intended to attempt the arrangement of a spirit-gathering formation. Arranging such formations demanded a high level of spiritual awareness, and Zhou Haoyu did not expect immediate success. He sought to refine his awareness through practice. However, as he extracted the billion-yuan emerald necklace from the pouch, an uncanny event unfolded. The white tiger ring he always wore suddenly generated a magnetic pull, drawing the spirit stone embedded in the center of the necklace towards it. In an instant, the spirit stone lost its luster. By heavens! Zhou Haoyu exclaimed in astonishment. This spirit stone was evidently more precious than the others. Yet now it had dulled to the appearance of an ordinary emerald. He examined the white tiger ring meticulously, turning it over and over, yet he discovered no alterations. Goodness! My spirit stone. Zhou Haoyu's heart ached. This spirit stone was worth several hundred million. And just like that, inexplicably, it was devoured by the white tiger ring. This wretched ring dared to snatch his spirit stone right in front of him. Could it not have done so behind his back? Did it have to flaunt its crime? The crucial point was that after absorbing the energy from the spirit stone, the ring showed no change, remaining as lifeless as ever. Useless thing. Zhou Haoyu couldn't help but curse, though he was also perplexed. With so many spirit stones, why did it choose to devour the largest one? Was the smaller one beneath its notice? Damn it, what a picky eater. Only picking the best to consume, huh? It deserves to eat nothing but bland fare for the rest of its life. The more Zhou Haoyu thought, the angrier he became. He carefully dismantled the remaining spirit stones from the jade necklace, which, along with the original one, totaled more than 10, though the quantity was modest and the energy scant. It constituted Zhou Haoyu's entire fortune at present. He could no longer allow the white tiger ring to encounter any spirit stones. Zhou Haoyu had learned a painful lesson but gained insight. He placed the white tiger ring back on his finger and began attempting to set up a formation. However, after a short while, not only had he failed to arrange the formation, but he had also exhausted most of his mental energy without even refining a single array plate. Reluctantly, he had to resume his cultivation. It was not until the afternoon that Zhou Haoyu felt rejuvenated. He checked his phone and learned that Wei Wuji and the others had arrived at the pharmaceutical factory, so he hurriedly took a car there. A few days prior, Wei Wuji had called him, saying that Elder Ning from Beihu province wished to pay a visit. Zhou Haoyu had outright declined. He had no intention of teaching an old man, but if it were a beautiful woman, he might reconsider. Soon, Zhou Haoyu spotted Wei Wuji. This fellow had changed his appearance again, tall and lean, with a bit of a rogue charm. Lu Sheng, that silly giant, remained as foolish as ever, grinning like an idiot upon seeing Zhou Haoyu. What surprised Zhou Haoyu the most was his sister, Zhao Fang, who not only stood on her own but also appeared nearly as healthy as an ordinary person. Were it not for her occasional cough and her somewhat frail figure, one could hardly tell she had once suffered from such a severe illness. You must be Boss Zhou, right? They have all informed me about the previous matters, Lu Fang said, her voice trembling with emotion. At that moment, she suddenly knelt before everyone. Boss Zhou, I don't know what to say, but I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for you. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Wei Wuji attempted to help her up, but she stubbornly refused. Seeing his sister like this, the silly giant knelt down as well. Men hold golden positions beneath their knees. You are making me feel quite awkward, Wei Wuji remarked, and when he saw no one responding, he had no choice but to kneel as well. Zhou Haoyu lifted him up as one would a small puppy, then did the same for the silly giant. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhang, who stood nearby, along with several newly arrived security guards, were left utterly speechless. Wei Wuji appeared to weigh around 100 kilograms, which hardly seemed remarkable. Yet, the towering figure beside him weighed in excess of 200 kilograms. Could this be the fabled notion of lifting with ease? It was rather daunting, to say the least. In an instant, several security personnel, who had previously prided themselves on their capabilities, found themselves feeling considerably constrained. Lu Fang was equally astonished by Zhou Haoyu's display, staring at him in disbelief. Zhou Haoyu remarked nonchalantly, I cannot abide seeing a woman in tears. Furthermore, my assistance comes at a price. You shall work for me for 3 years. Rest assured, I am not one to withhold fair wages. Upon concluding his statement, he extended a pouch of medicine towards her. I have prepared this medication, 1 packet per day, and in a month, your body will return to normal. Moved, Lu Fang shed tears once more, exclaiming, Zhou boss, Zhou Haoyu feigned a stern expression, interjecting, all right. Rise now. You will join the pharmaceutical factory, starting as a junior manager, overseeing statistics. Although Zhou Haoyu's serious demeanor seemed somewhat intimidating, the fact that he had rescued her and arranged such a manageable position filled Lu Fang with immense gratitude. She wiped her tears and stood, accepting the medicine. Then called out to the towering figure, kneel. Without hesitation, the giant knelt before her once more. Before Zhou Haoyu could speak, Lu Fang earnestly declared, Zhou boss. I may be clumsy with words and lacking in skills, but I do not know how to repay your kindness. From this day forth, our lives are yours. Pausing, she turned to the giant, instructing, dashing, from now on, do whatever Zhou boss asks, even if it puts you in peril. You must protect him as a way of repaying my debt, understood? The giant nodded solemnly. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, shaking his head, with my abilities. I do not require his protection. Wei Wuji chimed in. I concur. You have no idea of this fellow's prowess. In short, Zhou boss is even more formidable than you can imagine. Otherwise, a distinguished gentleman like myself, renowned and unmatched, would not willingly follow him. Lu Fang shot him a glare, retorting, you still have the audacity to speak. Were it not for Zhou boss's benevolence, would you even be here today? Feeling awkward, Wei Wuji shifted the topic. Are you hungry? Perhaps I could fetch you something to eat? He then suggested, I'll go tidy up. Dashing, you stay here and assist Zhou boss. Noticing Zhou Haoyu's intent to speak privately with Wei Wuji, Lu Fang took the giant and entered the factory, carrying their luggage. Originally, the factory had no dormitories. But due to the recent surge in activity, workers were now on a 2-shift rotation, necessitating the rapid construction of temporary accommodations. Zhou Haoyu planned to relocate all workers to a new facility, which was larger and better equipped. The old factory would be converted into employee housing, complete with air conditioning and washing machines, striving to enhance the living conditions for the staff. In the early stages of any company, operations might be somewhat lax. However, as it develops, corresponding facilities must be fully equipped. Only then can it thrive and achieve remarkable success. Zhou Haoyu observed that Lu Fang and her brother had departed before he made his way towards the car. Wei Wuji followed closely behind, casually remarking, well, Zhou boss. It seems we are left with just the two of us. Shall I serve you now? After a few days apart. It appeared that Wei Wuji had forgotten the pain of previous encounters and spoke with unrestrained audacity, a playful grin adorning his face. Zhou Haoyu felt an urge to deliver a few punches to remind him of his place. However, sensing Zhou Haoyu's displeasure, Wei Wuji quickly transformed into a sycophant, opening the car door with exaggerated courtesy. Come in, Zhou boss. The lovely ladies are waiting for you inside. Zhou Haoyu merely scoffed and took a seat in the back. Wei Wuji turned to the still-dazed Xiao Zhang and commanded, hand me the car keys. Xiao Zhang glanced at Zhou Haoyu, who showed no objection, and promptly handed over the keys. Without inquiring about their destination, Wei Wuji climbed into the car and drove off. Xiao Zhang was left bewildered, wondering about his own role. Zhou Haoyu provided an address, stating, since you just arrived, it is only fitting that I treat you to a meal. Wei Wuji grimaced, replying, what is so great about the commercial street? It's just a place to deceive outsiders. Zhou Haoyu conceded that the culinary offerings were indeed lacking. However, he added, but there are plenty of beautiful women. With the recent warm weather, they seem to be everywhere. Upon hearing this, Wei Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, the sleek black car darting down the road like a shooting star. He couldn't resist adding, Zhou boss, don't misunderstand me. I have no interest in beautiful women. I'm merely eager to sample the local delicacies. Zhou Haoyu chuckled, you needn't explain that to me. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no saint. Wei Wuji, growing agitated, firmly gripped the steering wheel with one hand while dramatically thumping his chest with the other. By heaven's grace, I am still what one might call a virgin, Zhou boss. Do you need any virgin urine? It wards off evil spirits. By the way, do you have a bottle of pulsating in the car? The smaller ones won't suffice. Zhou Haoyu retorted mercilessly, You need pulsating? A simple tonic would suffice for you. As for your virgin urine, you might as well keep it for yourself. You seem quite sinister. No man can endure such an affront, and Wei Wuji was no exception. Yet, no matter how he attempted to counter Zhou Haoyu's words, he found himself utterly outmatched, suffering a thorough verbal thrashing. Wei Wuji felt somewhat dazed, as a professional con artist. He could accept that his physical prowess paled in comparison to Zhou Haoyu's. However, his verbal skills were a matter of pride he was determined to defend. Thus, throughout their journey, he engaged Zhou Haoyu in a battle of wits. By the end, he was left breathless, his voice hoarse, yet still found himself at a disadvantage. He conceded defeat. Gasping for air, he hoarsely admitted, "Zhou boss, you are impressive. I concede." Zhou Haoyu, unfazed, replied, "This is merely the beginning. I once put a rather arrogant fellow in his place to the point of nearly causing him to vomit blood." Wei Wuji, now resigned, murmured, "I suppose I want to challenge you again. It's clear I simply cannot win." Wei Wuji was on the verge of tears. He had never encountered someone like Zhou Haoyu, who was both formidable and eloquent. Zhou Haoyu chuckled and reassured him, "Do not weep. Although your verbal prowess may not rival mine, you certainly cannot claim to be as handsome as I am. Your skills are lacking, your wealth is meager, and you remain a mere novice, only deserving of the most basic of remedies." With each taunt from Zhou Haoyu, Wei Wuji felt as though he had been pierced by a blade. Eventually, he succumbed to silence, focusing intently on driving. Observing this, Zhou Haoyu refrained from further jesting and shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, I almost forgot to inquire about that token. What is its significance? With your limited abilities, it should be beyond your means to replicate." Zhou Haoyu referred to the token from the Yi family, which was evidently inscribed with intricate formations. If he could acquire it for study, not only would it hone his spiritual perception, but it would also enhance his experience in array formation. This token belonged to that scoundrel, Yilingfeng. Wei Wuji, already aware of Zhou Haoyu's interest in the token, handed it to him directly. Upon receiving it, Zhou Haoyu inquired with surprise, "Did you steal it?" Wei Wuji retorted, "Can the affairs of scholars be deemed as theft? I merely appropriated it. Besides, this scoundrel has a fiancée and yet expects my sister to be his concubine. What era are we in? The Qing dynasty has been gone for how many years?" As Wei Wuji recounted the past, his tone gradually returned to normal. Zhou Haoyu was already aware that Wei Wuji hailed from an ancient martial arts family. He had chosen to leave home in search of his runaway sister. However, Zhou Haoyu was unaware of the full story and asked, "So, your sister left in a fit of anger?" Chapter 100. A bet. Wei Wuji nodded and then expressed his indignation, saying, "I have no idea what those old relics in my family are thinking. The Yi family is formidable, the foremost family in Longhua. Yet Yilingfeng is a wastrel, notorious in the capital as a notorious playboy. My sister, on the other hand, is the most exceptional talent of our generation in the Wei family. In terms of disguise, intelligence, and martial arts aptitude, she surpasses me. Even our family's esteemed elder took her as a disciple, and she was destined to become the next head of the Wei family. But now, she has not only lost the opportunity to cling to the Yi family's influence, but has also vanished from our midst." As Wei Wuji spoke, a hint of derision crept into his tone. Zhou Haoyu inquired once more, "After all these years, have you not been able to gather any news of her?" Wei Wuji replied, "With my sister's abilities, if she does not wish to be found, no one can uncover her whereabouts." Zhou Haoyu pressed further, "Do you intend to never return? Let us not dwell on that. What if I find her?" The mention of this topic made Wei Wuji slightly agitated. Zhou Haoyu refrained from asking further questions, but remained puzzled. After all, Wei Wuji was a professional con artist. How had he suddenly become so candid, even divulging family secrets? Wei Wuji remarked lightly, "I know what you are thinking. It is quite simple, because you saved Xiaofeng. Given Xiaofeng's nature, she will likely serve you for the rest of her life. My affairs are of little consequence to you. However, do not presume that I would foolishly devote my life to you indefinitely. Once the 3-year period concludes, I shall reclaim my position as the Dragon King and once more traverse the world in search of my sister." Zhou Haoyu chuckled. "But you have searched for so many years without success. How about this? I shall assist you in your quest. If I find her, you will owe me an additional 3 years of labor." Wei Wuji scoffed. Do you think it is so easy to find her?" Zhou Haoyu, intrigued, proposed. "Shall we wager on it? A bet is a bet. I fear no one." Upon hearing Wei Wuji's words, Zhou Haoyu fell silent. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed Zhou Haoyu's expression, one of cunning triumph. Wei Wuji suddenly regretted his bet and uneasily inquired, "What exactly do you require of me? I must be clear that I will not engage in any unlawful activities. You know I am notoriously honest." Zhou Haoyu laughed. "Then what need do I have for you? I could simply hand you over to Zheng Baorui. Come on, I've given you the jade necklace and the token. You plan to discard me now, do you?" Wei Wuji retorted indignantly. Zhou Haoyu remained non-committal, insisting, "If you wish to live, You will obey my commands. Rest assured, the tasks I assign you will play to your strengths. The first task Zhou Haoyu envisioned for Wei Wuji was to devise ways to torment the Murong family. Wei Wuji, too kind-hearted, could not conceive of effective methods of torture. Thus, it was up to the despicable and shameless Wei Wuji to conjure schemes. His mind, brimming with malice, was undoubtedly more toxic than any poisonous soup, capable of concocting various insidious plans to ensnare them. Currently, Nanshan Pharmaceuticals had fallen into obscurity, and the Murong family teetered on the brink of collapse. However, Zhou Haoyu did not wish for their exit to be so uncomplicated. He had previously declared his intent to ensure that every member of the Murong family would find themselves in a state of despair, unable to live or die peacefully. Yet, he himself needed to cultivate and lacked the time or means to deal with them individually. Wei Wuji, on the other hand, had ample time and a treasure trove of devious ideas that could inflict unimaginable suffering upon the Murong family. Soon, the two arrived at the commercial street. As they parked their luxurious Mercedes, they attracted the attention of numerous elegantly dressed women. However, Wei Wuji paid them no heed. He set his phone down and turned back. Incredulous as he remarked, "I just searched it up. The blind man who was wronged and left with nothing over a month ago is you?" Zhou Haoyu replied coolly, "That is all in the past. Your task is to ensure they cannot enjoy a moment of peace, each suffering more than the last. Ideally, incite them to turn against one another, leaving the entire Murong family in disarray." Upon receiving confirmation, Wei Wuji was taken aback once more. He had encountered numerous news articles related to Zhou Haoyu. Yet, he found it hard to fathom how a blind man could transform into such a formidable figure in such a short span of time. As for Zhou Haoyu's demands, he could certainly comprehend. If he were to suffer such a fate, his vengeance would undoubtedly be far more brutal and bloody. Wei Wuji became intrigued and inquired, "So, who shall we begin with? Leave Murong Bing aside, and do not touch Murong Shui. The rest, feel free to explore as you wish. I merely seek results," he stated. Wei Wuji nodded. "Give me a few days. I will first gauge the situation." Zhou Haoyu continued, "Aside from this matter, whenever you have time, could you also assist me in gathering some information? For instance, where there are rare treasures or auspicious sites?" Wei Wuji nodded. Well aware of such matters due to his heritage from an ancient martial arts family, their ancestral home occupied a prime location of feng shui. By the way, what is your current strength? Surely, you have not yet reached the transformation stage? His curiosity about Zhou Haoyu's prowess was palpable. Transformation stage? Zhou Haoyu acknowledged the term, but, at present, he was not even a match for the energy refinement stage. He refrained from elaborating and directed Wei Wuji, "Lastly, please investigate Saidankang. Focus particularly on their branches in Jinzhou and the provincial capital, starting from a year and a half ago. I suspect they are responsible for my blindness." Over a year ago, Zhou Haoyu suddenly lost his sight. Initially, the Murong family took him to various hospitals for treatment, but to no avail, ultimately giving up. Murong Bing even sought a divorce from him. Zhou Haoyu harbored resentment towards the Murong family's cold-heartedness and the individual who had blinded him. Yet, after much contemplation over the past year, he could not ascertain who was responsible. He held no deep-seated enmities with anyone else, leaving only his rivals as plausible suspects, among whom Saidankang was certainly included. Wei Wuji was evidently familiar with Saidankang's reputation. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, "And if it turns out they are indeed behind this, what do you intend to do?" They are Saidankang, a colossal force in the international pharmaceutical industry. Even within Longhua, numerous prominent families collaborate with them, let alone abroad. Whoever is responsible, I will confront them. Do you think an international pharmaceutical giant can act with impunity? Or do you believe I will be intimidated?" Zhou Haoyu's tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, the nonchalant tone coupled with his unwavering gaze sent a chill down Wei Wuji's spine. He could only hope that Saidankang was not involved, for otherwise, this fellow would undoubtedly clash with them. What would happen then, if he were to be caught in the crossfire?